The totem-rank giant roared at the dragon. Are you looking down on my people? Do you think that I am just going to bring one of my people here to be amusement for the dragons? We could let them fight. The dragon suggested. And if he really can kill a monarch in one hit? What is the difference? The giant complained. Carl was beginning to suspect that this part of the negotiations was actually the most time-consuming portion of the settlement of disputes. They all had different ways of doing things, and the black dragon served the death god, so his suggestion was obviously going to always be to kill someone unless there was something more amusing available. Sure, the black dragons upheld the balance of life and death, but where that balance lay was a bit of a murky topic, and 1 or 2 dead wouldn't sway things too far. The archbishop was a healing cleric aligned with the world dragon, so he would naturally choose peace in most situations, which meant either a challenge or a non-violent wager. Carl didn't know much about the personality of the others, but they both seemed fairly hot-headed. The black dragon tapped the ground with a massive onyx claw. Why don't you bring out your strongest monarch, and we will pit him against the beast master? That should be fair, right? No matter what skills he has, it shouldn't overcome your strongest monarch. We're totally going to get to loot someone. Ray cheered. No. Pick another challenge. The giant insisted. The archbishop tapped his staff on the ground to stop their bickering. I have an even easier suggestion. Why not something less personal? There have been dozens of anomalies in Newbon lately. This one isn't the sort that we can wager on easily. But if we send a team to one of the others, we can have them race. The other totems considered that for a bit. It would be a good way to solve things, but that would involve moving, and none of them trusted the others enough to leave here until the matter was settled. There were already teams here from 3 of the 4 arguing nations. But if the totems left, it would be a bloodbath for control and not a civilized contest. How about a slap fight? Kara suggested. Carl chuckled a little, and the totems all turned to see what was so funny. Sorry, one of my friends suggested a slap fight. Carl chuckled. The mountain giant's smile spread wide and he nodded happily. That's a wonderful idea. We have contestants here. Do Newbon and the Golden Dragon Nation have a monarch rank contestant? We can do best 2 of 3 from commander to monarch. The general nodded. I can get a contestant here. Standard elimination style. The giant nodded, and the archbishop turned to Carl. Is your team up to this? Or should we bring someone? Carl turned to Ophelia, who smiled. We're up for this contest. It should be fun. The 4 totems silently consulted each other, then nodded. This challenge is acceptable. The leader of the giants agreed. Carl looked up at the black dragon, then checked his nameplate using the system interface. It was a white name, denoting a cleric, and simply said, Lord Nacht. Lord Nacht, will you be calling contestants? He inquired, curious to see who the divine beasts would send. No. The Divine Beast Nation and the Chromatic Dragons will wager on the Golden Dragon Nation being the winner of this contest. You have beasts and the favor of the World Dragon. It is close enough for us. The Archbishop sighed, then nodded. Agreed. If we win, we will share. Bring out your 3rd competitor. The general insisted, as he opened a portal and brought a monarch-rank gorilla-bodied centaur to them. That thing barely had a neck, and the body looked like it was a rhino, not a horse. It would be like trying to slap out Thor. Carl had Remy call one of her bodyguards, and then gestured to Ophelia. I do hope that skills aren't prohibited, other than attack skills. He asked. Of course not. Skills are what makes it fun. But no attack skills and no barriers. Alright, we have our contestants. Which of the giants will you choose? The general replied. 3 mountain giants stepped forward, and the black dragon rumbled happily. Then his body seemed to melt and shrink as he transformed into a black-robed humanoid that looked eerily like Ray in human form, except male. It was even the same 190 centimeters tall. I will referee this match. Starting with the commanders, we will draw lots for the first match, short straw goes last. The contestants will trade slaps until one is knocked out or forfeits. Then we will have a recovery period before the winner faces the final contestant. If the final contestant wins, the first loser may challenge. He explained. Carl patted Ophelia on the shoulder and activated, haste, trollish regeneration, and, terrorize, as the extra growth from, brutality, didn't stack with her, berserk terror, and, titanic berserker, skills. She stepped up to the black dragon along with the commander-rank giant and a burly bison-type minotaur. We're having a slap fight with a girl. The giant chuckled. It's my specialty. Ophelia joked. The dragon held out his hand with 3 sticks, and the contestants pulled. The minotaur had a shorter stick with a red stripe on the bottom, giving him the pass, so Ophelia and the giant would face off first. Her stick had a number 1 on the bottom, while his had a number 2, marking the order of attack. Contestants, prepare yourself. The Golden Dragon Nation has drawn the first strike. The dragon announced. The giant did a short stretching routine and then Ophelia raged, activating Berserk Terror, Titanic Berserker and Dire Bear form all at once, turning her into a 7-meter-tall Dire Bear, towering over the 5-meter-tall mountain giant. One massive paw flashed out, and the giant was thrown from his feet to land in the dirt, unconscious. Ophelia rumbled with laughter as the groggy giant got to his feet, facing the wrong way and staggering away from the contest. His friends turned him around so he was facing the fight, and stood him in place in front of Ophelia. As his vision cleared, a look of grim determination took over the confusion, and he lined up his swing for his turn. The massive palm of the giant caught Ophelia on the cheek, and blood flew from her mouth as her head snapped to the side, but trollish regeneration had her back in peak form by the time she had stabilized herself and turned forward again. She nodded at the dragon, and the giant braced himself for the strike. Second strike, contestants ready? On your time. The dragon announced. Ophelia lined up the strike and smacked the giant again. This time, there was a sickening crunch as the giant spun and fell limp to the ground. That is a win for the Golden Dragon Nation. The dragon announced. The other giants rolled their comrade over, only to find he was out cold with a broken jaw and numerous missing teeth. The Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church waved them away with a gust of wind, and cast a healing spell on the fallen contestant. He will wake up soon. He is fully healed. The Minotaur looked terrified as he took his position, but the Black Dragon didn't hesitate. Challenger 3 has the first strike. Whenever you are ready. The Minotaur nodded, and swung a mighty blow at Ophelia that nearly rocked her off her feet. He was certainly stronger than the giant, she realized. He also had an extremely thick neck, so he wasn't likely to get whiplash. So, she wasn't expecting much when she put her all into the first swing. However, when her paw made contact, the Minotaur fell with his legs still extended, knocked out cold at the moment of impact. Oh, poor call on my part. Who knew he would have a glass jaw? The Nuban general sighed, while the other soldiers rushed to help him up off the ground. The Archbishop healed him, and the Black Dragon smiled under his hood. That makes 1 round to the Golden Dragon Nation. I have to say, a Titanic Bear Totem Berserker was not what I was expecting for the first round of our betting. But the next round should be even better. I have prepared a platform for the contestants, as even with skills active, the royal rank combatants are very different sizes. The 3 royals came forward, and Carl immediately noticed that the Minotaur had been swapped out for a boar man of some sort. He wasn't quite a giant, but at 4 meters, he was still nearly a head taller than Carl's enlarged form. The giant, on the other hand, was well over 6 meters tall. Both of the other contestants would need to stand on a stage for their head to be the proper height for a slap. The dragon held out his hand, and they drew lots. The giant got the draw this time, and Carl had the number 2 stick, meaning the boar man would strike first. The giant smirked at Carl as he faced down the muscular monster. When you are ready. The dragon announced. The monster was incredibly fast, and the sound of the slap echoed through the ruins as Carl was tossed into the low stone of a ruined wall. Carl stood up and brushed himself off, knocking stone dust off his armor. The strike was less than 10% of his health, and he had taken no damage, but, void body, didn't negate the momentum, and the boar man's arm weighed half as much as his entire body. Good hit. Carl congratulated him, stopping the boar man's victory celebration. You got up? The big man asked, thoroughly confused. Of course. Did you think I would volunteer if I couldn't take a hit? The boar snorted and took his place for the return blow. Oh, this should be fun. I wonder how much additional strength Carl got from his new skill. Thor cheered. The pack master gains an increased percentage of base stats from bonded beasts. That was all that the system had to say about it, and Carl didn't understand the base and modifier system for stats that it had, so he had no practical reference for just how strong he was now with all his buffs active. However, with the 50% damage increase from pack tactics, his new class skill, he would be hitting with plenty of force. Carl checked that haste was active, then snapped an attack at the boar. There was a booming crack, then the sound of flesh on flesh before the boar man was sent flying and pain radiated up Carl's arm. Without the barrier up and with only his own skills to protect himself, Carl had dealt himself enough damage with the strike to nearly break his arm, even after the reduction by void body. That is fast. Stupidly fast. Who has ever heard of a supersonic pimp slap? You didn't even need the skill. Kara exclaimed, eager to see if she could do that as well. Even the totem rank masters were staring at Carl in shock. Did he just? The giant asked. The general nodded. He did. The black dragon pointed at the body of the boar man. If you would be so kind, Archbishop. His soul is beginning to detach. That shook the leader of the Golden Dragon Nation from his stupor, and he quickly resurrected the fallen monster. But that left the giants in a dilemma. If Carl hit a mountain giant like that, the result was likely to be the same. They could tell that he didn't use an attack skill, he had just increased his own stats to the point that he could move an arm at supersonic speed. It had obviously damaged him, but the way that Carl was rubbing his arm, he would recover soon enough. The general knew that Carl had trollish regeneration, either as a skill or as part of his racial traits. It still wasn't 100% clear whether he had been part troll all along. Looking at his build, the general suspected that he was actually part dwarf. His build was a bit too sturdy for human, and the musculature wasn't quite right. Likely a quarter-blooded if he had to guess. Enough that his family would have been considered human for some time, but they had likely been matching with mixed-blood humans for generations. Most species were like that. Many of them could interbreed with humans, so there was always a chance of other bloodlines. Generally, those ones were considered weak and were a genetic dead end, but sometimes a lineage would continue among humans. Carl shook the numbness from his fingers and waited for the giant to prepare for his turn. That put the totem rank giant in a tight spot. If he forfeited this match, Carl would win, making it 2-0 for the Golden Dragon Nation and giving them the overall win in the contest. But if he let them compete, there was a chance one of his giants would be slapped to death. The proud mountain giants would never accept that. It would do irreparable damage to their pride to be slapped to death by a human. Unlike the monster species, they weren't so forgiving. Losing a giant's dignity versus the slim chance that they could maintain this trial was a difficult bet. If Carl had gone first, there would have been no question, the giant would have gone. However, with such slim odds, it might be better to cut their losses and find a way to get more of their people to the trial in secret. The giants were categorically incapable of holding a poker face, and even the groggy and freshly resurrected boar man could see that the totem rank mountain giant was trying to formulate a plot to get out of this agreement. To the other leaders, it was no surprise. This happened nearly every time they agreed on something. One of them would back out of the deal, or have one of their allies serve as a proxy to act on their behalf. The giants withdraw from this round. Congratulations to the Golden Dragon Nation on your small victory here today. The leader finally agreed. Thank you for your kind words. The archbishop replied with so much fake kindness that even Karl felt a little nauseous. The giants immediately opened a portal and left, while the general turned to the transformed black dragon with a smile. So, I know that the humans are going to send as many people as they can before this trial fades, but how much will it cost to buy some of your spots? The general asked. The dragon's face was hidden in magical shadow under his hood, but his voice was amused. Now, I suppose that we can work something out. The leaders appeared to be making plans for what they were going to do next. They couldn't just hang around here forever. They had far too much work to do for that, and the general had been stationed on the mountain giant border specifically to keep them from causing trouble with their overlords. Shall we retire to dinner and let our subordinates take care of the rest? Nacht, the black dragon totem, asked. Yes, dinner sounds wonderful. Prince Karl, kindly wait here for someone to relieve you. The archbishop replied. The general nodded. I will have someone come to take over, but unfortunately, I am needed on the line. The giant's leader said nothing, and simply left with his people. The general turned to his people and gave them a polite nod. I will send reinforcements here within the next 5 minutes. You just need to make sure that nothing happens while they're attempting to awaken their system interface. Understood, General. This all appeared to be part of the ritual, pretending that they didn't know that there was going to be an imminent attack at the lower levels and that the deal they had made actually held any weight. The black dragon opened a portal with a wave of his hand, and left with the archbishop. Then the general left, and a unit of 100 commander-rank soldiers, and 50 ascended and awakened rank support staff rushed through, only to realize that they had no orders other than be here. Karl cleared his throat. Listen up. Every new arrival is to follow the directions on the plinth to give thanks to the World Dragon for the opportunity to gain access to the system. Once you have accomplished that task, you will be stationed here for guard duty of the orb. Do you understand? Sir, yes sir. They responded in unison, then swarmed the orb. Colonel Lu chuckled at their response. Karl wasn't even part of their army, but they were so used to just following orders that they naturally assumed anyone giving them orders had the right to. It only took a few seconds before the first of them had vanished, and the rest were gone within 2 minutes. This unit was all younger soldiers, likely a frontline shock troop unit that the general happened to have stationed near his camp. The old Minotaur rubbed the shoulder of his freshly regrown arm, distinguishable by the lack of tattoos and scars, then smiled at Lotus. Well, little cleric. I told you I would love to try your food again, and it looks like I'm going to get a chance sooner than expected. It appears that your merchant group on a pilgrimage routine is a bit far gone to salvage, though. Lotus laughed and winked at him. Never underestimate our shamelessness. We fully intend to continue with the act as soon as we are done here. We're headed for the jungles and then to Witten Temple. That much hasn't changed. We will just have to leave someone else to help you with the mess here. The old Minotaur smiled at her, then reorganized his troops to surround the plinth. Everyone, I believe it's time to come out and be sociable. Hawk, you can scout the area in case they're forming up in the distance. The beasts appeared in the ruins, and Hawk made a quiet screech along with a "come along" gesture to Dana that said he intended to have a rider for the scouting mission. Tessa hopped up on Thor's back with her spear ready, leaving Ophelia and Lotus to wait with Karl. Or roll around in the dirt playing with Kara. How are we going to handle this? There will definitely be a challenge for the orb soon. Colonel Lu asked. If it's orcs, I say that we let them. Same with the nomadic demons if they're brave enough to approach. If the giants challenge, I will deal with their leader. The Lamia pair will guard my flanks, while the trio of Naga warriors are with Remy, the Naga queen. Remy and Tessa will work together as a pair, and Lotus heals. Ophelia and Kara are berserkers, so just stay out of their way. One of the demons, a slender woman who almost looked like she should be undead, with her skin the color of a drowning victim, gestured at Kara. That is a winged void badger, isn't it? You cow brains should stay well away from her. Those things are a menace to society. She taunted the colonel. You have no idea. She's got a monarch rank attack skill. I've already seen it in action. That was fast. The giants are back. 2 monarchs, 10 royals, and 500 troops, almost all commanders. The giants are back. 5 kilometers from here, just over a hill. Carl informed the Minotaur colonel. Oh, did they send enough to make it fun? Carl patted him on the shoulder. Did you ever doubt it? There are 500 commander-rank soldiers out there. That doesn't sound fun at all. They outnumber us 5 to 1, even after the others come back. What did they send for a leadership squad? They normally have a 5-giant officer squad for a full regiment of soldiers. Colonel Liu asked. 2 monarchs, 10 royals. The Minotaur sighed. I will inform my people. With the few who got a class, we might stand a chance using our new skills. You're too pessimistic. I will take 1 monarch, Remy and her bodyguards will take the other. The rest of my team will focus on the command squad. Remember, they don't know that half the team is summoned. What they see are 6 monarchs, 8 royals, including your team, and a handful of soldiers. They're not going to be hasty when we have the advantage in visible monarchs. If they hesitate long enough, we will have another 100 soldiers, and then whatever other reinforcements we get. When you put it that way, it doesn't sound so bad. They certainly can't allow any of those monarch-rank Naga warriors or Kara loose in their commander-rank backlines. It would be a massacre. As Carl had expected, the giants paused as they came into sight of the orb and saw the defending team. Some of them would be hidden from sight, but the giants could get a good enough estimate to slow them down. From a distance, it was much harder to guess relative power level, especially with mixed species. If they were all giants, you could guess by their size. Though, Hawk had better senses than that. But when it was a dozen different species, you had to guess how they compared to their own species, and then the humans would be a wild guess. It wasn't like humans normally got bigger as they got more powerful. How long do we have? One of the younger Minotaurs asked. If they charge, we have 3 minutes. It's hard to say how long they will plan for now that they have an estimate of our power levels. Expect them to spread out their formation first, so they can see how we respond. Once they have started to shift positions, the attack is imminent. The moment that the attack became imminent turned out to be about 10 seconds later. The leaders moved to the far end of the line, and Carl adjusted his position to match them, with Remy close to him, but toward the main body of the mountain giant force. Remind me again why I am doing this? Carl asked as he watched the commander-rank giants form ranks behind their leaders. Because they're mad that you showed them up, and they're not going to let you leave without a fight. Tessa reminded him. Right. Almost forgot about that part. Alright, if everyone is in position, I will move forward with Remy to make the unofficial challenge. When Carl moved, the monarchs and royals all moved to match his group. That made life a lot easier on everyone else, and the giants were already charging forward, aiming for the trial orb with superior numbers. Hawk, see what you can do to slow the attackers once I have the strong ones busy. Carl instructed. All the fire. Hawk agreed. Carl moved to lure the stronger giants away from the group, while the rest of his team grew increasingly concerned about the odds on his side. With all the royals gone, they would have an easier time with the commanders, but 12 on 2, or 7, depending on how you counted it, was not great odds when Remy was a ranged fighter. The bodyguards were monarchs, though. That should make enough of a difference, Tessa hoped. Thor was itching to charge into battle, and she could feel the will of her goddess flowing through her. The will of the red dragon wanted a war, and there was one waiting for them only a few hundred meters away. Or at least they would get to enjoy a small sample of the ongoing war at the borders right here in their own backyard. That was close enough for the war goddess. Carl equipped the Haint Claw as gauntlets on his hands, and then drew his sword. The monarch-ranked giants smiled at the sight, not realizing the hell that was waiting for them, and increased their charging speed to take out Carl before they dealt with the others. Carl pushed his speed as much as he could manage, testing the limits of the enhancements that he had gotten from the new class, and the bonus he received from each of his pets. With disintegration on his sword, Carl lashed out at the largest of the monarch-ranked giants, internally wincing at the sound of his blade breaking the sound barrier. He either needed to stop doing that or invest in some earplugs. It had been the same thing when Lifa fought the Emperor, a cacophony of violence that could be heard for dozens of kilometers. The giant was unprepared for that sort of speed, and hastily erected a guard barrier to defend itself. But the skill didn't hold, and the lingering remains of disintegration, along with the ghostly trail from the haint claw, were still in effect as the blade pierced the giant's throat. Carl jumped to stop his momentum by kicking off the monarch, and managed an almost smooth backflip to land on his feet. Not bad. 8 out of 10. You need to work on your form. Remy congratulated him. However, the giant wasn't dead. At least not yet. But it was bleeding heavily from the neck, and a stream of pale green energy was being ripped from its body as it struggled. The other monarchs saw this and came to the rescue, but the trio of bodyguards intercepted it, while Remy threw chain lightning to slow the royals until Carl's Lamia bodyguards could cut off their advance. It took Carl a moment to realize what had happened to the wounded giant as he was evading the strikes of its enraged companion, but when the stricken monarch began to have seizures, he finally understood. The blow had come so close to killing the target that the haint claw had grabbed a hold on the giant's soul and was forcibly ripping it from his body with lingering psychic damage. Carl parried with his full force, and both blades rebounded away, nearly putting the tip of his blade in the dirt as the giant's chest was exposed. The monarch twirled away from Carl's counterattack, but immediately found itself falling. A Naga warrior had taken advantage and wrapped its legs with its muscular lower body, and once the giant was face down on the ground, the warrior went wild, attacking with all 4 arms and blades coated in tsunami water magic. Crude, but brutally effective. That left Carl and the warrior free to engage the royals, as the first monarch struggled for its life while fending off one of Remy's bodyguards from a kneeling position. The increased speed was an unfair advantage, and while the giants had no problem keeping up with Carl's running speed, his hand speed was far too high for them to effectively counter. However, after only a dozen strikes on his way through the crowd, his arms were getting sore. There was an imbalance in his stats. He could move faster than his body could currently sustain. Human bodies were not beast bodies, and despite all the enhancements, he was actually dealing a significant amount of damage to himself, which was being negated by void body. That was going to have to change. Once they got out of here, or at least found time to go through their loot, he needed something that was going to increase his durability. Even if it was a workout routine and not a magical item. It was either that or he would have to hold back in combat to avoid injuring himself, and the amount he would have to hold back would increase with every beast that advanced. Worse, if it didn't work, he would have to change his role from frontline fighter to ranged support. The Lamia moved to Carl's flank as the royals double-teamed all 3 of them. That shouldn't be right, there weren't that many royals in the group. Then Carl noticed that once the monarchs were both dead, Remy had taken her trio of bodyguards into the flank of the commanders to set up a combination of blizzard and hellstorm. The defenders were in combat now, and Hawk had just arrived, striking at the back of the force with a wall of hellstorm vortexes that were moving forward at a walking pace, while Dana's golems attacked the survivors, and she assisted Hawk in raining attacks down on the giants. Being attacked from 3 sides was not in their plan, and despite the giants outnumbering the defenders by an overwhelming margin, they were unsure what side to send reinforcements to. With that being the case, Carl held back against the royal-ranked giants, testing the limits of his physical durability compared to his maximum strength. It was fast enough that the giants could only haphazardly parry, and took indirect hits from most of his attacks, a distinct advantage on Carl's part, as they were forced fully onto the defensive. The bodyguards appeared to have gotten faster as well, but Carl couldn't be certain, as he hadn't spent much time actually watching them fight. "Prince Carl, the reinforcements are here." A satyr runner shouted from a few dozen meters behind him. Have them join the main force and push the enemy back into the flaming vortexes. Carl shouted back. The goat-legged demon ran off to relay the message, while the royal rank giants rallied into a circular formation, where each of them would have a helper to cover their blind spots and defend against tricky attacks. There were still 5 of them to Carl's trio of attackers, who now had them surrounded. Carl was about to move in for the kill, aiming to cut through one giant and attack the others from behind, when a portal opened, and the giants, including the dead, turned incorporeal. Then, they vanished, and the portal closed. All that they had left was a lot of scorched grass and blood, plus one monarch-rank body. The unfortunate giant whose soul had been siphoned by the Haint Claw had not been recovered with the rest of their force. Remy tossed the body into Ray's space for later, then took stock of her bodyguards. They were a little beat up looking, but with trollish regeneration, and eternal lightning, their bodies were still solid. Then they refreshed their armor spells, and they were back to pristine appearance. Resounding victory. Is it lunchtime yet? What portion of them do you think that we killed before they ran away? Colonel Liu asked as the defenders were catching their breath and preparing for the next attack. Carl shrugged. At least a third, but I don't think that it matters because they took the bodies back. They will most likely resurrect them right away, and then they will have suffered no losses. The Minotaur sighed. Whereas our losses are permanent, so they're running a campaign of attrition. Carl gestured behind them. Who said ours are permanent? We have Lotus, High Priestess of the Nature God, and a healing specialist, here with us today. It looks like she started with the strongest of the fallen, and then the cutest. She might not be able to save them all before she is exhausted, but with 2 dragon god clerics here, we shouldn't have too many casualties. They had many wounded fighters. Almost all of them had some level of injury after the battle, but about half of their force had been heavily injured and were slowly moving around, getting used to the feeling of their limbs again. It was a measure to prevent lingering mental trauma that would reduce healing effectiveness in the future, an accelerated version of rehab to remind the body that it was healing properly. At least there are more reinforcements incoming now that the first group is out of the trial. Tessa noted as she rode up beside Carl on Thor's back. Carl looked back in the direction she was pointing and saw an entire army regiment coming out to surround the ruins. Dozens of white-robed clerics, nearly 1,000 soldiers, and a full artillery battery had arrived so far, on top of hundreds more soldiers from Nubon, and one adult blue dragon. We should likely go speak to the dragon before they have to come here. Blue dragons love knowledge more than anything, and if we give it to them, they will like us by extension. Carl suggested. Tessa smirked at him. Is that your plan to gaslight the clergy? Just play to their aspect. Hey, I brought you a whole battle with the world's best charger to ride, didn't I? I think I'm doing all right. Tessa rolled her eyes. You provided this lovely charger, but I don't think that you can take credit for the whole battle. The giants were coming whether we were here or not. The not Dana mages are coming back. Hawk updated as Carl prepared a good reason why he should get credit. Oh, there are spellblades incoming as well. We should prepare to welcome them. Carl announced, changing the topic while letting Tessa know what was happening. What direction? I will go update them on the situation so that there aren't any conflicts between allies today. Tessa asked. Under Hawk. He's circling them now and preparing to land. The Minotaur wondered how that was going to help with the stated goal of not starting a fight between allies, as the gigantic Ghostfire Thunderbird was not a comforting sight to strangers. Thor rushed off to greet the people, which would give him time to socialize while Tessa explained the situation. Of course, Dana was on Hawk's back, and she knew most of it already, but that didn't sound like nearly as much fun as going over himself. Why would they appear all the way over there instead of being here with the rest of the reinforcements? Colonel Liu asked as the group came back into sight. They were likely sent from their clan compound, or another mission, so they didn't want to appear right on top of someone in an already chaotic situation. They're only a 5-minute walk away. Carl replied with a shrug. The royal rank Minotaur decided to leave it alone. He knew that the one who had found them was Hawk, so the rapid response was perfectly reasonable, and there were more forces expected from both sides, as they would be sending as many people as possible to take the trial and attempt to awaken system functions before the orb ran out of energy, or the ruins vanished again. That was what usually happened with these things, and why they couldn't just get along and peacefully use the resources that appeared. There were too many factions with too many people who all wanted or needed that power. Whether it was for survival, political gain, or like the Blue Dragons, just because they didn't already know. Carl and the colonel waited with a few other officers as the Spellblades approached. The uniforms were simple, so nobody would have known which nation they represented without the introduction, so sending out someone to greet them and verify their identity was actually a good idea, no matter how redundant it seemed. Corbin nodded at Carl as he approached, then at the Minotaur and the Satyr runner who was waiting behind them. "I am Prince Corbin, of the Golden Dragon Nation. You can just call me Corbin. My people will be on guard here until the incident has ended," he explained. "Not headed in to gain the power of the orb?" Colonel Liu asked. "We have been paid handsomely for others to get that opportunity. Our instructions are that it is likely to be usage limited, so we are to prioritize not letting unauthorized users in. Should we be expecting anyone else?" the Minotaur asked. "Orcs. There is a group of orcs headed this way. My instructions are that the nomads are considered part of the newborn delegation, but I am aware that your people have had some issues with them in the past. So, we will have Prince Carl escort them in if they do choose to come here," Corbin explained. "I saw them in the distance," and Dana told him. Hawk explained. "I understand. Though, the thought of orcs with a system is a frightening one. I had expected that such an honor would be reserved for more civilized factions." Colonel Liu grumbled. A lineup was already forming around the orb, as it appeared to have reached its usage capacity. That would likely drain it much faster than anyone would prefer, but Corbin had already received a message by portal describing the situation. The content of a magical message was easily intercepted by the totems, but a small portal to drop a physical letter would not be noticed. His excuse was a good one. The Spellblades were a powerful faction, but they were willing to be paid for their work and pass up other opportunities. So, the Minotaur and the other newborn officers wouldn't question why they weren't trying to barge to the front of the line. The Spellblades weren't the only ones that had been sent here. The military regiment was only the start, as they were not expected to be system compatible. The government was assembling elites who had been out on missions to come to the orb as soon as possible, and Carl could hear the military commander talking to someone on the radio about the next expected arrivals. Both nations had more people coming, but the Blue Dragon was beginning to look impatient. "I will see you all in a few minutes. I need to go greet our draconic visitor, and make a good impression before they start reading everyone's minds." It was a male Blue Dragon, so at least they didn't need to worry about Thor hitting on this one. But if the dragons started searching for information directly from everyone's mind, they were going to find countless things that Carl would rather they did not. "Greetings, Prince Carl. I am Librarian Gareth." The dragon greeted him as Carl approached. "Welcome, Librarian. It's a pleasure to meet you. I presume that you have a number of questions about the inner workings of the orb, as well as the many historical events that the visitors have seen." Carl replied. "Indeed. The historical events that I have heard so far have added many pages to the history book, and there are so many more to go through. But it is the advancement opportunities and how they might function that is of the greatest interest to me. So much about the system is unknown to us now. Well, I can describe how it went for me. After I entered, there was a group of mannequins, or illusions. They all looked like me, but in slightly different armor, with different weapons. When I used the system interface to look at them, I could see the different class names, and a few minor details about them, like the starting details, or a theme for the class. The dragon had heard all of that before, and it wasn't all that interested in hearing it again, so Carl added some juicy details to bring its attention back. However, I had a number of skill points, and one more skill from my existing class that I wanted to add. There was a skill called Rampage, a passive skill that adds damage to my strikes every time I hit the same target. A bit like stacking damage over time effects, but I have to keep hitting them for it to take effect. Or, if I could poison them, I suppose that would work as well. But the part that actually applies to this situation is that when I learned the skill, it gave me another option. That got his attention. Adding a skill gave you a new option. Perhaps it was the combination with the other skills you already knew. There has long been a theory that the progression of elites was individualized, and that not every person with a certain class would get the chance at the same advancements. But to hear that it could be directly related to the skills that they had mastered is wonderful news. Carl nodded. If I happen to return to see Orthos at the Beast God Temple, I will be sure to train some of the children there in new skills. Then, when they grow up, you can study them and see what paths they follow. The dragon's massive blue head turned to look off into the distance. This wouldn't have anything to do with the Naga Queen and the Nature Priestess wanting more time with the pups and whelps of the Beast Nation, would it? Carl gave him his best fake innocent smile and the dragon laughed. I will consider extending an invitation at some point in the future. Orthos has enough on his hands right now without bringing others to cause chaos. But your people will get to see the pups again. We are sending many acolytes here before the orb deactivates, so they can try to gain access to the system. Carl nodded in agreement. That sounds good. We will look out for the children and keep away any attackers. The faster that we get through the advancement of the defense groups, the more secure the area will be. However, I do expect that we will face attack by either the giants or one of the other nations soon. If experience has taught me anything, it's that nothing on this continent remains a secret once more than two people know of it. With that in mind, most of the continent will know about the situation by tomorrow. I will leave you to it then. Please send your people by individually, and we can finish the debriefings. I will be providing a copy to the Capital Cathedral's library, as well as to Orthos at the Beast God Temple, as per our agreement on information sharing. Carl nodded. One last thing before I go. Which location do you call home? The dragon gave him a toothy grin. Neither. I am from Witten Temple. When there is new knowledge of this level, the blue dragons hold a lottery to see who gets to go. Carl walked away and sent Tessa over to give her report next. If there were children coming, her and Lotus would likely want to be nearby. The red dragon prioritized protecting children during battle, and the green dragon loved all creatures, so it was a duty that neither would have any problems with. That left just the waiting for things to go wrong part of the day. They were slowly getting more soldiers and monsters back to the defensive lines around the ruins, but there was still a long line of them waiting to use the orb, and most of the ones who had success were too giddy with joy to actually pay attention to anything. Thankfully, they had Hawk overhead, and he could keep watch for approaching threats. But if there was one, Carl wasn't sure he would be able to get anyone's attention in time to have them actually respond. The tension held on long enough that the defenders were beginning to relax. Almost all of them had completed their attempt to activate a system interface, and another round of candidates was being brought in. These ones were mostly youngsters from the Divine Beast and Newborn Empires, while the Golden Dragon Nation was holding off, for fears of overcrowding. But for Carl, Librarian Gareth, and a few others with good intuition, or a lot of combat sense, the quiet was unnerving. The kids who were waiting their turn had been moved to the former slums of the town, where no ruins survived, and Ray had built a maze of stone walls and pillars for them to play tag in. The clerics were all sitting on the walls, keeping guard, and watching for injuries, while the soldiers finished their turn. Bring them out 10 at a time. That should be a smooth enough pace that they won't have to wait now that the line is gone. Gareth directed, using the advantage of his enormous size to simply swing his head over to the clerics. All right, the next 10 who are it and tag someone come to High Priestess Tessa at the entrance. She will lead you to the trial while everyone else plays. Then you can come back after. One of the beast clerics instructed. That brought an increased energy level to the game, as everyone either wanted to go to the trial or play as long as possible before they had to work. The children formed an orderly line to the orb, expertly shepherded by the clerics, and Karl turned his attention to the distant horizon, scanning for danger. There, I found it. 50 meters from the edge of town, a giant-sized portal is about to open. Hawk announced. Incoming portal. Karl shouted, with a gesture toward the portal, which would be under 100 meters from him. Both Karl and Remy called their bodyguards in front of the portal location, and the attack began. But not how Karl had expected it. A barrage of spells crashed into their barriers, and an armed unit of human soldiers in shining red plate armor flew through, attacking everything that they saw. Artillery! Someone shouted from the Golden Dragon Nation lines. That triggered a barrage of anti-aircraft guns and artillery rounds, which were aimed through the portal to delay the reinforcements. 3 of the commanders broke off and targeted Dana, who was nearby, but behind the lines. Then the others focused their attacks on the Spellblades and the soldiers from New Bonn. Thor put up a barrier around the orb, protecting the children, while Tessa took her spot on his back. The attackers could move through the air, but like Dana they had to run on air, and that meant it was more efficient for them to fight on the ground, surrounded by larger enemies where they couldn't be focused on with multiple attacks. For the first few seconds, they appeared to be ignoring Karl. Then a monarch rank mage came through the portal just as Karl fired a disintegration-coated arrow through the opening. The mystical bolt hit his shield and shattered it in a single strike, drawing his attention and blood from his cheek. Oh, he took that one personally. If he didn't want to be embarrassed, he should have put more effort into his defenses. Remy laughed. You damnable beast. I will put you in your place today. The mage shouted. Karl took out the haint claw and let it form on his left hand, while he wielded the sword of champions in his right. In my place? Don't be ridiculous. Your mother's bedroom is nowhere near here. But you can still call me daddy if you like. Karl's shouted reply made a good portion of the Golden Dragon Nation soldiers burst into laughter, while the New Bond soldiers began to make crude jokes about the inexhaustible stamina of a rock troll. The mage dove at Karl, who sent a barrage of rend attacks at him. Each was hardly commander rank, but Karl sent dozens of them, 5 at a time. The mage laughed as he decided that was all the ranged attack power that Karl had. Trolls, as he assumed Karl was, were close combatants. And the mage had no intentions of getting close enough to be hit with that sword. He only needed to be close enough that his attacks couldn't be parried. The rampage skill caused an increasing damage buff with every hit, but Karl kept reducing the power he was putting into his strikes, to keep the final effect the same and conserve energy. He could feel the bonuses from Pack Tactics and Bestial Champion taking effect as his pack came under attack, and had to cut the damage back even more to lull the mage into complacency as he approached. It had only been 5 seconds, but Karl had sent nearly 100 rend attacks at his barrier, all on the low side of commander. The mage was beginning to sweat with exertion from maintaining the defense, and Karl could see that he was going to go for the kill as soon as he thought he was too close for Karl to avoid the attack. 10 meters, that was the distance he chose. Unfortunately for him, with Karl's increased speed and strength, that was melee range. The mithril blue blade of the Sword of Champions glinted in the light as Karl launched himself forward with a thrust, extending disintegration in front of his blade like a spear. The mage spun as the skill shattered his barrier, and Karl flicked his wrist, turning the thrust into a slash as disintegration missed its target. One armored arm fell to the ground as the mage howled in pain, then the air shattered as Karl's left fist came around, and the haint claw smashed into his opponent's face. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the mage crumpled to the ground, leaking ghostly green energy into the haint claw. A long bovine bellow echoed through the city, followed by the deep voice of a commander-rank minotaur. First blood goes to Champion Karl. The voice must have echoed through the other side of the portal, as the incoming mages all turned in Karl's direction. There was one royal with 10 commanders, a standard deployment, but Karl had no idea what nation had sent them. To Karl's left, he could see that Remy had transformed back into spirit snake form to protect Kara's neck, and catch a ride, while Ray was tearing her way through the incoming mages at a truly ridiculous rate. The extra damage from the new class skills stacked with the damage increases she already had, and even the royal rank mages had a hard time taking more than 1 or 2 attacks. However, it was Ophelia that was surprising everyone. She had learned some sort of ground slam ability that either increased gravity or negated flight magic, and when she used it, dozens of mages fell from the sky. Once they were on the ground, or close to it, the 7-meter-tall dire bear simply mauled them. Angry Bear is funny. Look how she chases after the terrified not Dana mages. Hawk laughed. Kind of busy right now. Make sure that nobody manages to hurt her. The mages weren't giving up as easily as Carl had expected. They had built a barrier around the portal that was withstanding the artillery barrage, and while Carl and Ophelia terrified them, the mages were not hesitating to engage with the monsters of the newborn army. More of them were pouring through the portal by the second to establish the beachhead outside the city. Thor, how are things going there? The faster the kids get finished, the faster they can be relocated to somewhere safe. Carl asked. Most are inside right now. Tessa has the others calm, and they're waiting for the last few soldiers to come out. That was as good as they could hope for. As long as the defenders could keep the invading force away from the orb until the kids could finish and be extracted from the combat zone, it should all be fine. They were mostly awakened and ascended rank magical beasts or monsters. Most of them were only half-grown, and they wouldn't have done more than the very basics of combat training so far. Carl faced off with the mages who had come to challenge him and considered his options. Hellstorm wouldn't work, as he didn't have the control to keep the vortexes in midair. Remy already had a thunderstorm going, but the mages all had barriers, so it wasn't taking them out until they were already heavily injured. The question was what was the fastest way to achieve that. Carl decided to start with the classic crowd control skill. Chain lightning. The bolt came out ethereal blue from his left hand, and arced to 10 more targets, shattering commander rank barriers and knocking mages out of the sky. They didn't have a chance against the skill, and Carl simply continued to channel it, allowing the damage to stack and the lightning to function as a magical stun baton. The leaders of the attack squad realized that within seconds and began erecting a barrier to block the lightning before it could hit an arc. That let some of the mages get to their feet and make a shaky retreat back to the safety of the portal. It wasn't like Carl had something in particular against these mages from one of the other human nations. But that didn't mean that he was going to give up an opportunity for his people without negotiation. If they had sent someone powerful, the leaders would have sorted it out between them. The fact that they hadn't implied that they were either too weak of a faction for it, or they wanted it to be solved this way. With their shield isolating them from Carl, the mages retreated. The same was happening on the other side of the battlefield, where they were facing Ophelia, and the battle was quickly turning into a rout. Hawk and Dana were raining spells down on the barrier defending the portal, but it didn't appear to be faltering at all. There was most likely a powerhouse on the other side keeping it active, though it was only at the royal rank. If they couldn't exhaust the power behind that barrier, they would be unable to do any more than hold the battle to a stalemate. The kids are all done. Tessa is moving them to Ray's stone maze, and I will keep them all protected. Excellent news. Thank you, Thor. While Thor prepared to protect the kids, Carl studied the barrier that was erected between them and the portal. He had enough power that he could shatter it with one strike of the maul, but it was definitely being fed power from the other side of the portal. If he broke it, he could get through, but it would be back up in under a second, and that would be troublesome for him. Trapped inside a barrier full of enemies, with a portal to their home base, was a terrible idea, even by his standard of bad ideas. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't mess with them at least a little bit. Carl put away his sword and took out the maul to stack, disintegration, on it. The first swing of the maul shattered a hole in the barrier, through which Carl hurled, chain lightning, into the startled mages. Off to his right, Kara was torturing the mages in a different way. She had blocked a group of them from retreating, and she was just repeatedly casting, nullify, every time they tried to cast a spell to get around her. On foot, They weren't fast enough to get around her, and she wouldn't let them use magic, but without using skills, they couldn't harm her either. She was having a great time, and every mage that saw it was absolutely terrified, so it was a win on both fronts. Kara knocked them all over once more, and then sent Karl a mental message. Tell them to stay put. They are my prisoners now. What are you going to do with prisoners? Karl asked. I dunno. Poke them with a stick maybe. They're funny when they're frustrated. Karl laughed and walked towards where she was pummeling a mage's face in the dirt before flying off to recapture another one who had made a run for the barrier. Gentlemen. I believe you have found yourselves prisoner of a void badger. If you will kindly stop resisting and trying to run away, she can stop beating you. He announced. The closest mage cursed and tried to throw a skill at Karl, but at the end of his sword-swinging gesture, nothing happened. Kara had nullified his skill. It seems that you are slow learners. You can either sit here and behave, or I can stun you into submission. Which would you prefer? The mages put away their blades and sat down on the grass, while their comrades only a dozen meters away watched with concern. Now, my lovely associate here just wants to poke you with a stick to see what noises you make, but I have a few questions. First, what nation are you from? Second, what will it take to make you go away? This matter has been settled between the totems, it is not up for discussion or such impolite attempts at poaching. The mages gritted their teeth, unwilling to provide him any information that he didn't already have. They're from Baria. The Dana mage recognized a token on a body I collected. Hawk informed him. Fine, I will start the question and answer period for you. You were sent here by Baria to try to gain the benefits of the relic. That much is plainly obvious. We can skip those basic details, and I don't care what faction, clan or spellblade sect you were hired from. So, we can skip straight to the important part. What will it take to make you go away? Will your people leave voluntarily? Should I call for a couple of overlords to come here and flex their might? What's your directive on retreat? The mages that were caught outside didn't want to say anything at all, so Karl simply stepped over and smashed a hole in the barrier, through which he cast another chain lightning. The retaliation was half-hearted, only a dozen commander-rank fireballs that were crushed to nothingness by flaming body. Is my inflection unclear? I am being nice for now. Don't make me send a fist of monarch-rank mercenaries into your barrier with orders to kill anything that moves. Karl suggested. Fine, we can do this the hard way, then. Once Karl made his threat, a new spellblade came through the portal. He was monarch-ranked, and wearing the same black robes and shining red armor as the others, but with a gold-embroidered cloak hung over his shoulders and clasped with a gold chain studded with rubies. Who do you think that you are to threaten my people? He demanded. Prince Karl of the Golden Dragon Nation. And from what I can tell, I personally command more monarch-rank combat power than your clan does, so I am asking you politely to take them and go home. If you want a piece of the action here after this pathetic attempt at poaching, you need to ask the Archbishop, or one of his people. The mage paused, considering his response before this situation got even more out of hand. Spellblades trained to fight above their rank, and were considered an elite force all over the continent. The elites, on the other hand, were a new force without a lot of the respect that the spellblades had earned over the centuries, but some of them had unique classes that were more than a match for anything else at their level. The clan leader knew the stories of some of the other elites who had achieved things that were considered conventionally impossible. But that didn't mean he would back down from a challenge, at least not just on the off chance that this particular one was capable of such remarkable feats. And if I say that my people aren't leaving? The spellblade replied. Karl called the two Lamia bodyguards, and the mage paled. Monarch-ranked intelligent summons were far more dangerous than a conventional golem, and these ones had immediately created their own monarch-ranked barriers. Karl smiled. As I said to your men, we can do this the hard way. I was only extending a measure of courtesy to you. The pair faced off across the barrier around the attacking clan, who were all looking haggard and exhausted from the effort of holding the barrier against the constant artillery barrage. The artillery and Hawk, Carl mentally amended, as Hawk was taking full advantage of his evolution to Ghostfire Thunderbird to sit on top of the barrier and let his flames drain the defender's energy without having to do anything himself. It was a brilliant move, and as soon as the barrier cracked, Dana could cast her golems inside. With the barrier up, you couldn't cast spells from the outside in. But every time Carl cracked the barrier with his maul, you could for the next second or so. At least spells that didn't try to move through the solid parts of the barrier. Remy came over with her trio of bodyguards, reminding the mage that if they pushed, the defenders could get inside the barrier and wipe out the Spellblade clan in a matter of minutes now that they were tired and low on mana. "Release my people, and we will retreat for today." The clan leader relented. "That should be fine. The energy of the relic won't last much longer. Kara, if you would kindly send the Spellblades back to their bubble." Carl agreed. Kara mentally cheered as Remy passed her a large stick out of her space, allowing the Void Badger to poke and herd the mages, who she was still preventing from using any spells. There was no particular reason to make them walk the rest of the way to the barrier, but Kara wasn't willing to give up her game yet. The clan leader turned and walked back through the portal to his home sect, and the others quickly followed, leaving an empty barrier for half a second after the portal vanished. Ophelia came over to where Carl was standing, and Hawk circled down to land nearby, now that his perch was gone. "What did they say? Are they giving up?" Ophelia asked. "For the day, anyhow. They might not be back, but someone else will, and likely with a larger force, now that they know that this one failed. Well, there are more reinforcements coming now, so we will be able to relax a little and let the new arrivals take over for us." Carl replied with a sigh. The others all laughed as Carl finished his speech. There was no way that the next group to come invading them not was going to expect an overpowered royal rank elite and a 7-meter-tall dire bear to be part of the force. Ophelia took a small notebook out of her inventory, which looked ridiculous in her were-bare hands. "All right, ladies and gentlemen. Get some rest. I am taking wagers on when the next group arrives. Closest to the time wins the pool." She was about to continue when energy surged in the air, only a few meters from where she was standing. "Let me amend that. I will take wagers on the one after this because that was too fast to even get our bets in." The soldiers from both nations began to laugh at the absurdity of it all. They were still recovering from the last battle, and there was another portal already opening in front of them. The others retreated, leaving Carl at the front, with Kara standing on his left side like a guard badger. She now nearly reached his hip, and was thicker in the body than any dog Carl had ever seen. She had to be close to 70 kilos of pure muscle, but when Carl extended his fingers and gave her back a rub, the skin still shook loosely, in the odd way that Void Badger's fur did. You could pick them up by the excess skin, and they wouldn't feel anything other than a gentle massage. In fact, Kara had considered picking fights a few times just to get someone to properly massage her, but had given up the notion when she realized she could just ask Remy and Ray. In front of them, a royal rank mage in ornate armor stepped through the portal with a barrier around himself, then stopped and addressed the defenders proudly. The Steptonbia Tower would like to negotiate for access to this relic, he declared. Everyone turned to Carl, and he realized that his positioning had nominated him as the official spokesperson for the defenders. The Nubon army was happy to let him deal with the humans, who were notoriously rude to monsters, as most of the Nubon army still didn't believe that he was actually a human, despite his allegiance. His own allies were happy to let him, simply because he was the strongest one here. It was either him or Corbin, and Corbin was more interested in looking after his spellblades. Carl nodded in response. "All right. I think we all know the routine. The relic allows 10 people to attempt to use it at once. There are no known rank limits, but the benefits are greatest for those who have at least one specialty skill and time to grow." He agreed. The mage nodded and held out a small metal box. Carl flipped the lid open and saw a potion inside. He couldn't identify it at first, even with the system interface, but Remy did. It's not finished. They think it is, but they're just humans. If we add a powdered earth stone to that, it will be good stuff. Carl closed the lid and took the box. Pick your 10. I will guarantee their safety while they are here. The mage looked relieved that his offering had been enough. He didn't know quite what the relic did yet, but it was an opportunity for 10 people, so some would have demanded an exorbitant price for it. Most of the duels for access were a result of a price too high for the challenger to easily afford, though Carl didn't know that and thought it was just a matter of ego. Carl gave the box to Remy, who began grinding a monarch rank earth stone that she had pilfered from the Cyclops invasion. This will be such a good thing. We can't feed it to Ray, though. She's already a bit too earth element. So, either we can feed it to Thor, or sell it and get something holy for him. She suggested as she worked. More earth shields. Ray already does earth shields. Thor complained, feeling slighted with a duplicate ability. No, this is what my book calls an exuberant vitality potion. Well, before I added the earth stone to it. Now it just says that it is good for you. It's more health and plant-based, and less dirt. Remy explained. Thor thought about it for a second. So, you're saying it might be better to feed it to the lotus. Remy considered that. She might explode if we give her any more energy. She's been playing with children for over an hour, and she's not tired yet. The Spellblade brought through 10 teenage acolytes from his clan, all at the ascended to commander rank bottleneck. The system interface said that they were all classically trained mages, so if they were compatible, they would be getting classes today. That might eliminate some of the bottlenecks for them and let them advance. Getting to commander was difficult, but getting past it was considered nearly impossible. So, for a faction that sent a royal as their champion, it was better to get more commanders than to take risks trying to get another royal. Ophelia stepped up beside Carl and motioned for the young ones to follow her. Protocol said that Carl would remain here with the other leader, and someone should bring them food while they waited. Carl waved his hand, activating Earth Shield, and created a crude set of stone chairs and a table. Why don't we sit and wait? There are some conditions to access, so it takes a few minutes for most. He offered. The mage smiled and sat on the chair, subtly activating a barrier underneath himself in case Carl tried to use the skill to attack. Ray transformed into a human again and stepped out of her space with a plate full of roasted pork and berries. Sorry for the lack of cookies, I hope this suits your taste. She greeted them. The mage did a double take as he saw her and couldn't immediately identify her species, other than that she was a royal rank beast and had managed to sneak up on him. Thank you, Ray. I have some in my inventory. Carl took a small package of travel biscuits that the elves had provided for him and placed them on the tray. He had close to 50 kilos of the biscuits, and they didn't often eat them, so this was a great chance to bring them out. Are those elven travel biscuits and royal rank giant boar meat? You have extravagant tastes, my friend. The mage stammered. Far from it. The giant boars appeared in an anomaly spawn not long ago, so I have an abundance, and the elven biscuits are something of a unique snack option that I reserve for special occasions. Like finding someone who likes to eat bread. Hawk noted. Ray, tell your lotus to make more of those fried rice ball snacks with the red bean paste in the middle. I like those. Remy added helpfully. Ray agreed. She liked the rice balls, and wondered what this mouth made them taste like, so she, shadow-stepped, to where Tessa was standing to inform her of their dinner order. By the gods, that is terrifying. The mage muttered. Carl laughed. She has a knack for terrifying people, and she has mastered using her movement skills without a power surge, so she just kinda vanishes. I take it that she's more friendly than she looks. The mage chuckled. Not really. But she doesn't like being in the sunshine, so she's unlikely to start murdering people in the middle of the afternoon. All of the beasts laughed in Carl's mind as Ray nodded in agreement, both mentally, and in person, which confused Tessa, who had to try to decipher what body language was intended for her and what was for someone else. Ray was not yet used to keeping her body language for the person in front of her, as for so long, she had only been able to speak to Carl and the other beasts, who could all hear her thoughts. "What did you say her name was?" the mage asked. "That is the Lady Ray. Princess of the Bloodbath Spiders." The mage went even more pale than he had been when Ray vanished. "I see. So, she's using a transformation spell, then?" "She obtained one from Bet Hoke Fortress, and she's working on mastering the skill so she can transform on her own. It will be a great victory for her mobility if she can access human-scaled corridors." Carl agreed. Many human fortresses were designed with ceilings just over 2 meters high and narrow hallways for exactly that reason. So that monsters couldn't run wild inside the fortress, even if they managed to enter. A royal rank beast loose in the hallways was the last thing that they wanted, and the most powerful beasts were far larger than humans. "Is it possible for a beast to learn a skill like that?" the mage asked. "With the right motivation, it is. Lady Ray even learned how to summon golems with a little assistance. She's become quite the versatile hunter. Carl is learning our ways. The mage is terrified." Ray laughed. "I knew he would catch on eventually. We should have brought Thor over so he could see how much a lightning Sarrow could advance. His mind would be blown." Remy agreed as she finished her concoction. "There we go. Now, we can either feed it to Thor and see what happens, or wait until we're bored and then feed it to Thor and see what happens." Thor chuckled. "Those are the same options. You're bored right now." Within 5 minutes, all of the youngsters had managed to follow the instructions and enter the Relic's separate space. Now all that was left was the waiting. Carl was just getting comfortable when another portal opened, and Ray used Shadow Step to go greet their visitors. "Ah, monster!" the woman on the other side of the portal screamed. No, Carl realized half a second later. That was a man with an exceptionally high-pitched screaming voice. Because the woman who stepped through looked disgusted with his cowardice. "Princess. Are you the leader of this team? I have been sent by the Steptonbia Tower to negotiate access to the relic," she announced. Ray smiled at her, a gleaming crescent of serrated teeth. "No, my Carl is the leader here. But I could have sworn that we already had your person here." Ray replied, confused by the way that the humans were using the same name twice. The woman gave her a perplexed look, then turned to where Carl and the royal rank mage were sitting. "What are you doing here, Joseph?" she demanded. "The same thing that you are. I paid for my students to access the relic," he replied with a smug smile. The woman glared at him, then held out a box. "I suppose that he also paid with one of these?" she asked, showing Ray a potion identical to the first, except higher quality. "This one is better than the first one. I can give you a chance to try the relic along with your 10 tributes for that price," Ray offered. The leader of the first group of mages, Joseph, turned to Carl. "Can she do that?" "Normally, there are politics involved in which faction gets to make the decision," he whispered. "It's fine. We're in agreement on the price," Carl replied, dismissing the mage's concerns. The new mage woman turned over the box, which Ray tossed in her space for Remy to upgrade later. They had one ready to go, and now they could make another. That way, they could feed them to both Thor and Lotus to see what happened. All she needed was to find another monarch rank earth stone. Or a nature stone. It should work with a nature stone too. Assuming that she could find one. "I will check my swamp first. I might already have some," Remy noted. Ray was busy playing hostess, so Remy would get started on the work. "I have a royal rank nature stone. Is that good enough?" Remy asked after a few seconds. "Probably. I recall Hawk saying that humans can't absorb resources well, so you can't give them really good things. A monarch rank potion would be 2 full ranks above Lotus, and that might be too much for her to handle. Normally humans used potions at their own level to advance, not ones that were already above their rank, simply out of access issues. Any resource that they could use was usually consumed by the finder, or traded for one that they could use. So, there were no over-level resources available. The human nations simply weren't capable of keeping up with demand. The identify skill that Carl had gotten, and passively shared with the team, was practically a cheat code for Remy when she started to study potion making. She only had to see the combination that would be good for one of the team members, and then try to make something that wouldn't kill a human. She had wanted to make a growth potion that would make Lotus taller, but one of the ingredients was her own venom. If it didn't work to make her taller, it would probably kill her. "You're really fine with a royal rank mage using the relic?" the woman asked. "Of course. But only on the condition that you give our friend librarian Gareth a full description of what happened inside. The blue dragons hate when they miss out on possibly useful information," Ray insisted. "Plus, it will be funny to find out what insults the system came up when we send another old woman in," she mentally added. The woman led her group in just as the first 10 came out, all within 30 seconds of each other. Once they were at the relic, and the blue dragon was debriefing the young mages coming out, Joseph finally gave in to temptation and asked Carl the question that was burning in his mind. "What are you expecting to happen that you are willing to risk a foreign royal advancing with the aid of the relic you're assigned to?" Carl laughed. "That relic won't immediately advance anyone. Your people will explain to you soon. But there is a sentience inside the relic, and it loves to insult people." Ray let her enter just so that she would be forced to describe the experience to the blue dragon. "They can read minds, and they will know if she's lying or trying to hide anything. Trust me, you don't want to leave before she gets out, especially if you're rivals in the same sect." Joseph blinked slowly, then looked at Ray, who was very proud of her idea. "That's brilliant. Evil, but brilliant. Now, as I'm going to find out anyhow, what sort of relic is it?" he asked. "It gives the chance to awaken a system class if you are compatible, or view a historical video if you're not. But you see, the system was typically awakened during puberty. Your counterpart is significantly older than that, as is Colonel Liu, the royal rank minotaur over there. It berated him the entire time that he was there, even though it gave him the reward. So, even if she is successful, we are expecting entertainment." Joseph chuckled as he waited for his acolytes to be returned to him after interrogation by the blue dragon. His nation also followed the dragon gods, though they didn't follow the Golden Dragon Church. But the actual religious faction didn't matter much when it came to showing respect for the dragons. Even the beast god followers were kind to the chromatic dragons, and most of the others on the continent followed suit out of common sense. After all, you never wanted to upset someone who might eat you. Once the first group of acolytes were finished with librarian Gareth, they returned to Joseph and explained the situation to him in detail. All of them had managed to awaken the mage class, and while some had considered other options from the base classes, they had ultimately all chosen to go with the one they knew. As with the spellblades under Prince Corbin, they had to worry about messing up their future by picking a class that was incompatible with the sect teachings. Unlike the Golden Dragon Nation, there was really only one path for most of the other nations, and that was the path of the combat or research mages. That was the only way that the humans could compete with the other species without technology, and the Golden Dragon Nation was the only one that had focused on technological development, thanks to their previous lack of mages. It was the largest human nation on the continent, but before the elite program began, it had only 3 Spellblade clans in the entire territory, when most capital cities and other human nations had at least 2, plus all the ones that were scattered through the countryside. "Oh, Janice is out already, and she doesn't look happy." Joseph chuckled. She began stomping toward the portal with a glare on her face, but she was intercepted just outside the ruins by the massive body of librarian Gareth, who hadn't gotten his part of the bargain yet. "We had a deal. No leaving without telling me everything that happened inside." Janice sighed and gathered her thoughts, while the blue dragon smirked at her and read her mind. When I first entered, I was in a space with a clone image of myself, where I was allowed to choose a class from the system. But it only gave me one option, Spellblade. She began. Did the system say anything? Give you an idea why you only got one option? Many of the young ones got a half-dozen choices, but only one of them could choose Spellblade. The dragon asked. The mage gave him an annoyed look, then sighed and mumbled something too low to be heard. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Gareth informed her. I said, it called me fat and lazy, then berated me for not awakening the system interface before now. I'm a researcher, for World Dragon's sake, when would have I awakened the system? Yet, it yelled at me for 5 straight minutes before it let me choose and leave. So, you selected the only option and left as soon as it let you? The dragon asked. That is correct. Alright, that's all I needed to know. You can wait at the table if you like. There are refreshments. Carl created another chair so she could sit with them, and Janice eyed the tray of snacks with curiosity. Who provided these? What an odd grouping. She commented. That would be me. It was what I had available, but they go well together. There is tea as well. It's pretty good, a little minty. Carl informed her with a smile. The tea was a Remy creation, and it was technically boiled leaves, even if most of them came from medicinal herbs growing in her swamp. Janice sipped the tea, then did a double take. What did you put in this? Is this some sort of regional delicacy? Joseph laughed. It's an acquired taste. I like the devil mint and spirit leaf grass combination, though. It goes well with the divine chamomile. Calming and refreshing at the same time. The female mage shook her head. What a waste using them for making tea. Such precious resources should be appreciated, not treated as a snack. Her counterpart chuckled and slid a bit of roast pork belly on an elven travel biscuit to make a sandwich. You need to get out of the library now and then. Have a sandwich and some berries. It will help your mood. Joseph popped a berry into Janice's mouth, and her eyes went wide in shock as she realized what he was feeding her. You bastard, I could have sold that. She gasped. Joseph put on an innocent expression while Carl laughed. There were literally thousands of those berries ripe in Remy's space right now, grown as a peace offering for Hawk when she irritated him with her inconsiderate use of water magic. Carl took out another handful and put them in her palms. There you go, plenty for later. They're good in cakes and muffins as well. I grow these at home, no need to be shy. Janice held the berries in her cupped hands and gave Carl the most confused look that the beasts had seen so far. It was like he had told her that he was actually a tricolor hydra who lived on the moon. She simply couldn't compute his words. But the berries were the same ones that came from Carl's balcony at the academy. Only these ones were commander rank resources, enhanced by the space they were grown in, and not just a bit of tasty junk food. In fact, the roast meat that they were enjoying had been seasoned with them and a few other plants from the beast spaces. Janice managed to get the berries into a pouch without spilling any, and finally managed to ask the important questions. Do you perhaps live in one of the protected sects of the Divine Beast Nation? Carl shook his head. I have a dorm at the Golden Divine Academy. Or at least I assume I still do, I haven't been there in a while. And you can grow resources like this there? That sounds, frankly, unbelievable. Carl winked at her. Trade secret. I can't go giving away all my horticultural knowledge. You don't know anything about horties or their culture, though. Ray reminded him. Horticulture is the knowledge of growing plants. Remy clarified for her older sister. Silly name for it. Carl tried his best to ignore them bickering and joking as the second batch of mages came out to meet with the dragon. This group had a special class with them, a magical knight. That should still be compatible with the rest of the spellblades, and it was an advanced class, so it had powers in the skill tree that should be superior to many of the basic ones that the regular mage class got. Well, it looks like you got your money's worth. I do hope that you enjoy your evening. Carl informed the two group leaders, then stood to shake their hands and send them on their way. We certainly did. Our money's worth and more. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Prince Carl, and Lady Ray. Ray bowed politely, delighted that they had thanked her directly, and not through Carl. She could get used to this form if people were going to be so nice. Then Pof, giant spider. Kara laughed. Precisely. They'll never see it coming. That was just diabolical. Ray's humanoid form already terrified people, and made it far too easy for her to sneak up on them. If she started just changing back into a spider right behind people, she was going to give someone a heart attack. Or make them soil themselves. Pick your targets wisely, sister. We all have sensitive noses. Thor added. For a few minutes, the ruins were quiet as the last of the trial takers left. Then a portal opened back to Bru's temple, and one of the clerics came through to take the children of the divine beast nation home. She waved at Remy from across the ruins, then began the task of making sure nobody forgot anything, so they could be returned home in one trip. Then a portal opened and Council Head Arnold, the troll that led the newborn council, came through. Merchant Carl, I have come to collect the kids. Thank you for your efforts so far. He greeted them. Not a problem at all. I was asked to remain here for the time being, and I couldn't really refuse. Is there anything entertaining coming up in the next few minutes? I could put off my return. Arnold suggested. It's hard to tell, really. We're mostly waiting on the next group to come challenge for the relic, or more reinforcements to be sent to take over from us and have their turn. It doesn't show any signs of instability yet. Carl replied. The troll nodded. You've likely got a full 24 hours worth of access. As powerful as that one is, I can't see it lasting longer than that. But until then, you're going to have an interesting day. But before I go, tell me something. Did you get a new benefit from the relic? Carl nodded. I got a most curious new class. It only has 3 skills available right now, and they're all insanely expensive. I will have to work hard to see the true benefits. The blue dragon turned to the troll. Do you know the Beastmaster? How was his strength before? I don't have a frame of reference for what he was at before and after encountering the relic. Arnold just shrugged. You would have to ask Overlord Lifa, but she's confined to the fort on security detail for the time being. She was the one who saw him in combat. If you wish to visit, just send a message and we will welcome you. Librarian Gareth nodded his massive head. I believe that I will. This relic is absolutely fascinating, and the potential growth of the ones who have benefited from it is astounding. I suspect that many of them are hiding the extent of the skills that they could use so that they can advance in private, but that is normal. Even the mighty predators return to their den when they want to advance. Ophelia poked Carl in the back, and he made a face at her. Come on, we know you're holding out. Just give the potion to Lotus if you don't want to give away Thor's advancement. She whispered. All right, I know exactly how to do this. Carl whispered back. Hey Lotus. Sister Remy made you a new type of juice. Carl shouted over to where the clerics were gathered. That brought the nature cleric running, and Carl took the potion out of Remy's space. She says you're supposed to drink it in one shot. Carl explained. Thank you so much, Remy. I wonder what it tastes like. What kinds of juice do Naga even like? Lotus wondered, while everyone else stared at the glowing neon green potion in her hand. Lotus sniffed it once, then tipped it to her lips and sipped a little. Her eyes widened in excitement, and she began to gulp down the potion like it actually was a glass of juice. Then the cleric began to glow the same green as the potion, then rise into the air, suspended by a pair of vines under her feet. The vines wrapped around her, until Lotus was nearly engulfed in them. She looked a bit like a tree stump with a head on top, but she was radiating healing magic. Then, Branches and leaves began to grow from the vines, and she really looked like a tree that was slowly moving around the open area around the ruins. The tree was giving off an area healing aura that was far stronger than any that Lotus had used in the past, and it was hard to tell if she had advanced, or if the potion had brought her right to the bottleneck of royal rank. I love this new skill. There are birds in my branches. Lotus giggled. The birds were part of the skill, and could be dispatched to heal people by flying into them and turning into healing energy. But the visual effect was perfect for a nature cleric. Tree of Life is the name of the skill that the potion gave me. To think that the spell blades gave us such a good thing to access the relic. She gave a twirl in tree form, shaking her branches and sending gold dust scattering to the ground, where it healed any lingering wounds on those nearby. Librarian Gareth chuckled. Little cleric, they didn't give you something that good. They gave you a decent enhancement potion, but not one that would grant an epic grade healing transformation spell. That must be the result of whatever your friend Carl, or did you say that it was Remy, did to it afterwards. Now I wish that I had analyzed it before you drank it. Who knows what sort of thing I might have learned from the concoction. Carl sensed that he was going to have to give a step-by-step description to the dragon, but he had already been expecting that when he agreed to Ophelia's suggestion that they test the first potion on Lotus. Does it take a lot of effort to maintain the tree? Gareth asked. Lotus shook her head, which made the upper branches of the tree shake. Nope, it's just here. It's kind of slow and heavy, though. I can't move very fast. So, limited mobility, but greatly enhanced healing effects. Is there anyone here with a lingering ailment? A limb that has recently undergone regrowth, or other injuries that were still healing? The dragon asked. All the defenders looked around, then shook their heads. They had been picked because they were in good health. I was recently healed in my arm, and by High Priestess Lotus herself. I don't know that there is any more lingering injury to repair, though. Colonel Lu explained. That's all right, please go stand in the shade under her branches. The Minotaur complied without question, and the dragon cast a series of spells on him for observation as he stood in the healing aura, being regularly sprinkled with golden dust falling from the leaves as Lotus danced around in tree form. Fascinating. It is healing the lingering nerve and tissue damage that regular healing won't touch. The traumatic damage that leaves so many crippled from repeated magical healing spells. Gareth explained. Colonel Lu flexed his arm and shrugged. I will take your word for that, but I feel like a young Minotaur again. All refreshed and full of energy. A skill well worth its reputation as one of the grand healing magics. Then he turned to Lotus. The cathedral will be glad to see you returned. I assume that you are going back there after this engagement. Lotus giggled. Nope. We're going to the headwaters of the Sebingen River to find a temple for research, and then to the Witten Temple to hug Beastkin, and then we will take the long way back home. Maybe we can go back to the Beast God Temple first. The dragon turned a questioning gaze on Carl. This sounds like a nature cleric set the route. Why are you headed to the middle of the jungle? Lotus stuck out her tongue at the dragon, while Carl laughed. The jungle itself isn't the target. We're going to study ancient architecture. There are more examples of it popping up in the ruins and anomalies, so we want to study a temple that has survived the years to see what sort of differences there might be, and if there is some clue that might have been missed in the past, because of a lack of knowledge. The dragon was suspicious, but he likely got most of the real reason from Carl's mind. The blue dragons were sneaky like that. That is understandable. I would ask that you bring an escort with you, as I have many questions for you once you reach Witten Temple. However, all of that is for later. Today, we get to babysit a newly appeared relic, and test all of the newly awakened elites on the skills that they have mastered. Surely one or two of them had a skill point available to upgrade a spell or attack skill. It didn't take long before another group of reinforcements arrived, a team of monarch rank elites led by a warrior-class overlord in a black latex bodysuit that looked more at home in an idle video than on the battlefield. Who is in charge here? She demanded. Carl rose from his seat to face her. I am responsible for this location at the moment. You can call me Carl. The overlord nodded. I am Tabitha, and this is my team. We will be taking over control of this relic. Thank you for your dedication. You may continue about your assigned duties, if you were not assigned to remain here. It was a dispassionate response, not like she wanted him gone, but more like she didn't care where he was, as she was only here to do a job. Understood, Overlord. We were headed east, so once I introduce your team to the other leaders here, I will take my group and be on my way again. First, we have Librarian Gareth, from the Witten Temple. He has come to study the effect of the relic on the various candidates. Then we have Colonel Liu, who is temporarily in charge of the Nubon Empire forces. He's an excellent warrior, and easy to get along with. Especially if you have some knowledge of farming. In charge of the artillery regiment is Commander Jameson, and beside him is High Priest Dolores, who oversees the infantry. The red-robed war priestess nodded a simple greeting to the overlord, only sparing her a few seconds before she returned to rearranging her troops. There is no leader from the Divine Beast Nation here? Overlord Tabitha asked. Gareth chuckled, then gestured between himself and Carl. We are serving as the representatives of the Divine Beast Nation today. They didn't see fit to leave a military force here while they had no trainees present. How could an elite serve as leader for the Divine Beast Nation? She asked, confused. He is a beast master. There are 4 royal-ranked divine beasts with him, and they represent the only divine beasts present. So, Prince Carl leads their force, while I am the impartial researcher. The overlord shrugged, and Carl noticed how Dana blushed and Tessa looked a bit disgusted by the way that her tight-fitting latex suit shifted and pulled with the motion. But he also noticed that it was an overlord-ranked defensive skill. Why it looked like that was a mystery, but why she didn't wear anything over it was even more of a mystery, unless her skills gave her extreme agility, and she needed the flexible material with no impediment to her movement. In that case, you are dismissed, Prince Carl. The Honorable Librarian can take over the duty of leadership until such time as the Divine Beasts see fit to send a replacement. Carl bowed to the Overlord and motioned for his team to join him. 5 people would be too much to be comfortable on Hawk's back, so Carl let Dana mount up while the clerics hopped on Thor's back and Ray prepared her golems for riders. The other elites looked intrigued by the process, and even more when Thor began to jog away with his passengers, while Hawk rocketed into the sky. This time, he used his barrier to hold Dana in place, cradling her like an ergonomic chair with head support. That made riding much easier when he wanted to make extreme changes in direction. Gareth sighed as he saw them running away. They weren't actually afraid of the Overlord's temper, they just wanted to go do fun things and not sit here being attacked while they sat at a huge glowing target. He couldn't blame them. Their plan to go explore an ancient temple sounded like way more fun than getting information about the same 3 basic class options over and over. Very few of the volunteers got an advanced option, and Gareth had already realized that the advanced options were related to the skills that the applicant had. In fact, he even had a pretty reliable chart to tell whether a mage would get the Spellblade option or not. The young ones got to choose classes, but the nations kept sending ones that were already undergoing training for a specialty, so they weren't picking any of the fun options that they had described. That had to change. Gareth sent a message to the Bruised Temple in the Divine Beast Nation. He needed 50 young beasts or beastkin who hadn't started training yet so that he could encourage them to try the other classes and see what they all did. They had a full listing of all of the promising children of the nation that had been brought to one of the temples for the traditional blessing of the newborns, and they had all of the school enrollment information for those who were in the right age group to be gaining system skills. There had to be some good ones in there, and if he didn't get to see them, it was a huge waste of the opportunity. It only took a moment for Gareth to craft a message, and even less time for a positive response to the idea to be sent back. Orthos took one look at the incoming message, then decided that he had the perfect group. There was a misfit class at the school in Holney, specifically for beasts and beastkin who wanted to pursue paths that were not well suited to their species. If they could get an actual class for their ambitions, they would have an excellent chance to grow up as something more than wastrels. Carl was almost to the horizon when the portal opened, and Hawk began to laugh. 100 juvenile beasts and beastkin had just arrived to use the relic, which was fair by the rules of usage splitting. But the students that the newly arrived elites were seeing were not what anyone expected. There was a forest weasel dressed as a blacksmith, despite only weighing 2 kilos, a dire bear with shamanistic bead necklaces, a fox kin wearing leather pants and carrying twin battleaxes, and it only got more insane from there. That idea spurred Colonel Lu to do the same thing. What if the key wasn't to find the most qualified, but to find the oddballs and make them qualified? So he called for another 20 from his nation, and they arrived within the next 10 minutes, as the first group was getting organized at the orb. They had sent all sorts of wild options from Nubon. There was an Orcish war chief that wanted to be a mage, but could currently only cast fist. A succubus that had sworn vows of celibacy and only fed secondhand, and a minotaur boy who desperately wanted to be a chef. That one the colonel recognized as one of his neighbors. They must have taken him to the fortress after the colonel and the other royal rank defenders were called to duty. What is with all the misfits? Overlord Tabitha demanded as she saw the new arrivals lining up and realized there was a pattern. It's an idea that the librarian had. What if the orb is best used by those who don't want a conventional path? The ones who want to defy fate and become something more than what they were born for. Humans can be anything, really. Because they're not born with any real worth or skills. They're not even strong enough for farming or mining until they train. But our people have innate paths that are easy for them. But this orb, it could be the key to unlocking more futures for our children. We will see when the first ones come out if they manage to accomplish that. Colonel Lu explained. And you are expecting this to succeed? Tabitha asked. The Minotaur nodded. Just wait. I am sure that at least some of the beasts will succeed, while the others will at least have a path they picked for themselves. The first one out was the fox-kin boy, who was now glowing with red energy and wearing black metal armor. I have found my new calling in life. I will be a blood knight. He declared. Librarian Gareth smiled. That is wonderful news, and not a rogue type at all. Just as you wished. Now, come tell me all about it, and you can go practice your new skills in the open area. Carl and his group had made so much progress by the time that the sun went down that they had no idea how much chaos Carl had caused by simply ordering everyone to get started using the orb. Everyone else had assumed that was an order from the Archbishop, so they just went with it. However, when the totems returned after dinner, they were thoroughly baffled to see hundreds of newly awakened adolescent system users. They had just come to an agreement on the schedule to use the orb, but everyone who had been called was just lined up double file, allowing the nations, including the Beastkin nation, who hadn't even been part of the negotiation, to use the orb equally. What is this? Lord Nacht, the Black Dragon, demanded. We are following the instructions passed to us by the group we relieved. Double file, equal access for both groups. The divine beasts were said to be part of the Nubon delegation, and the representatives from the Beastkin nation paid for their access as part of the Golden Dragon nation's quota. Overlord Tabitha explained, not understanding why the dragon was upset. And who did you relieve that set this policy? The dragon asked. That would be Prince Carl, the Beast Master. The black dragon began to laugh, while the Archbishop gave a rueful smile. I don't suppose that he said where he was going, did he? The Archbishop asked. To a temple in the Beastkin nation, near the headwaters of some river. Tabitha replied with a shrug. The Sebingen River. Librarian Gareth clarified. All right, I know where that is. It appears that all our negotiations were unnecessary if everyone can share so well. Now, we are going to have a long discussion with a certain young elite about what the words executive decision mean. Tabitha began to laugh as she realized what had happened. Someone had decided to just act while the totems were negotiating, and hadn't expected them to come back in time for anyone to catch him. The young prince was a brave one, she would give him that much. Perhaps not too bright, but he had initiative. On a positive note, even among the ones who were found to be incompatible, there have been no injuries and no fatalities. Librarian Gareth informed the two totem rank leaders. That made this a superior resource to the divine injection, and the trial here had a success rate that was over 50% overall, and increased with youth. Among those who were under their 15th birthday or equivalent for their species, it was nearly 3 in every 4 that obtained a class. Wonderful news. We will ensure that there is a steady supply of candidates for as long as the trial remains open. Do we know the exact time it opened? The Archbishop asked. I don't, but as I understand it, the portal opened early this morning. The Archbishop nodded. Then we have plenty of time left. As if the world wanted to spite him, it was at that moment that the light of the orb began to flicker. The energy from it appeared to be as strong as ever, but something was changing. Then, it stabilized, appearing just as it had before. No more red flags. The black dragon insisted. Seconded. Let's see who comes out next. Perhaps an interesting choice was made. Who is in there right now? Lord Nacht asked, turning to his fellow dragon. Librarian Gareth shrugged. A bunch of misfit kids from the Newbon capital and a couple of acolytes from the divine beasts. Almost everyone has entered already, the rest are just practicing their new skills over there. The blue dragon explained. The two totems looked around at the situation and nodded in satisfaction. All right, we will leave this to you who are here now. Send a message when you are finished or run out of volunteers, and we will come back. Lord Nacht insisted. Yes, brother. Gareth replied. The Archbishop closed his eyes to focus and then frowned. How can he be 5 kilometers apart from himself? I think that his beasts are messing with my targeting. The black dragon chuckled and ducked down so that the Archbishop could climb on his back. Open the portal in the air, and we will find them. Carl pulled his golem mount to an abrupt stop as a massive dragon head appeared through a portal 20 meters in front of him. Lord Nacht, good afternoon. How was your dinner? Carl greeted the dragon, then realized the Archbishop was on his back. Archbishop, may the blessing of the world dragon be upon you. The Archbishop floated down from the dragon's back, and Nacht transformed back into his humanoid form. We have been informed that you waited less than 5 minutes after we left to discuss the rotation of use before you decided to just send everyone present into the trial and start calling for more people. The Archbishop began. Your Eminence, I would like to clarify that I was not the one who called for more people to come for the trial. I simply set out usage guidelines that everyone could work with until your final decision was made. That's a beautiful way of saying that you didn't pay any attention at all and just did what you wanted. Nacht agreed. Thank you. The Archbishop hid his amusement at the way that the Beast Master didn't back down, even in front of a totem-rank black dragon. It might be confidence, or he might just be oblivious to the danger, but he could sense that Carl's attitude was partially from his bonded beasts, and with 3 apex predators linked to him, it was no wonder that he was self-assured to the level of arrogant. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Kara asked. If he takes 2 more steps forward, I will consider it. Carl agreed. Nacht tilted his head curiously and cast a spell, then another spell. You're trying to determine what my beasts are saying to me, aren't you? Orthos told me the easiest way is to listen to my thoughts because I will think the words as I hear them. Carl suggested. The black dragon nodded. That's not my specialty. I am looking at your intent, and it keeps fluctuating, like a rainbow of different intents all mixed together. I am wondering which one is which. I would assume the one that is focused on mischief is the Naga Queen. Carl shook his head. No, that's the winged void badger. She has a thing with dragons. The Archbishop looked concerned that Carl might do something stupid, but Nacht was just amused. The dark goddess is fond of small and fearless creatures. They often get away with things that no larger creature could. I heard what she did to Orthos. I think that's a warning. Kara noted. He's definitely on to your shenanigans. Remy agreed. I will have to find new ones. The Archbishop cleared his throat. We will escort you all to the temple, on the off chance that there really is something there. Unfortunately, the Spellblade clan won't be able to join us, but Prince Corbin will get credit for his reports if there is something found. Corbin really had gotten cheated on this deal. He was the one who wanted to go there in the first place. Carl just hoped there was good stuff there for Thor. That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your assistance. The Black Dragon or the Archbishop must have known exactly where they were going because the portal opened right beside a temple that looked exactly like the step temple in the very first trial instance that Carl had entered. There is an opening at the top. Would you like me to fly you up there to begin the investigation? Nacht asked. Carl shook his head. No, I think it is important that you walk up the steps. This is identical to a World Dragon Temple in a trial I was in. The goal was to get as far up as you could. Now, this one might be broken, but if there is even a little lingering magic, it will be important that we have walked all the way up under our own power. Carl explained. All of the beasts came out to examine the temple, and Hawk was filled with a sense of nostalgia. It would be much easier to walk up the steps now. He was huge, and he might even be able to do 3 at a time. Carl led the way, then paused and went around to the left side of the temple. If I'm right, this one used to be the strength test side. He explained. Carl stepped onto the temple and began his ascent. There was no magical resistance, no sign of response from the temple, but he continued up the 1,000 steps to the top anyhow. If nothing else, it was a good workout. The others followed behind, curious to see if Carl would be able to provoke a response from the temple by mimicking the way that it used to function as a trial. They were about to give up on the whole notion when Carl reached the top and nothing happened. But when he took one more step forward, the temple began to slowly pulse with energy, a faint signature, but growing. Well, I'll be. It really did respond to your technique. What do you think you should do next? Nacht asked. The Archbishop was making notes as he walked up, ensuring that no detail was missed. The old cleric surely had ideas, as he was the greatest expert in the world on the topic, but Carl went with the simplest idea first. There is what looks like an offering box on the altar. I will start with that. The altar was made of the same ancient grey stone as the rest of the temple, but the box was heavily weathered brass, and most likely bolted down if it was still there. Carl reached into his inventory and took out a piece of gear that he knew was system compatible from the last resurgence, and placed the magical dagger in the offering chest. The dagger vanished as soon as he placed it in the box, and Carl waited to see if anything happened, or if everyone had to make an offering. The power in the temple was growing, but not everyone was at the top yet, as the clerics and Dana lacked the superhuman stamina of Carl, Ophelia, or the dragon. Eventually, they did all make it to the top of the temple, and the power level began to grow proportionally to the number of people gathered around the altar. Are we going to do something? Ophelia asked. First, we wait a few more minutes. Then we will offer it a few more system-enhanced treasures in the offering box. It accepted the dagger I offered, so I know it works, at least a little. Carl explained. After a few minutes, the power growth seemed to slow to a crawl, but the Archbishop had an idea. I think it just lacks the mana to continue. You clearly triggered it well enough, it just can't complete its desired task. Between myself and Nacht, we should be able to fix it. He explained in a tired voice. For the first time, Carl noticed that the Archbishop was not a young man, or what could be called middle-aged, or even aging. Behind his beard and his clear eyes, he was very obviously elderly, and might not have more than a handful more years left. But once he recovered from the long walk up the stairs, the strong aura was back, and the two totems began to focus their energy on whatever was happening in the pyramid. That was bringing it to life, and Carl smiled as he realized that Corbin was right. There was something immensely powerful here. It was faint, but the energy coming off it was like nothing that Carl had ever felt before. It almost felt holy, but not in a way that Carl could put his finger on. Perhaps they really had found the tomb of a demigod? If that was the case, Corbin was going to be devastated, even if he was given the credit for the initial find. The black dragon smiled. I can feel it. There is something remarkable here. Prepare yourselves, I think that it is going to activate. The air seemed to twist, as if an anomaly was opening, and then Carl was floating in the void. There was nothing around him, only absolute darkness. For the first half of a second. Then he felt wind rushing past his face, an altered, flaming body, so that it gave off a large amount of light. On his right, Lord Nacht was spreading his wings to begin a gentle glide around the area. So, Carl called Hawk out, only to find that the beast hadn't been returned to his space, and he wasn't here wherever they were. Carl shifted to flatten himself against the wind, slowing his fall, and waited for the ground to come into sight. Nacht was already far above him, as the dragon had simply opened his wings. He hadn't realized right away that Carl was beside him and couldn't fly, so his first instinct was to explore the area. Then Carl realized that he didn't have to actually fly. He could change his armor and hope it adapted. Bestial raiment was removed and reactivated, giving him a new pattern of armor with a layer of cloth connecting his limbs that allowed him to soar through the air, greatly reducing his fall speed. Good call, boss. Remy congratulated him. You're with me. I thought we were all separated. Remy gave a mental shrug. When things started getting weird, I just went home. That was a very Remy thing to do. She wasn't fond of trouble, and liked to watch new things from the safety of her swamp. Only once she knew what was going on, would she come out. Carl realized that the others were likely in the same situation he was in right now, and frowned. I hope they're all right. Hawk can fly, so can Kara. Dana can walk on air, but the two clerics, Thor and Ray, could be in trouble. He had other things to worry about, though. He could see the ground now, or at least a mountain range in the distance, and Nacht had come to soar beside him. What a curious thing this trial is. If there was anyone else in this instance, I would have expected it to be the old man, not you. He offered, keeping pace beside Carl. It is a shock to me too. I wonder how it sorted us, or what sort of trial this is. It clearly didn't sort us by power level, and it doesn't make sense to sort us by size. Carl agreed. Land there, on that ledge halfway up the mountain. Then, if we need to fly again, you can get on my back. Carl steered himself awkwardly toward the ledge, slowly getting the hang of maneuvering in free fall with his adapted armor. He could likely achieve the same effect with a cloak or cape if he tied it to his ankles, so he wanted to remember this skill for later. As they approached the cliff, Carl could see that there was a cave at the back, but he could also see that there was something alive in there. There's something in there. I can see the aura of its soul. Carl informed Nacht as he steadied himself on his feet and refreshed his armor so it would spawn a more practical design. Then he dimmed the light of flaming body, so that it didn't draw the attention of whatever he had seen. You have the soul sight as well? How did you manage that? Nacht asked. It's a benefit of being bonded with Hawk, who has evolved into a Ghostfire Thunderbird. I gain the sensory specialties of my beasts, but most of them are duplicated, or inferior to a version I already have. But I have thermal vision, echolocation and soul sight to work with, which ironically makes it even more disorienting to be high in the air in the dark. Nacht nodded towards the entrance to the cave. Shall we? If we're in a trial, standing around out here isn't going to do us any good. But we might have an advantage on some of the others, as we found something living the moment that we landed. He had a point. He had forgotten that he should be seeing anything living, if there was something alive in the trial, but Carl hadn't seen anything else living beneath them, only the ground and the mountains. Nacht moved toward the cavern entrance, shifting into human form so he would fit within the confined space. The ceiling was over 5 meters tall, but in his adult dragon form, he was still far too large to fit within the available space. Carl also ended the brutality skill and let himself shrink back to his normal size, which suddenly felt very short compared to the height that he had gotten used to on his travels through the Newbon Empire. So you're not an exceptionally tall human. You just keep a skill active all the time to be taller. That's an odd choice. Nacht noted. It also increases my strength by 50%. When there is heavy lifting or fighting to be done, it is much better to have it in effect, but if we're headed down into the tunnels, it pays to be a bit shorter than average. Nacht laughed. His own human form was quite large, but Karl's was roughly 180 centimeters tall. Taller than most women, but not particularly tall for a man. However, he was broad and muscular. The tunnel was gently sloping and carefully carved, not a natural formation in the stone. Karl used silent movement to reduce noise to the point that echolocation was only a faint image, and he was relying almost exclusively on thermal imaging to navigate the darkness. Nacht didn't appear to be suffering from the low lighting situation at all, so Karl took the lead and followed the winding passage down into the mountain. As they descended, Karl picked out patterns on the walls, and motioned for Nacht to stop. A tap of his knuckles on the stone to give him an echo image of the hallway clarified the situation for Karl. There were dwarven runes carved all over the walls around them in 2 lines. One at just over waist height, and one near the ceiling. Can you read those? He asked Nacht, once he realized the extent of the carvings. The dragon created a small light, and began to mumble to himself. The system was translating, but it was just random words. Stone, forge, ale, deep, hammer. Then Karl realized what they were reading. It was a recounting of the names of the rulers of this place. We are in the legendary city of Graska. Or more correctly, a replica of it. This place was home to a population of dark iron dwarves, and perhaps in a trial it still is. Nacht explained. It isn't populated anymore in reality? Karl asked. The dragon smiled at him. Most likely not, but it was never a real place in our world in the first place. If we go by when the legends were first recorded, the actual city's mines would be hundreds of thousands of years old by now, and surely played out. The dwarves wouldn't remain forever if there was nothing but stone, they would have rebuilt the city on another nearby mountain. But when dwarves move a city, they give it a new name, and the upper line of runes clearly says that this is Graska, and that we are coming in from the southern entrance. What I'm more interested in is what is causing that soul glow. Something is alive down there, and powerful enough that we could both see its aura from the entrance. Karl shrugged and used flaming body to bring back the light. We might as well walk proudly into the city. Perhaps it's an ancient guardian left behind. This is a trial, and there is no reason to think that they are trying to play mind games with us. He explained. The black dragon chuckled. The young human had many things left to learn about the true nature of the gods, and the non-draconic members of the pantheon. That was a common oversight of the humans' nations. They taught about the dragon gods, but they tended to overlook the others. This place reeked of ancient power, and ancient power meant the laughing god, an ancient demon god who had once operated a system for the humans, separate from the one that the world dragon operated on the worlds that he protected. Nacht had heard rumors that this human with him had encountered remnants of that system in the past, so it wasn't impossible that his luck and affinity for fate had dragged them both into another laughing god-aligned trial. What do you know of the laughing god? Nacht asked as they walked through the ancient corridor. The god of pranks and ascension? Not a lot. He's supposed to be the god you turn to when you have reached your limits, and you need divine favor to survive. But according to my parents, his sense of justice is questionable, and the favors are often granted in the most unlikely ways. Personally, I think he's the scapegoat god. When things don't quite work out, and you don't want to say that another god's decision caused you hardship, you say that it's the favor of the laughing god. Nacht chuckled. In a way, yes. The random choice options in the system selection, the ones that can change your gender and species. Those are almost certainly his additions. But you are right about his aspect, he is known to help humans reach the status of demigods, even during times when no other god was willing. This place we are in, it might be a relic left by the laughing god, or the ancient system he implemented. It doesn't feel like dragon energy, so I don't think that what is here is a relic of the world dragon. Carl nodded. If Prince Corbin is right, this might be the resting place of a Titan demigod. I should have asked him more questions, but I was expecting to travel here with him. With the additional light, the details that had been painted on the walls became clear, as well as the fact that the city had most likely not met with a peaceful end. There were scorched spots on the walls, and some cuts in the stone that Carl had originally mistaken for tooling marks were actually weapon strikes. That gave the area a very different feeling than simply being abandoned for many years, and the two intruders began to move with a bit more caution as they followed the soul energy towards its source. The tunnel ended in what looked like a forge district, the furnaces long dormant. However, the buildings were intact, and Carl took the opportunity to look inside a few to see what he could find. The first was completely bare, nothing but a stone shell, but the second had a forge left in it, covered in magical writing. I will need a moment before we move on. I have never seen anything like that before. Carl whispered to Nacht. Good call. Brother Hawk will love me for writing these runes down for him. I don't know what they do, but if they're in a forge, they should all be fire-related, right? Remy agreed. The dragon waited patiently, well aware of the curiosity of humans. Carl was also very young, and he wouldn't be familiar with dwarven forge runes. It wasn't something that they taught in school, and Nacht didn't know if there were any dwarves left in his nation. Before the thought crossed his mind, he hadn't cared. Who lived in the Golden Dragon Nation was of no concern to him. The signs of battle had been everywhere in the city as they traveled, but the houses had been carefully vacated, and there were no signs of the destruction that usually came with looting. There were no broken housewares or low-value items, and even the paintings on the walls had been removed and not left damaged or discarded. Perhaps whatever battle had caused the Dark Iron Dwarves to leave the city was not a losing battle, after all. It might have simply been infeasible for them to continue living here. Nacht gestured left. It's that way, through the opening in the stone and further up toward the peak. Carl followed Nacht through the city once Remy had finished copying all the runes she could see. The ramp spiraled up to another layer of the city, laid out much like the one they had just departed, only this level appeared to be more residential and less industrial. There were also fewer signs of battle here, and more signs of belongings left behind, both in the houses and in carts by the doors. The soul energy was on this level, and Carl could see it glowing from its source. It wasn't moving, and it wasn't pulsating at all, just a steady glow of immense internal power. As they approached, Carl saw that the power was coming from a stone sarcophagus, but not one for the Titan demigod that Prince Corbin had expected to be here. The entire stone box was less than 2 meters long, though it was on a much larger pedestal, surrounded by stone pillars that were covered in runes and beautiful carvings. That was when progress became difficult. Every step forward that Carl tried to take seemed to put an increasing strain on him. Not a physical pressure, but a mental one, crushing his soul and attempting to break his will. He knew that if he slipped up just a little, he would instinctively take a step back, and that would probably be the end of his progress. Well, this is an unexpected challenge. Nacht noted as he strode towards the grave with his hands behind his back. Oh. It doesn't look all that difficult to me. You've certainly got an easy time of it. Carl replied. While that is true, I can't touch it. I have the protection of the Black Dragon, God of Death. My soul is immune to attack. However, that means I cannot subject it to the attack of this trial to find out what it is supposed to do. I will have to watch your struggle and see if you can make it close enough to touch the stone that is set on the lid. If you can manage that much, you should receive a significant reward. There are immense amounts of divine energy in this place, waiting for someone to pass the trial and activate it. Carl continued to walk forward, completely focused on not letting the pressure drive him to the ground, as he moved past the point that it was simply trying to force him away. Fascinating. Your soul is compressing under the pressure. Carl didn't even hear Nacht's words. He was completely focused on the task at hand. From the outside, it would look ridiculous, a grown man staggering down the street like he was drunk. But the normally invisible force was far stronger than anything Karl had ever felt. Even the aura that the Emperor of Nubon emitted when he was enraged wasn't close to this powerful. Karl wished that he had Thor here with him. His stalwart friend would know the best way to get across the road to his destination. Karl nearly stumbled as he moved from the cobblestone street to the soft gemstone gravel surrounding the tomb. Resting with his hands on his knees as he leaned forward, Karl saw the target, a large white opal stone. It was the source of the energy, and if he could just put a hand on it, he should have completed the trial. Just a little further. Today will be a good day, I can sense it. Nacht chuckled, excited to find out what sort of trial they had been sent to that could accept a dragon of his power. It was absurd to think that someone had set a trial capable of accommodating totems, unless this place was truly a legendary relic. But here he was, and although he couldn't fully partake because of his affiliation with the god of death, he was still part of the trial. Karl could feel his mind beginning to shatter as he took another step forward, but Remy, who was unaffected by the trial in her space, was singing as she worked on potions, and that was just enough to ground him and keep Karl moving. A final step, and millimeter by painstaking millimeter, he extended his hand to the opal. Trial successfully completed. Calculating rewards. The pressure vanished, and the soul aura that had been leaking from the stone was retracted, leaving it as a simple opal that was practically vibrating with power. You really did it. I can see the system message that the reward is calculating. Karl gave Lord Nacht a weak thumbs up as he sat down on the gemstone gravel to catch his breath and let, void body, overcome the damage that had been done to his soul. Reward calculated. Evolution stone, awarded. Error, some functions unavailable. Randomizing. Nacht began to laugh as they both saw the message at the same time. I will see you shortly, friend. Good luck on remaining a dragon. Karl laughed. They had gone through all that, only to get a glitched reward that didn't even work properly. The totem rank black dragon seemed to think that this was the funniest thing that had ever happened to him, and his laughter echoed through the city as Karl waited to find out his fate. Optimal advancement skill selected. Iron within rank 3, the flesh is weak. Remy giggled. Well, it's not wrong. Your flesh is weak. That was the real issue here. Karl mentally rolled his eyes at her. And what are we going to do if it changes me into something strange? Then you get to be the monster man for realsies. We can just keep doing fun stuff forever instead of going back to work. Passive skill active, iron within 3, beginning transformation. Pain shot through Karl's body, worse than the side effects caused by any of the experimental treatments that the Bureau agents at the Academy had provided for him, and he felt his bones shattering then regrowing. Error encountered, incompatible skill active. Adjusting. No, adjusting wasn't necessary. Karl was thrilled with whatever it had come up with, as long as it wasn't planning to make this process worse. It had to be, void body, that was messing with the skill implementation, but in his current condition, Karl couldn't change any of his skills, not even to turn it off. Adjustments completed. Continuing. The pain resumed, but this time it was fading to numbness, and Karl could see parts of his body turning to mist before reforming to look like they originally had. Once the wave had crossed his entire body, and Karl was fairly certain the process was complete, he slowly got to his feet and tested his body. It felt the same as it had before, but his footsteps felt heavier on the gravel than they had before. Status, he thought. Everything looked similar to how it had before, but with one notable change. Name, Karl. Class, Beastmaster Packmaster. Rank, Pending. Constitution, Void Iron Body. Bonded Beasts, 5. There had never been a line there for a special constitution before. Karl had feared that it was going to make him something other than human, as the description of the reward had said evolution, and that tended to make his beasts something other than what they were. But once he got through the miscellaneous details, Karl looked back up at the top. Rank, Pending. Did that mean he was in the middle of the transition from royal to monarch? If the change in his body had triggered a promotion, this reward would be considered one of the highest tier rewards ever encountered. Nacht was distracted with whatever reward he had gotten from the trial, so Carl waited for him to finish with his progression. You're really the monster man now. I can feel the difference. You smell like Kara and metal. Remy informed him as they waited for the black dragon. Nacht slowly recovered his senses and smiled at Carl, then pushed a bit of energy to him. The power filled Carl with a lingering warm glow that seeped into his bones and remained, driving away the strangeness of his remade body. It appears that your luck is infallible, young friend. I have officially reached the status of an ancient black dragon, and with it, I gained the gift of potential. However, the gift is not for me, but for a successor. Normally, the advancement is made in one's own nest, surrounded by family and clan, and the most promising of the youngest generation is given the gift because it can only be granted at that very moment. Today, you are the only one here that I might grant it to. So, you have been given the gift of potential, ordained by the god of death, the great black dragon. May you rise forever to the skies, and taste the aura of divinity long denied to your ancestors. The last bit felt like a ritual, and Carl could feel the dragon's resignation and dismay that such a gift couldn't be given to his own offspring. I will do your legacy proud. Carl assured the transformed dragon with what he hoped was an understanding smile. Nacht sighed again, then turned his head to the sky and closed his eyes for a moment. But when he looked back down again, there was mischief in his smile. I wonder what nation has the strongest claim on you now. I dare say nobody would mistake you for a human anymore, and you've got the blessing of a dragon god that isn't the world dragon now. Perhaps you should come back with me and get to know some of the beast nation's leadership. He suggested. Carl chuckled. I will have to come back and visit soon. But I suspect that I will be expected to return home first, at least to check in. However, I really do need to stop at Witten Temple before I get there. There might be a chance to evolve Thor, who has reached the end of his natural progression path. If we can increase his potential to monarch rank with a resource, then I can use the skills of my class to increase it from there. Nacht shook his head. You're not going to find anything stronger than whatever holy resource he has been using. If they had the ability to elevate clerics and holy beings to the monarch rank with any sort of reliability, the beastkin would be among the strongest forces on the planet. Unfortunately for you, they will be more interested in how you manage to get Thor to royal rank than they are likely to be able to help. Carl frowned. I guess that settles it, then. I'll have to force an evolution, and then I can work on finding a way to get through his next bottleneck. Ray likely won't be that far behind him. She hasn't evolved at all, and I don't know how far a bloodbath spider can go on their own. Nacht smiled. Further than you might think. They're very instinctive, and with a safe spot to advance, plus plenty of blood, her evolutions will be subtle, but powerful. The spider goddess is kind to her children, and they often have more adaptability than any other species would consider reasonable. Carl chuckled. Like allowing them to learn earth magic because they bathed in hill giant blood when they advanced to royal rank? I can see how other species would find that somewhat unreasonable. If humans could adapt like that, the whole species would be nightmare fuel. Nacht laughed. Humans are already a pain in everyone's ass with their excessive breeding rate and magic use. If they could evolve, we would likely have quarantined them. The trial began to fade around them, and Carl wondered how the others might have fared. Not all of them would have easily entered the city from halfway up the mountain. There might have been an entrance at the bottom, or perhaps there were other spots in the area that they could have landed and searched. When Carl's vision cleared, he was back on top of the temple, where all three clerics plus Thor were waiting for them. Oh, welcome back. We were wondering how long you would take. Tessa greeted them with a smile. I hope we didn't make you wait long. The Archbishop chuckled and Lotus giggled as she lay curled up against Thor's side. You could say that. We've been back for nearly 2 days already. Carl and Nacht turned to each other in confusion, wondering if this was actually part of the trial, and they weren't really out yet. 2 days. We've only been in the trial for an hour and a bit. Carl asked carefully. Lotus looked up from her nap spot. That was our thought as well. We appeared in a forest village full of elves, had lunch with a human cleric lady, and then we were back here. Did you get a reward? Carl asked, wondering what sort of trial they had undergone. We did. We just don't know what yet. When we checked the system interface, it still says rewards calculating. Tessa explained. That made both Carl and Nacht believe even more strongly that they were still in the trial, but then Nacht received a message, which shouldn't be possible in the separate space. Before we go any further, what happened to Prince Carl? The Archbishop demanded, waving a hand in his direction. Carl nodded in agreement. I suppose a rundown is in order. We landed on a ledge outside an ancient dwarven city. Then we followed a powerful soul aura to an opal mounted on a tomb deep in the city, and it gave us a test and a reward. I was given a gift of evolution, and a skill called, Iron Within, that appears to have reforged my body and granted a special constitution. A special constitution? It sounds more like is partially changed your species. Or perhaps entirely changed it with minimal change to your outer appearance. The Archbishop retorted. Then he got a curious look on his face and opened a portal. Jeeves, come here and bring your assistant. The elderly Archbishop demanded. A blue-robed dragonkin poked his head through, then nodded and vanished back to wherever he had been. Only a minute later, he came back out with a young blue-robed girl that immediately made Lotus stand up and smile. Carl discreetly sniffed at the air, then chuckled. The young one was a juvenile blue dragon, not a dragonkin. Lotus must have noticed faster than he had. Jill, it's so good to see you again. You will never guess what we have been up to since I saw you last. Ask the big meanie if you can stay a while after he finishes working, and we will catch up. Lotus insisted, speaking so fast that her words were jumbled together. Jill winked at her and continued following the cleric known as Jeeves. According to the system interface, his name was Geraldo, but the Archbishop might either know him by a nickname, or simply forgot his name long ago and hadn't realized it. Your Eminence, I have brought all my tools. What sort of new species have you found for me? He asked. That one. I suspect that a system gift made him no longer human. I would like to know what he is. Demi-human? Some form of monster? An unknown species? The Archbishop replied. Geraldo smiled at Carl. My class is Scholar. I have a skill to allow me to compare a sample against any information I have ever read. So, if you are changed into another species, I should be able to tell. Carl nodded, and the cleric took out a needle. Ting. Everyone turned to see what the metal-on-metal noise was, while Carl and Geraldo stared at the needle. Well, that was unexpected. I'm sure I found a vein. Do you have a skill active? Carl shook his head. I have all my invulnerability and regeneration skills deactivated at the moment. The new one isn't something I can turn off, though. When it interacted with another skill I have, it became that new constitution. Were there any other oddities? Geraldo asked. My rank is listed as, pending, at the moment. The cleric looked impressed. You're going to make it to monarch rank once your advancement finishes? That is incredible. I'm sure that everyone will be delighted to find out that there will be a new monarch. However, that does explain the issue. Archbishop, I may need your assistance. Can you coat the needle in holy energy so that I can draw a blood sample? I'm not powerful enough to puncture his veins. The Archbishop took the needle from him and carefully drew a sample from the underside of Carl's forearm. The blood came out deep black and faintly shimmering, which intrigued everyone present. Carl included. They had never seen blood like that before, and when Geraldo tried to test it, he just shook his head. There is nothing about this in any of the research materials that I have seen. I could study some of the more obscure entries that I haven't prioritized, but that's mostly for extinct species and mythical creatures. The Blue Dragon Cleric explained. Nacht stared at the blood sample for a moment, then took the needle and let a drop fall on his hand. I think that it has been permanently altered by his skill. If I apply small amounts of death energy to it, the blood regenerates. If I'm right, you're not getting a reading because the skill that has modified his body is stabilizing the sample. You're going to have to send it to one of your scientists if you want answers, and they'll have to do a whole research project. The dragon explained. Tessa smirked at the dragon. So, you're saying that even if his blood is spilled, the blood itself won't degrade? The dragon nodded, but the archbishop realized the implication right away. And if he happens to impart that ability to his beasts? The elderly cleric began. An immortal bloodbath spider. Ray announced as the remainder of the team exited the trial at the same time. Welcome back. Did everyone make it safely? Carl asked. As safely as could be expected. That trial was wild, and we didn't have the clerics or Thor or Remy. I couldn't even get her to give me stuff from her space. Fortunately, the buffs you cast on everyone were still active. Ray replied. Alright, you had a very different trial than the rest of us. There was nothing to fight in ours. Ray seemed lost in a fond memory for a moment. Me and Kara appeared with Dana and Ophelia, and Hawk was in the sky over us. We thought that everyone else must have gotten separated, but then there was angry bacon and zombies and the whack-a-mole lady, and not quite humans, and some blue not quite humans. Everything was attacking, and I got to squish the zombie lady again, but with a hole in the middle of the stone, so she sprayed into the air. Ophelia shook her head in dismay, while Dana did her best not to laugh. The berserker was back in her own form for the first time in weeks, and it was strange hearing her normal voice, instead of the deeper voice of her werbear form, as she added details to the explanation. The trial told us that we would get a reward for every target killed before the timer ran out. Of course, with the 3 beasts, we were searching for targets halfway through the timer, and then it kicked us out with 10 minutes left on the timer. But it gave me a reward, so I guess we did it right. She added. Dana nodded. It gave me a reward as well, but it says that it's calculating, so the reward is still pending. I'm pending too. Hawk noted. What do you mean, you're pending? Did you get a reward from the trial? Not quite. I'm just stuck halfway to Monarch. My skill advanced while I was playing with the not food, and now I'm pending. Oh, Hawk had learned a new word, and it somewhat fit his situation. He would advance to Monarch very soon, but something was stopping him. Maybe it was his space. Carl was also stuck in limbo, so it might be a deficiency in the stored energy levels or quality. I don't think so, the spaces have plenty of energy. Remy informed him as she worked on more healing potions to give out to the group, so they would have some if she wasn't nearby. Is there someone here who has to make a selection within their system interface? Carl asked, wondering what the holdup was. Remy, why don't you come out? Maybe that's the issue. Remy remained in her Naga queen form and came out to grab Lotus, picking the little cleric up in a princess carry. One after another, everyone confirmed that they didn't have anything waiting for them to select an option. So, the system must have just hung up and wasn't processing the rewards at its usual speed. Well, if we're waiting anyhow, why don't we give Thor a potion and see if that changes anything? It's here and ready. Remy suggested. The 2 totems chuckled. Watching what the beast came up with regarding new concoctions was brilliant entertainment. Well, there's nothing to lose. Thor agreed, still worried he wouldn't get anything but a duplicate skill that Ray and Carl could already use. But he dutifully tilted his head back for Remy to feed him the potion that she had upgraded, and power surged through him as well as the beast spaces. Far above them, thunder rumbled and power surged from the temple beneath them as Thor began to grow. Oh, it works really well. I should find good things to feed everyone. Remy cheered. His height increase wasn't excessive, but Thor seemed to have gotten noticeably longer than he was before, in proportion to his height. Carl guessed the length increase between his legs to be a bit over a meter, with about the same added to his tail, while the armored ball on the end had turned nearly all golden, as had his horns. Thor was definitely the first of them to reach monarch rank, and while Karl didn't have a proper name for his evolution, it looked like Knack did. Well, isn't that interesting? You found a way to turn a lightning Sero into a divine thunder Sero. Thor bugled happily as he realized that the potion hadn't disappointed, and that he was actually ahead of the others for the very first time. Not for long, as Karl could feel that the bottleneck was released, and Hawk would advance in the next few minutes. But Hawk was happy to let his little brother have this victory. And you have gained another monarch-ranked divine beast. I must say, the potential of this beast master class is absolutely incredible. Knack amended. Actually, I might have an idea about that. I can't do it yet, but I think that by the time I am an overlord, I should be able to teach the core ability to create a beast space to others. Once they have that, they should either be able to awaken with the class, or choose a variant similar to it during their next advancement trial. Karl explained, mostly for the benefit of the Archbishop, who was currently giving Thor gentle head rubs as he examined the changes. Fascinating. He really has changed species with just a potion. I knew that it was possible for some beasts, but I never expected that a lightning Sero would manage it. The odds are lower than a carp jumping through the heavenly gates to become a dragon. The Archbishop noted. Knack rumbled with laughter at the thought. There was such a legend, but as far as he knew, it was nothing more than that. No known dragon had ever evolved from a carp, though it was said that during the early days, when the system was active, a few had come from lesser species like drakes and dragonkin. What new skills did you get, buddy? Karl asked Thor, who was immersed in the head pats. Eternal lightning didn't change. I got Thunder Stomp and Lightning Zone. Those both seem pretty fun. That's it for new skills, but I'm working on Ophelia's new one. Gravity Slam, she called it. I think I will have it soon. Reward calculated, random reward, skill book. 20% bonus experience. In Karl's experience, those bonus experience rewards were the ones that made huge and unexpected changes to a person's power level, as they appeared to be retroactive for some time, and didn't just increase the bonus that you got for the trial. Either that, or trials gave a massive influx of power to start with. Karl checked his inventory for the skill book, which was sitting on top of a pile of supplies left over from the elves on the other continent. That seemed to be a prophetic placement, or perhaps it was a reminder of areas in which Karl was still lacking. He had incredible defense for someone of his level, and his attacking skills were both powerful and well-rounded for use on nearly any target. Combat was not an area where he was lacking. He even had silent movement for stealth operations. Plus, strength and stamina for long runs. So, the system had given him something that he hadn't really focused on during his development. Non-combat skills. Epic grade skill, runecrafting. Runecrafting, the fine art of inscribing magical power runes to supplement the abilities of a magical object. Karl thought about that for a moment. He didn't have any crafting skills, and he wasn't sure that it would actually help to add runes to Remy's potions. However, he knew someone with a skill that would go very well with runecrafting. Morgana's enhancement tattoos combined with runecrafting would make for incredibly powerful buffs to the target. Once they made it back home, he would have to find a way to get time to study her skills. Or even a library book that had more details about magical tattoos. Karl used the book and an entire language began to flow into his mind, complete with syntax rules. The language was far more complex than the common spoken and written languages, with over 6,000 base runes which were compounded to make a form of single-word sentence. Then they were strung together in one of 8 different ways to create a complex concept with an activation order for the magical effect you were trying to create. Even with the skill book teaching him how it worked, Karl wasn't certain that he could completely comprehend the skill. While Karl was busy deciphering an entire new language, everyone around him was seeing their status change and in most cases, they were advancing. While Karl had left the royal rank behind him, with both Thor and Hawk advanced to the monarch rank alongside him, all of the ladies had reached the royal rank. How does this work? The boys all advanced, and were left behind. Kara complained. You've got a monarch rank skill, though. Remy reminded her. Still not caught up to them. I need to work harder. Once I'm a monarch with an overlord rank skill, I can taste test all the dragons. Remy carefully considered the outcome of that. Yes. I think that should work. If it's disintegration that advances again, you can run away in a safety bubble. Hawk was rapidly expanding as he advanced again and took his place among the monarchs of the Beast Kingdom. With a 30-meter wingspan, the Ghostfire Thunderbird was as large as most adult dragons, and his innate abilities were far beyond what most beasts could claim. His fire most likely challenged dragon fire for pure power, but the dragons wouldn't take it well if Carl suggested that to them directly. They were proud creatures, and enjoyed the thought that they were better than other species. As he finished his advancement, Carl realized that they had visitors. The portal was already closed, so he must have been distracted for a while, but Ray wasn't concerned, and she wouldn't miss a chance to tease Hawk about missing danger. Carl turned to the new arrival and saw an unfamiliar overlord, along with Colonel Valerie of the Bureau of Elite Development. Colonel Valerie, excellent timing. I have things to inform you about. Carl greeted her, then turned to the other person. Overlord. Monarch. Sorry, I don't know who you are either. How does that even happen? Are there so many overlords and monarchs now that it's even possible that we don't know each other? The man replied. Carl checked him with the system interface and saw that he was a ranger, but his system wasn't fully active, and it wasn't giving Carl his name. Then, he just had to go through the overlords he knew about. But none of the ranger types looked anything like this man. He must be one of the hidden assets of the nation, not one of the public-facing idol-type powerhouses. I am Carl, from last year's intake at the Golden Divine Academy. The overlord nodded. I am Joram, mostly stationed along the mountain giant border. The colonel was visiting my station when we got the message that your group had been found. Carl nodded. Did we forget to tell anyone where we were going? Sorry for the trouble. The overlord chuckled. You have all been missing for months. I don't know what you've been up to, but it is possible that there is a time flow difference within this trial. I can sense it below us, but for some reason I can't access it. Carl nodded. You have to walk up all the steps. But none of us suspected that so much time had passed. I had thought it had only been a few days. Colonel Valerie looked him up and down, inspecting Carl's enhanced physique against her memory of him as a new student. Well, on the bright side, you missed winter. Most of it, anyhow. The end of semester exams at the academy are coming up soon, and then spring break starts next month. She explained. Carl winked at Dana. Should we request a ride back? We can see if my balcony survived, and maybe take the exams to graduate formally. Overlord Joram laughed. What exam? The teachers are all commanders, remember? A royal rank mage would destroy the testing equipment, and it wouldn't hold up any better to whatever you've done to yourself. Carl shrugged. Skill-based physical enhancement. The system calls it iron within rank 3. But that isn't a primary enhancement. It's something that developed because I was accidentally injuring myself with physical skills. Lord Nacht, the Black Dragon, was the only one unconcerned about missing multiple months of time. After all, he was a venerable dragon of the death god. He had taken naps longer than 2 months. How are things going politically? I should have been more careful. The Archbishop asked. Everything is stable for the moment. The White Dragon sent a totem to keep things running smoothly within the church, while the army has been learning to play well with the civilian government and the elites. Overall, it has been as smooth as possible, and your subordinates have proven themselves quite capable. However, the same is not true of the situation on the continent in general. The orb incident, as it has been named, was only the start. We have 9 more stable dungeons on the continent now, all appearing and stabilizing within the last 2 months. 8 of them are ascended rank or lower, one is commander rank. However, that is not the problem. The new commander rank dungeon is also randomly awakening party members who finished the challenge with a group that has never entered before. We know of 18 cases so far from 4 different nations. The Archbishop took a deep breath. And where might this new commander rank dungeon be? Colonel Valerie hesitated before responding. The Newbon capital. Newbon City. It appeared over an ancient monument in the middle of the city. That's 2 stable commander rank dungeons in the same nation now, and we have no way of verifying how many monsters have gained access to the system. However, with the restriction, and the fact that it doesn't appear to be a guaranteed awakening for a single member, as we have observed at the one in our nation, it shouldn't be too far from our estimate. It has been open 6 days now. Of course, they couldn't verify the numbers. If they didn't have someone there to inspect them with the interface on the way in and out, the monsters would look the same on the way in and out. It wasn't like they immediately gained a rank when the system activated. However, having a commander rank dungeon right in your capital city would be a huge advantage once the chaos of other nations trying to gain access ended. Nact rumbled in annoyance. How many of the other confirmed stable dungeons are in Newbon? Valerie shook her head. None. There is an ascended rank dungeon in Baria, near the Divine Beast Nation border, but all of the other new dungeons appeared along the coast or on islands, so they're all nominally under human control except that one and the one in Newbon City. Nact frowned. Baria is a human nation. Or do you just mean that it is the only one that didn't appear near the coast? It is 20 meters from the river that marks the official border. However, there is a phoenix nest in the ruins where the portal opened, and the matriarch won't let anyone near her clutch. Carl perked up, and Colonel Valerie laughed. That includes you. In fact, it explicitly includes you. I don't know where you met, but she called you out by name as someone to be kept away until her eggs hatched. Lord Nact, you are on that list as well, as are Orthos, Librarian Gareth, Doug Mackenzie, the King of Creliston, a succubus named Marie, and Overlord Lifa of Newbon. The rest of the continent was just warned away in general. Carl and Nact shared a confused look. They didn't know what they had done to the Phoenix, but it could have just been a premonition. Basic visions of the future could be unclear, and the Phoenix might have just blanket banned everyone she saw in the visions. The Archbishop shrugged. That's not our problem, though it is odd that all the dungeons are appearing at the edge of the continent. I will have to find out what is happening in the rest of the world. Lord Nact, if I might prevail upon you to ask some of your overseas contacts as well. This might be a worldwide awakening. The Archbishop opened a portal, and the 2 stepped through, but before anyone else moved, the portal closed, and Carl was left staring at a very dismayed Overlord Joram. Did they just? He asked. Yeah, they're like that. I think they're actually old friends, they are so in tune sometimes that it's scary. Now, do we have a way to get picked up, or are we going to have to run away and leave you here with the Colonel while we go looking for fluffy beastkin? Lotus laughed and gave a fist pump of appreciation for that idea, while Colonel Valerie sighed and gestured at the ground near the base of the temple. There is a helicopter right there. If we follow the river north to the lake, we can fly over the water and be back in the capital by morning. She explained. Carl looked down, and a vaguely familiar pilot waved up at him. He waved back, then smirked at the Colonel. I hope your legs are feeling good. It's a long way to the bottom. Like hell. I'll call the helicopter to come to us instead. How do you think we got up here? You really were out of it, weren't you? New skill. I was absorbed in the details. Still, I'm surprised that nobody warned me about the helicopter. Ray thought about it. You know, one moment they weren't here, then they were rappelling down to the platform. Time might still be strange here. I don't remember the helicopter coming at all. Carl motioned for the Colonel to call the helicopter. I think that time is still strange here, not just inside the trial, but also right here on the top of the temple. If we wait much longer, we could end up missing for weeks or months again. That got things in motion, but even as they were stepping into the helicopter and leaving the temple, Carl could see that the formerly midday sun was fading to the horizon. Well, it looks like we will be flying all night, but we can still make it to the capital in time for breakfast. How are your rations holding out? You've been in the field for quite a while. Colonel Valerie asked, noting their lack of packs. Ophelia chuckled. We're more than good. With the two clerics and Carl's meat-hoarding tendencies, we've not had a bad meal yet. Ray woke Carl as they approached the city across the lake just before dawn. I think that we're going to land soon. We talked about it while you were asleep, and we want to come out and be welcomed with you. Carl chuckled. I don't see a reason why not, as long as there is space. Ray seemed excessively happy with that answer, and Carl wondered what she had in mind and how badly it was going to terrify the locals. Fortunately for Ray's plan, someone had notified the media that they were coming, and there were dozens of press members, bleary-eyed politicians who had been dragged out of bed before the crack of dawn and corporate reps waiting in a large field for their arrival. Oh, that will be perfect. Ray cheered. Carl refreshed his armor and got a new version in black with a dark light host tabard under a blued steel chest plate. It was almost knightly, if you ignored the part where everything but the chest was leather and chitin or cloth. He skipped on the helmet, and waited as the helicopter approached the ground. Nobody else had changed, so Dana was in her cargo pants and hoodie with the armor underneath, while Ophelia had her heavy plate armor on. The berserker was in her human form, though. That was a change, and it took Carl a minute to remember that she was normally a human and not a werbear. She had spent so much time in her transformed disguise that everyone had gotten used to her being twice the size of the other women, and not just slightly taller than Tessa. Even Carl had deactivated most of his skills for the flight, and the group only had Eternal Lightning active on them. Ready to face the press? Colonel Valerie asked. I feel so short. Carl replied with a smile. Ophelia laughed. You feel short? I'm freezing. How did I ever survive winter without fur? Colonel Valerie chuckled, though her expression didn't change from its usual resting frown of general disapproval. Good thing we're sending you all for a combat mission check after this. You need a few days to acclimatize to civilized life again. But we will do this the standard way. As the host, I will exit first, then you follow by rank. How you sort that is on you. There was a fair bit of space in the cargo hold of the helicopter, so everyone else arranged themselves in a double file line. Dana and Ophelia behind Carl, with the clerics at the back. Then Ray came out in human form to stand between the mage and berserker, while Remy transformed back into spirit snake form to hang herself around Carl's shoulders for the best view. Finally, a shining silver and gold knight with a horned helmet on appeared between Tessa and Lotus. Thor. Is that Thor in human form? Your armor is beautiful. Tessa greeted him. Thor nodded and gave her a shoulder bump that made the cleric laugh. He always did that as a greeting, but she had been trying to get him to speak. Hawk's voice in humanoid form was strange, while Ray's was beautiful and haunting. So, she wondered what Thor would sound like. We will escort the ladies out, and then we will join you. Thor informed Carl in a deep masculine voice that closely matched his mental voice. Out of everyone, he was apparently best at the transformation. Tessa poked him. It is customary to take your helmet off to meet people. But my horns are attached to it in this form. Thor complained, suddenly sounding much younger. Tessa smiled and took the helmet off, revealing a handsome young man with long green hair, long ears and shining golden eyes. He almost looked like an elf, but twice the size that any elven man should be. Thor was nearly as tall as Ray was, but burly to the point that he could nearly block both Tessa and Lotus from view by standing in front of them. Lotus ran a hand over his armor. We need to get Thor a shield. When we have time, we should take him to the armory with Carl's credit. He is basically a paladin, right? A holy warrior. He can do all the paladin things. We will work on it. Carl agreed. The helicopter touched down, and Colonel Valerie stepped out as soon as the back ramp was open. Carl didn't know why these things had side doors. Nobody ever used them. Carl led the way out while Remy checked out the crowd of people in front of them, and Hawk eagerly awaited his opportunity to make a grand entrance. Unlike Ray and Thor, he didn't intend to transform into a human. Kara didn't either, so they would both show up later, once the first impression was made. Carl took his first step onto the grass and realized that their grand plan had completely confused the crowd. They had no idea who Ray and Thor were, and wondered what nation they were visiting from, as both were clearly inhuman. If they didn't know what nation they came from, they didn't know all the proper formal courtesies, or how to properly address them as a royal and a monarch. Colonel Valerie cleared her throat. Introducing the Beast Master Monarch, Carl. With him are the princesses Remy, Ophelia, and Dana with the Lady Ray Bloodbath. Then we have the royal high priestesses Lotus and Tessa, with King Thor of the Cerro. Lady Ray Bloodbath, I like it. Soon, I will be Queen Ray Bloodbath, and it will be glorious. But I need to ask a favor first. I've got all these great flavors of bath products, but do you suppose that I could have just a bit of Carl? Maybe a shampoo? That new skill smells wonderful. Carl mentally chuckled at her request. I will see what I can do. With my regeneration, I'm sure I can spare you some blood. Carl led the group to a spot 3 meters in front of the gathered dignitaries, and Ray stepped back from her spot between Ophelia and Dana. She joined Thor at the back of the group just as the cameras were getting set up, and the assistants were ushering the others into position. Now is good. Hawk decided, then appeared behind the group in all his glory, with his wings spread over the team. Kara came out to stand beside Carl, as she was too short to be seen over the group, while Thor and Ray returned to their original forms. Remy remained around Carl's neck, satisfied that she would be prominent in all the photos without being large. Screaming filled the air, and nearly half of the assembled civilians either fainted or ran away, leaving Hawk and Ray congratulating each other on their brilliant plan, and Kara laughing hysterically, rolling on the ground and pointing at the terrified humans. Carl! Damn it, did you have to do that? We have a schedule to keep. A deep voice boomed in the distance. Overlord Neil. I didn't see you back there. Carl shouted back, impressed at the man's stealth skills. It wasn't easy to hide an aura that powerful from him, especially now that he had soul sight. The rogue smiled behind his mask as he stepped into sight, his black Holy Inquisition uniform standing out among the business suits of the dignitaries. His presence brought most of them to their senses, but Carl noticed that one camera operator was dutifully snapping photos, oblivious to the chaos all around him. He was so focused on getting the perfect shot that Carl was certain he hadn't even registered the fact that those were real magical beasts in front of him. The dignitaries began to return to their spots now that the overlord from the Inquisition was in sight, while Colonel Valerie glared at Carl, and the ladies did their best not to laugh along with Kara, who was slowly regaining her composure. If you've finished having your fun. Valerie began. Of course, of course. Group photos. How are we arranging this? Meet and greet style, or with a large group pose? Carl agreed. Overlord Neil chuckled. Can you ask your friends to stay near their current position, and we can set up a photo shoot? There are mobile bleachers to lift your team up for the photo. Ray dipped her head, while Kara wandered through the crowd to examine the rogue. He stopped to look down at the Void Badger, who flapped her wings to help balance on her hind legs, which put her closer to his height, though still less than shoulder high. Well, hello there. Neil greeted her. Kara licked him. Neil laughed as he wiped drool off his face. Now I am wondering if you simply wanted to taste test Overlord rank human, or if that was some sort of greeting among winged void badgers. Kara balanced on her hind legs and made a noncommittal gesture. Yeah, that's what I thought. A bit of both. But we should get into position for the photos. Kara dropped back to all 4 feet and rushed over to stand on top of Thor, so she could see over the gathering. The dignitaries were standing in 2 rows, short then tall, while a long folding bench had been placed for Carl's team, with the beast standing behind them. It would be a brilliant photo, and Kara wanted a copy as soon as possible. The photographers got to work, focusing on various people, then Carl's team was cycled through the back rank so that they could get close-up shots with all the dignitaries. Carl was actually surprised how restrained Ray and Kara were being. He thought that the pair would prank someone, but they were behaving fairly well. Except that point when Kara stole someone's hairpiece and had to be bribed to give it back. It did look good on her, though. "Monarch, might we have just a few minutes of your time? We are with the Du Bois banking conglomerate." A short man in his 50s began. "I'm very sorry, sir. I am not currently booking any collaborative efforts or accepting employment offers. But if your offer is not about that, please, continue." The banker bowed politely. "I understand, sir. You have been on an extended assignment and require time to decompress. I will check with you again in the future." There were a few others who had the same idea, but as Carl was less approachable as a monarch, they were much more interested in going after the two new royals who might be much more amenable to their ideas. Monarchs normally already had solid plans, and while Carl was young, it was generally assumed that it would be the same for him. There were rumors that he was working with the Roth Savings and Loan Company on a major property deal, but such a project normally took a year or two before the details were finalized. Plus, it was likely to involve an exclusivity clause so that the elite didn't end up as the face of a competing company or project in the meantime. The only ones who were moving away from him were the ones who were only here as business representatives. Most of them were here to make friends with powerful elites, or as government or military representatives. Carl found a familiar face in the crowd and went over to say hello. "Director Jones, of Military Finance, wasn't it?" he asked. "You have an impeccable memory, Your Majesty." The bureaucrat replied. "The whole Your Majesty thing is a bit excessive." Carl laughed. "Certainly, Lord Carl. I heard that you were on quite the adventure and missed most of the chaos of recent days." "Indeed. But not all of it, I got to see some in person while I was out of the country. But I'm more interested in your job. How is the finance and supply situation with all of the additional anomalies and monster spawns?" Carl asked. "How did you know that the spawn rate was up?" "We hadn't made that public yet. I know a little about how it started and why. So it's only natural that it would increase here as well. At least we haven't been inundated with new dungeons. If that had been the case, we would have been in much more trouble than even Newbon with their commander-ranked dungeons and newfound influx of monster spawns. I won't bore you with all the details, but it was quite the shock to them." Bored wouldn't be the word that the director would choose, but he was an accountant, not an elite or any sort of soldier. Carl caught a blur of motion in his peripheral vision just before he felt something bounce off his armor. It hadn't made it past eternal lightning, but it was clearly an attack, and Carl turned to see who would be so brave. The situation almost looked calm and normal, but Soul's sight revealed Overlord Neil dragging someone out of the crowd while invisible. On the ground, Carl found a small metal needle that radiated magic. That must have been the projectile weapon, so he picked it up and put it in Remy's space, wrapped in a large leaf, so she didn't get poked accidentally. As soon as he stopped focusing on it, the needle disappeared, marking it as the creation of a skill, not an enchanted object. "Oh, someone is brave. Do you think that there are more of them?" Ray asked in his mind as she realized what had happened. "Where there is one, there are three." "Well, that is about earth mice in the house, but I think it works for other sorts of vermin as well." "How do we know which ones are which? Can I just kill them all for safety?" "No, some of them are important and useful. The Inquisitor should take care of the situation, but don't let any sketchy people near the ladies." It took all of 3 seconds for Kara to take that literally. A rather sleazy-looking businessman was getting too handsy with Ophelia for her liking, and the Void Badger grabbed him by the legs, spun him in a full circle, then body slammed him. The whoosh of air leaving the man's body, then the pained wheeze, had a few people laughing discreetly behind their hands, but the ones who hadn't seen the start were concerned that Kara had gone feral. But the way that she was rubbing his face in the dirt made it clear after a few seconds that this was personal. Kara, you can let him up. I think he will promise to keep his hands to himself. Kara got off him, then wandered over and took something from a nearby woman's purse. The wealthy executive was shocked at the fact she had just been so casually mugged by a royal rank beast, but Kara gave back the purse and only kept one small item in her mouth. What have you got there? Ophelia asked. It's a barbecue sauce package. No, you can't barbecue him. I don't think that he would even taste good. Ophelia laughed. That was the last straw for the humiliated pervert. He bolted out of the meeting and began running for the questionable safety of the nearby buildings. The event lightened the mood of the meeting, though some were highly concerned about the actual safety of having the beasts around. After all, Kara had threatened to eat someone, and even Thor was large enough to accidentally crush someone to death. Sure, he had elites loving on him and rubbing his scales, but a casual collision with him would be like walking in front of a car. Overlord Neil returned after a few minutes of socialization, smelling faintly of human blood, and motioned for Carl to join him. Carl followed him to the edge of the green space and into one of the signature marble buildings that were all over the capital, and realized that this one was actually familiar. It was identical to the Inquisition holding building in design, but not in interior decoration. It might serve the same purpose, but the upper level looked more like the lobby of an upscale hotel. Monarch, if you don't mind a short chat. Neil began, with a gesture to a door labeled, Conference Room C. Carl followed him in and felt a spell activate as the door closed. Then Neil barred it with a steel beam, which made Carl laugh. The door was made of solid oak, but he could kick it clear across the lobby, so the bar wasn't for either of them, just to keep nosy people out. First off, welcome back. It's good to see you again, and quite the shock to see how you have advanced. But more pressing is not the known fact that you are a savant, but the fact that your entire group are now royals. You have no idea how much of a stir it caused among the leadership when the Archbishop returned and casually informed everyone that your group were all now royals. Of course, he's so busy with other duties that he was most likely never informed that they were all ascended a year ago. But for those of us with more time to be familiar with such things, it has raised plenty of questions. If there is some sort of technique to speed progression to that level, it is of national security level critical importance that we know. Your misadventures have raised more royal rank elites this year than the rest of the nation, and nobody understands why. Carl took a moment to fully appreciate what the Inquisition's top assassin was saying. Overlord Neil had a point. There were so few royals that they would normally all know each other. He was the outlier, as he didn't really know anyone, and he was never around others. But now he had blown past that milestone and advanced to monarch rank, while the rest of his group was also progressing insanely quickly. There was nothing in his skills that would explain that, and other than Dana, the others had been growing at a perfectly normal rate before they met with him. Could it be that he had some hidden skill to help his group grow? He could for his beasts, but that was linked to their space. It didn't really apply to the rest of the group members. I think that it is more closely related to luck and the favor of the gods than any level of skill that I possess. The number of exceptional opportunities that we have been encountering is higher than most other elites could claim in years of training. We have been in 2 separate opening events for commander rank dungeons and what might be a demigod level trial in the last season alone. Neil shook his head. The trials alone don't explain it, unless the last one actually forced the advancement. But as I understand the reports, you were already exhibiting well beyond royal rank firepower before your rank had officially advanced, according to the system. Carl thought about it for a few minutes in silence, then decided to share a small tidbit about his powers with the Inquisitor. I have a skill called Skill Master, and I believe that it takes effect on my entire group, and not just the beasts I am bonded with. It lets them learn new skills more easily and improve the ones that they have. I suspect that the improvement in their skills might actually be driving their progress. Most people advance as their skills improve, right? Well, with Skill Master, the skills can be advanced to a rank over the user. It's never happened to another group member that I know of, but it does work for the beasts. I have had skills at Monarch rank for a while now, and that is a large part of my excess combat ability. Neil took a chair off the stack by the wall and sat down at the large boardroom table. What you're telling me is that there is a possibility that you will have an overlord ranked skill while you are still a monarch? He asked. Not a possibility, an almost certainty. How far through my progression will I manage it is the real question. It might be one of the beasts, and it may or may not be shared with me, but it will happen. Carl agreed, taking a seat across from the overlord. Neil took a small object from his storage bag, or perhaps his inventory. Carl couldn't tell how active the man's system was. Squeeze that for me. I want to test your raw physical strength. He instructed. Carl shrugged and picked up the resistance scale. It had a D-shaped hand grip on one side and a scale needle on the other, so Carl just squeezed it and watched the needle smoothly spin in circles, 3 times around before the lever bottomed out. Neil chuckled. Well, that defeats the purpose. But it is an answer in its own way. Your strength isn't on the human scale anymore, even for warrior classes. Do you think that there is a way you could help a few of our promising recruits advance as well? What I was thinking was to send them as apprentices to your group. Did they do something to upset you? Sending children to accompany a group like mine is basically a death sentence. Heck, even our protection couldn't hold up when Overlord Lifa and the Emperor got into an argument over her vacation plans. Carl replied. Neil stared at him. Come again. I know all those words, but I'm not sure that I understood what you were saying. I'm sure the reports will make it back to you soon. The Overlord decided that she was overworked and decided to go on an unapproved vacation. It led to an exchange of blows with the Emperor of Nubon. Neither was seriously injured, but there was a lot of property damage. Carl explained. That did not make it back to our reports, but I believe that I know the incident you mean. It simply wasn't explained the same way, and was passed off as an anomaly-related natural disaster. It is actually less concerning to know that it was just a dispute between powerhouses. At least that way, it's unlikely to happen again. Carl wasn't sure he would go that far. Eventually Lifa would break free again, but trying to explain the whole situation would just lead to a never-ending set of questions he didn't know the answers to, and probably someone wanting to study his weapons. He was quite fond of his weapons. Overlord Neil took out a notepad and placed it between them. Now we can move on to the reason I actually called you in here. I interviewed the failed assassin, and it appears that you have made the growing threat list of at least one foreign nation. The toxin from the spell scroll should have been potent enough to kill a royal rank elite if it had landed. If he hadn't missed, we would have had only seconds to prevent your death. Neil explained. He didn't actually miss. Thor keeps Eternal Lightning, his defensive barrier skill, active on the whole group at all times. He doesn't like any of us being in danger. So, the attack hit a Monarch rank barrier skill and simply fell to the ground. I thought it was a poisoned needle, and tried to collect it, but it vanished after a few seconds. Do you have any idea what group might be after your life? Neil asked. I didn't get their names, but a human nation that uses spellblades with black robes and red armor would be my first guess. They seemed a bit upset that we rejected their attempt to force their way into the trial that the Archbishop met me at. Of course, it could be the Giants. They have more than enough reasons to want me dead, especially after Lord Knack trolled them during that same event. It's probably not the divine beasts or the mages from Steptonbia. We all had a rather cordial relationship as of our last meeting, and the mages of Steptonbia were very pleased with our arrangement and the fact that we didn't argue with their price. The potions that they provided were an excellent base for an upgraded potion using resources that we obtained from the monster spawns. One of them gave High Priestess Lotus a Tree of Life, healing form, an epic grade spell, and the other allowed Thor to evolve into his current Divine Thunder Sero form. Thor has thunder abilities? Neil asked. Only one stomp ability. But he has a couple of lightning-based skills, so it fits with the general theme of his progress. Carl thought about his new skills, and realized that while he could make skill books and use Skill Master to help others learn skills, he would soon be a great asset to elites in general, simply because he could teach them random skills. Maybe he should try to get the overlord to help him learn a few more skills before he left the capital again. Back on topic, we are concerned about the risk that someone is sending assassins after you, but the leadership is also determined to see if your luck will extend to a larger team. Obviously, they're not going to be able to spare an entire team of royals to follow you around when you've already got 4 of them on contract. I will look into the issue of the assassination attempts personally while your team is being debriefed and assessed after your deployment, then the apprentices will be sent to you. Carl drummed his fingers on the table as he considered ways to make that work. Can you send us acolytes? You know, the ones who are going to go for the divine injection at the end of the school year? I can test them personally for compatibility, and then we can take 5 of them with us to train. He suggested. You want common rank kids who are still in middle school? Neil repeated, ensuring he hadn't heard it wrong. Maybe from the orphanages. That way there won't be a fuss if things go wrong during training. Plus, I don't want some politician's snobby brat. I'd end up feeding them to Remy the first week. You wouldn't. Neil countered, but Carl could see that he wasn't convinced. Neil was a good judge of character, so he shouldn't take long to determine that Carl wasn't joking. Fine, maybe you would. I will see what we can find for your team. How long do you think that it will take to test them? He added. We should be able to sort them in a day or 2. I have a trick for it now. The cleric classes might be a bit harder, but the acolytes for me, Dana and Ophelia, should be easier. I can probably verify their compatibility right away. Neil made a note for himself, then gave Carl an expectant look. What can you tell me about what happened to you and Lord Nacht in the trial? The Black Dragon was somewhat less than forthcoming with details. Carl chuckled. I can see how that would happen. He's not the greatest fan of humans in general. But he seems to be fond of you. I'm possibly the least humanish human that you will ever meet, though. But I can tell you that there was an evolutionary resource in the version of the trial that we got. It gave me a special constitution, and that was a major factor in being able to reach monarch rank. His details are his own, and as much as I like to prank people, I'm not going to give out the private details of a totem-rank black dragon. Carl explained carefully. Understandable. Some inquisitors would take that personally, but the totems are said to be able to sense betrayal, and I would rather that he didn't come barging in here. Carl chuckled. We would likely be gone before he made it here. Overlord Neil shook his head. He's still at the cathedral. If he sensed betrayal, he could fly here in under a minute. But the Inquisitor had asked anyhow, Carl noted. What are you going to tell the debriefing officers about your time abroad? Have you discussed it with the others? Neil asked instead of continuing his questions about the trial. Not yet. I think everyone understands what part shouldn't be spoken out loud. But most of the journey was eventful in one way or another, so there will be plenty to give them without looking like we're stonewalling the investigation. Besides, the Archbishop knows most of it already, and that's the important part. Whether anyone else needs to know is up to him. Overlord Neil made a few notes and then put the notepad away. All right, I will arrange for proper acolytes to join your team while they are in the city. I am looking forward to great results from you, and I will try to keep the annoyances away while you're all settling back into the civilized life for a bit. Is there anything else that you're going to need right away, other than somewhere to stay? That has already been arranged, of course. The Archbishop wants your team close, so he has arranged rooms at the cathedral. Carl laughed. It's always the cathedral when we come to the capital. If I was there any more often, I would end up with my own room. That can likely be arranged. There is a separate building for high-ranking elites, next to the Inquisition dorms. You're a monarch now, so it wouldn't be unusual for you to rent a room there to always have a place to stay in the capital. Even Johann and Ahmad have rooms there, though they also have houses nearby. Neil explained. Oh, that does sound like a good plan. I will have to find out the costs and arrange something. The dorms in the cathedral aren't terrible, but the lights out policy is a bit strict. The rogue laughed at Carl's complaints. Indeed, the cathedral did shut down very early so that the pious could pray in silence for a few hours before sleeping. But if you weren't on a pilgrimage, it was an extremely early bedtime. Why don't I call them over now? There should be someone on duty. Carl nodded, and Neil went to the phone on the wall to make a call, requesting an agent for the ranking elite dorm, as well as accommodation for 2 new royal high priestesses, who would be confirmed later in the day, and the 2 visiting royal rank elites. Lotus and Tessa would get permanent rooms here by default, as well as wherever they were assigned when they were no longer traveling with Carl. Carl suspected that nobody was in too big of a hurry to make them quit that mission, as they had gained so much already, but eventually, they would all want some downtime with no violence. No violence? Ray asked in Carl's mind. Minimal violence. He amended. Still sounds boring. Can we leave yet? These people are annoying. Return to your space whenever you want. I will make excuses for you when I'm done here. That was all the motivation that they needed, and everyone but Kara was back in their space within seconds. Even Thor. That part was surprising, but the Sero looked harassed and ready for a nap. You alright, buddy? Carl asked. Flash photography is evil. Thor replied as he sunk his head into the pond lined with holy stones. That explained a lot. Thor loved people, but like all beasts, his eyes were sensitive, and if they had been taking constant photos in his direction with the flash on, he would have a terrible headache by now. The real question was what Kara was up to, and why was Carl so certain that it involved Lotus? But he didn't have long to consider what sort of chaos those 2 might be causing. The representative from housing had already arrived, possibly from outside with the welcoming committee. Monarch. It is an honor to meet you. I am informed that you would be interested in renting a unit at the ranking elite apartments. The slim man greeted Carl, before adjusting his poorly fit budget suit and taking a seat to spread out an array of diagrams and pictures. We have various options starting with infrequent visitor residences at under 100 square meters, or if you are to be stationed here in the capital, we do have some options in the 500 square meter range. Carl did his best to hide his dismay at the opulence visible in the photos of the units. Even the smallest of them was far larger than the house he had grown up in, and at 500 square meters, the largest would require cleaning staff even if he had his whole team staying there. Though, if the beasts were in human form, they would take up a lot of space, so a floor plan with more common area might be best. Overlord Neil gestured at one of the plans. I think that this one might be a suitable option. There are 3 bedrooms, including the master bedroom, but there is a large sitting room. It's normally for the sort of elite who has a lot of informal business meetings at home, but with your friends around all the time, it might be a good choice. The agent nodded. Yes, this one is suitable for task force teams when they are in the capital, and it has easy access to the rooftop helipad, should you be on rapid response duty. But fear not, the soundproofing is excellent, and the noise won't unduly disturb you. Carl chuckled. I can hear your heartbeat and the shifting of your coat against your shirt. It takes much more than some basic soundproofing for me to miss a helicopter landing. But I am certain that it doesn't take much to get used to those interruptions, and I don't intend to be in the capital the majority of the time. Oh, are you working on something? The agent asked. I am in the middle of a deal with Roth Savings and Loan to build a facility for magical beasts that can be raised as assistants to the elites. Carl explained. Fascinating. I know that many of the ranger classes struggle to find just the right partner. However, as I am not one myself, I am not privy to all the details. That's fine. It's not really relevant to this deal anyhow. Oh, get the one with the huge bathroom with the hot tub. I want that one. Remy insisted. Yes, a gigantic tub is what we need. Ray agreed. Carl gestured to the floor plan. Do you have an option with a large common area, and the oversized bath area with the hot tub? I have this one. It's slightly smaller overall, but still has 3 sleeping rooms, a large common room and the spa. However, it lacks a formal dining room, and instead only has a smaller table and dining counter in the kitchen. Hot tub. Ray cheered. Can we go see the unit? Carl asked. Of course, sir. However, it is customary to put down a deposit first, as a show of sincerity, as the units are rather expensive. Carl nodded. How much? The deposit amount is 50,000 credits, which will be deducted from the 240,000 credit total annual fee for the unit, should you choose it. Give him shiny rocks. I got a whole bunch of useless ones from the grave. Remy suggested. Can you do conversions? I have no idea how many actual credits I have. Carl asked. I can bring an appraiser from the supply department. Wonderful, I can wait. Also, if they can send someone for the rest of my people, it would make life easier. I'm sure they are wondering where I went by now. The ladies came in with the appraiser, who was an ascended rank elite with a crafting specialty class. Remy, did you pick useless stones? Carl asked. Yeah, and give him some of this grass I picked. There is too much of it here, and it's in the way. The appraiser bowed a full 90 degrees, while Overlord Neil chuckled at the show of deference, or more likely at Carl's discomfort around it. Sir, I am told that you require a conversion for some items you have obtained. Carl set the fistful of delicately cut gemstones and the large bundle of magical grass on the table side by side. This should be enough, I think. If you can convert that to credits for me, I would like to rent an apartment and maintain a balance in my account for incidentals. The man just stared at the pile, while Overlord Neil picked up one of the gems, a faintly magical garnet, low ascended rank by Carl's estimation. You know, a fire garnet of this quality and cut is worth a year's rent. You didn't need to make the man go through so much work. The Overlord was staring at the gem with what looked like lust, and examining it with the practiced movements of a jeweler. Or perhaps a jewel thief. Many rogue class elites had a questionable past. Carl shrugged. I never exchange anything, I didn't know. But if that's the case, you can keep that one for your assistance, and we can convert these 2 for credits, plus the pile of herbs. The appraiser looked at the pile of herbs with great concern. Are you certain that you wish to trade all of this? Make them go away. Those are the trash stalks that I pruned so much better ones would grow, or to clear space. Remy agreed. Yes. Those are the lower grade cast-offs that I don't need anymore. The man seemed to freeze, and began breathing too fast for a few seconds before Lotus cast something on him. Panic attack, he should be alright with a calming spell on him. She explained. Sir, those stalks are all commander rank, and they're worth nearly 20,000 credits each. The appraiser stammered. Do you regret picking the gem now? Carl Mock whispered to Overlord Neil. Not at all. I don't need spirit grass for anything. But magic-type classes like the appraiser go all googly over it. You should see if you can get some potions made with the portion you kept. Your girlfriend would benefit from them. Carl stared at the grass with his system interface up. Moderate quality feed for Thor. Mild intoxicant for Hawk. Combines with sage spirit herb to make minor soul strengthening potions for Hawk. That last line was a new one, but there were no other listed uses with identify, so it was no real use to his beasts. Good idea. I will look into that later. I have the ingredients needed, I believe. The appraiser carefully examined every stalk and made notes, while the group milled about and Lotus tried to teach Kara how to play cat's cradle with a piece of string. When he got to the last of the stalks, Carl stopped him, realizing that the total was an astronomical sum. That one is for you. A gratuity for your prompt service. The appraiser stared lovingly at the long piece of grass. Are you certain, sir? Of course. There are how many of them in that pile? One is no loss. The conversion of those +2 stones should be more than enough for my immediate needs. Tessa shook her head in dismay. You know, I tend to forget that while your stockpile of random stuff is useful in the field, you're actually insanely wealthy if you convert it to money. Carl laughed. Thor eats that grass as a snack. The appraiser and the real estate agent winced in pain at the cost of letting a giant beast eat such a valuable resource. The total will be transferred to your account, and these 2 garnets will be sufficient to cover a year's rent on your chosen unit. Thank you for your patronage, and the Cathedral Resource Warehouse appreciates your generosity. Overlord Neil watched the appraiser call for security as he loaded the grass into a secure cargo box on a dolly and hand the real estate agent a card on his way out. Now, should we go see that unit? As long as there is nothing wrong with it, I would like to get settled in. I have a long day of debriefings tomorrow. Carl suggested. You have debriefings tonight as well. But tomorrow will be even busier, so we should get ahead of the others. Neil agreed. Carl sighed and gestured for everyone to follow them out of the room. The apartment building was actually a high-rise tower that Carl had thought was part of the corporate district. 50 stories tall and as large as a city block, there was certainly plenty of room for the apartments. Lotus spun in a happy circle as she saw where they were going. This is perfect. I can just invade your space when the dorms at the cathedral get too boring. The housing agent gave Carl a look that said, should I show you a unit with a spare room for high priestesses? But Carl motioned for him to keep walking. I am sure that we can make space. Or we can look at other units if there might be a similar unit that keeps the large hot tub. That part is essential. Carl assured her, with a nod to the realtor to let him know the response was for him as well. Dana winked at him and Carl smiled. Ray and Thor weren't the only ones looking forward to getting time to soak. The elevator took them to the 10th floor, and a pristine white-walled lobby area with thick red carpets. There was a gold and crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and Tessa whistled in appreciation of the luxury. Red Dragon clerics spent most of their time in orphanages or combat training facilities before they graduated, and often after as well. They didn't see much luxury. There is a secure training facility on basement level 2. It's not actually under the building, but under the courtyard and park. It was reinforced by the Archbishop and a group of Overlord rank mages, so there is no danger that it will be damaged as long as you pay the energy cost to enter. There is a public pool on the 2nd floor, and a gym on the basement floor 1. But the residential floors all look similar, with different layouts based on apartment sizes. There are 6 units on this floor, only 2 of which are currently occupied. Carl decided he didn't want to think too hard about why there would be so many empty units in the building. Sure, it was expensive, but all the more powerful elites were regularly required to be in the capital for one reason or another, so it made sense for them to get an apartment somewhere in the city. It wasn't like they couldn't afford it. If Carl had checked his balance before asking for a conversion of resources, he likely would have had enough for the rent just off his elite payments, and those would be going up now that he was a monarch. The agent opened the door and Carl stepped inside the apartment, which was decorated in what he understood to be the latest modern style, all white and stainless steel with hardwood floors in a light gray. Upon seeing the luxury, Ray came out in humanoid form and immediately wandered away before the sales pitch could even begin. The important parts of the tour were the bath and making sure that nothing here could rival her hammocks for comfort. Where did she come from? The property agent asked, confused by the new arrival. She's sneaky. Don't worry about it. Now, it looks like this place is fully outfitted, I see cups hanging from the racks. Carl replied. Yes, a full set of kitchenware is included, as well as daily maid service, so there is no need to do your own cleaning. If you are hosting parties or don't wish to cook for yourself, there is a restaurant on the main floor exclusively for residents and their guests. They can prepare your meals to be delivered on request or on schedule. Dana looked impressed. So, a top professional chef on call at all times for dinners? Now this is swanky. Overlord Neil chuckled. Of course. Elite is more than just a title saying that you've got magical powers. There is another building nearby for royals, if you would like to take a look. 3 of them, technically, as there are more royal rank elites than there are monarchs and overlords. Would you like to view one? The agent asked hopefully. Dana shook her head. No, this one looks good, thanks. The agent blinked once as he realized the situation, then continued the tour, showing them around the kitchen, the balcony with sun loungers for summer use, then the huge living room with seating for at least a dozen. This is nice. There is room for everyone at the same time. But where did Ray go? Lotus asked, unable to find the spider. Normally, losing a bloodbath spider in the house would be a cause for concern, but Carl could sense that she had already finished exploring the other rooms and had gone to the kitchen to see what the strange smell was. It turned out to be a fully stocked spice rack, and she was collecting tiny samples for Hawk and Remy so they could add variety to their cooking. She's in the kitchen. Finish the tour and you can play with the Ray. The ceilings are high. I can hang hammocks over the spare beds. Lots of room for sleeping. Ray informed Carl as they checked the remaining rooms. The hot tub was in a cedar room with a steam-generating heater and a bench along the far wall. It should be great for relaxation, and the bedrooms were plenty for the group if Ray was going to hang hammocks. I think that this should be perfect for my needs, thank you. Carl informed the agent. Wonderful. I will take care of the paperwork, and I believe that the overlord had some more business to finish with you. Neil nodded. Not me in particular, but the Inquisition, plus the Bureau, and the Army Strategic Intelligence Agency would all like to have a nice chat with you tonight, while the details are still fresh in your mind. Alright, you might as well send them all in. We can split up and everyone talks to someone at the same time. Or do we need to do this in the secure rooms? Carl asked. No need for that. Once you are over commander rank, almost all of this becomes a formality. Even if they suspected that you were likely to go rogue, it's not like they would try to imprison you. They'd just send me after you. I want a chance to play with the stabby overlord. Ray demanded. Maybe later. He lives nearby so we can try to convince him to train with you in the gym to help you learn new combat skills. Neil noticed the puppy eyes attempt that Ray was making from the kitchen, and turned to Carl for answers. I don't get what she's pleading for. I'm not going to let her torture the representatives. He whispered. Carl chuckled. That's not it. She wants to train with you in the gym before we have to go. It's a great way for her to learn new skills if I'm there to supervise and use my skills on her directly. It's so rare that we see someone who has compatible skills that are an improvement for her, but you're an overlord rank rogue, you have to know at least a few. Neil laughed. Alright. I would like to see just what I could teach Ray, and what she might be able to teach me. She has some rather unique skills, and I still don't understand how exactly an ambush predator learned to use golems. Tessa nodded in agreement. That is a mystery that baffles us all. But somehow, after seeing multiple different ways of casting golems, she came up with a way that works for her. It's brilliant, and terrifying. But it's an incredible sign of what she might be capable of in the future. She already knows how to shadow step, create earth magic barriers to create her own portable shadows for better mobility, summon golems, and use lacerate, to increase the bleeding, so she has a constant supply of blood. There really aren't all that many more things that a bloodbath spider could need for her perfect arsenal, except a few high-output ambush attacks, and possibly a form of invisibility that is better than her natural camouflage skills. Ray snuck over from the kitchen. You are taking too small of a view of things. I have almost mastered this skill to become bipedal now, and once I do that, I will need skills to pretend to be other people. Neil smiled at the ambitious beast. Oh, and why is that? Nobody will ever expect it if their friends and family are the ones that walk up and dice them into snack-sized cubes. Ray announced proudly. Neil nodded. I agree. We took too small of a view of things. Why hide, when you can stand beside them like a friend in the darkness until it's time not to. That's actually a common infiltration technique for some of the intelligence service rogues. If you don't mind that they aren't as powerful as you are, perhaps we could invite a few of them over to help you master the art of disguise. Nope, I don't see any way that this could end badly. Ophelia muttered to herself. Ray nodded. Exactly, all the outcomes are good. By the end of the evening, after the basics of everyone's current skills and combat status, as well as the major details of their recent adventures had been relayed to every applicable agency, and all of the same questions had been answered 5 times, everyone in Carl's group was thoroughly ready for a nap. Overlord Neil had gone to his apartment hours earlier, leaving them with Colonel Valerie and the representatives of the government and military. Neither of them was particularly annoying on an individual basis, they just had to individually verify all of the reports, separate from any influence by the other party members. That meant that they were spread through every room of the house to get their answers, and everyone had to repeat everything for their assigned interviewer, then as a group, in case they missed something that might be important. Of course, they had all come to a silent agreement that there were some things they wouldn't talk about. If it wasn't public knowledge and the people involved could squish them like a bug, it got ignored. If it was embarrassing to a group member, it got ignored. But other than that, they gave a fairly complete report of the events as they remembered them. The real saving grace was that Lord Nacht had brought a report from the Divine Beast Nation with him when he arrived nearly a day earlier than they had, and that outlined the parts which had happened in the Bruised Temple. At least in a vague way. So, while the interviewers were confused about the part where they were providing what sounded like daycare services for the acolytes, at least Carl didn't have to go into great detail about how that had come about, or why they had agreed to be sent to the Newbon Empire in the first place. They simply said that it was an order from the Archbishop, and nobody questioned that fact. Colonel Valerie put her pen down as she finished summarizing all of the notes that she had collected. All right, I think that we have everything that we need from you today. I have been informed that you will be receiving a visit from the mental health professionals tomorrow, and that there should be some acolytes brought to you for a training program being overseen by the Inquisition. Those students should arrive later in the day, and I am looking forward to seeing what sort of results might come from the partnership. She declared. You and me both. I think that letting them spend time training with the team should have significant effects on their growth, and there is some hope that we might be able to trigger a system awakening for them naturally, without the use of an anomaly like the orb. The colonel sighed and rubbed the tension out of the back of her neck. Don't remind me of that nightmare. It was open for 4 entire days before it ran out of energy and the ruins vanished. Nearly every elite over the rank of Ascended was sent there to attempt to advance their class marking by the time that it had vanished, and the more we sent, the more confused the situation got. Most of the stronger ones could advance, but few of the weaker ones. Even with the same skills, different ranks didn't get the same options, and now we've got dozens of new class markings to collect data on. Carl shrugged. At least the new classes will have more of a system interface, so they can tell you all about the class skills, the skill tree and any other benefits that they get. It's a huge victory for the record keepers, as they now get to file data for the next group of young elites, so there are fewer cases of unknown markings. Tessa winked at the haggard colonel. Plus, you can pass it all off to the Blue Dragons and let them do all the recording and analysis, then just read their summaries to guide next year's training. The academy should be nearly through the school year, right? We lost some time in an anomaly, so I'm not quite adjusted yet. Colonel Valerie nodded. Yes, the next intake is coming soon. They will advance at the end of the standard school year, and that's in just over a month. But this round will be somewhat different from the previous ones, as we have a new technique. A new trick? Carl asked. Yes, we have numerous system-imbued items from the dungeon. We will have each student attempt to wear one that our analysts think will suit them, and then if they awaken the system with the item, they don't need the injection. It should increase our success rate, and greatly increase the number of new students. In fact, they are so enthusiastic about it that they're building another dorm building for the purpose. There is some speculation that this year's intake might be as large as the entire student population. both current and before the early graduation filings that were done for student soldiers who have been serving on the front lines. Carl had almost forgotten about that. There would have been many casualties on the line, and the students who had grown significantly stronger would have been graduated early. That sort of practical combat experience helped many of them advance, so they might actually have many more commanders now than they had when Carl and his team had last checked in with the academy, even after combat losses. "Will you be back tomorrow to check in on the new arrivals?" Carl asked. Valerie shook her head. "No, I will give you a few days' worth of training before I start directly monitoring your progress, assuming that there is some. However, it will be my agents who bring them to you, so you might see some friendly faces, depending on who is back from their mission in time. Then I will be looking forward to it. I will send you a message if there are developments." Colonel Valerie laughed, and Dana pointed at the wall. "We're in the city now. No need for radio phones, magical messengers or anything fancy, you can just call her office." "Right. Totally forgot about that. I suppose that means I should likely be expecting to start receiving calls soon. I'm not going to need a secretary to deal with spam calls from business reps, am I?" Carl asked. "Doubtful. All calls to the building go through the switchboard downstairs, and they will pass you the messages from anyone who doesn't have either prior authorization or the clearance to call. If you had spent more time in the academy, most of the calls would be coming from your fellow elites, but nearly everyone you know is already in this room, unless the two high priestesses are going back to the dorms tonight in preparation for their formal rank testing tomorrow morning." Lotus emphatically shook her head. "Not a chance. I will have breakfast early and go over before they miss me, but I'm not sleeping on those rock-hard cots when there are perfectly good beds available." Carl doubted that the beds for a royal-ranked high priestess were that bad, but Ray was going to make hammocks in the spare room, and those were hard to beat. The next morning, when Carl woke up, he was completely disoriented for a moment. It was far too warm, or possibly too cold, if he had slept in, and this large soft bed was quite comfortable with Dana in his arms. But it took his brain a few seconds to remember that he had rented an apartment, and that he was home right now. Strangely, it wasn't the comfort that had thrown him off, it was the temperature control. The Divine Beast Nation and Nubon didn't use any of the human technologies, so everywhere just fluctuated with the natural temperatures, unless it was getting cold enough that they had started a fire in the fireplace. But that felt different, as the heat came from a direction, where the apartment building had vents all through it to keep the perfect room temperature. The sun was just coming up, but the high priestesses had a formal testing and advancement ceremony this morning, while everyone else would likely be tested at the cathedral as well, but without the strict requirement. He could smell the food, and that was enough to rouse Dana from sleep and send her scurrying to the en-soot bath to get ready for the morning. Carl followed her into the shower, and ignored the fake cries of protest that he was going to make them late. Two people could shower as fast as one with that massive overhead shower head and the side jets, while teasing Dana could wait until later. They both dressed in the commander rank suits and went out to see what had made it here for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, sleepyhead." Tessa greeted them with a smile. "Are we, though? I don't see Lotus or Ophelia." Carl retorted. "In the shower still. I had the kitchen send up some food before our test. We have pancakes, eggs, battered fried toast, an assortment of toppings and meats." The way she said the last was with great disappointment, and Carl realized that the breakfast meat was just regular sausages and ham slices. While they were very high-quality meats, they were not the commander and royal rank meats that the group had gotten used to. The energy content would be a small fraction of the usual, and mostly it would just be filler. "Do we have time to cook more? Or should I just have Hawk roast something?" Carl asked. Hawk's flame control was impeccable, and it wouldn't be hard for him to fry them something to eat. "We can have a heavier meal later. We need to eat fairly quickly if we're going to make it over to the cathedral on time. I asked the staff when they brought the food, and there is a shuttle that can bring us there instead of walking. However, it looks like it's just a golf cart, and I'm not sure whether that's faster than going on foot." The other two came out still wet from the shower and in their best formal clothes, Lotus High Priestess robes and Ophelia's commander rank suit. You know, we really should have Ray make us something fancy for future engagements. Fortunately for the three of us, we will be changing to the white visitor robes when we get to the cathedral. Carl laughed. Or we can go shopping. We're in the capital now, and there are all sorts of high-fashion shops around. Even if we each bought an entire wardrobe, it would come to a fraction of what it cost to rent this apartment for the year. Dana reminded him. Ray's sense of disapproval was strong in Carl's mind. Many of those outfits, especially suits and shirts, were made with someone else's silk. That was not acceptable. Anything that's not silk. Ray wouldn't be happy about that. Carl explained to the others. Got it. So, we have an advancement trial, then likely a meeting, and then we can go shopping before they bring over our new acolytes. Remind me again why we thought that was a good idea. Dana asked. Because there is a chance that I can teach them skills and help them awaken the system more fully. The Inquisition is intrigued by the possibility that having experienced elites train acolytes might help them grow faster, the way that the private tutors in the school do for promising students. It will help build bonds between generations of elites, and build the strength of the nation. But mostly, it's because my skills are so odd, and they already heard from Knack that my training is exceptionally helpful to young beasts. Carl explained. Tessa finished a mouthful of pancake. So, because you can train young beasts and beastkin, they think you might be able to train human children? Do you even have a plan for that? Carl smirked. Of course I do. I believe that I can teach each of them at least one skill that will suit their personality. And then we can test them to see if they really will advance faster right from the start with our help. There were numerous options when I went to advance. Like nearly a dozen. So, even if they wanted to be bonded to a beast, it might not make them like me. But it could be a ranger, or a beast warrior type class. If they can make friends with a good boy like Thor, think of how highly desired they would be in any young adventuring group. Every team at the academy would be clamoring for a student who could maintain a refreshing lightning barrier. Especially if they trained as a frontline warrior, while their Cero defended the mages. Tessa nodded. I see where you're going with this. If you can teach them a skill book, they will gain the skill and a class, and then you are hoping that at least one will get a class which can bond a beast, who will speed their growth. They get the power every kid craves, the nation gets another elite, and they will quickly reach at least ascended or commander, depending on what beast they got, with a chance to grow further in the future using their class skills. Precisely. And if they can't learn to bond a beast, we can teach them other skills and spells to help them gain other classes. It will also be a great test of just how many people can actually gain power, and how many are simply incompatible with the serum. The trip to the cathedral was a short one in the electric cart, which did turn out to be faster than walking, but not faster than riding on Thor would have been for the clerics. The Archbishop himself was there to greet them in front of the Trial Temple, along with Lord Nacht and an elderly high priest from the Red and Green Dragon factions. Welcome high priestesses and honored guests. It is such a pleasure to have you here today. We have gathered to express our most sincere wish that the gods recognize the ascendancy of two royal high priestesses today, and show them their favor. The Archbishop began. The morning entrance to the temple will begin in 10 minutes, and we ask that the guests make way to allow the priestesses to enter first. That was when Carl noticed that they weren't the only ones here today, just the only ones who had taken this path into the temple area. There were dozens of young acolytes on the cathedral side, all kneeling on the stone floor out of respect for the Archbishop, and so that the ordained clerics behind them could see. There was a brief round of polite applause for Tessa and Lotus, who the Archbishop motioned forward as the first signs of the temple awakening for the morning began to show. The stones inside were building power that Carl could feel in his bones, and it wouldn't be long before the trial was activated, and the two clerics could go in. Would you like to follow the high priestesses in to have your advancements officially verified? One of the cathedral staff clerics asked Carl quietly. I think that we will wait a few minutes. We don't want to come out overlapping them, so let the kneeling kids go first, then we will enter. Carl whispered back. The cleric went and informed the others, and they began to get the kids into double rows, ready for a smooth entrance once Tessa and Lotus had entered. The temple's magic activated, and the two priestesses entered without hesitation, confident in their respective goddess' favor and their ability to pass the trials. Then, the kids were escorted in, leaving only the remainder of Carl's group and the senior clerics. The elderly Red Dragon High Cleric addressed Carl with a faint smile. Monarch, princesses. Welcome to the capital cathedral once again. Your new acolytes will be chosen from the orphanage training programs, in the hopes that their drive to improve themselves will give better results. It doesn't actually affect the outcome rate of the injections, but the Red Dragon does hope that it will improve your success rate in training acolytes. At the very least, they should be motivated to try hard, and not lazy or unambitious. Carl nodded. At the very least, we can try to teach them a few different skills to see if they can awaken the most common classes if their first option doesn't work out. But I think that if they show promise, we might be able to awaken a few unique skills just by teaching them the things that we already know. The old man in red robes smiled. That was the greatest goal of the orphanages that the Red Dragon clerics operated. If they could bring up a generation of heroes who managed to change their fate, they would give hope to every orphan that came after them. The orphanages were filled with tragic backstories, but with just this, they might be able to give the kids hope that they could be more than hourly employees or infantry for the front lines of the army. Assuming that they weren't one of the lucky few who was compatible with the injection, anyhow. The Archbishop gestured to the temple. Please, enter and confirm your ranks. The high priestesses should be out soon, and then we have a short ordination ceremony before they will be available again. Carl simply smiled and stepped through the doors of the temple, letting the energy engulf him and pull him into the trial. Once again, he found himself standing at the foot of a World Dragon Pyramid temple, but this one was incomplete, still under construction, with a gantry and earthen ramps all around it to facilitate the movement of massive stones. There wasn't anyone here, and the temple felt like it was missing something. Without anyone to guide him, and the beasts trapped in their spaces, the obvious answer seemed to be to go to the top of the temple and see what had been holding up the progress. An unfinished temple should mean waiting for materials, so perhaps the test was for him to declare allegiance, or provide an offering to the gods. That might make sense for the cleric classes at the very least. This was a temple trial, so perhaps it was for everyone who attained his rank. So, he made his way to where the construction was ongoing, using the smooth ramps that had been made to move the stones, and examined the ongoing construction. He wasn't a mason, but he'd spent enough days in the mine to know what good stone looked like, and what was flawed. And the core stone was definitely flawed. There was a tall square obelisk in the center of the temple, and there were visible inclusions in it, which would certainly crack when the construction was finished and the stone was expected to carry weight. He could fix that, though. Earth Shield could make stone, or reshape existing stone to make the shield. So, that was what Carl did, and removed the flaws along the way. Now, the obelisk was perfect, and the temple was ready to be completed. But it was still missing something. There was a small hole through the obelisk near the top, with an engraved platform for some sort of holy relic to sit on. It would be buried within the temple, but it would serve as the core for the sanctified ground effect. Every temple had one, though it was normally in a case behind the altar, where visitors could admire the holy relic. The great question was, what did he have that might qualify as a holy relic for a temple? He had some holy stones in Thor's space, but that likely didn't qualify. Maybe it should be something system-related? He had a number of system-linked reward items. But he could do better than that, he was certain of it. He had Skill Merger, which would let him make a whole new skill, and Skill Book, to write it out. So, if he made the very best skill that he could manage, and put the book there, it should count as an epic grade, Monarch rank system blessed item. That had to be better than picking stuff from his inventory. Carl did hope that this wasn't expected to be a short process, though. Because making a new skill could take some time, and then learning to make one that could be made into a skill book with the materials that he had available would take even longer. Perhaps this wasn't the right way forward, given how long it would take. But it felt right, and if it felt right, then it most likely was right. Carl stared at the small platform and tried to determine what might be just the right thing to combine to make a new skill. His first thought was, Skill Master, Evolution, and Skill Merger. Those three together had to create some sort of fun effect for new people. You know, trying to combine Bone Crusher and Disintegration to make the perfect slap skill is still an option. Kara reminded him. No, Spicy Tornado. Hawk insisted. Ray sounded like she had put more thought into her answer. If you combine your new Iron Within skill with limited invulnerability and Ghostfire body, you could make something awesome. She suggested. Carl focused on the three skills using Skill Merger to see if he could get an idea of what might happen. Lord of Destruction, Totem Rank Transformation Skill. Ignores most damage types, incorporeal, deals fire damage to both physical and metaphysical targets. Currently unavailable. Kara was practically drooling in her space. I want it. I can be a totem, I'm certain of it. Perhaps we should go with something more realistic. A skill that we might be able to actually combine is what we need here. Next, Carl moved on to his first idea. Skill Master, Evolution, and Skill Merger. When combined, the three made a skill called Randomize. Randomize, may the odds be occasionally in your favor. Creation of this skill book requires ground pulp of 10 different commander rank or higher plants and 10 different elemental stones, set in the blood of the writer. That was not a description at all. But at least he knew how to make it. Oh, this is the right skill. I need some of your blood anyhow. How fast did you regenerate? Ray asked. Fast enough. Have you picked the other blood types that you wanted for your bath? Carl asked. We're a bit limited. I have a lot of Monarch rank Cyclops, I'll get a bunch of yours to go with that for the earthy side. Then I've got some Royal rank Drake, and 5 drops of Totem rank Troll blood from that little fuss with Leafa. But I also got a bunch from Monarch rank Whack-a-Mole Lady. It doesn't smell great, but I think if I add some other stuff it should be alright. She sounded dubious about that. Everyone knew Ray wouldn't take the bath if it was going to make her smell bad, no matter how many cool skills the zombie summoner had. Well, you can work on that tonight after the trial. First, we need a core for the temple. I will get the plants. Thor insisted. I have lots of stones from the trial, I will pick 10 that we have a lot of. Remy added. Let me stab you. Ray insisted. You can't leave the space in the trial. I will give you the blood. Carl deactivated Void Body and Limited Invulnerability, so that he would actually bleed, but left Trollish Regeneration active so that he could continually funnel blood to Ray. With the Haint Claw on his left hand, and a bowl set under his right hand, Carl was ready to start. With the claw, he punctured the large vein in his wrist and let it bleed down the claw into the bowl, where Ray claimed it for the pool in her space. The Haint Claw seemed happy with the arrangement, as did Ray, who had already portioned some off for Remy to make the ink mixture for the skill book. The problem was that Carl didn't bleed quickly, even with a major artery punctured, and the blood was thick and metallic. Don't worry, I don't need too much. It would make me smell like Void Badger. I have a plan for this time. It's all about the compound blend. Once I get the scent right, I'll know it. You see, Carl smells like Kara and metal. Cyclops' blood smells like fire and earth. Then I have this nice splash of troll to put in with a strong plant and healing energy refreshing scent. Trust the process. Carl let the process go on for another 5 minutes while Remy finished the ink for the book, and then Ray finally decided she had enough blood. Alright, that should do. I will work on it after we finish here, so it doesn't get stale before my bath. Carl took out a clipboard and set it on a nearby stone, then settled in for a long writing session. The Randomize skill book was incredibly long, and utter gibberish, unlike most of the books, where Carl had actually understood what he was doing as he wrote it. The hours seemed to flow from one into another, but the sun never moved from its spot high in the sky, no matter how long Carl wrote for. Finally, the book was finished. It bound itself into a golden tome covered in dragon scales, with a spine that looked like the clay tile roof of the oldest buildings. Currently, flat slate tiles were in fashion, and the clay tiles were rarely used. Book of Randomize, cannot be learned. Use now. Yes, no. No. You are going in the obelisk. Carl informed the system, just to be 100% clear, that he didn't want to randomize himself. With that sorted, he placed the book in the hollow, and stepped back as a powerful barrier formed over the stone. Monarch rank, epic grade core detected, the system informed him. The stones of the temple began to move, and Carl jumped down to a spot on the temple that was already completed. The top of the building was rearranging itself, creating a completed temple. The closer to complete that it became, the more powerful the magic surrounding it grew. Then it faded to a steady thrum, and between one breath and another, Carl found himself back outside, holding a small golden loop in the shape of a dragon. It's a crown. You got your own crown, that is awesome. Remy cheered. The archbishop stared at the loop in Carl's hands, then at the trial building, which was giving off an incredibly powerful aura. Welcome back. I can see that you succeeded, though I do wonder what sort of trial did it give you? The aging cleric asked. It wanted me to make a core item for a new temple under construction. I take it that the time flow isn't the same on the outside? Because I was there for at least a half a day, and you're still standing here. Carl replied. Yes. You have been gone about 5 seconds, and you are the first one back. The archbishop replied vaguely, more concerned with the trial building. Then something seemed to sink into his mind. Did you say that it asked you to make a new core item for a temple? What did you make it? Carl shrugged. A skill book called Randomize. It's a combination of my skill learning abilities and evolution. It can't be learned, only used. But the trial accepted it as the core of the temple, so it must have passed the power verification. The elderly representative from the Green Dragon smiled as he took a few steps, Carl's way, using a walking stick to remain upright. I doubt it was about power. The trial knew what your rank was as soon as you entered. I believe that you passed the vibe check. The Red Dragon High Priest chuckled as his counterpart continued to the trial ground, while the Archbishop shook his head in dismay. You're not going to try that skill, are you? The Archbishop asked the Green Dragon Cleric. Of course I am. If I don't, then the first one to find out if the new monarch made a core for the trial will be a blue dragon, and they always get to do the fun stuff. The old man grumbled. They really didn't ever change, Carl decided. They were both giving him concerned looks, but neither of the priests was trying to stop him from going in to verify if Carl's trial really had made a new core for the temple. It certainly felt like it. Nacht walked over in human form and nodded politely at the others as they watched the old man totter his way to the temple. Where's he going? The ancient dragon asked. I may have created a new core for the temple during my trial, and he wants to go try it. Carl informed him with a wink. The dragon sighed. And what might that core be? Please say you didn't put a weapon at the core of a trial temple. A skill book for the skill Randomize. Is that skill usable by clerics? The dragon replied. Carl shrugged. I don't see why not. It's just a combination of skill master and evolution, which are both training and advancement type skills. It's not a skill that anyone can learn, but it's a book that everyone should be able to use. At least everyone with an affinity for the system. Lord Nacht chuckled, and a cold aura of death magic surrounded him. I will pray to my goddess to send him back alive. That is the best we can hope for. Carl put his hands over his heart and faked his best wounded expression. You make it sound like I did something sinister. I assure you, that skill is not intended to cause damage to anyone, it's just for helping system users advance. He pleaded. The black dragon and the 2 remaining clerics all gave Carl identical knowing smiles. That assumes you didn't let a nature cleric use them. There is nothing that they can't use improperly, and if that thing gives him the chance to evolve into a butterfly, I can't guarantee that he won't take it, even if it's got a 1-week lifespan. The Archbishop replied. He made a most excellent point. But more concerning, Carl's nature priestess was still in there. Who knew what Lotus would do if the trial updated and let her pick random options? Perhaps this was not as well thought through as Carl had believed. When it was a theoretical solution for a problem in a trial, there was no reason to think about real-world consequences. He hadn't expected his trial to have any effect on reality, and there was a chance that it still wouldn't. But the faint trial energy was significantly stronger now than it had been when he entered. Not long after the high priest vanished into the trial, the first person exited the doors. That was when Carl knew that he was in trouble. For the person who came back out was a small gnomish girl in a pretty green dress, and Carl didn't know which of the nature clerics it was likely to be. The little girl was royal rank, which narrowed it down to Lotus and the old man. But then the girl took out a walking stick and took a few steps before stopping and staring up at everyone. I got short. She announced in a squeaky voice, then froze and cast a spell that created a mirror out of water. What did you do to me? The little girl shouted, running over to Carl and pounding on his legs before yelping in pain and holding her hand. Sorry, I'm quite sturdy. You should be careful of that until you grow up. You didn't happen to say yes when it asked if you wanted to randomize, did you? Carl asked. Lord Nacht burst into silent laughter, doubled over and holding his sides in what was clearly magical silence. But the red dragon high priest had a look on his face like a deer in the headlights. He was frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. What do you mean, did I randomize? Of course, I did. I wanted the random skill. Now, what did you do to me? The cleric complained. Randomize doesn't grant you a random skill. At least not always. Carl began, then double-checked to ensure the gnome was still a royal rank cleric. Fortunately, that part hadn't changed, and even in a new body, they were still a high priest, no make that priestess of the nature god. Randomize randomly changes something about you if you don't have a fully operational system interface, and presents you a random option if you do. At least, I think that's how it works. I haven't been brave enough to choose the random option on my own, though I have been given a few random rewards. The gnome glared up at him. And what am I supposed to do with this? I can't even reach the counter anymore. Carl shrugged. No offense, but when she gets back out, Royal High Priestess Lotus might be able to help you with that. She also struggles with counter heights. That is, of course, assuming that she didn't turn herself into something strange. The next ones out were a few of the new acolytes, and with his system interface active, Carl could see that they were all now clerics and common rank. The transformed nature cleric gestured to them as they stood around, confused as to what they should be doing. Come over and make your report. Don't dally. One of the boys laughed. You talk just like the high priest, but we're real clerics now, we don't take orders from a little girl. Light flashed, and the boy jumped as a smite spell hit him on the backside. I am the high priest. Now, what did you see in the trial? Don't keep me waiting, I have better things to be doing. The red-robed cleric made a get on with it gesture, and the confused acolytes began describing various trials where they had to accomplish a task and then got a reward. They were all quite normal, as were the rewards, which sounded a lot like the default skill for the different aspect gods. Carl turned to Lord Nacht. At least it sounds like nothing strange happened with the kids. Nacht winked at him. It's supposed to be a standardized test of their healing ability to prove that they're up to entry standards. It was the same test for common grade acolytes for a century. Only the higher ranks, who have chosen a god to devote themselves to, got individual trials. I don't see it in their information, but I suspect that they have already been sorted by patron deity, and they just don't know it yet. The Archbishop rubbed his temples as he took in the news. Things were changing too fast lately, and it was giving him headaches. He was already well over 100 years old, and this was not in the plans for his retirement years. Why had the trial asked for a new corps? Why now? Why a monarch-ranked elite who wasn't even a cleric? None of it made any sense at all, but the fact remained that the temple had been renewed, and the level of power that it possessed now made it a truly magnificent relic. What he hadn't realized yet, as he was a naturally awakened cleric of the world dragon, was that the system was now fully active within the temple, and that it was fully capable of handling system users up to monarch rank. That lack of knowledge would be corrected much sooner than he would have preferred. There was another group of people coming, these ones in the white robes of visitors looking for an advancement test. They were led by a cleric in a doctor's coat, so they must have come from the hospital for the test before their discharge back to regular duties. One of the elites waved at Carl, then did a double take. Not only for the fact Carl radiated power, but that the Archbishop and someone terrifying were there as well, just casually chatting with him. Carl looked over and saw James, who had entered the academy at the same time Carl had, and who specialized in avoidance tanking with a two-handed blade. Or at least he had in the first year when Carl had seen him last. Now, he had a huge scar down his face that was freshly healed, and the soul aura around one of his arms was weak, so it was likely reattached or regrown in the last few months. The small group stopped and bowed politely with their hands over their chest, fingers spread in the sign of the dragon. The Archbishop smiled at the group. "Good morning, young friends. Are you here for a rank confirmation?" The doctor answered for them. "Yes, Your Eminence. These young faithful have reached the ascended rank, and they would like the confirmation before they return to battle. I'm sure you're aware of the change in policy. As new ascended, they would be reassigned to a commander-led group for their next mission, instead of serving in the lines with the other awakened." Carl chuckled, and everyone turned to look at him. "My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt. But the ascended with a commander-led team also have the chance to be assigned to the hill giant front instead of serving along the frost giant front with the artillery. The weather is significantly better." The Archbishop smirked at Carl and chuckled, then nodded at the newcomers. "In that case, you have my best wishes for success, and a warmer deployment." The doctor led everyone into the trial as the first round began to return, along with Ophelia, the first of Carl's team other than Carl to return. Well, that was different. It didn't test me in any way that I could tell. I entered, Kara poked me with a stick and I chased her around for a couple of minutes, then I was back here. Lord Nacht began to laugh. "Oh, it tested you all right. The Void Badger is out here, and has been out here. I think the trial tested your suitability to advancement as a berserker. She poked you with a stick, and you raged, then chased her around for messing with the trial, right?" The Black Dragon asked. Ophelia nodded, then turned to stare at the temple. "What an evil test. But it gave me a thing." She held up a small purple stone carved to look like a panda. "Well, that's a mark of success in a royal rank trial, so there is no doubt that the trial approves of you. Congratulations, Princess Ophelia." Nacht replied. The Archbishop smiled at her, while the doctor looked confused. "That is the strangest test I have ever heard of. Did you upgrade the testing for personality?" he asked the Archbishop. The old man shook his head. "No. For some reason, the trial asked this monarch for a new corps. The changes seem to be the result of that." Another cleric arrived with a group of applicants, all in suits that said they were businessmen, not the soldier sort of elites. They all bowed deeply to the Archbishop, who gestured for them to go ahead. There was one commander with this group, or very close to it by Carl's estimation. Now that he had soul sight, there wasn't much question. He could just look at them and tell the answer without having to wonder if they were hiding their power or waiting for them to use a skill at full power. He was good at guessing before, as were most beasts, but now it was almost as clear as if rank were part of their basic visible information. Tessa and Lotus both came out with small trinkets in their hands before the second group reached the door, followed closely by Dana, who was wearing a new set of mage robes with loose-fitting pants underneath for ease of movement in combat. She quickly changed back to her usual hoodie and pants, but not before Carl was certain that it was one of her class skills, as it was royal rank armor, though probably not epic grade like bestial raiment. They all held up small stone trinkets, and the bystanders quietly cheered them on. More royals was a huge thing, but with the Archbishop here, some measure of decorum was necessary. "I know what you did," Tessa announced, staring at Carl. "I have no idea what you mean. I've been standing right here since my trial ended. I have witnesses." She put her hands on her hips in a gesture that made the old red dragon priest laugh. It was the same one that orphanage matrons used when the kids were in trouble. "Oh, and when you were in the trial, you didn't happen to completely ignore the detailed instruction text and give it a skill book designed to troll users with random outcomes instead?" she demanded. "Instructions?" There were no instructions. Just the incomplete temple. Now she had the attention of all the other clerics. "When I entered the trial, you were standing at the top of an unfinished temple. Then a voice announced that the trial was to find the perfect holy relic to reactivate the system in the temple. I went up and tried to talk to you, but we couldn't interact. I had suggestions, but you couldn't hear them, but I could hear you. Even the inside thoughts you shared with your beasts. I know that you put a custom-made skill book designed to create random options in the core, then finished the temple." Tessa explained. Lotus frowned. "You got to see all that? It made me plant trees. Not even fun trees, just the same one over and over. I filled a whole clear-cut with trees. It's much prettier now, but I could have used a few more varieties." Dana just shrugged. "I only had to duel myself." The Archbishop nodded as Dana confirmed Carl's words. A skill for randomization is how he described it as well. Though, he didn't mention that the skill was designed to troll users. Give them a random option from the system. "It's a thing, I swear it." Carl corrected him quietly. The last of the first group came out just after that, and the answers were all different, but all quite mundane. But now that they knew what was likely to happen, the clerics were much more interested in what the others would say. Oddly, the commander from the final group was the next out after the last of the first group, and he looked just as confused as everyone else. "What did you see, friend?" the Archbishop asked. "It gave me the option to advance my class. A random class upgrade, it called it. I am a paladin now, see?" He held up his arm, showing off the mark of a glowing shield with a lightning bolt on it, the sign of a paladin. Nacht rapidly shifted to dragon form and picked the man up, holding him in front of one massive golden eyeball for closer inspection. The first advancement trial. He really did change classes at commander rank. How fascinating. Then he dropped the paladin and began to wander away, pacing as he was lost in his thoughts. The baffled commander dusted himself as he got back to his feet, but nobody else was concerned about his state. The fact that the trial temple had advanced his class was much more important in the grand scheme of things than a bit of dirt on his backside, or a bruised ego. In fact, he was so overjoyed about the situation that he wasn't even made about being accosted by the dragon. He had advanced from being a basic warrior to a paladin, and he had a whole selection of new skills to choose from, on top of what he already knew. That was the greatest thing that he could have possibly hoped for, and he got it just from showing up here to have his rank verified. "I think that I missed something. Can someone explain what is going on and why I have such a great opportunity?" the commander asked once it was clear that nobody intended to explain. Carl gestured toward the temple. "It asked me for a strange thing when I was in there earlier, and because the system is so much more active for me than for others, it began to activate the old system functions within the temple. One of the functions that these temples used to have was to allow those who had reached sufficient level to choose an advanced class, as they would have worked their way through all the skills that their starting class had. So, you are a commander, and you should have learned all the skills of a warrior, which means that now you are ready to be a paladin. If you check your system interface, you should have at least a few skill points available that you can use to choose paladin skills. It's an instant learning function, and you will become quite the formidable combatant once you have chosen some of the new options. The commander's eyes went blank as he searched through his interface, and a smile slowly grew as he discovered all that he could potentially learn now that he had advanced. All right. I have a number of new defensive abilities, plus, Holy Light, an area damage and protection type combination skill. Man, it's good to be a paladin. I even got, Lay on Hands, healing as a class skill. It's not one of the remarkable heals of the white clerics, but it's much better than nothing. The commander cheered as he finished using up his points. Excellent. Now, when the others come out, we will be able to check if they also can now access their skill tree. We know that you can, as it upgraded your class. But for those who were partially awakened by the serum, we don't have enough data yet. Nacht explained, as he transformed back to human after his walk around the area. The Archbishop nodded happily. Yes. This is a wonderful day, and I am greatly looking forward to seeing what else the elites will manage with a bit of assistance. At first, the randomness appeared to be a drawback, but perhaps it's not. If it's just the best way to give the users an option, then the church can count it as a boon. Carl shushed Tessa, who was about to remind the Archbishop that Carl actually had no idea what he was doing at the time, so he could hardly be given credit for a positive outcome. The old man was happy, and that was all that really mattered. Slowly, the rest of the elites who had gone into the trial began to come back out again, and the clerics on duty got to work taking their reports while Carl tried to determine just how long it was polite to remain here before they ran away once more. Fortunately, the clerics had that covered for him. Monarch Carl. If you would like to return to your apartment, we can bring the acolytes by later in the day, perhaps a few hours after lunch. That should be enough time to get to know them this afternoon, and then you can begin training them after your visit with the doctors tomorrow. Just routine diagnosis, making sure that you are not suffering from your extended time in the field. The Red Dragon cleric suggested as they waited for the rest of the trial takers to finish. Yes, that would be perfect. I will go prepare for their arrival, and then once we meet I can develop a training regimen based on their specialties. I have high hopes for our options here. Carl agreed, then gestured for everyone to follow him back to the apartment. With some luck, they could cook a proper meal and get a nap in before they had to meet new people, and that would make the day nearly perfect. It wasn't often that they had the time to get a proper nap during the day, and certainly not while they were traveling. But such lofty hopes were dashed the moment that they got back to the building and realized that there were dozens of other messages waiting for them from all over the city, and not all the messages could simply be ignored. The ones that were just looking for them to join some business venture could be put aside for now, as they had many more important things to do. But there were also the ones that were from other elites looking for a meet and greet, which could be anything from just saying hello to looking for team members for larger missions, resource gathering, or even a rapid response team. Those could not be set aside so easily without looking like a complete jerk. But they weren't only for Carl. There were requests for the entire team waiting for them, and he simply got the majority of them, as this was his apartment. Ophelia smirked as she looked at the small handful of messages she had received, compared to everyone else. It's good to be the low-key one. I only get a few people messaging me, and none of them are super long portfolio binders. She joked. Then she opened the first message that had been left, written on red paper and sealed in an envelope, showing that it was hand-delivered and not relayed to the concierge. She read a few lines, skimmed through the rest with a disgusted look, and then handed the letter back to the receptionist. Kindly burn that. The words alone should be enough to have it declared a biohazard. Once they were back in the apartment, Lotus made a grabby hands gesture towards Carl. Turn over the good meat. There are plenty of cooking implements in this apartment, and I want to make us something. I will put a proper stew on for dinner as well, as we're not going to be going anywhere, so it will have time to simmer. Don't go saying anything that will raise flags. We want to actually get through a meal without major interruptions here. Dana laughed. Lotus stuck out her tongue at the mage, and took out a slow cooker, then frowned and looked around the kitchen again. All of this is for bachelors or newlyweds. None of the pots and utensils are large enough for our whole group. She realized. If the travel utensils aren't suitable for use on the stove, you can send the ingredients down to the main kitchen and tell them what you want. That should work well enough. They might not be nature clerics, but they are professional chefs. I'm sure that they have most of the spices that you want them to use. Carl suggested. Oh, that's a great idea. There's a directory on the phone here. Dial 0 for the concierge end. Hello, can I get a kitchen worker up to Monarch Carl's unit? I would like to have dinner prepared with some of the royal rank ingredients that we brought back, but the kitchen isn't stocked for as large of a group as we are expecting. Yes. That would be wonderful, thank you. Then she turned to give everyone a thumbs up. Done and done. They will be here in 10 minutes to collect the special ingredients, and they will have the meal ready for whatever time we pick. I also got them to bring up a cart full of snacks for while we wait. She explained. Who knew that Lotus was secretly organized? Tessa joked. When it's about food, I am excellent at organization. There is nothing more natural than not wanting to miss a meal. As promised, the snacks soon arrived, and Carl loaded a large roast on the cart for the kitchen, and then a second one in case someone else had a special event. Even in a building like this, high-ranking beast meat was not easy to get, so if they could incorporate a little of the boar meat into their menu meals for the next few days, it would buy Carl a lot of goodwill with the other residents. He had a sneaking suspicion that he was going to need that soon once the beasts started to settle in. With their skills, it would be nearly impossible to keep them out of an apartment if they wanted to enter, and restraint was not a word commonly found in their vocabulary. Do you have a large amount of that meat available? We might be interested in making regular purchases. Assuming you can maintain it at this level of freshness, that is. The chef suggested. Food doesn't go bad in system storage, so it will remain that fresh indefinitely. I have a limited amount of the royal rank, but I can spare at least a ton of commander rank boar meat. Carl agreed. Lotus giggled, while Dana silently mouthed the words, "Hawk, you glutton," towards Carl, knowing that the bird could see her. Each of the boars weighed more than that, even deboned and prepared for cooking. But the bones were valuable as well. Not just as a resource, but to render down to make soup stock. There was one in the roast today, and Hawk would not mourn the loss of the bones. They were too crunchy and tasteless. That gave Carl plenty of time to finish the messages before their lunch was ready, so he could send the responses with the delivery worker and relax for a while before the kids arrived. However, the time that they got to themselves before the kids arrived turned out to be even less than Carl had expected. They had only just finished eating lunch when the phone rang to inform them that their new trainees were on the way up with an old friend. That sounded promising, and Carl wondered who they had sent. He was hoping for one of the Mackenzie brothers, or perhaps one of his teachers from the academy. However, the long beard and deeply stoned eyes that smiled back at Carl from the other side of the door were none of those people. Dr. Skittles, welcome. I don't know how you got assigned to escort the trainees here, but it's good to see you again. Carl greeted the nature priest from the Wounded Veterans Hospital. I had hoped that name wouldn't stick. But I was the one in charge of ensuring the selected trainees were mentally suited to the task at hand. I know that your team isn't for the faint of heart, and if you release an aura of killing intent, it might break the will of many of the youngsters. We wouldn't want that, and I suspect that you wouldn't appreciate having someone pee on your floor in terror. The old doctor joked. There were 5 children behind him, though Carl felt a bit odd thinking that. They were only really 3 years younger than he was, a year from undergoing the awakening injection themselves. They did look determined, so at least someone had warned them about what was coming. But more than that, they looked awestruck. The building was extremely luxurious, and the room was filled with people more powerful than anyone they were likely to have met so far in their lives. I should inform you that this experiment will be treated as an actual scientific experiment, and not just a game. There will be someone monitoring your progress while you are in the capital, and the participants have been selected to have no connection to any of you. Dr. Skittles added. Well, that's not out of the realm of expectations. I thought that we would have to make daily reports, but if they're going to have someone watching us train, then we can skip that step. Will you be the one today? Carl replied. Indeed. There shouldn't be too much to report today, it's just a meet and greet. He shrugged. Carl took out a handful of jewelry and smiled at him. Oh, I wouldn't count on that. It's a shame that I couldn't learn randomized to cast on them, but I think that there is a chance one or two of them might be able to awaken their class by equipping a system-imbued item. Carl motioned for the acolytes to come forward with his empty hand, and then offered each of them one of the many giant strength rings that he had acquired. Do I want to know where you got so many of those? Dr. Xander, better known as Skittles, asked. Probably not. But if you're doing the psych evaluations tomorrow, it might come up anyhow. Oh boy, do we have fun stories for you. The doctor sighed, and the kids took the rings from Carl, holding them curiously, as they had no idea what such a crude metal band was supposed to be for. 4 of them were nearly identical, to the point Carl thought that they might be siblings with the same straight black hair, but there was one blonde girl in the group, and she was clearly the feral child of the group. The first thing that she did when she got the giant ring was to bite it and then slide it over her hand like a bracelet. She gave her arm a happy shake, then her eyes went wide as the ring equipped, and it moved to her left ring finger. She made an inarticulate squeaky happy noise, and Skittles turned around to see what was going on. Sybil, where did you come from, and where is John? He demanded, while also signing along with his words. Is Sybil deaf? Carl asked. Yes, and she definitely isn't supposed to be here. She's 2 years younger than the others, and she's supposed to be on security restrictions after stabbing another child at the orphanage. Skittles explained. Ray stepped out of her space and stared at the small blonde child. I want this one. She's got potential. The spider announced. You're just saying that because her first instincts are to bite and stab. Carl retorted. Well, yes. But I think that she will make a pretty good rogue. See, she already picked her class, or got it assigned. Carl checked her with the system interface, and realized that yes, her name was in the odd yellow that was assigned to rogues. Carl considered his options for a moment, and then realized he had the perfect skill for a deaf rogue. Echolocation. If he gave her an additional sensory skill, she would be able to see in the dark, detect most hidden targets, and she wouldn't be distracted by noises, as she couldn't hear them anyhow. Alright, I have prepared a plan for the development path of the young rogue class elite. The other 4 of you, please introduce yourselves and try to get the ring to fit and adapt to you, the way that Sybil did. Carl instructed. I am going to look for John. We're short one of the original students, and he was with us at the doors. Skittles whispered. If she had attacked someone to steal his spot, the feral child might not be a good person, but from what Carl could tell, she was an incredible rogue. Nobody had even noticed the switch. If they had, they surely would have snitched on her to the doctor. It wasn't like she would hear them telling him. The next to succeed was a boy standing near the door. His eyes went vague as the ring fell to the ground, and then he began to do a little happy dance. His name had turned the light blue of a mage in Carl's interface, so he couldn't actually equip the ring. But it had still worked to activate his system skills. Carl picked up the ring and patted the boy on the back. I will introduce you to your new tutor. This is Princess Dana. She is a Murim battlemage, and she will be helping you with your basic magical skills starting tomorrow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Princess, I will be in your care. The boy replied politely. The next 2 advanced at the same time, and a new pair of warriors was born. I am Aaron, and this is my sister, Jamie. Thank you so much, we both get to be warriors like our dad was. The boy replied. Sorry for your loss. Carl replied. Oh, he's not dead. He was resurrected, or reincarnated. Reborn into a new body, and he lost his status as an elite. But before that, he taught us all sorts of fighting skills, just in case we were successful with the injection. Aaron explained. That would have made him one of the early test subjects that had been pulled from the army to beta test the injection. The kids were a couple of years too old for him to have been a regular injection student. Well, unless he had kids in middle school, but that seemed even less likely. And I am Joan. I don't know if this thing works for me, but the Red Lady says that I need to be here to keep the children under control. The last student explained. Tessa smiled. I will be here as well. But we will get you all trained up. Here, why don't you try to wear this instead? The Red Dragon God wouldn't let the clerics wear strength items either, perhaps viewing it as unfair, or likely to distract them from other duties. But the simple necklace that Tessa gave Joan equipped immediately, and the girl's name appeared in white over her hat in Carl's overlay. That's 5 out of 5 without having to do anything strange. Now we just need to know what happened to John and wait for Skittles. Carl announced, then pocketed the 2 rings that couldn't be used. Sybil was watching him carefully, and made a series of hand gestures to answer, but Carl didn't speak sign language. Fortunately, Lotus did. She knocked him out and stuffed him through the access door for the fire suppression system on our floor. Lotus translated. Please go get the lost student. We can take on a 6th if Skittles allows it. Lotus ran out to the hallway, then right back in. Skittles found him. There is a stretcher, and another cleric, and some guys with guns and uniforms. Carl watched as Sybil ducked below the height of the sofa and then scurried across the living room to hide under a large reclining chair. If he didn't have thermal imaging, she would have seemed to simply vanish, and she was incredibly quiet. Even Ray was impressed, though she did go to sit on the chair so that nobody tried to search under it. That was her new student, and she was keeping the crazy one. The guards came in with their hands on their weapons, looking for Sybil. Sir, do you know where the young offender is? She escaped custody, and has seriously injured another student. The guard asked. She's around here somewhere. Why don't you let me take custody of her? I will get her behavior straightened out by morning, and you won't have any more troubles with her in the future. Carl suggested. You would like to personally take on the duty of caring for a troubled orphan? My apologies, Your Majesty, but do you know how much effort such an undertaking will involve? Carl nodded. I understand. I will explain the situation to the doctor. Besides, she has awakened as a young elite now, so it is only right that we take charge of her punishment. The guard saluted. Dr. Xander will return soon. He is seeing to the treatment of the wounded child. He sustained a major head injury from a dislodged fire extinguisher. Skittles came in, and the guards left, which confused the doctor. I told them that I would take care of our feral rogue. Technically, I'm going to let Ray train her, but if a bloodbath spider queen can't keep her out of trouble, I doubt anyone can. Carl explained. She fractured the boy's skull with that fire extinguisher strike. Now, I'm impressed that she could even lift it at her age, but she is dangerous. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Carl shrugged. We are elites. We're meant to be dangerous. Besides, all of you are elites now as well. We can start everyone else's training tomorrow, but I will keep Sybil here for the night so we can calm her down and explain how things are going to work. The warrior laughed quietly at the thought of their troublesome peer finally meeting serious discipline, while Owen the mage was more concerned with the way that Dana was floating half a meter off the ground, showing off her skills. Only Joan, the one that Tessa suspected was awakening as a red dragon cleric, was looking around to try to find the lost rogue. That was also good training for her, as the red dragon clerics were often battle tacticians with the army, and they would need to have good analytical skills as well as keen senses. Now, before you all go, I want to ask you what skill you would most like to learn. I have some connections, and I might be able to help you learn that skill right from the start. Carl asked the students. The 2 warriors replied in unison. Do you not already have that? It should be the basic warrior skill that you got when you awakened. Carl reminded them. We already have a skill. It just told us that we were warriors. Aaron replied. Think or say the word status, then go through your menus to see what you have. Slash or cleave should be your starting skill. Then you will have a skill tree showing you the skills that you will be able to learn in the near future. Then Carl turned to Owen, the mage. I would like to learn lightning spells. My starting skill is magic missile, and I am totally asking to use the training room at the cathedral when we get home. Carl nodded. That should be possible, but we will have to work on your mana and stamina so that you can use it as well as lightning magic deserves to be used. Joan, the young cleric acolyte, smiled. I would like to learn protection magic to keep these idiots from hurting themselves. Carl nodded. We know just the thing. Ray stood up and pulled the startled rogue out from under the chair. Then she turned her to face Lotus, who could explain the situation in sign language, but left the girl hanging upside down. Once Lotus asked the question, Sybil started to smile and gesture frantically, seemingly overjoyed that someone had asked her. She would like to learn flaming sword skills so that she can burn every bully in the world to ash. Lotus translated. Or perhaps that wasn't joy. She might really just be crazy. But now both Hawk and Ray were impressed with her dedication to all the right things in life. Now that he thought about it, an extra stabby tiny creature with a fire obsession was practically made to be a new friend to the beasts. Even Kara would like this one, they were both feral creatures. Ray set her down and Sybil immediately tried to escape out the door, but was dragged back by a collar of silk around her neck. Lotus smirked at the girl as she attached the web to the ceiling, and then borrowed a notebook and pen out of Carl's inventory. Is she going to be all right? Skittles asked, growing concerned about the short-term survival of the girl. She will be fine. Ray has good reading skills, so they'll be able to communicate even if she doesn't know sign language. I wonder if we can teach them to mind speak. That would be good. Kara suggested. That was part of their bond, but there might be some similar function in the system that they just hadn't uncovered yet. I will look into it. Jamie, the formerly silent half of the warrior pair, raised their hand and spoke in a surprisingly high voice. Who will be our warrior trainer, sir? They told us that you work with beasts, but none of us got a class like that. Carl had originally thought that they were twin brothers, but apparently Jamie was just tomboyish with the same haircut Aaron had. I will help with it, but the lovely Princess Ophelia here is a berserker. If anyone knows about melee combat, it is her. Ophelia smiled and waved, while the warriors nodded happily. Then Carl continued. I also have Thor, who is actually a monarch-ranked divine thunder Sero, but with a bit of effort, he can transform into a humanoid form to help you learn defensive tactics, while Ophelia teaches you offensive skills. Between them, you will become the sort of well-rounded warriors that your father would be proud to know. He also had Remy to help Dana with the aspiring lightning mage, so it was only Sybil and Joan who didn't have two specialty teachers. That was still better than Carl had expected. You never knew what you would get from a system-assigned class, but Carl was slowly discovering that there was a core set that appeared more often than others. Dr. Skittles smiled at Carl and gestured to the 4 children who weren't in hiding. Should we head out for the evening? I will see you all tomorrow morning along with some of the other doctors, and the students can return at any time you are free. He suggested. That works for us. I assure you that Miss Sybil will be alive and better behaved by morning. Carl agreed. The doctor nodded, then gestured for the kids to follow him out. They all waved happily, knowing that they would not only be back, but that they had the greatest ever story to brag about with their friends tonight. In fact, they intended to practice their new skills until lights out, or until the clerics forced them to go to bed, whichever came second. Once the door was closed, Tessa turned to Ray. Why don't I try talking to her about what was going through her head that made her think it was all right to attack another student? Sybil glared at her and began gesturing frantically in Lotus' direction. I can read sign language as well. Tessa replied, gesturing along with her words. Maybe it was an oversight in Carl's education that he didn't. Or it might just be a cleric thing. While Tessa and the young rogue had a silent conversation, Lotus came over to translate for everyone else. She says that she actually won the draw, but the bullies beat her up and stole the winning stick, so when the teachers came to see who had been chosen to go, John had her stick. That's why she ambushed him and took her spot back. Oh, that's interesting. According to Skittles, she was previously in protective custody because she killed her foster brother. Lotus quietly narrated. Dana and Ophelia gave Carl dubious looks, but he was more interested in watching the interaction, even if he needed translation to learn what they were saying. Tessa told her that she's considered an elite now, and that sort of behavior will get her drugged to limit her powers while she is locked up for life. It looks like she understands, and now that she's becoming more certain that she will get to stay, she's not speaking with so much anger. Lotus continued. We need to teach her shadow step. If she had that, nobody would have noticed the bully going missing. Ray suggested. She's a rogue, she will get to it eventually. Did you want to teach her stealth skills first after we have helped her senses? Carl replied. That should be good. Her starting skill is backstab, so she needs a way to get behind the enemies. Alright, I will work on teaching her silent movement and echolocation, assuming that she can learn both. Carl agreed. Are you really going to train her? The girl likely belongs in prison. Ophelia asked, with her back turned to Sybil and Tessa. She likely does, but yes. I intend to train her into a proper rogue class elite, and then she can take over duties that will make her childhood bullying seem like a happy memory. Besides, training is the only way that anything is going to change for her, and she's just going to get worse if we don't do something. So, if we've got a tiny psychopath on our hands, why not train her up and set her loose on someone else? I am certain that she would be just as happy on the frost giant front as she is in her dorm at the orphanage. Carl had forgotten that she could see him, but he didn't miss the panic as she read his lips. It had never occurred to her that elites might be sent somewhere terrible. She hadn't thought about it past the part where they had the power to get away from the bullies. So, her responses to Tessa were becoming increasingly concerned that she might immediately be sent off to war now that she was an elite. Tessa was patiently explaining that there were requirements, and that she still had to learn to behave before she was sent off to the academy so that she could gain more power after their group got her started. It was a strange situation, but even Remy was getting in on the excitement, and she had found some shadow element items from the giants, both plants and magical stones that she could grind into potions. I still need more books. Tell the delivery person that I need books. Remy reminded Carl. Alright, I will have them send up some related alchemy and shamanistic magic books for you after they deliver dinner. Does anyone else need anything? I will let you know after my bath. Ray replied, while the others just ignored the question, as they didn't need anything that a human could deliver them. Instead of wasting more time, Carl took a seat at the table and started to write out the echolocation skill, which he wasn't certain would be compatible with the girl at all. Then he went on to silent movement, his lone personal stealth skill. He didn't actually use it much, but he suspected that Ray could use it as a passive, as she was uncannily silent as she moved around the house. Being the only thing around which was not making noise would make it easy for Ray, or a rogue, to spot any other movement in the dark by using an echolocation type skill. Tessa looked up from their conversation. Alright, I think that we've got things sorted well enough. Were you going to teach her a skill tonight? Carl nodded. At least one. Likely two. Then Ray has training planned for her tonight. Our new friend might be up past her bedtime, but we won't start the training until after dinner. What would happen if a common rank elite ate a whole bowl of stew made from royal rank ingredients was a mystery. Higher rank ingredients were great for growth, but the academy simply didn't have anything with that big of a power gap available. Carl hoped that having a constantly open commander rank dungeon might help with that, though. Elites could repeat it, though not immediately. So, they could farm resources, which should include at least some edible ingredients and potions from the rewards. Growth potions, the sort that enhanced an ability or physical status, were normally only beneficial once, so after the dungeon repeating group members had used them, they would become a tradable resource for others. Alright, Sybil, come over here and try to read these books. If they work, you will get good things. Carl instructed, after making sure she was looking at him. Sybil came over to inspect the books that Carl had set on the table in front of him, not quite understanding why they were important. She had gotten so used to nobody caring what she was up to that she had long since stopped paying attention to gossip, so she only picked up what was in her textbooks, and the details of how elites advanced were not part of the core coursework. The methods were common knowledge, but she had missed out on a lot of that, and until today, hadn't cared. But she liked to study, so she flipped the silent movement book open without hesitation, then looked around in confusion as it vanished, wondering if some trick was being played on her. It's a skill that lets you move without making a sound. I know you can't tell the difference, but it's an essential skill for a rogue, and it goes well with the other skill that we have prepared for you. Carl explained. She quickly grabbed the second book and flipped it open, then stared around the room as it took effect. Then, she snapped her fingers, and watched the world change as the readings from echolocation came in from all directions, and not just forward. It appeared in front of her eyes, like a second layer of vision, and it didn't seem to matter to the skill that her ears didn't work. She made a series of hand gestures, and the clerics began to laugh. Carl waited for someone to explain, and Sybil took out a small notepad and pen. This is absolute bullshit. Now I can see sound, and I'm still deaf. Carl did his best not to laugh at her suffering. Well, I don't know a spell that will allow you to hear again, but this is magic, I guess you don't need to hear to be able to use it. When the lights go out, now you're not deaf and blind, you can function in perfect darkness, or even blindfolded. For a rogue, an elite who is likely to take on infiltration and stealth roles in the future, this is one of the most important passive abilities that you can have. Carl explained. Sybil reluctantly nodded, then began to write again. What else were you going to teach me? This was really fast. Carl gestured to Ray, who had an evil grin on her face. You already know the skill, backstab, so I am going to teach you how to shadow step. With that skill, you can move through darkness to appear in any other shadowed place that is large enough. My Carl will use his skills to help you learn, and I will start with exposure therapy to help your body understand. Carl focused on the pair with Skill Master, to help them learn faster, and then smiled as Ray turned out the living room lights and began to move rapidly back and forth between the living room and spare room until Sybil pleaded for mercy as the dizziness overwhelmed her. The spider turned her tiny charge to face her and patted Sybil on the head. Now, you just need to focus on the feeling of moving through the shadows. When you understand it, you will be able to escape, and my training will be complete. She started bouncing back and forth again after gagging the rogue with a strip of silk cloth, and Ophelia turned to Carl in concern. How long are we going to let the spider torture a middle schooler? She asked. Technically, I think she's in her last year of primary school. Skittles said she was younger than the others by a couple of years. But I have Skill Master at rank 4 now, and there are few skills that Ray is better at than Shadow Step. She loves that skill. I give it 2 hours at the most, and the newest elite will manage to escape. An hour in, everyone was researching their training methods for the next day, and the doorbell rang, with room service delivering the stew that Lotus had requested for dinner. Ironically, that was the trigger for the great escape. Sybil vanished from Ray's arms and appeared under the food cart, then made a run for safety down the hall, only for Ray to grab her a half-second later and drag her back inside. Not bad. Only 1 hour and you're getting the hang of the skill. Now, sit down and eat. You're going to need the energy for training tomorrow. Carl instructed as Sybil realized she couldn't shadow step away when she was being held by the ankle. I have a potion for her. Put it in a cup, I want to see what it does. Remy informed Carl as Ray set the rogue down at the table. Wait for tomorrow. I want to know everything that she's capable of before we start feeding her new supplements. Tonight, we will focus on skills. You can make potions for all the acolytes if you would like, and then we can test them all at once. Carl suggested. Oh, that's a good idea. Everyone at the same time will be much better entertainment, and then if strange things happen, the others won't be able to refuse. I knew you were the Carl for a reason. Remy agreed. What exactly she thought the job of a Carl was remained a mystery, but he felt like it had become a middle management job, and less of an elite powerhouse position. But if nothing else, Remy would have potions for all 5 of their acolytes the next day during training, and once she found time for a new beauty routine, Ray should advance, and possibly pick up new skills that she could leverage to take back her top spot. Having Ray at the Monarch rank would motivate Remy and Kara to advance as well, even if the power of the separate spaces advancing wasn't enough to immediately force them to break through. In short, tomorrow was going to be a very busy day for Carl and the team. But before that, he should likely rescue the young rogue from whatever had happened to her now. She was turning red in the face and squeaking, but she appeared to be breathing well enough, so she hadn't choked on her soup. I think it's an energy overload. We're all used to the condensed power of the boar meat, but she's never had anything like it before. Maybe take her to the training grounds in the basement to burn some of the excess off before something bad happens. Thor offered. Right, good call. You have to be careful with giving humans good things. Ray grabbed her trainee, along with their soup, and vanished. Carl could feel them directly beneath him, so she must have gone to the training areas, but why she had decided to bring the food was a cause for concern. It was too much energy for a common rank elite to handle, so if she was intending for Sybil to eat more of it, she would have to intensely train her skills. It was still early in the evening, but she wouldn't be able to burn off that much energy quickly with the amount of energy that she could currently handle. However, Carl did have Skill Master active on them, so if Ray was going to combat train her, maybe Sybil could learn some new skills that she could overload with energy. You know, there is a good chance that Ray will kill her accidentally. Lotus quietly reminded them. Carl nodded, that is possible, but I think that as long as she can burn off all that excess energy, there is a good chance that Ray can actually force her to advance tonight. Ray has an advancement bath coming, so she will want to get as much training as possible done before she goes to bed for the evening. It wouldn't be surprised if we find a rogue dangling from the ceiling in the morning, though. Ray likes it when her prey stays where she puts it. The ladies chuckled at that, but Carl was right. Ray would definitely cocoon a flight risk so that Sybil remained where she was put until morning. Should we get ready for bed, or do we wait up until Ray comes back with our new charge? Dana asked. I've got it handled. Let's sleep first. We have a long day coming tomorrow. Carl retired to bed with Dana, while Ophelia transformed back into werbear form and slung Lotus over her shoulder. Tessa chuckled as the bear claimed her teddy, while Lotus made half-hearted complaints about how a werbear was too warm to sleep with when you had temperature control. Carl also woke up far too warm the next morning, with Dana's warm body on one side and Kara curled up against the other. Is this going to be a new thing? He whispered to the Void Badger. It is my duty to keep your relationship wholesome until Brother Thor manages to find a girlfriend. Carl smiled and petted her head, which made Kara stretch out in the bed and wake Dana. She rolled on top of Carl, then rolled back when Kara licked her face. What was that for? Good morning, Kara. I'm awake now. Carl looked into his space, and found that Ray was still in the middle of her bath preparations. She had the base ready now, but Remy had made her a potion to work into her body before she began, and Ray wanted to finish that before she added the totem blood. It opens the pores and exfoliates loose outer layers. It was an error during my research, but it works really well as a body scrub for Ray. Remy explained. The bloodbath spider was lost in her preparations, oblivious to the fact that it was already morning, and that everyone was getting up for the day. Carl carried Dana to the shower while Kara polished her fur, and then he let his senses wander to the others to make sure everyone was doing well. Thor was in human form with Sybil in the kitchen with Tessa, while Lotus was making a lot of noise in bed, possibly trying to escape from the grip of a gently snoring Ophelia. Hawk was in his space, as was Remy, so Carl worked through his morning routine and then realized he was actually short on normal clothing for a casual day. He decided to go for the uniform suit without the coat or tie, and made a mental list of items to request from the delivery service. "Mr. Carl, good morning. We're just about done making breakfast." Sybil greeted him in sign language as he reached the main room, with Dana and Kara behind him. "You look like you slept well." Sybil gave him a rueful smile. "Lady Ray tied me to a hammock, and I couldn't shadow step out of it, so I didn't really have a choice. I was stuck there until Mr. Thor came to rescue me this morning." Carl chuckled as Tessa translated. Ray's webs didn't have knots, so there was no way for an escape artist to untie themselves, and a common rank elite wouldn't be able to break the silk. Thor smiled at Carl. "When are the hatchlings coming?" "As soon as we finish with our morning meetings, we can call for them." "Have you come up with a training program for the warriors?" Thor nodded. "I have the perfect thing, and Sister Remy made me potions to help. It's going to be very productive. If they're good warriors, they might even show progress in just one day." Tessa smiled at the transformed Cyril. "I've already called the doctors to finish our evaluations. But are you sure that you'll be alright staying in human form? I believe that those items are usage limited." Thor shrugged. "It's not a big problem. Sister Ray will learn the spell soon, and I can just stay like this for a while. My pond is comfortable even without my scales." Thor secretly likes wearing armor. Kara added in Carl's mind. That was valuable information to have. When he had time, Carl knew that he would have to study more so that he could keep useful spells like that one available for the team. Or one that would allow them to shrink. If they were able to reduce themselves to Kara-sized or smaller the way that Remy could, there would be little reason for any of them except Ray, who wanted to jump scare people, to transform. The trick was to convince Thor, who valued power and the ability to protect, that being small was a good thing. He had even made his human form the largest out of all of them. Plus, a sheepdog-sized Thor would be adorable. While Carl answered mundane questions about his mental state for the doctors, Ray was hard at work with her advancement. She had finished her exfoliation routine, and she had the perfect blend of blood in the bath for her upcoming advancement. She wasn't entirely certain what sort of skills it would give her when she did become a proper queen, but she had high hopes for this blend with the little bit of totem rank blood that she had managed to acquire. It was only a few drops, but it contained ridiculously potent healing abilities, and it was 2 full ranks over her. She settled into the pool and began the work of pulling all the energy out of the blood. The process was simple for a bloodbath spider, and instinctive. You just absorbed all the energy from the bath, and then you found out if your body adapted to it well enough to break through the bottleneck and if you learned any new skills. The Cyclops species might have an innate skill that she hadn't gotten to see during their battles, as they were almost all crazed by the spawn, but Carl's blood definitely had some special properties, as did the Emperor's blood. She could feel the energy from Carl and the newborn Emperor, mixed in with the monarch-rank Cyclops blood, revitalizing her, while the blood from the 2 creatures that could regenerate also strengthened her resistances. The Emperor's blood worked on her elemental resistance, as trolls were immune to all but fire, where Carl had limited invulnerability as part of his core skill set, and the Iron Within skill that made his blood into living liquid metal and improved his already impressive invulnerability. It was the perfect time for her advancement, Ray decided. She had gotten to have fun for most of the night, then a good nap, and now she got to skip all the boring stuff before the trainees showed up. Ray briefly wondered how fast a baby rogue would improve their shadow step if a giant spider was actually trying to eat them. Just a little bite would do it, and then the clerics could heal her after, but it would add all the motivation in the world. Even if she did have to chase her down every day to continue the training. Her mind wandered to many similarly pleasant things as she bathed, and then Ray noticed that there was another source of energy that nobody had bothered to remind her of. That sword and the ghost tree stick both had lots of energy in them, but they were stored separately, and she couldn't reach them from the bath. It was unfortunate, but she would remember them for next time. More energy was always a good thing, and who knew how hard it was going to be to get a proper bath for her next few advancements. Today's bath was particularly refreshing, Ray realized. The energy just seemed to keep coming as Carl refreshed the energy in her space, and the combination of Carl's and Emperor Troll's blood regenerated the damage she was doing in the process of remaking her body as she filtered an entire bath's worth of blood. It was like having an energy drink that just didn't run empty. She carefully stirred her bath and rolled over to refresh the coating on her back, then floated with her legs up for a few minutes as she enjoyed the influx of energy. Ray was gaining the faintest hint of a new skill, and though it was going to take some effort to focus on it, she knew that when she got it right, it would be beautiful. Everything that a spider could hope for. Carl was nearly finished with his interview with the psychology team when Ray finally got it right. She had invented the most incredible combination of skills with Carl's skill merger ability. Ghost Beast had combined with Iron Within and Shadow Step to make a new stealth ability for Ray. Night Haunter ignores physical damage in spectral form. Allows movement to any point that can be seen or touched with the incorporeal body. Invisible to optical vision. Regenerates life while in spectral form. But the skill wasn't the only benefit. Her body was rapidly growing more powerful. The advanced abilities of the blood she was ingesting were remaking her in a much more drastic fashion than her previous advancement, though Ray could see that she still looked like herself. Her outer shell now would be nearly impervious to attack, thanks to Carl and the Emperor, and her physical strength was off the charts. If she wanted to, she could now leap over 100 meters to get into combat faster or take her prey by surprise. From that distance, most of them wouldn't even know that she was waiting for them until she was already on top of them. But that wasn't all that she wanted. Trolls and Carl both had humanoid forms, and she wanted one. She was quite literally the thing that haunted the darkness now, and that only worked if she could get to her prey. The lingering power of her advancement helped skill merger and skill master function more efficiently, but the power was waning as she took in more than the blood could regenerate and imbued her body with the energy. But she still had the token, and a lot of determination. All she had to do was learn to use the spell without the amulet. Carl was shaking hands with the doctors now, so they must be nearly done, but Ray was confident that she had the right method. All that was left was to try it out. A surge of power activated, humanoid disguise, and she was in her two-legged form in her space with only her own power. Then a thought activated, Night Haunter, and Ray stepped out to stand beside the door, forgetting that she was still dripping with blood. The effect when she let the spectral form fade and reappeared in front of the psychologist, covered in blood from head to toe with a row of serrated teeth smiling at the cleric, was even more beautiful than she had hoped for. The man screamed like Lotus did when she was scared, then vaulted backwards and over the kitchen island before crashing to the ground and scurrying across the floor towards the back wall. 10 out of 10. Perfect form. Kara congratulated her. A celebration is in order. Doctors, may I introduce to you Queen Ray Bloodbath, the most powerful known member of her species, and our nation's newest monarch rank resident. Carl announced. Skittles took a drag off one of the Nature Cleric specialty cigarettes as he glared at Carl. You're going to give an old man a heart attack one of these days. Carl smiled. Fortunately for us, not only do we have 2 clerics present, we also have one that can resurrect. It's fine if Ray sneaks up on people now and then. The terrified man on the floor scoffed. In my professional opinion, bringing them back to life won't undo the mental trauma of being literally scared to death. Ray gave the man 2 thumbs up. I will keep that in mind for next time. No scaring them all the way to death. Halfway is fun enough. The other 4 acolytes came in, then stopped when they saw that Ray was soaked in blood, which was rapidly being absorbed into her skin. Did we come at a bad time? The lady at the door said that the doctors were on their way down. Joan, the dark-haired red dragon cleric in the making, asked. No, you have impeccable timing. They were just on their way out when Lady Ray decided to show off her advancement to monarch rank and startled them. Carl explained. Skittles was laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes, but no noise was escaping from him, and his posture was both unnaturally straight and formal until he could get his amusement under control. "Congratulations, Queen Ray. I am certain that we will see each other again soon," the hippie doctor announced, doing his best to avoid giving the new arrivals a poor impression of his professionalism. The doctors left, and Carl's group split up to talk to their charges, while Carl sat down at the table with his writing implements. Most of them would need a skill book, and he hadn't even started on the ones he already knew he could make. Chain Lightning, for Owen the mage, wouldn't be too hard. It was usable by most types of elemental magic users. Not Dana, at least not anymore, but it should be good for Owen. Circle of Protection was more questionable. It was theoretically usable, but the description said, "suitably blessed clerics." What exactly that entailed was anyone's guess. Compared to that, the warriors would be easier. They had wanted, Slash, which they should already have. But Carl had, Rend, and Shred, which were both better sword attacks. A couple of books of Shred didn't take him long while the others got acquainted with the students. Sybil already had a head start, and she had Ray guiding her, while Kara gave helpful hints from the pile of blankets she had amassed in her space. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have some books ready for you. For our warriors, I have copies of Shred, to increase your damage output. For Owen, I have Chain Lightning. Then, for Miss Joan, I have a copy of Circle of Protection. I have a spare one as well, if Lotus or Tessa needs it." The two older clerics both shook their heads. "We can already use it, but it doesn't stack, so we just let Thor, as his is stronger." Carl nodded. That made sense. Carl could extend Eternal Lightning, or Refreshing Lightning, over the whole group, but he rarely did it, as Thor had it handled. "It seems that we're all relying on you," Carl informed the transformed Sero, who now had a shield hung from the back of his armor. That was odd. Carl didn't recall getting a shield as an item drop anywhere. Then he realized that Remy had a whole new stack of books and a fancy wooden shelf on the altar in her swamp. "Someone ordered delivery while I was asleep, didn't you? We put it on your account, no problem." Remy agreed easily. "It's a good thing we're not short on money." "Was there anything else that we needed?" Carl asked. "No, I think we got everything. I also gave them different ingredients to make snacks for the kids during training. The soup was a bit too strong for the rogue, but we have lower grade stuff left over in here," Remy informed him. At least the beasts were taking good care of the new trainees. Their initiative was admirable, and this was the most excited that Carl had seen the team get about something in quite a while. The acolytes had hesitated at the table, and hadn't opened the books yet. Everyone else was giving them expectant looks, even Sybil, who was still periodically trying to test Ray's grip on her to see if she could escape. Little did she know there was a single strand of royal rank silk attaching them, so the young rogue wouldn't be able to go far without learning to pull Ray along with her. Owen, the mage, was the first to try, and the Chain Lightning book vanished in his hands as his eyes went wide in shock. Ray clapped happily. "All right, Lightning Mage obtained. Who is next?" Joan, the cleric trainee, came forward and took her book. Opening it made her glow with bright golden light. Then her entire body glowed red and blood began to drip from the corners of her eyes, while Eternal Lightning healed her. The girl was lost in a vision of something, staring off into nothingness, so Carl didn't try to interrupt her experience. Whatever the red dragon wanted her to see was probably an important part of becoming recognized as a cleric of the god of war. The two warriors looked concerned for their friend, but they did step up and collect their books. Nobody had heard of warriors getting more than a headache and sore muscles from attempting to learn things, so the books shouldn't hurt them. The skill books vanished, and the two young warriors shared a high five. "All right, now what path did the two of you pick? I believe the system should have given you options for your first few skills." Carl asked the warriors before Ophelia and Thor could steal them away. Aaron smiled. "I picked the defensive route, while Jamie picked offense." Then we can teach each other the opposite fighting style. Carl nodded. They won't be able to pick the skills from the tree, but there is a chance that they can still learn some of the skills through hard work, and knowing how to fight both offensively and defensively will make you more versatile. Many times in the future, you may need to serve as attackers while your group has a golem distract the target. Oh, that is an idea. I should see if I can teach the mage how to summon golems. It's a core skill that the academy wants all mages to know if they can learn it. Some aren't compatible with the skill book, though. The problem was that Ray's golem spell wasn't a standard variation, and Carl couldn't summon them themselves. Dana shrugged. I will contact the supply warehouse and let them know about the situation. If Owen can't use it, then that's that. But I have high hopes for him. He started with the same basic skill that I did, back when I was a common rank freshman. Alright, while Dana calls to order a skill book, we can all get ready to go to the basement training area if it's available. If not, we will train in the cathedral's guard training practice ground. Carl decided. But, they don't have a system, they're just warriors. Owen noted. All the more reason to practice with them. They are simple warriors, regular humans relying on the favor of the gods to survive, not special skills or magic. You might be fledgling elites now, but rest assured, anyone on those training grounds is likely to be able to humble you in a matter of seconds. Sybil didn't look impressed. She had all these new skills that Lady Ray had taught her. How could she not be better than some church soldier? The skill book delivery was shockingly fast, and the hotel staffer who came up with the book on a silver tray appeared nearly as eager to see what was going on as the kids. Dana smiled at the delivery man. Thank you for the prompt service. Young Owen here is going to try to learn to summon a golem. Owen, you know the routine. Just focus on the golem you would like to summon as you cast the spell for the first time, then every time after it will be the same. But not until we get outside. My golems are well over 2 meters tall, and we wouldn't want to damage the floor in here if you get a lava or stone golem. The kids all rushed for the door, ready to try out their new skills, but Tessa hadn't forgotten Carl's suggestion, and when they left the elevator, she led them out the front door and towards the church soldiers' training area. This is the perfect spot to train. The soldiers use holy magic on their weapons, so the training ground is more than capable of dealing with some common rank attacks. She explained. The acolytes didn't quite understand why she thought so highly of it until they got to the large sandy area that was used for training, and saw that the Red Dragon clerics also worked on their combat magic here, to keep teams buffed and protected as they sparred with each other. Wow, what spell are they using? Aaron used as he saw the elite guards sparring. Spell. That's non-magical training with wooden blades. The ones over there are using defensive and blade enhancement magic. Tessa explained. But they're so fast. The young warrior complained, trying to explain the impossibility of the soldiers being normal humans, though there were no elites in those units. Resources from the church help enhance their physical abilities. When you grow up and train, you will be much stronger and faster than that. Which is why we will ask them to help train you, right after we find out what Owen's golems look like. That got the attention of the soldiers, who were on a break. Oh, do we have a few special cases who were awakened off schedule? Let's get a good look at these new elites before they're lording it over us. No offense, sir, and priestess. Carl laughed and waved off his concern. We've got an interesting group of acolytes today. The Archbishop has asked that we try to train them up as a team, to see if working together helps them grow faster. A holy assignment? Wow, you must have done something right. Carl shook his head. The opposite, I think. We get to train a group of the next generation as an experiment to see if it keeps us all out of trouble for at least a week. Many of the elites assigned to the academy for short durations were the same way, making up for causing someone trouble by taking on a job that would rehabilitate their image. Dana talked Owen through the process one more time, then the new mage focused and began to cast the golem spell. The surface was smooth and pale like a child's doll or a store mannequin, and didn't appear to be gaining any features as it grew to human-sized. Not as large as Thor, but a hair taller than Karl. But as it finished, Karl noticed that it was not as solid as it looked, the surface was flexing and shifting slightly as it formed. Dana stepped forward and inspected it. Not bad. Clay golems aren't the most powerful, but they are highly durable, as they can absorb most blunt attacks with minimal damage. Now, part of the challenge as you grow will be keeping the golem properly equipped. It can attack with its bare hands, but it's better if you give your golem a weapon. Owen nodded. Do you give yours a sword or a club? Dana shook her head. I have an advanced version of the Armored Constructs skill. My golems appear with armor and weapons, so I don't need to provide them. But that skill will take you a while to learn, if you ever do. So, for now, you need to work on how to coordinate your golem with your magic, and later with your team. The goal is to have your golem block for you so that you can continue to cast without being hit. Do any of you fine gentlemen have a moment to assist us? King Thor will happily put a defensive barrier on you so that you're not injured during the test. All you need to do is get past the golem and hug the mage to win. The soldiers who were on break motioned for their sergeant, who came over, bowed slightly to Karl, then turned to Dana. Did you need a few of my soldiers to assist with your training, princess? Dana smiled. Likely not all day, unless you have some who don't need your full training regimen. This is their first day with as elites with a class, so our trainees are starting from nothing. The sergeant nodded. If you would like, I can spare you these 4, as they're all on light duties after injuries. Then, if you would like, I can take the youngsters for basic combat forms training with the rookies starting at 3. They're also only a few weeks into their training, and mostly only a few years older. Oh, that should be good for the warriors and the rogue. I'm not sure about our fledgling cleric, but I will be working on mana volume and control with Owen all day. Dana agreed. The sergeant made a get-on-with-it gesture to his injured men, then returned to the crowd. I will go first. How far off should I start? One of the men asked. 20 meters is far enough. By the time that a mage needs to go into defensive mode, the enemy is at least that close. That was actually a lot more warning than a mage got in most battles, but for the first day of training, it would give Owen more time to work with his golem. The better that he understood defensive tactics, the better the golem would understand them. So, as he had no other combat training, this was the best they could do. Ray smiled at Sybil. I like this game. We will have a soldier try to keep you from reaching me as well. It's nice and sunny out, so do your best. The spider's mirth was not lost on the young rogue. She couldn't shadow step on an open field in the middle of the afternoon, and she wasn't Ray, who could create a stone to appear under when she wanted to move. Thor motioned to the warriors. We will train here. I have a defensive barrier up on everyone, including our volunteers, so don't worry about getting hit. I will start with Aaron, while Ophelia starts with Jamie, and then we will switch once you have a good grasp on how to use guard and shred. The young warriors weren't certain that would be any time soon, but Karl knew that there were skill books for the skills if they needed them, and the instructors in question shouldn't have any problem teaching the skills. Thor would be faking guard with his eternal lightning, and Ophelia would be imitating shred by using rake, but the visual effect would be close enough that with some instruction, they should learn some version of the skill without using a point. Karl took a seat off to the side of the training grounds, along with a few of the elder clerics, who were supervising the training and not actively involved in the process. An old woman on Karl's left gestured towards where the warriors were training. It looks like you got a batch of naturals. They already understand about basic sword stances and blade techniques. Karl nodded. They were raised by a soldier, a fallen elite. The other ones might need a bit more work, but the warriors should have the basics down. As they talked, Owen was spun in a circle by the soldiers again, as they had gotten past his golem and dodged his magic missile. Dana was giving him hints, but he had zero combat sense. So, she changed the routine. Instead of having the golem defend, it was on the attack, with the soldier defending her. Now, the young mage could see what it took to keep an enemy away from the mage for as long as possible. Further down the sandy field, Sybil was also having issues. Despite her diminutive size, she was completely stonewalled by the warrior on defense, and couldn't even make a step of progress towards Ray. All she had to do was get close enough to touch Ray, who was standing still, and she would win the round, but it just wasn't happening. A messenger came over with a note for Carl, in the apartment building's stationery envelopes. If your bloodbath spider isn't busy tonight after dinner, I will be free to train with her in basement 3 training gym. I have it booked and I will be there all night. Neil. Thank you. If you see him, let the overlord know that Ray will be there at sunset. The messenger nodded, then returned to the apartment, but not before stopping to watch the practice for a few seconds. The soldiers of the church were an extremely physically fit group, and not gender segregated during combat training, which the messenger obviously viewed as an opportunity for eye candy. The aging cleric woman next to Carl was watching the training with sharp eyes, making sure nobody was in real danger, but she continued to talk to Carl. Were you going to try something new with these ones? I see that you've awakened some extra skills for them, but that's pretty standard for individually guided students. She asked. I believe that we might have a way to speed their initial level increases. With a couple of herbal supplements and a specialized training regimen, we should be able to make them at least awaken before the school year even starts, with a good shot at ascended the first semester. After that, we will likely be moved to another assignment, but I believe our plan has potential. If we manage to bring these 5 to ascended in half a year, they might start implementing the method on a larger scale. From what I can tell, the goal is to more reliably bring elites up to ascended or commander rank, where they are in a position to challenge the main combat forces of the giants and anyone else who might invade. If we can prove that it is possible, the status of the elites will change quickly to gain the sort of respect that the Spellblades command elsewhere. Carl elaborated. The old woman smiled. I can only imagine. With all the different classes the elites have, they would have so many new skills in battle if they were stronger. It wasn't bad like this until recently. When it was just the feral beasts and some monster spawns, we could take care of it with the armies of the faithful. But with the giants invading, and that new dungeon that seems to attract trouble, I understand why they're trying this. But how did you pick these 5? They seem like an odd group, and I think that rogue is deaf. Carl chuckled. She is. However, they did the selection by lottery, and she stuffed a bully in a storage closet when he tried to steal her place, so she's got the motivation. The old woman smiled. That is what the elites need. Too many of them are after the fame and fortune. Not enough of them are willing to stab someone to get where they need to be in life. Are you sure that you're from the Red Dragon and not the Black? Carl joked. War is war. It doesn't matter if it's external forces, a civil war or a cultural revolution. If they want to turn their movement into a war, the Red Dragon approves, under certain conditions. The cleric next to her, a middle-aged man also in the robes of the Red Dragon, nodded in agreement. The elites are a cultural revolution. Who would have thought 15 years ago that we would be recruiting every child capable of becoming superhuman and giving them the chance to become the hero from their childhood stories? The elites might have all but won the war of public opinion, but were you not nearly assassinated just a few days ago? She has a point. They might not have understood that they were hopelessly outmatched, but whoever they were willing to sacrifice their lives for their cause. Remy agreed. Carl considered the answers. You know, I never thought about it that way. I thought about how the extra combat power of the elites made things safer when monsters appeared near my hometown, and how they put on shows on the TV in the cafe. But I suppose that it makes sense that there would be pushback, even if it didn't primarily come from GDN residents. The cleric nodded. Nothing in life is ever as simple as it seems, and the war dragon sees every conflict, then judges its worthiness. The old woman smiled. Even between the Spellblade clans, the Red Dragon recognizes states of war. Small and petty wars, where they are both subordinates to someone else, but determined enough to have earned the Red Dragon's recognition. There was a time that she even recognized a workers' uprising and attempt to unionize. Carl chuckled at that. It had been the miners who had risen up against their employers, and they had fought against the mine bosses for over a decade, shutting down nearly all resource production. They had eventually lost, and the leaders of the Unionists were executed, but it was a legend of heroes to the miners of Carl's generation. Is that why you watch the soldiers training? Because they're the ones who are most likely to please your God in the future? Carl asked. Oh, perceptive. That is part of the reason. We find it relaxing to be here. But we are actually working. We are the supervisors for the clerics on duty, and in charge of preventing serious incidents. When you give swords to 1,000 people who may or may not like each other, things can happen. Friendly fire is not friendly. Thor chuckled. Indeed. The younger cleric laughed out loud, making Carl think that he had heard Thor's mental voice, but the cleric was watching where Thor had changed training techniques and was having Aaron charge at a training post with his shield up. What on earth is your warrior teaching him? He asked. Shield bash. Thor is a firm believer in the usefulness of smashing posts as a training tool. Just watch, the young warrior will learn to adapt his guard ability soon, and use it as an offensive slam attack with his shield. It was only natural, after all. Carl was putting a lot of energy into rank 4 skill master to help everyone teach and learn skills. With a little luck, his beasts might even pick up a new combat technique from watching all the training. I think I have just the right thing for the baby elites to try. Nutrition is important, and Ray's new pet grew really well last night, though she couldn't properly digest the soup. I know that they have lunch coming soon, but I have made a mild berry juice to go with it. Remy informed Carl while the warriors were taking a break. Is it good for recovery? You could give it to the warriors now. Carl suggested. The others would be going for a break soon as well. They were getting frustrated with their inability to win against the veteran soldiers, even though they were elites. It was a humbling first day for them, a chance to realize that being a common rank elite didn't make them better fighters than regular veteran soldiers, so it should build their motivation to grow their powers. It should be good for energy, so I guess it could be used to recover between training rounds. Remy agreed. And what is it made from? I've got these berries I collected when we were back in time, and the tea made from the moss, and this minty leaf from Thor's space for flavor. It's not strong, ascended rank. So I think that they'll be able to digest it. The moss was a potent resource, and according to Carl's identification skill, the minty leaf was good for growing mana density. The berries didn't have a specific use listed, so he assumed that they were some sort of ascended rank food. Make one more. I want to taste test it before you pass it out. I know that your taste buds aren't the same as humans. Remy happily passed him a potion bottle full of the juice, and Carl sipped at it, while the clerics gave him confused looks. Sorry, I was out of clean cups. It's just a berry smoothie. He explained. It was tart, but refreshing, very suitable for drinking. The old woman gave the potion bottle an intrigued look, and Carl wiped the mouth of the bottle, then passed it over. She smiled and took out a long straw, then sipped the thick mixture. It's mixed with ice. Oh, that is beautiful. What flavor is it? I don't think I know that one. Carl shrugged. I actually don't know the name of the berries either. But they're mixed with silver mint leaf and moss tea. You can have that one if you would like. I was just taste testing it before I gave it to the students with lunch. Once the break started, Remy came out in Naga Queen form to hand out the smoothies and take notes on the effects that they had on common rank elites. The fact that they were being used as experimental test subjects for a new blend of energy smoothie was lost on the students, but after feeling the surge of energy from the juice, the old war cleric knew very well that this was not just a simple snack. The lunch delivery from the apartment arrived at the same time, and by the time that they had finished eating, the students were practically vibrating with energy, but more importantly, their bodies were quickly refining the existing energy to push them up through the common rank. That is fascinating. Do you think that it's a sympathetic reaction between the food and the drinks? They don't appear to be taking damage from the situation, and the quality of the energy in their body is increasing. I think it's the moss tea and silver mint combination. The two are usually used together at lower quality for cleanses, but it appears that they are completely cleansing the nascent energy from the, oh, there they go. As I said, full cleanse. Lotus began to laugh as the 5 trainees began running for the training area restrooms. The effect of the juice was cleansing all impurities from their bodies. Absolutely all of them. I will add that to my notes. May have side effects. But we will see how they're doing when they get back. It might become a standard issue item for the academy if it works well. Remy declared, speaking serpent. That was a fair wait, nearly an hour, before anyone returned to the training ground. They all had suspicious looks that said they would not be willingly accepting random food products from Remy in the near future, but they were definitely more powerful. The old woman beside Carl nodded. If you're giving that recipe to the bureau, tell them to issue it during the last day of the train rides. At least then they won't be losing a training day. Joan, the new priestess, gave the woman a pleading look. You still intend to give that evil juice to people? Did we not suffer enough? The old woman just smiled at her. 1 hour of suffering to move most of the way through common rank. If it wasn't for diminishing results, I would be tempted to ask them to issue it every morning for a week. Tessa patted her small charge on the shoulder. Now that you're back and fully energized, we can get back to training. Your mana levels have increased, so we can increase the frequency of your casting. The others realized they wouldn't be getting off easily either, and their respective trainers dragged them off to practice. They still had most of the afternoon left in their training schedule, and the warriors were swapping between offense and defense, while Owen was moving to mana training. Unfortunately for Sybil, Ray wasn't feeling merciful, and had decided that the problem with her attempts to bypass the soldiers was a lack of practical skills training. So she was learning blade skills with the soldiers, and then when the rookies arrived, she would be moving on to unarmed combat techniques. As a rogue, she needed to know as much about fighting as possible. Skills burned too much energy, and using them would alert elites and magic users to your presence. However, Carl suspected that the intense schedule wasn't as much about Sybil's lack of skills as Ray's frustration that she had to wait until dark to play with Overlord Neil. The end of the day couldn't come early enough for any of the trainees, or even Carl, who was getting that disquieting feeling that someone was talking about him. The feeling was validated soon after the trainees had started their afternoon training, when Carl saw visitors from the Inquisition and the government headed his way with determined looks on their faces. Once he was back at his apartment, they would be less likely to come bothering him, but out here in public, everyone could see that he was just overseeing the training of juniors. Monarch. If we could have a bit of your time. The president and the bishops have a few questions that they believe you can answer. If I say no, they're just going to show up at my house later, so we might as well do it now. Would the conference room over their work? I have a training skill active, and I would prefer not to get out of range of my students. Carl reluctantly agreed. Of course. The topics at hand are private, but not particularly sensitive. They headed for the nearby building, and Carl checked the skill master bonds. The ability wasn't feeling stretched at all, or limited without him watching. During the early days, when skill master was still at rank 1, he had to actually watch the process and focus, but now it appeared that simply activating it with deliberate intentions would help them learn the skills as well as they could. We will start with the least likely portion first. We have a group of Special Forces soldiers here, well, Special Forces cadets, who the President and his advisor generals believe would be a suitable test force to follow in your footsteps. They have been working with the more cats that the university is training, but have been unable to form the sort of bond that you have. The Inquisitor with his head shaved announced. None of them had given their names, and while Carl could look at their system status to find out, that always seemed to occur to him a few minutes too late. Besides, you could just call people by their title, and it would make them happy. Of course, Inquisitor. But that will most likely involve going to the university to get the beasts involved. A personal touch is the easiest way to change their minds, especially if they're already stronger than the trainees. After all, a bond like mine would kill them if they tried to bond with an ascended beast while still at common grade with no preparation. The bald inquisitor nodded. They do have some training. Though they aren't elites, they were trained both physically and mentally as monks. It was done for unorthodox combat purposes, but I am told that your mental skills are similar, with a heavy requirement for mental fortitude. One of the men stepped out of the room and came back in with 10 young men and women about Carl's age. These are the cadets. Can you see any obvious flaws in our plan? The Inquisitor asked. Kara came out of her space to examine the group, not particularly impressed until she got to one who crouched down to pat her head like she was a dog and not an intelligent royal rank monster. This one definitely suits being bonded to a Thor. Carl nodded in understanding. Alright, why don't we do the university portion first, and then we can finish the questions after. The cadets looked excited, and the one who had tried to pet Kara looked over to address Carl. Do you really think that we can bond the newborn more cats? He asked. I don't know yet. But I have a good feeling about it. The process might not have a 100% survival rate, but I think that most of you should get it after a few tries. The cadets paled, and the Inquisitor tried not to laugh. Whatever the Beast Master had in mind was very different from their plans if he didn't expect everyone to survive. So, the procession back out of the room only a minute after they entered was a silent one, as was the shuttle ride to the university. Only when they reached the building marked, Animal Husbandry and Genetic Research, did anyone begin to speak. So, this is it. After an entire year of trying, we might finally succeed in bonding one of the young beasts. One of the cadets whispered. Carl turned to the Inquisitor. They're not going to try to bond a year-old ascended or commander-ranked juvenile Moor cat, are they? The bald man smiled. Fortunately, no. The mother cat that we have just had another litter that is ready to be weaned to solid food. They have been feeding the kittens for a few days now, and they're still awake and rank. Does it have to be more cats? They might actually do better with a weaker but fast-growing beast first. Carl asked. What did you have in mind? Well, you said special forces, so you want the beast as a combat companion. Something that can reach commander easily enough, instead of the more cats, who can be royals at their peak, would be easier to bond. It would also make it easier to get a unified force if the more cats reject them. We will keep it in mind. There is a small pack of lightning Sero here now, with many of them newly hatched. They were brought to study how you managed to evolve Thor, but they could also make good companions for an assault force. As they approached the door, a young woman with a leather glove over one arm came running frantically towards them. There is a devil snipe on the loose. Please wait here until I recover it. She pleaded. Carl turned to inspect the area, then pointed at one of the trees. It's right there. Holding some sort of fruit seed. Would you like me to grab it? The devil snipe was a common grade monster, and at full growth could still fit in the palm of a grown man's hand. They were named devils for their temper, not their power, though they did have a small amount of wind magic. Oh, you are the Beast Master, right? Please, if you have a skill to get it back, I have put in significant effort with that one, but he's got an odd food obsession and flew away when someone left the fruit bowl out. She pleaded. Carl took out a single commander rank mountain gooseberry from Hawk Space, which made the napping Thunderbird laugh. No mere snipe could resist such a good snack. Carl held his hand out with the snack, and the small bird's head immediately turned. It raced down out of the tree and gently landed in Carl's hand, then cooed in pleasure as it took small bites. Carl stroked the back of the bird's head, then passed it, along with the berry, to its handler. As she received the bird, the young woman's gaze went vacant for a few seconds, then Carl felt her aura shift. He inspected her more closely with his system interface active and saw that she was now shown as Arabella, common rank ranger. Well, that went better than expected. Congratulations, young woman. You have successfully bonded with your snipe. who, I would note, is quickly advancing to awakened rank. Carl informed the group, as she was still in shock. The bird looked smug, and the woman rolled her eyes, answering its mental demand. Is it that easy? You just touched her, and she gained a class. The military representative asked, shocked at the development. Actually, the fruit made the bird advance, and it was the bird's advancement that cemented the bond that they already had. If my guess is right, it realized that humans reliably have food, so it wanted a human to keep it fed. Carl explained. Arabella sighed. Yes, that is very close to how it went. Flicker requested a contract, and when I accepted, I awakened a class. That small revelation changed everything. Carl forged bonds with the beasts, not the other way around. But getting the cats to want to be with the humans would be so much easier than having the cadets try to move a kitten into a separate space and convince it to stay without tearing their mind apart for fun. The researcher was quickly collected by the Inquisitor before she could escape their grasp. She was proof that their method might actually work on a larger scale, unless it was proven that the outcome was a result of Carl's interference. The more cat enclosure is this way. Monarch Carl, how certain are you that this will be feasible? The Inquisitor asked, without removing his hand from the researcher, who was engrossed in conversation with her bird. With more cats? I would say the chance is slim. If we go to the Cerro pens, I think that they will have good luck. Lightning Cerro love to meet new friends and expand their herd. The other officials looked like they were much more set on the more cats than the Inquisitor was, but he was likely the only one of the group that really realized that trying to bond the more cats was likely to get many of these cadets killed, even if they succeeded. These are the cat cages. Is there anything you need to do in preparation? The military representative asked. I need to go speak with the mother cat first. Is she in the same cage as the little ones? Carl asked. No, they have been separated for safety now that the young ones are on solid food. Carl sighed and shook his head, then walked to the door with a full-grown moor cat in it. If you would kindly open the door, I will go speak with her. The university staff and officials all looked at him like he was crazy. Sir, that moor cat is not sedated. You can't go in there. I thought that you were trying to train them to help you. If you have to sedate them to be near them, you're clearly failing. But I'm not concerned. Open the door. One of the researchers shrugged, then took out what looked like a smoke grenade, likely of sedative gas, expecting Carl to be attacked. He stepped through, then closed the door behind him as the massive moor cat, taller on all 4 feet than Carl was standing upright, stared at him. Good afternoon, my name is Carl. These gentlemen would like to form a life bond with your cubs. The young humans, that is. Is that permissible to you? He asked. The big cat growled and glared at him, but Carl continued anyhow. What about one of them? There is one of them brave enough to pet a full-grown winged void badger. Carl offered. The cat looked curious, but kept its hostile stance. The cubs will have to agree to the contract, of course. But I am going to offer each of the cubs the chance to pick a partner. He continued. One massive paw flashed out, and Carl raised a hand to stop it, letting the force slide him across the floor a little, but a simple swat wouldn't harm him. That got the more cat's interest. Oh, I think that I get it. You don't have any respect for the weak humans, so you don't want them dragging down the futures of your cubs. Carl guessed. The cat rumbled in agreement, then snarled at the humans outside the cage. System quest activated, if they die, they die. Use the contract tokens to allow each recruit one attempt to bond with a magical beast and activate their system assignment. 10 tokens appeared in Carl's hand, and he smiled at the moor cat. See, these are the tokens, nothing dangerous. The humans will use one to try to bond with a new partner. Then your cubs can show them how powerful a moor cat is. The big cat wasn't happy with him, but it reluctantly nodded, and Carl turned halfway to knock on the door. Showing his back to the mother cat would be rude, so he sidestepped through the door before turning to face the students. You might want to bring a cleric. I suspect that this might not go how they were hoping. The cats need to be fully cognizant and unrestrained for the next part. Carl explained. That wasn't part of the rules. Kara reminded him. The bond isn't instant. Nothing is stopping them from turning on the cadets later tonight when the drugs wear off, if they're trapped that way. When you put it that way. Kara wasn't sure which would be funnier. Watching the cats, which were nearly her size already, beat up cadets, or knowing that they would wake up from a drugged stupor later and tear apart the elite from the inside out. They went one cage over to where the kittens were receiving instructions from their mother, and the cadets approached the bars with determined looks. All right, we will do this one at a time. Who wants to go first? All you have to do is prove to your chosen partner that you are worthy. Carl asked. The guy who had tried to pet Kara raised his hand and stepped forward, as did one of the kittens, who had paused its grooming mid-blep and still had its tongue sticking out as it came to rub against the bars. The mother cat was visibly embarrassed at such behavior, but the two were clearly fond of each other. Carl grabbed the key card from one of the researchers and stepped inside the cage. You, follow me. I will use this token, and you have one chance to make your choice believe that you are a suitable lifetime partner for them. Carl activated the token as the man crouched to hug the cat and murmur something in its ear before he was tackled and licked, then turned into a pillow as the cat simply curled up on top of him. The cadet laughed as the huge kitten kneaded his leather armor with its paws, then the baby Moor cat vanished, and the bond was completed. His class was Beast Ranger, which was somewhat close to what Carl had expected, and while it wasn't a Beast Master, he had a Moor cat and a class, so it was certainly what anyone would call a resounding victory. Well, that's 1 for 1. We're off to a good start. Who is next? A confident young cadet swaggered into the cage, then gestured to the largest of the kittens. Bring me that one. I mean, I would like that one, please, Monarch. He corrected as he realized who he was making demands of. Carl caught the mother cat's smirk, and ushered the successful candidate out of the room. Carl motioned for the Moor cat alpha cub to come forward, and activated the token. As soon as he did, the cat growled, and the token put up a shimmering black and green barrier over Carl, then a second one over the cage. Oh, it looks like this is a test of worthiness. Good luck, young cadet. What the hell? Are you not supposed to give me a Moor cat? The cadet demanded as the cub began to stalk him. That's not how it works. You have to prove you're worthy as a partner. I have been informed that you've been trained as a Special Forces soldier. You've got this, it's just a kitten. The cadet drew a training sword and the kitten growled, as did the mother. Weapons were cheating in their minds. But that didn't matter for long. The cat pounced, and the cadet was too slow to respond. For black claws tore his face open, popping an eyeball, and then continued slashing down the front of his armor, while the other front paw tore apart his sleeve as he flailed helplessly at the kitten's back. The Inquisitor tried to cast something, as did the cleric outside, but Carl could see the spells hitting the barrier. Monarch, do something. The Inquisitor demanded. What exactly? Shatter a divine barrier to save a cadet from his hubris. I'm not certain I can manage that. The barrier should fade once the test is over. Carl replied calmly. He will be dead by then. The priest reminded him. That's very much a you problem, not a me problem. Or we can call High Priestess Lotus over, as she can resurrect the failed candidate if she gets here in time. The white-robed cleric sighed, then winced as the kitten tore the throat out of the cadet, then proudly strutted away as the barriers fell. See. All as the gods intended. Who wants to go next? Everyone just stared at Carl as he stood next to a growing puddle of blood as the cleric worked to heal the cadet in preparation for resurrection. Why didn't you tell us you were serious? One of the others demanded. Did everyone think that I was joking about you dying if the cat disagreed? I wasn't lying. I am also not joking about you only getting one chance. The token won't work for you again if you fail and live. But there are other beast species options here, if you want to try one of them. Carl reminded them. One young woman stepped forward as she wrapped her hands in some sort of cloth. I would also like to try for a more cat kitten. The young lady with the white stripe on her neck. She insisted. The kitten turned to stare at the audacious upstart of a human kitten. It didn't particularly dislike this human, but to think that a human thought they could be partners in any meaningful way. Ridiculous. The cleric pulled the body out of the cage and began the hard part of his work while calling for reinforcements. Resurrection took a huge amount of energy, and for some reason, healing this victim was harder than usual. If he couldn't do the resurrection alone, he might need to cast the reincarnation ritual and have the cadet reborn in a new body. The tokens that Carl was using appeared to be some sort of divine blessing, and the gods themselves were interfering in the casting of his spells. That should have been expected, Carl thought. Both the nature god and the god of death approved of permanent death by stupidity as a punishment. They also both rewarded those who were brave enough to try anyhow. Assuming that they survived. The mottled black and gray kitten with the white stripe on its neck marched over to Carl, demanding he use his spell so she could find out if this fake monk was worthy. Do you think she's getting eaten? Kara asked. I think that she knows something about that cat in particular. If it was a lingering injury or deformity, she wouldn't have chosen that one as a life partner, so it's likely about personality. Carl suggested. When both appeared ready, Carl used a token on them, and the cat pounced, only to have the cadet punch her paw. In the next few seconds, dozens of strikes were parried, and the girl nimbly dodged strikes with the jaws, as well as a 4-footed pounce, intended to pin her to the ground. Interestingly, while the barrier was up around the cage, Carl was not blocked this time. He could move freely around the cage, but chose to sit along the wall between the mother cat and the action. The cadet was beginning to sweat heavily with exertion by the end of the second minute, but the kitten was losing focus. It had forgotten that it was supposed to be making the monk prove that she was a worthy partner, and had reverted to simply playing with the human like she did with her other siblings. 2 minutes after that, the cat vanished and the girl smiled. Name, Nikki. Class, Tiger Monk. Congratulations, you have succeeded, with only minimal injuries. Carl informed her. The girl was actually bleeding very heavily, and was likely to pass out from blood loss soon. It was only adrenaline and joy keeping her conscious right now. A newly arrived cleric cast a healing spell on the exhausted monk, while Carl warned away a few of the other cubs that thought it might be a good opportunity to eat a human while they were exhausted. After all, defenseless humans were basically just giant steaks, and they loved it when the white coats fed them steaks. Carl saw the longing looks as the kittens backed away, unwilling to start a fight with the powerful male. So he took a small sample of commander rank meat, the lowest grade that Hawk had in his repository, to cut and toss to the others. There, a little treat for everyone. Thank you for helping us so far. Carl whispered, like it was some secret he was feeding them. Then he tossed a larger steak through the bars to the mother cat, who rumbled in joy that Carl was kind enough to give her a decent portion for her body size. Too many of the workers tried to give her little bites that wouldn't even cover half her tongue. After a few seconds, the monk gave Carl a weak thumbs up, and the kitten appeared in front of her with a flash of green light, a phenomenon that didn't happen when Carl's beasts left their space. It marched over with all the imperious pride that a kitten could muster, then gave him a pleading look and whined for food. Everyone else had gotten a snack, but she was stuck in a separate space. Carl patted the Moor cat's head, and then fed it chunks of meat as it hung from his arm, attached with long black claws that were unwilling to let him escape. Fascinating, it has become so gentle after being bonded. One of the university staffers noted. Carl laughed. Don't be mistaken, its claws are pierced deep into my arm. But I have trollish regeneration, so it's doing less damage than I regenerate. He was also immune to this level of damage, but that wasn't a fact that they all needed to know. Who would like to go next? Any volunteers? Carl asked. Silence. Then one of the boys spoke up. I got to meet your Thor once before, could you do the same for the lightning Sero hatchlings? Huh, I knew they were all herbivores. But it's a shame we don't get to watch more of them commit suicide. Kara joked. You can't expect everyone to be able to handle a strong personality right off the start. But I'm sure that they will make for an excellent herd of elites with their lightning Sero partners. Yes, if that's everyone who would like to try for a more cat as their partner, we can move on. I am certain that the army will be overjoyed, no matter what you pick. Carl agreed. The mother Moor cat gave a derisive snort, and Carl winked at her, letting the beast know that they were on the same page about the competence of this group. Carl just understood the limitations of humans better than the Moor cat did. The Moor cat kitten climbed up Carl's arm to sit on his shoulder, much to its new partner's dismay. Will you come down here? Monarch Carl isn't going to give you more food just because you're close. The newly minted tiger monk demanded. The cat gave her a skeptical look, then rubbed up against the side of Carl's face while the mother cat looked away, unwilling to be associated with such shamelessness, even if this strange man did have the best snacks. Kara dropped a small bit of meat in front of the kitten as Carl stood up to walk out of the cage, and the beast gave its partner a smug look. You are stronger than you look. The monk noted, confused at the ease with which Carl could stand while carrying a 20-kilo cat draped over his back and shoulder. Soon you will be as well. If you advance along with your partner, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become a proper royal rank elite. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she followed him back to the group, envisioning the day when she was one of the powerful ones. The lightning Sero area was much less heavily guarded. The baby Sero were not too threatening, so as long as you wore shin guards, you would be alright until they grew up a little. Oh, I have bribes for the baby Thor-type beasts. Kara announced. Oh, what did you come up with? Kara held up a hazelnut, and Carl wondered where it had come from. The lotus made them for breakfast food, and I claimed some nuts for trees. She declared proudly. They weren't naturally a magical resource, they were just hazelnuts. Tasty, but not rare or special. But after growing up in a royal rank beast space, even the common hazelnut tree was imbued with mana. What Kara had done was to make a crude copy of the hazelnut butter and insert it into small apples with the core removed. Even a young lightning Sero would treat those as a 1 or 2 bite snack, and Carl couldn't deny that they looked pretty tasty. The Inquisitor nudged Carl, reminding him that he still had someone else's Moor cat on his shoulder. In response, he handed the monk girl a bag full of diced commander rank meat. Feed her that when she needs a snack. High-rank monster meat is the best way for a young beast to grow, so don't be too stingy, even if the food costs are high. I don't know if your ability is like mine, but if it is, you might eventually be able to keep food for your cat in a separate mental space. He explained. Nikki looked confused and shrugged. When she's not out here, she wanders my spirit ocean, the spot in my mind where I focus energy to grow mental strength. So, she didn't get a separate space for the beast. That was unexpected. It also ruled out keeping resources there. In that case, you can put the meat in your inventory, you don't need to keep holding it. Carl reminded her. Right, inventory. I have a class now. And don't forget to check your class skills in your skill tree so that you can plan your advancement. You have a lot to do. The same for our first success story. Where did he go, by the way? A hand waved from the back of the group, and then Carl noticed that the clerics were taking away a body covered in a white sheet. They really hadn't been able to resurrect the one who had died to the Moor cat kitten. He was going to have to be reincarnated, and that couldn't be done here. It was a 6-high cleric ritual. The grown Sero group came over to greet Carl, and much to his surprise, they had a lot to say. It's a pack leader. Are we going to move the pack? This place is small. Why do you smell good? Do you have food? Aren't the little ones cute? Are you keeping the predators away? Carl had no idea why he could hear all the Sero in his mind, but he took a pile of feed out of Thor's space for the pack. Thor wouldn't begrudge them the good stuff, and it bought Carl some time to try to determine why he could hear the Sero pack. If the reason was nothing more than that he was a beast master pack master, so he could hear pack animals, Carl might actually give up on trying to understand the system. In his mind, Thor laughed. All lightning Sero share a mental link. We can all hear each other's thoughts when we're close to another pack, so we don't need to bugle except as a warning. I can hear them, so you can hear them. Probably. Carl accepted Thor's idea as the most likely one, and addressed the Sero elders. I came to make a request. Some of these humans want to start packs with the young ones. They will take care of them and have their packs help the little ones grow up strong. Do you know of Thor, my Sero partner? Or is he too far away? Carl asked them, focusing on both Thor and the pack. We can sense him, but he's not close enough to talk to. The current pack leader agreed. That made things much easier. If they knew that this agreement could grow stronger than usual lightning Sero, they were more likely to agree. How many of them? Our pack is already small. The leader asked. Not more than 7. But these white coats will continue to look after your pack and keep predators away. The Sero considered it and grunted before turning to eat. If the little ones wanted to try joining the human pack, they would allow it. The human pack that looked after them was strong, after all. Alright, everyone who wants to try for a lightning Sero partner, come forward. I will provide you with snacks for your potential partners and then activate the tokens. Carl passed out Kara's apple concoctions, then took one for himself. These are good, we should make more of them. Kara nodded with hazelnut spread on the fur around her mouth. I agree. I will prepare more of them. She was using disintegrate to core the apples, so the only time-consuming part was making the hazelnut paste. The little ones came forward to see what sort of snack was being offered, and only a few seconds later, the first bond formed. Carl saw that this one was also tagged as a Beast Ranger by the system, and the small Sero in front of him was marked as his partner. Then 2 more cadets gained the same class, and everyone began to notice the pattern. Beast Ranger was the default class for people partnered with one of the Sero, as a regular ranger was unable to bond with magical beasts, only common animals. 2 more cadets gained the class, and the group was beginning to think that Lightning Sero was the best option for this process. Then, things began to go wrong. One of the rangers began to convulse, and Carl sensed the distress from his bonded partner. It was part of his pack now, and the pack member was in danger, but the Sero didn't know what to do. It had already put a refreshing lightning barrier over him, but it couldn't see the attacker. Carl examined him as thoroughly as he could, but it just didn't make sense. The man had the class, the Sero was a common rank hatchling, and everything looked normal. The white-robed cleric realized it first. The mental link is too strong. It's breaking his mind. I will sedate him, but I don't know what we will do after that. Carl wasn't sure that would work. The mental link was active even when you were sleeping. But being unconscious should give him the best chance to focus and stabilize his mind. That left only 2 of the cadets, and while the hatchlings happily accepted all the snacks that they could offer, they wanted nothing else to do with them. Then a second cadet dropped to the ground with blood pouring from their eyes and nose. The cleric rushed over, but the boy waved his hand. I will be all right, he's just energetic. There is a tree of life in my soul see, and Devon, my Sero, charged it with his horns. He mumbled. Carl chuckled. You have a smashing post in your mental space. You're in for a very rough week until you build your mental strength. The others all looked confused, so Carl created an earth barrier post on the far side of the enclosure. The Sero herd cheered and began to line up to take turns smashing into it. Damn it, we were finally breaking them of that habit. One of the university workers grumbled. It's essential to their mental health. You need to let them play. If they can't charge at posts, they need to charge each other, and that isn't as much fun. If you have mages, they also like mage barriers. Carl explained. A number of the nearby Sero nodded in agreement, making the cadets who were not having a hard time with their new partner laugh. Mage barriers were good. Posts were better. Magical posts were the best. If they could find one that made a better noise when they hit it, they would revise the ranking system. What is wrong with me? I swear I'm a good partner. One of the two men who were left out of the selection pleaded with the little lightning Sero in front of him. The beast stole the offered snack from him and ran away victorious. Carl discreetly sniffed to see if there was something he was missing. It was buried under soap and alcohol-based sanitizer, but there was something rancid, like the worst possible combination of body odor and rotting fruit. He couldn't pin down what it was, but there was something wrong with him. When Carl focused on soul sight, it was immediately evident. The normal light blue glow was tattered and corrupted, profoundly wrong. The other one was similar, but not in the same way. Their soul was just wrong, and gave Carl a feeling of evil, like someone who takes pleasure in bullying others. It wasn't something that he could point at and say, "This is what is wrong," but it was definitely there, and the herd could sense it as well. But the cadets had already used their one token, and there would be no second chances. At least not with quest item assistance. Whether those two could convince a beast to bond with them in the future was unknown. But now that they knew the trick, the researchers should be able to find at least a few more successful rangers among their ranks. The Inquisitor turned to Carl for answers, but he didn't want to say it out loud. "I will explain privately later. I think that this quest should be nearly complete." The word quest told the Inquisitor all he needed to know about why this should be a private conversation. He had thought that the tokens Carl had taken out were related to a skill that he had. But if they were from the system, that changed things immensely. Carl looked over the young elites. The rest of them appeared to be having better luck with their bonded partners, and only the one was in serious trouble. That's not bad. 60% success rate. Carl noted as the clerics worked to save the man in an induced coma. 60% among trainees who weren't able to gain a class with the serum, but showed signs of compatibility with magic. The Inquisitor added. "Did you try the system-linked item trick already?" Carl replied. The Inquisitor nodded. "We did, with no luck on this batch. The real question is how many might have succeeded without the tokens." Carl considered it. "I would say 3. 3 of them struck me as compatible with the technique from the start. The 2 successes among the more cats, and 1 with the Sero herd. Do you think that these last 2 might be able to activate a system interface with an appropriate skill book?" The Inquisitor suggested. "Honestly, I have no idea. I don't think that everyone was ever able to access the system, and we've already sorted these by their ability to use mana. Among the general population, the chances will be much lower." It was beginning to sink in that while they were trained as Special Forces soldiers, the 2 who were not deemed suitable by a Sero and didn't try with a more cat would have to be transferred from this unit. But the leadership was not concerned with losing a few research volunteers. If they had 6 healthy test subjects in the unit to attempt to train up with their magical beasts, that meant that they could begin working on methods to increase growth speed now for when they found a way to make the projects applicable on a larger scale. Carl was playing with the baby Sero group while the students and scientists began to work, recording data and getting responses from the successful cadets. Then one of the hatchlings bumped Carl's hand, nuzzling at his ring, then looking at a student researcher with her hair dyed the same gold as Sero eyes. "Oh. You want to give a gift to your sweetheart?" Carl asked the little beast. The Sero nodded happily, so Carl took an awakened rank ring from the spare trash in his storage and hung it over the little beast's nose horn. The student laughed and petted his head as he came strutting over, then reluctantly put on the ring at his repeated insistence. Then the Sero vanished. "Hey! What are you doing now? I thought you only had quest items for 10. The Inquisitor demanded. "I did. I actually just gave the Sero a ring of minor agility as an engagement ring for his beloved handler. The rest was unexpected, but I think that she awakened a class as well." The Inquisitor sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Are we going to have to let everyone in the nation try on a system-imbued item to find out if they are actually system-compatible? He muttered. That's probably the easiest way. It looks like a lot more people are compatible than we had thought by using the serum alone. You can't blame anyone for it, though. It's not like we had system-linked items available even a year ago. Carl agreed. Now, more of the baby Sarah wanted rings, as a method of recruiting new herd members. Just wait. When it is time, the right herd members will come to you. You don't have to hurry to find them when your pack is already strong. Did a hatchling just get engaged? How is that fair? I have been rejected by so many, and he gets his first choice. Thor complained. He went after a common rank student with no scales at all. Don't worry about it, buddy. You'll find your perfect woman one day. Carl assured him. No scales. Did he propose to a human woman? What a strange kid. Thor definitely did not see the appeal. Carl noticed Kara leaving the area, and tracked her movements as she left the building entirely, heading for another section of the university. Try not to get yourself in trouble. Carl warned her. I have a plan. Trust me. That did not reassure Carl at all. Kara and plan in the same sentence generally meant that there was going to be trouble of some sort. So, Carl was not shocked when under a minute later, a runner was coming to get the Inquisitor for a situation. Kara had found the orphan school at the side of a university compound, and she had started handing out sweet grasses from her space along with magical items for the kids to try on. Oh, they sent people to help. Kara informed Carl happily. I think they're actually coming to restrain you. What did you do? Lotus told me that the kids don't get birthday presents at the orphanage, so I'm giving them all presents. You should see how happy they are. Oh, and that one got a warrior class. We're on a roll here. Kara. Don't worry, I'm almost done, there's only like 50 kids here. The Inquisitor turned to Carl with an angry glare. Care to explain? Obviously, he had already seen Kara, so the report would have told him immediately what was happening with the ball of chaos at the school. The nature priests told her that orphans don't get birthday presents. So, she made an executive decision to go distribute them. And you didn't stop her? Telling this man he thought it would be funny probably wasn't the correct answer. But Carl was saved from saying anything when the Inquisitor continued. Never mind, I can tell that you have no intention of stopping her as long as nobody is getting injured. I will ask the recovery team to bring her back to you. He complained. Just trying to capture Kara was likely to cause more chaos than it stopped. In fact, there was a decent chance that the kids at the orphan school would think it was some sort of comedy gag routine. That's likely not necessary. It's not like they can capture a winged void badger, and she will come back when she is done. They are specialists. The Inquisitor insisted. She can nullify skills, and she's got a monarch rank bubble of disintegrate. Plus, she can fly. Are you sure you don't want me to call her back instead? Carl suggested. The Inquisitor considered it. No, let them try. It will be a good experience for them. We have a challenger. Quick, I need more loot. Boss, toss some trash items into my space. Kara demanded. What in the seven hells are you doing now? Don't taunt the teachers. I would never do something so low and cowardly. The teachers called for reinforcements. Cast a barrier on me, will you? Ha! Nullify. Those must be the response team that the Inquisitor called, as Carl could hear chaos over the radio headset that the man had put on. The Inquisitor's frown had turned to a sharp glare at Carl, then to resignation, and finally to a faintly amused smile. Man, am I glad I don't have to write this report. The Inquisitor muttered. That bad? He nodded. Would you want to tell your boss that your target dropped their barrier to give your team leader a wedgie, then gave a giant strength ring to a preschooler, before running away with a nature priestess on her back? Not Lotus, I hope. Carl asked. No, one from the response team. They apparently thought that they could pin the suspect, but they have now been abducted by a monster that all the children think is a funny-looking dog running loose in the park. And I'm out of loot. Kara announced as she returned to her space, breathing heavily from laughter and exertion. The chaos continued over the radio for a few more minutes as the security team had to convince a group of school kids to turn over the magical items they were given, and deal with the fact that some of them had actually awakened a class early. A security guard ran in a few minutes later, panting for breath. "Sir, we have lost the target. I regret to inform you that there is a royal rank winged void badger loose in the city." The Inquisitor patted him on the shoulder. "Relax, son. The Beast Master took care of it, and the troublemaker has been given a timeout." "How bad is the damage?" The soldier sighed and shook his head. "We have 3 confirmed class awakenings in the middle school section, 10 more probable class awakenings, for aggressive preschoolers with giant strength that we left to the Red Dragon clerics, and a few bruised egos. No major injuries, unless Jill is injured, wherever she went." Carl frowned. "Is Jill your nature priestess?" The guard nodded. "I take it that the agent of chaos is your bonded pet." "I'm gonna punch him in the face." "Partner. She is one of my bonded partners. Sorry for the trouble, she gets quite excited about new projects, and she wanted to give all the kids a gift to make up for all the birthday gifts they missed." "Great, and now we have to feel bad for taking the presents away. I suppose that they can keep most of them, but the dangerous items will need to be collected." The guard sighed. Carl was a monarch, and even if he was a little eccentric, nobody actually got hurt, so the worst that would happen was that he got yelled at for a while. "What did she give them?" "I thought it was all just random stuff from my inventory." Carl asked. "Yes, that's the issue, isn't it? It's just random stuff from your monarch rank inventory. Most of it is magical gemstones, a few random potions, and food. But there are some magic items as well, including a number of giant strength items. The awakened classes are a minor issue, and not my problem. But some of the kids were not entirely human, and the influx of power has had unexpected results. Do you want me to go sort it out? We're nearly done here. The test is finished, and we've proven the secondary theory that we were after as well. So, I can go over to the school and calm the situation." Carl offered. The Inquisitor smirked. "You know, I think I would like to see this." "Yes, let's see how you calm down an entire middle school." In his mind, Kara laughed. She had given a bunch of the kids juice that Remy had made to increase energy. Nobody was getting them to calm down for hours. "You know, we're going to get a bad reputation in the city after this. Only with annoying people. The kids already love us, and so do the soldiers. I heard that they will let Thor and Remy give stuff to the other cadets to see if they can awaken a class." Carl left the university researchers and the representatives from the military and government behind as he followed the Inquisitor out of the animal husbandry section of the university, waiting for the right moment to ask his question. "Inquisitor, how bad have the casualties been with the giants that we are trying so hard to find new ways to awaken elites? I was under the impression that the government was happy with the current arrangement." He asked quietly. The Inquisitor sighed and shook his head. "About 20% since the war started. If they keep it up another year at the current rate, we will have lost half our elites just trying to defend the nation, and we've already fallen back in many sections, giving up the more difficult to defend regions to the giants." Carl frowned. "What the hell are they after? They can't be doing this without a reason." The Inquisitor shrugged. "For a few weeks, they stopped pushing and sent invasion teams towards all of the newly opened dungeons. But now they're back at the border in full force and pushing harder than ever. Whatever they're after, the official word is that it is likely to be system-related. The current motivational videos say that they are jealous of the elites and our power, so they're trying to stop us before we grow. The Titan gods can't use the usual relics to awaken their people. They need the fancy things." Kara suggested. The system stones or the lost fragment of the world dragon scale that was supposed to be buried on this continent. Carl agreed. You know something. The Inquisitor stated. Indeed. But that's between me and the Archbishop. I'm afraid I'm not free to explain. Telling the Inquisitor that the giants were likely to overrun the nation trying to find a lost relic that could awaken the system in their people now that everyone else was getting in on the fun wouldn't do the haggard-looking man any good. The schoolyard was chaos when they arrived, even with a swarm of teachers trying to calm them all down. As they reached the grassy area where the kids were gathered for their break, Carl switched to his armor and then used brutality to increase his size, then haste to buff his speed to the level he would need for his next show. A sharp clap of his hand sent out a boom of dislocated air at supersonic speeds, and caught the attention of everyone on the playground. Listen up. I need everyone gathered here in front of me. If any of the little ones have gone inside, I need them back out here. Come on, we don't have all day. He shouted before letting his size reduce back to normal. The children dutifully lined up in front of Carl in a jumbled group, with a few beastkin at the front. They seemed almost drawn to him, and it was their response that brought the others. Hello everyone. My name is Carl, and you already met my friend Kara, the Void Badger. Now it has come to my attention that the clerics are not happy with some of the gifts that she picked, so instead of having them confiscated, I came over to give you a chance to exchange them. You see, young Kara just learned that the orphanages don't celebrate birthdays, and she wanted everyone to have a late birthday present from her. So it wouldn't be right if it was taken away. A small boy ran up and hugged Carl, while the teachers smiled. It's my real birthday today. The boy explained, then held up a hand wearing a giant strength ring. He was too young to have awakened a class, but the item had equipped to him, so Carl was fairly certain that he would be awakening one in the near future. And the teachers thought that making you super strong was likely to break stuff. Carl agreed. Kara was working frantically to prepare gift bags full of snacks, each with one special treat at the bottom. Nothing that would cause the chaos of the rings she started passing out after the security team began chasing her, though. Kara wanted them to have one long-lasting item to remember her by, so some of the items were looted broken magical items, decorative jewelry that she had stuck a pretty stone into, replacing the ugly or missing stones or other similar items. She passed Carl a bag, and he traded the preschool-aged boy for the ring of giant strength. He pulled it out and found a simple brass amulet on a chain, then opened it to find a crude self-portrait of Kara, carved with one of her claws into a quartz flake. It's so pretty. I will keep this forever. The boy declared. I will tell Kara that you like it. Happy birthday. The ring returned to its normal size as the boy took it off, and Carl set it back into one of his inventory spaces. There were far more trash-quality magical items in there than Carl remembered. Sure, they looted the giants' bodies empty, but there had to be thousands of damaged or extremely low-quality rings, bracelets, amulets and other bits of magical jewelry in there. Did we really kill that many monsters? Carl asked. I don't think so. Well, maybe before I got here. Lots of that stuff smells like cold. That was right. They had looted the Frost Giant City. Or, Ray had. Remy wasn't coming out of her space in that weather, but Ray had stockpiled everything that she could get her hands on, just so the giants couldn't have it. You can pick items that protect against the cold to give to the kids as well. Nobody will complain about those if they don't increase strength or magical power enough for the kids to become a problem. That made Kara's gift package giving much easier, though she was going to pick the food bushes in her space clean by the time they finished. She only kept them for decoration, and the others were all busy, except Hawk, who was still asleep, enjoying his day off. There were only a half-dozen items that needed to be swapped, and a few kids that Kara had missed the first time through, as everyone was moving around, and she was being chased by annoying people. Did we miss anyone? Carl asked. The twins are in the closet, and the doofus with funny hair is sick today. One of the boys announced. His name is Ronald, and he's not a doofus. One of the girls defended him, though Carl noted that she didn't mention his hair. The teachers were the ones that caught the important part. "Why are the twins in the closet?" the old woman asked. "Because they're stupid and nobody likes them," one of the boys in back muttered, too low for human hearing to pick up. Carl turned to the teacher. "Bullying. How about I give you this for Ronald, and you can go get the twins?" The teacher nodded and jogged off to get the twins, while a number of the students gave the boy who had outed them a dirty look. It didn't take long to find the twins, and even less time for the teachers who remained outside to determine who the culprits were. The twins were brought out to meet with him, and Carl gave them a quick inspection. They didn't appear to be injured, and there was nothing visible strange about them. He had expected that they might have something odd about them, like part beastkin lineage, being too small for their age, or even an unusual hair color. But they seemed perfectly normal so far. The twin girls glared at the boys from their class, and the teachers sighed. One of the teachers, a younger woman and still an awakened rank red dragon cleric, leaned over to whisper to Carl. "They're recent arrivals. They lost their family to a monster spawn a couple of months ago, and they don't get along well with the boys. They're fine at the dorms, but classes are mixed," she explained. That was understandable. They had just lost their family, and now they were in a new place, strangers among a group of kids who had mostly grown up together. "I have just the right thing. Here, give them these bags." The bags contained matching pendants, which added 3 points to agility. Not a major increase, though it would be noticeable for the children. The important part was that they were two halves of a matched set, so the twins would have their own thing, but not something that the other didn't have. The chaos around the school began to die down now that everyone had their birthday presents, and the teachers started to corral their students back into groups so they would go to class. With the students all gone, the Inquisitor could finally relax for a moment, then he realized that the actual cause of all the chaos had not been handled, as he was still standing right there, holding the Void Badger in reserve for the next time that they got bored. "We should return to the university. The government and military reps have their hands full, dealing with a bunch of hyper-new elites, and they won't stay under control long without someone who can actually handle them present." The Inquisitor sighed. Carl chuckled. "Well, I suppose that we should do some actual work. But the students shouldn't be that much trouble. There are only 2 more cats among them, and the rest are all Lightning Sero, who are going to naturally want to herd up and make friends with the new people. It's hard to explain, but the presence of a beast in your mind is highly influential, like a second track of inner monologue giving you different suggestions to the point that you need to remember what is you and what is your partner. If you're not careful, it can start to influence your personality." The Inquisitor gave Carl a blank look. Did he not realize how much his own personality was influenced by the beasts that he was bonded with? Or was this him speaking from experience, as he had already let his beasts shape his mind, so now he was warning others to be careful? "Don't leave yet, there is a dragon coming," Kara announced. She knew that she had to behave, but this was a red dragon anyhow. She already knew what they tasted like. "Headmistress." The Inquisitor welcomed the dragon, who was in the form of a middle-aged woman with flaming red hair. "I came to thank the monarch. The kids are so happy today with their gifts. As you know, our budget is limited, and giving out durable items, especially magical ones, is far beyond our means." Carl bowed slightly. It might be a once-in-a-lifetime thing, but everyone should have a present to call their own. Something that they can bring with them to remind them of the good times. The red dragon nodded happily. "What do you carry?" "I don't have one. We could never afford anything that would last." The headmistress nodded, while Kara laughed. "You have an emotional support Sero instead. We have made a listing of what belongs to which student, in case something is reported stolen, or an incident of bullying escalates to theft. It is harshly punished, but often the victim is too afraid to report it." Carl nodded. They still have to live with the bully, after all. The best you can do is try and have your teachers be proactive. Like the twins. It might pay to find out why and by who they were locked in the closet today. Nobody ever moved to my hometown that didn't at least have family there, but I suspect that being new is hard. There was a commotion behind them, and Carl saw a group of small Sero running his way, being chased by their partners. Oh, the little ones got to run out on open grass. It's a good day to be a Sero. Carl laughed as one of the little beasts came up to bump against his leg. It was knee-high, still a hatchling, and just as eager to explore everything as Thor had been when he was young. The two young Moor cats were out as well, sniffing around and head-butting the Sero hatchlings. The bond had helped them understand everyone was on the same team, and while they were still working on it, they were getting along better than expected. Only the one unfortunate case of mental weakness had been taken away, and the other bonds appeared to be increasingly stable already. What was next on your schedule? The Inquisitor asked Carl, as the Beast Master played with the small beasts. We have a few more hours of training for the Acolytes, as they have no combat experience at all. They were all recruited before the attempt at the Divine Serum, after all. Carl explained. Ah yes. With the 5 of them, plus all these successful attempts, there is a lot of training to be done. Carl slowly realized that his success had volunteered him to train these beast-related classes as well, adding a group of Special Forces cadets to his roster of acolytes. But that wasn't all bad. They now had Beast Rangers and a Tiger Monk to add to their group of common rank acolytes, and 11 people was enough that Carl might be able to convince someone to let him lead them on an adventure. The area where he had first gone to collect resources was a good start, as it had moss that a Sero would love, and he could swing by the cave to get them crystals for their mana development. Plus, there was a chance the instance would open for them. Carl smiled at the Inquisitor. What are the chances that I can take them on a field trip? Not far from the train tracks, and my team will supervise the 11 of them. There is a spot with resources that the Sero love, and a chance at weak monsters, so they might be able to test their skills and let the Moor cats hunt for their first time. Likely not for the next few weeks. The research team wants solid data on how well your technique works to advance them in the early stages, and letting them go on a field trip introduces all sorts of variables that aren't part of their methodology. The bald Inquisitor explained. So what you're saying is that we're school teachers for a while, but with 11 students instead of 5. Carl sighed. But now we have beasts for you to prove your skills on. How much do you think that you can teach them? Carl smiled. More than might be considered reasonable by a sane person. Carl motioned for the newly chosen elites to come forward so that he could make a lesson plan. First, as I'm being assigned to help train you, I need to know what you know besides the basic combat training of the church soldiers. What skills did you get from your class, and what do you have available? Other than Nikki, the Tiger Monk, you are all Beast Rangers, so your skills should be similar. Carl began. The others gestured for the odd man out, the lone Beast Ranger that had a Moor cat, to do the explanation. Well, Beast Ranger is a ranged combat class, with our teammate as our close combatant. The first skill that I got was Deadly Accuracy, which boosts my skill with a bow. But I also got a system reward for going first, and it gave me Shadow Meld, for hiding in the forest to set up an ambush. If I am reading the class description right, we should all gain extra stats and abilities from the bonded beast that we chose. For certain, my agility and strength have increased substantially. He explained. One of the other boys nodded in agreement. For those of us with a Sero, it's our strength and stamina. Jogging over here behind them wasn't even enough to raise my heart rate. I got the same starting skill, but no bonus. Once I have a couple of points, however we get those, I can start picking bow skills like Infinite Arrows and Lightning Bolt. The others nodded. The skills seem to be the same for all of us. So, we will be good at working in a group. Carl chuckled. You have no idea how true that is. You see, your Lightning Sero can learn to extend refreshing lightning over you with relative ease, and the whole group with a bit more difficulty. So, you will be excellent at working in a group, as your partner is specialized in team defense. For the one friend with a Moor cat, you are clearly the team scout, as you specialize in stealth, and I will start training you with the rogue types in my group to build your skills. You have a powerful rogue in your team? The ranger asked. Technically no. But I have a monarch rank bloodbath spider, and if there is anything in this world that knows about ambushing and becoming the reason other species fear the dark, it's Ray. The cadet looked concerned about actually being able to learn anything from a spider, but Carl hadn't mentioned that Ray could take on human form yet. Now, for the tiger monk, what are your skills? Carl asked. I have 2 basic skills right now, energy strike, and merger. One is self-explanatory, the other lets me boost my power with my more cat's presence when she is in my mental space. There are skills in my skill tree for us to fight together, so I don't think it's supposed to be an all-the-time thing, but more for when she is recovering, or it isn't practical for us both to fight. Nikki replied. And you already know basic unarmed combat, so there is no issue there. Your training should be fairly easy. You can train with the warriors, but on a higher level, as the other 2 that I have in training right now are freshmen. More pack members? One of the Sero hatchlings asked. Indeed, young Sero. There are more military pack members there for you to meet, as well as my pack members, and a monarch rank Sero named Thor. That was all that the young ones needed to hear to be back at full energy and running around the playground, while the rangers were shocked that Carl could understand what the Sero wanted to know. Follow me everyone. We're going to the guard training grounds, where the rest of your fellow trainees are waiting to meet you. Well, they don't know you're coming yet, but they will soon. There are only a few hours left in today's training routine, but before we call it a night, there is time for you all to get to meet your other specialists. Carl explained as he waved goodbye to the headmistress of the orphan school and started to walk toward the training grounds with a pair of more cats circling his feet and a line of Sero hatchlings behind him. It's like the Pied Piper. They will follow him anywhere. One of the rangers complained. And that was what they did, in an odd little procession all the way across the park to the training area. They had gathered quite the crowd by the time they arrived, all intrigued by the presence of the baby beasts, and eager to find out what sort of thing they were up to at the cathedral today. The training areas weren't precisely off limits to the public, they just weren't popular visiting spots for anyone without a reason to be there. So, the small crowd followed them back and saw the recruits learning basic combat skills along with Carl's group of acolytes, who were using skills that immediately marked them as elites, who would normally be finishing their first year at the academy right now. But those beasts who were following Carl weren't a year old yet, and that started the rumors that the whole group, nearly a dozen students, had gotten their classes early. That was huge gossip for the bored residents of the capital, even before the group of Sero hatchlings raced across the sand to go see Thor. The sight was so adorable that everyone wished there was a reporter here to take proper professional pictures. Then, Thor began lining them up in a row, while Dana made barriers for them. The onlookers were confused, but Carl got everyone moving. Sero team, head to your partners. You will be practicing working together as they charge. More cats, Nikki will be with Ophelia learning offensive coordination, and Pat will be with Lady Ray to practice your stealth skills. Carl gestured in the right directions, and Sybil gave a relieved sigh as she saw that there was finally someone to distract Ray's full attention from her. Little did she know that the Special Forces cadet was at a higher standard of basic training than she was, and other than skills, she had a long way to go to catch up. For the new Rangers, the idea of fighting from a distance while avoiding hitting a very enthusiastic teammate was much more difficult than they had expected it to be. They understood basic tactics from their cadet training, even some advanced group tactics, but none of those were prepared for an overeager Sero who finally got a chance to charge a smashing pole. Thor had made the poles short, only a little taller than the Sero hatchlings, as there would be times when they were fighting smaller monsters, especially when they were common and awakened rank. But that meant that they had to hit the target without hitting the Sero, and the hatchlings were not good at following directions to get out of the way. They tried. They actually tried very hard. They just had no idea what their new herd members actually wanted, so they ended up simply switching posts, or running around in circles for a minute before they were instructed back to order. Thor thought that it was hilarious, but there wasn't much he could do to accelerate the process, as the whole point was to teach the elites how to give orders to their beasts in a way that they would understand, while working together as a team. Both Aaron and Jamie were working on their offensive attack skills for the remainder of the evening, guided by Ophelia, while Carl took on the training of their new tiger monk. Alright, first things first. You have two very different combat styles. However, after the bonding, the levels of physical capability aren't as different between the human and the Moor cat as they were before, so we have these lovely volunteers from the cadet force to assist us. The others were doing the same training earlier, and the concept is simple. There are 3 of them, and 2 of you. You will pretend that I am your team's cleric or mage, and prevent them from getting to me. I have cast a barrier over them, so you can go all out. They are using training weapons, but they will still hurt if you mess up, so be careful. Now, show me what you can do when you are working together. The Tiger Monk class should have a number of defensive abilities, and Nikki's durability was greatly increased, while her Moor cat would be in no real danger from a training blade unless she got hit too hard on the head or poked in an eye. That left Carl free to see how the others were doing, and the chaos that was an exhausted Sybil and a confused Pat trying to find a way to attack Ray. The spider had 5 guards encircling her, and Pat had ranged attacks, but Ray was not an easy target to hit, even if she was taller than most of her defenders. Every time he thought that he had a good shot, she would move so that a defender was between them, or someone would force him to retreat and change his angle. They were allowed to retreat, and the guards wouldn't chase them, letting them set up assaults on their own. So, it was just a matter of time until he finally found a way to get past the defenders. The Moor cat charged, forcing a defender to the side as an arrow raced past, only to be caught in Ray's slender fingers, then crushed to dust. Wonderful timing, you've learned to shoot past defenders. Now, you just need to do that every time. She congratulated the Beast Ranger. Pat smirked. You know, being a ranged attacker is so strong. If we were close to the same rank, wouldn't I have a huge advantage? Ray smiled at him, then activated Night Haunter, and shot out a stream of silk faster than the ranger could process. Not as an attack, but as an extension of her body. Anywhere that she could see, or her body could reach, she could move to in incorporeal form. Faster than Pat's mind could process what was happening, the slender monster woman was gone from the encirclement, and a massive black bloodbath spider was towering over him from behind with clicking mandibles. Of course, Pat had yet to learn any of the advanced detection skills of his class, so to him Ray had vanished for a split second after activating Night Haunter, and he had no idea how she had gotten behind him. Ray tapped him on the head with her mandibles, then changed back to humanoid form. You're not the only one that can ambush from a distance. This is good training for forcing mages and clerics onto the defensive, but learning to defend against other ambush attackers will come later. Sybil stared at Ray with open adoration. Lady Ray was simply too cool. She hadn't shown off at all when she was forcing Sybil to learn to use Shadow Step more efficiently, but this type of attack was precisely what Sybil had been trying to master all day long. She would keep training hard, and soon, she would learn the trick to moving undetected. For now, she was working on a more practical approach than trying to use the Shadow Step skill. Lunge, parry and roll to launch an attack towards Ray. All she had to do was get around the defender, and she would get her shot at success. What she failed to realize was that the volunteers in this group all had children, and many years of practice with escaping youngsters to add to their combat training. They knew all the ways that a kid would try to get around them, and they weren't falling for Sybil's tricks. The only way for her to succeed was to build up her combat skills. Ray intended to add evening classes where they could move freely in the dark after the first week of going over basic attack and defense moves to supplement what Sybil had learned from her class activation. Her first impression was proving to be correct, though. The girl had promise, and she was a fast learner. While she couldn't hear anything, the skill called echolocation was a passive skill ability, not a physical trait for her. For Ray and Carl, it was simply an improvement that modified their natural bodies. But for Sybil, it was a skill that had been added by the system, and her damaged ears made no difference to its effectiveness. She was learning to use it well, as the skill told her when someone was about to grab her from behind, or hit her with an attack. It made her extra slippery, and a number of times she had nearly made it through the defenders already. Not bad for a first day. Once the training was done, the 11 new acolytes were moved to the elite dorms in the cathedral. They were on the main floor with all of the other common rank acolytes of the church, and they were all sharing one large dorm, but the atmosphere there was completely different from what they had experienced at the orphanage, or in the common dorms of the cadets. The other cadets were all jealous of the ones who were chosen for Special Forces training, and the nomination had previously given the new Beast Rangers a level of arrogance, putting themselves above the others, though none of them were elites. Now, they were sharing a dorm with the acolytes that had been chosen before them, and everyone in the room was on the same level. Over the course of the day, they had seen enough of the younger acolytes training to know that while they were less trained, they were not weaker than the Beast Rangers. It was a humbling experience. But for 4 of the 5 chosen orphans, it was a much more tense situation. They had finished dinner, and it was nearly to lights out. Lights out meant nearly complete darkness in the room. A room shared with Sybil, who could shadow step, and who they had bullied for being deaf all her life. None of the ones here were lead participants in her bullying, as they simply didn't see her as worth the effort. But that didn't necessarily mean she didn't hold a grudge, and she was known to stab others even before she had a class that specialized in it. Countermeasures were needed. Sybil was about to climb up onto a top bunk in the corner of the room when Joan whistled softly, catching her attention through echolocation. The rogue turned to see what the fuss was, as the whistle was usually for the clerics to get the children to do something, but the girl was just smiling at her before she began to sign. "Excellent work today, Sybil. You really were born to be an elite." Sybil smiled. That was the first nice thing that anyone had said to her in years. "What is she saying?" Nikki asked from the next bunk over. "Oh, right. I forgot that you all couldn't sign. I was congratulating her on her good work the first day. We were all chosen as test subjects for Monarch Carl's group to train, and they helped us all awaken our classes with an item and a skill book." Joan explained, signing as she went, then translating the responses for Sybil. "Oh, Monarch Carl used tokens to help us bond with our beasts. From what I learned, you have to have the potential, and convince the beast to bond with you. It's not easy without guidance, and we had been trying for almost a year before today when he showed up to help." Nikki offered. "You got an adorable kitten. I'm jealous." Sybil signed while Joan translated. The others laughed. Adorable and more cat didn't often go together in one sentence, even when they were little. But for some reason, the cats liked Sybil, and didn't ignore her or shy away from her during the walk to the cathedral after training. "Just wait until she's big. More cats are enormous when they're fully grown, as big as Princess Ophelia in her dire bear form. Well, the one before she uses her skills to become massive. What sort of skill is that, anyhow? How is anyone supposed to fight a bear the size of a house?" The tiger monk complained. Ophelia had shown off for them a little towards the end of the day, and while she had kept her speed down, it was still nearly impossible for the warriors to deal with her size. With the giants attacking, elites were expected to be trained to fight both large and small enemies, but Sybil was certain that small was the easier half. "Then she can block for you while you go for the vital points. It will be a good pairing. I've been trying all day to find a way to get around the guards. Maybe tomorrow I will try using Pat's partner as a distraction. But if I could find a weak spot on the bear, how would I even reach it? I'm stronger and faster than I was, but the bear is huge." Sybil agreed. Everyone was so excited about the next day that they forgot about their worries, even when the lights went out and the cathedral clerics began making their rounds to ensure everyone was in bed and not wandering in the dark. Back at Carl's apartment, a training summit was in progress, and it had attracted all the talents. Overlord Neil had come to train with Ray for the evening, but had gotten sucked into the discussion when Overlords Joram and Tabitha had come knocking at Carl's door. They both had rooms on another floor, and had seen the training today from their windows. Joram, the ranger, was intrigued by the abundance of ranger types with beast partners, and Tabitha, who was normally a strict and serious warrior, was intrigued by the idea of forming a tactical response squad out of these recruits. They weren't strong yet. But they would be soon enough, and Princess Remy had laid out quite the plan for them. You see, giving a human too many resources burns their potential. Their bodies can't adapt that quickly. Like with the concoction that some use to bypass the royal rank bottleneck when they are stuck. However, these 6 with the beasts have an advantage. They will grow with their linked partners. So, we can give the resources to the beasts. We know that they are going to grow rapidly, and all the human half will need to do is to work on their mental strength, so they don't take damage from the imbalance as they're pulled along. Remy didn't bother to use a transformation skill, so she was speaking serpent. But Neil had brought a magical tablet with him that displayed the words for everyone who didn't speak the language. So, the goal is to try to bring up a group of regular human elites at the same speed as the beasts are growing, while keeping the elites bonded to the beasts from taking mental damage. Overlord Tabitha asked. Exactly. We can give them skill books, and use the Carl's learning skills on them, and train them all day long. If we do it right, with the proper nutrition, I think that we can do it. I had a whole bunch of books delivered to me today, and I read in the ones on nutrition that humans only eat basic magical foods. Your slow growth could be due to a lack of nutrition. A bunch was an understatement. There were entire shelves of them in her space now, a small library of technical tomes and magical reference books. Tabitha chuckled. Or it could be an aversion to using too many magical resources to grow and crippling or unbalancing their potential. Everyone treats higher-ranked foods as more of a growth resource than just food, but look at your other humans. They don't seem to be suffering in the potential department, and they've been eating highly potent magical plants and meats every day, on a level that is far beyond what would normally cripple an elite. She made a good point. Normally, you would expect that sort of fast growth to lead to damage, but nobody in the group was showing signs of it yet. There has to be something about it. Maybe because it's not refined, so it's easier to digest. I will study it more as we feed our trainees. I have potions for them as well, but not too many. You have a very helpful Naga Queen on your side. Overlord Joram congratulated Carl. She started life as a spirit snake shaman, and she has always been obsessed with learning. I had totally forgotten that I should be careful while ingesting magical resources. If they taste good, they're food, right? I just went for whatever tasted best. Carl replied with a shrug. Making it through life on pure blind luck. Neil chuckled, then turned to Ray. How about we head down to the training grounds? We've got 8 hours before breakfast to train. And then they were gone, having escaped to the training ground with Shadow Step. Ray was delighted that the Overlord had not forgotten his side of their deal. Now, she was a monarch, and only one rank beneath him, so it should be a good sparring opportunity. So, which form would you like to practice in first? Neil asked. I think human first. It should be easier to learn your tricks if I'm in the same shape you are. Then we can go all out when I'm in spider form with golems. Ray suggested. Neil nodded and launched his first attacks, as Ray activated Night Haunter, and extended her fingernails out into proper claws to parry his attacks. The Overlord rank rogue tracked her movements with ease, and Ray had to slip away using her web to keep him from getting behind her. He could also step on air the same way that Dana did, meaning that even moving to the ceiling didn't put her out of his range. But the human was also faster than she was, and they were both constantly using movement skills to flit around the room. To the commander in the security office, it looked like the room was filled with shadows and smoke, as the combatants were moving faster than the recording cameras. Someone in the upper ranks was going to be extremely disappointed that they couldn't get a recording of the battle, but with the skills of stealth-type classes, recordings were normally useless even if they weren't this fast. After 5 minutes, a bell rang, and the combatants returned to the center of the room, breathing heavily. How do you see me? Ray asked, confused about her inability to hide. Night Haunter should make her invisible to both normal and thermal vision. I have presence sense, and I'm a rank over you. Unless you can completely hide your aura and life signs, you won't be able to hide from me. But what is that skill you are using? I've never encountered anything like it. It's stealth and movement at the same time, and something more. Unless you have a separate skill that is making you incorporeal and immune to regular damage. Ray shook her head. It's all one skill. Night Haunter. It's not really a movement skill, though. It only lets me move my whole body to places I can see or touch. But it counts my silk as part of me until I detach it. So, I can weave a web and then move around the room with ease. And the transformation, is that you, or are you still using the token from Nubon? That's all me. I put in many hours of effort to make a babysitter form for dealing with small humans. It is quite effective. Overlord Neil chuckled. Do you think that you will do better in spider form? Ray looked around the room, then frowned and shook her head. No, I'm too large for my extra speed to matter. I might be able to land a strike or two with my legs, but I won't be able to win without much more space. Then let's keep practicing. Maybe you can learn one of my attack skills. Really, Neil was determined to learn more about Night Haunter, and he could feel that Carl's training skill was active on both of them. Chances for an overlord to learn a new skill were few and far between, so he would make the best of his night with Lady Ray Bloodbath. He wasn't the only one training late that night, though. Thor's advance had granted Carl the ability to use Lightning Zone, while Hawk's had improved Flaming Body to Ghostfire Body. So, Carl had to practice both new skills so that he would know how they worked, and their limitations, before he needed to use them in combat. Ghostfire Body was very similar to the old skill, other than the fact that it appeared to burn away the soul energy of the target as well. But the Lightning Zone was going to take some work. By default, it created a charged area around him that would shock anything that entered, other than the targets he specifically excluded. It would be much more useful if it could be focused away from himself, or into a barrier line, where the lightning would shock and stun at a set point, and not randomly all over the zone. It would make him difficult to sneak up on, as he would feel the activation when anything was shocked, but it was a bit too indiscriminate for Carl's taste. He practiced for an hour after all of the overlords had gone to bed, but with no progress, he decided to put it aside for now and work on it later. Hawk had some insights on the problem. Maybe you just need to make it more Carl-flavored. You are good at using our skills, but they're not really your skills, are they? Just a copy of ours. If you tweak them, it might be better. So, more focus on using Skill Master and Skill Merger on myself. That's actually a good idea. Maybe I can advance a skill or two. Learning an advanced version would be a huge boost. Hawk considered that. You have that fancy writing skill too. It's for more than just writing books, right? Yes, runecrafting was for more than writing skill books. Though, it did also make writing skill books easier. Carl thought about it, and took out a piece of paper to write on. Then he realized that he was short on supplies. A pen wouldn't do for this application, as the runes he needed to write had specific thickness ratios, and he didn't have a paintbrush. I will have to test that tomorrow after I get supplies. Maybe I can leave skills behind if I write the runes on an object. He explained to the beasts, who were watching with great interest. Who knew that we could be stumped by something as simple as a paintbrush? But you can be like this heroine in my book. Remy commented. What book? Remy held up a small paperback, and Carl sighed. Spirit Summoner Onmyo and Her Lustful Demon Lord. Where did you get that? Let me guess, you ordered it from the library because you liked the title. Carl sighed. It's a good one. Lots of romance, but the main character writes runes on paper to cast spells and banish demons. Remy agreed easily. Putting aside the fact that the book appeared to be a white-cover trashy demon erotica, it wasn't a bad idea. With runecrafting and focus, he should be able to transfer some of his skills to paper and use them as wards on an area. In theory, anyhow. The practice could wait until morning, Carl decided as he climbed into bed next to Dana, only to have Kara come out to snuggle between them. She was taking her self-appointed duty to keep Carl wholesome until Thor found a date entirely too seriously, but the void badger was actually rather soft and warm, not at all unpleasant to sleep next to. Dana would have much preferred that the badger not lick her face to wake her up, though. "Alright, I'm getting up already. Now, what are we up to this morning?" she complained. "Same as yesterday. Breakfast, rescue the acolytes from themselves, then training." Carl replied with a shrug, then jumped as Kara smacked his ass. Getting soft. You need to work out more." Carl stroked Kara's fur backwards to rile up the void badger, then left the room to go find breakfast. The first order of business was to call the concierge and have them bring up a stack of parchment paper slips, a set of brushes and some ink, along with a selection of casual clothes for everyone to wear when they weren't training. Ray had been busy lately, and she was still training with Overlord Neil even now that the sun was coming up. The two of them had made great progress last night, if Ray's impression of the evening was correct, and they were at a point now where even with her golems out, she couldn't keep up with the Overlord's tricks. Ray got a lot of combat practice, relative to her age, but Neil had spent a lot of his time since reaching Overlord doing security work, and he hadn't had the chance to really go all out for a long time. It was a refreshing chance for him to hone his skills against someone with a similar skill set, instead of his usual training partners, whose moves he already knew as well as the other overlords themselves did. With new practice partners, he would be better prepared should another nation send their own stealth-type overlords against him, instead of the usual mage or monster-type infiltrators and challengers. For that, he was even willing to upgrade Ray's reward for the outfit she had made him to a bit of his own blood, instead of monarch ranked, as they had originally agreed. Now that Thor was awake, he was casting eternal lightning barriers over them both to increase their stamina regeneration so that they could get the most out of the last few minutes of their training. But soon enough, the Overlord would have to go back to work and then get some sleep after spending all night training with Ray. A gentle knock on the door caught Carl's attention, and he looked over as Ophelia opened it to reveal Sybil, along with a staff member from the lobby of the building. It was the employee who spoke first. "Lady Ophelia, a group of trainees is here to see your team. They claim to have morning training scheduled with you, but it is not on the building schedule for approved visitors." Ophelia nodded. "We didn't expect them to be up and moving so early in the morning. But if they're this energetic, perhaps we went too easy on them yesterday. Please invite them up, and we will get a high-energy breakfast into them before a full day of training." The concierge nodded. "Will you be requiring any ingredients?" Ophelia turned to Tessa, who handed a short list to the delicate-featured man. "That should do for breakfast. We will cook the rest ourselves." "Very good, High Priestess." He agreed, then turned to leave, with Sybil still standing in the hall. She turned to follow him, clearly only here because she was interested in what they would have to say, and not because she had been escorted. But Ophelia was faster, and grabbed the little rogue by the back of the neck to put her inside the apartment. Lotus laughed and signed along as she spoke. "You can wait here for the others to arrive. The building staff won't keep them away." Tessa had ordered a stack of omelets, which arrived before the acolytes had even been brought upstairs. It would go well with the huge pile of bacon that the clerics were making, ever so reluctantly donated by Hawk. After his evolution, Hawk actually ate less than he had before, despite his size increase. He would be an overlord before he even made it through the royal ranked boars, if their progress remained steady, but he did enjoy looking at his mountains of food. "Good morning everyone. Sit and eat to get some energy for the day," Carl instructed as the acolytes finally made it up to the apartment. "Sir, we already ate breakfast at the cathedral," Aaron reminded him. "And now you will have a second breakfast, with a lot of high-grade protein. We were informed that you were all full of energy and eager to get training this morning, so we have a more intensive routine planned for the day." The trainees began to wonder if the cathedral's schedule had made Carl think that they were more energetic than they actually were. They had to admit, they were excited to get into training today, but that didn't mean that they didn't have sore muscles, even after healing and a good night's rest. But it might also be the monarch testing them to make sure that they were sufficiently devoted to learning and deserved to keep their spot in this elite team. For the Special Forces group, it was a given that everything in life would be a test until they graduated. But for the others, they hadn't had a chance yet to learn just how creative the instructors of the church army could be with their training methods. "What is first on the schedule?" Tessa asked as she finished serving breakfast. "Strength training. Even mages need some muscle tone and stamina, and with all this extra energy, plus Thor's magic refreshing them, they should be able to build some strength in a hurry. Getting a class increases strength for warriors, but it still takes a lot of training to get to peak form. Especially for the rangers, who will be moving through difficult terrain and chasing their beasts, building that muscle tone will be essential to your survival." Carl informed the group. It made sense, but they all got the ominous feeling that they were going to end up doing laps around the field to start their day. Thor was not nearly that uninspired. There were no laps around the training area for the acolytes under his training regimen. Instead, he brought out a number of weighted vests, made of raised silk, and had the trainees do sprints up and down the bleachers while he kept a milder version of refreshing lightning active so that the muscles had time to strain, heal and repeat. If he kept too powerful of a spell active, they didn't suffer the strain needed to grow the muscles, but this way they should get the gains in a single morning that would otherwise have taken them months. Thor was very proud of the plan, but Carl noticed that he put a stronger version of the regenerative spell on the Sero hatchlings, who were happily chasing everyone up and down the stairs. They didn't need the work to grow up big and strong, they needed higher quality feed and a good smashing post to practice their skills. Chasing the herd was just fun. Thor had prepared both for them, and he was happy to ignore the hateful glares that he was getting from 10 of the 11 trainees. For laps in, Sybil was too exhausted to even glare at him anymore. But that was quickly solved with an adjustment to her protective spells, and Ray was happy to keep her running. No disciple of hers would be lazy. One of the training sergeants came over to coordinate assistance for Carl's acolytes today and paused when he saw their physical training. "Did they do something personal to you? Weighted gut laps up the bleachers is pretty extreme for rookies," he asked. "Nope. We have a healing and stamina regeneration spell on them. In theory, this should build muscle at a rate that no steroid could compete with. We have limited time to train, so we're pushing them as hard as humanly possible without damaging their potential. It's the core of what the church asked us to do when they assigned us these lucky recruits. My group has a number of training specialty skills, and they were hoping that we could push up a fresh group of elites, then teach others the method. It's only day 2, but I already see progress. Take a look at that monk, what do you see?" Carl replied. "Just a monk running up the stairs with everyone else." Then the sergeant paused, then noticed one more detail. Much more easily than she should be with that much weight on her back. How monstrous is her strength? Carl chuckled. If I am right, it's not about her strength, which is actually monstrous. I believe that she has learned a movement skill to reduce her weight. A new skill learned on the second day of training? How ridiculous is your method? Behind them, Dana laughed. The monk isn't the only one. The mage is using a barrier under his weighted vest so that he doesn't have to carry the weight himself. He's still dying trying to run up the stairs, but that's expected. Oh, you taught him the barrier spell yesterday? Carl asked. No, apparently he got a skill point from yesterday's training, and he used it to buy the barrier spell once he found out that the day was going to start with weighted laps up the bleachers. Having a fully active system was going to be a huge advantage, and if Carl wasn't proactive with his own growth, there was a chance that the average overachiever in this next intake might actually shatter his growth speed records. If he told the academy that, they would likely laugh at him. But Carl was fairly certain it was an actual possibility. The lack of system access was what was dragging everyone down in the past, and with these new students being close to fully active, they should grow steadily, and they would be able to just buy access to new skills to improve their abilities. Thor let the students run for 2 full hours before he called a stop to it and had them come down to eat. At this point, even the Sero hatchlings were looking exhausted, but once Thor put out the pile of feed for them and Remy passed out steaks for the pair of more cat kittens, all of the beasts were regaining their enthusiasm for life. I can see that everyone's physical strength has improved in just one morning training session. Don't worry about your weight, you're going to burn off every single bit of energy that you can take in during your training. Just eat. Thor informed them. Sybil read his lips and decided that escape might be the better option, but she was only gone for half a second before she returned with Ray's hand on her shoulder. The rogue slumped in defeat after realizing that it would not be so easy to get out of the hard parts of the day, even with Shadow Step. But then the volunteers from the army came over, and she realized that they were on to combat training, which was way more fun than strength training, even if it was just as exhausting. Or more exhausting, as she would be constantly using her improved physique to try to defeat the guards. Or so she thought. Ray smiled at her. The rest of the morning will be focused on ranged weapons training. I have fashioned or obtained 3 different types, and once you have 100% accuracy with all of them at a reasonable range, we can add new ones. She had obtained throwing stars and throwing knives, as well as a hand crossbow that was a common grade magic item and created its own basic bolts. It would only be a decent weapon if there was poison applied, or a skill added to the bolts, but it was perfect for training, as it took minimal energy to make the bolts. Carl shuddered to think of the hit that his wallet was taking now that the beasts had learned about ordering shopping for delivery. But as long as they kept it reasonable, he shouldn't run out of spending money before they went on their next proper mission. Carl clapped his hands. Now that everyone is done eating, the beasts are with me, and the rest of you can head to the same trainers you had yesterday. The Sero herd was stoked to play with the beast master, but the more cats looked skeptical. You 2 lovable furballs will be doing hunting training with my bodyguard here, while I set up a training ground for the herd. He explained as a summoned the Lamia. The snake woman was fast, much faster than any human both in movement speed and reflexes, so the more cat kittens would have their work cut out for them. For the Sero, Carl was just going to set up a field of smashing posts made of earth barrier, and then draw a course for them. If they hit the posts hard enough, it would break their fledgling, refreshing lightning, barriers, and then they would have to refresh it for the next strike. It really was the best training that they could get until their partners were ready to start working together with the herd in combat. The issue wasn't accidentally hitting the Sero with an arrow. The Special Forces cadets were better than that. But the Sero were still very young and the bond needed time to develop so that both halves of the partnership were on the same page when it came time to fight. Until they reached that standard, it would just be chaos. Why are you going so far from the training ground? The sergeant asked as Carl began to herd the freshly fed Sero herd away from the others. Do you think that 4 baby Sero frolicking in the grass will be productive for the other trainees? If everyone is watching them, who will be training? Carl laughed. One of the Sero rammed into Carl's leg and bounced off, bringing laughter from the soldiers on the sand behind them, as if to prove his point. Ah, I overlooked the human factor. I will have one of my corporals wait nearby in case you need anything. Carl shook his head. No need to pull someone from their training. I'm just going to go out off-site behind the bleachers. That's far enough that we can train, and I can still hear the others in case of trouble. You never know what might happen with new elites trying skills that they haven't fully mastered. Things can go wrong, and I'm pretty good at sorting out wayward troublemakers. Or you just want to be close enough to watch it all go down. Kara added. I can jump onto the bleachers from here. It will be a great view. Thor laughed quietly at the pair as he prepared his warriors for their training. Sitting on the bleachers would give a much better view, but he had trainees of his own to work on, and Ophelia was going to be working with the rangers today. Instead, he had a pair of Remy's bodyguards to help with the one-on-one training. They had 4 arms, and 4 swords, so they could keep constant pressure on the warriors as if they were fighting multiple targets. When Carl had the smashing poles erected and the orders given to the Sero hatchlings, all of the excess spectators moved away from the training grounds, leaving the rest of the group to train in peace, while Carl barked orders like a herding dog and kept the procession moving. Then, he got a great idea. He could give them a competition, to get to a specific pole as fast as possible when he called the number. Not only would it help them burn energy from the feed that Thor had given them, but it would help develop their tactical thinking as they worked to be the fastest. Carl jumped on top of one of the pillars. "Everyone, attack the pillar that I am on," he called to the 4 eager Sero. A tiny stampede started as they all rushed at the same time, tripping over each other to be the first to hit the pole. "No, you have to actually reach the pole." Again. Carl called as he hopped to another. The second attempt was a bit better, but still not well organized. "You're a pack, you need to work like it. Organize your charge to hit multiple spots on the pole, then peel off for the second rank to strike." Again. Over and over, the Sero pack worked to better their coordination. By the time that lunch rolled around, they were actually getting good at it, and Carl was having fun making them run around for the crowd as they learned to coordinate an attack that looked much more like scaly puppies running into posts. The Sero pack weren't the only ones that were improving at a notable rate, though. The bonded partners as well as the 5 acolytes that Skittles had brought them were also making remarkable progress. Fast enough that the soldiers had noticed the difference between yesterday morning and lunch today. They were all eager to find out what the trick was, and how the cadets could pick up new combat lessons after only seeing them 1 or 2 times. That was a side effect of Skill Master that Carl hadn't considered. They were all working their way towards learning the combat skills that they were practicing, but there were many other lessons to be learned along the way, before the actual activation of a new skill. Not that they were likely to pick up another new skill so quickly, but there was a decent chance that they would have won by the end of the week. Carl was having lunch on the bleachers with Kara and Remy when the training grounds suddenly went silent, and most of the crowd dropped to one knee in the formal bow. Carl turned to see who it was, as he could only sense an overlord rank presence, then realized that he had no idea who the knight approaching the grounds was. Fortunately, the system was there to save him. Overlord Drath, Commandant of the Church Armies, First General of the Golden Dragon Nation. Carl stood and made his way down the bleachers to greet the Overlord, who was currently making his way through the officers' ranks, greeting various leaders and their drill sergeants. Once he was done greeting his subordinates, the Overlord made his way to Carl. "Monarch Carl, it's good to finally meet you. I have heard a lot about you the last few days. You're the talk of the capital. Commandant Drath, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. I appreciate the loan of the Special Forces cadets. They're turning out to be quite talented." Carl agreed. "Oh, I wasn't sure you would know who I was." The middle-aged soldier chuckled. "Your system interface is activated enough that I can see your name and class assignment." Carl chuckled. Drath smiled. "Who would have thought it would be so effective on an old man like me?" Carl took a second to look more deeply at the man's details and found the important bit of detail that he had missed. Species, Bronze Dragon. Which brought up another vital question. How many of the older powerhouses in the Golden Dragon Nation weren't actually humans, though it was nominally a human-run nation? Orthos said that all he needed was an item that was fully system-activated to bring his dormant system functions back online. "Are you still missing any?" Carl replied. Drath laughed. "And just how old do you think that I am? I understand you met the old man in his youth, but I'm not yet seen my 100th year. Even the Archbishop is older than I am." Carl shrugged. "Well, you are an overlord, so I assumed that you had some years on you. I don't actually know much about the maturation rate of bronze dragons." Overlord Drath looked toward the students, then to Carl's beasts, who were doing their best to teach them new things, explaining theory even during the lunch break. "How hard do you think that you can push those new elites without damaging their potential?" he asked carefully. "We have a potion for the 5 orphan volunteers that might immediately push them to awaken, but then they will need significant time to recover." The ones with bonded beasts will grow closer to the growth rate of their partner, though. The system will help them grow faster, but pushing the elite to advance will only create an imbalance where one side is stronger than the other. It happens to me constantly, and I'm constantly working to keep both myself and all the members of my team in balance. So, there is only so fast you can push them, and they will eventually need practical experience to help them grow. Carl explained. Drath sat silently as he mentally calculated something. So, awakened by autumn, then ascended by second year is realistic for most of them? Carl nodded. If their growth rate holds, or whoever takes over after my team is reassigned keeps them on the same training regimen. I can't speak for other methods, but ascended by the end of the first term shouldn't be a problem. We've got some clerics over there taking scientific notes on everything that we're doing so that they can try to replicate it with others. Some of the advancement is directly due to my own skills and my team, though. So, I would expect limited gains from a repeat. Drath chuckled. Like following the same diet and workout plan designed to maximize gains, but having the second group do it without steroids. Carl nodded. Something like that. The real issues won't start until commander rank, though. The overlord sighed. Oh, I am well aware of that. What I was hoping was now that I've got some system equipment from the dungeon, I might be able to boost some of my sergeants. They're already established in the army, so if I can grant them a system and smash them up to the ascended or commander rank in a matter of months, I can give the units a champion to maintain morale. Not the officers? Carl asked. Drath shook his head. The officers make plans and give orders, the sergeants carry them out. We don't need powerful combatants giving orders, we need them fighting. Kara laughed and nudged Carl. Promoted past the point of usefulness. Drath noticed the exchange and waited for a translation. She says they have been promoted past the point of usefulness. In a battlefield sense, that is true. The lieutenants still lead larger teams, but beyond that, they're rarely on the front lines, other than the commissars. The commissars in question were a special forces team from the church, part of the Inquisition in charge of military morale. They were all insane, as far as Carl could tell, but they made the Red Dragon happy. I take it that they're making plans to spread this rapid training method as soon as possible. Carl asked, knowing that the overlord in charge of military strategy as the first general of the nation was not here on a whim. Overlord Drath sighed and nodded. There are two competing plans right now. One wants to make a potion that will boost freshly tested elites to commander directly, burning their potential in the process. The other group believes that we need to find a way to use your rapid training methods on more soldiers. Carl nodded. Actually, I think that I have a solution for that. I have been thinking about it for a while, and if we can find a number of young beasts like the Sero hatchlings, I believe that there is a way to bond them to those with the potential to become an elite. I had a system quest for it, and it had a 60% success rate among the Special Forces students, as you likely already knew. I believe that with runic talismans, I could initiate that mental bond, and those with the potential would gain a class. Most likely Beast Ranger. And why didn't you mention this to anyone? Because the rest would probably die. The elite program has a roughly 1% fatality rate. Initial numbers for this method are 20 to 30% rejection, with a 10 to 20% fatality rate. The outcome is significantly better, but you can likely reach those numbers with the equipment testing this year. It's just that they will mostly have the basic classes, and not an advanced one. The first advancement trial that is now happening at the Cathedral Temple for Commanders and up allows us to upgrade classes, and from what I can tell, Beast Ranger would normally be an option then, to upgrade Rangers. Carl offered. Drath took out a binder of papers and began to flip pages. Yes, that is correct. We have observed a small number of them who have advanced to Beast Rangers after entering the Commander rank dungeon. It is listed as a Commander rank minimum requirement, but it appears that your method might be able to do it early. That would be a huge bonus for our forces. Sero Knights charging to break enemy lines before the infantry follows behind them is a bit primitive as a military tactic, but if they're lightning Sero, and the knights are the sergeants, they can defend their units as they charge. Carl laughed at the thought of lines of Sero with infantry running behind them on the attack. You know, they're actually better on defense. Mine likes to pair with the Red Dragon High Priestess, and they work together on the unit buffs, while the Nature Cleric does the majority of our healing. Drath smirked. You haven't told her that you can give her a chance to have a monster as a pet, have you? The Nature Priestess, I mean. We might not have any left if they knew. Carl shook his head. I don't think it would work. They're already claimed, their class won't change so easily. They didn't get an option to change even when the rest of us were doing our advancement trials. But if I learn to create a skill that will let them talk to monsters, they might never get anything productive done again. Is there another way to reliably create specialists? The random assignments are great for elites, but I need uniform training regimens for hundreds of soldiers at a time. We can do that with warriors, at least the ones who have their whole skill tree active, which I'm not certain will be true of all the new elites. Lack of data, you understand. Carl looked through his skills, using the restrictions listed by skill book, to determine if there was anything that he could give them all to create some sort of uniform class. The problem was that most of his skills were either specialized for beasts, or usable by more than one group of elites, so there was no guarantee that those who used it would awaken the same class. I think that most of them should have a fully active system. All 5 that I awakened with items had the skill tree. It's mostly just the serum that was incompletely activating the elites. Well, that or something has changed with the appearance of the higher rank active dungeon. That was when the majority of my inactive features were awakened. But if we want to activate only one class, that could be an issue. We could narrow it down to warriors and rogues, or various casters. But I don't see a way to only get one type. Remy was in full agreement with Carl's thoughts on the grand solution for their problem. Why not have like 3 different specialties? As far as battle tactics go, there really are just warriors, mages and others. She offered. My partner Remy, the Naga Queen over there, has a suggestion. Why not increase flexibility? You can have teams led by warriors or mages, and then the others can fill in, since there are far more mages and warriors than anything else. And how do you guarantee that we will have enough of them if we try bringing them up among our ranks? Carl smiled. That's the easy part. Plead with the blue dragons to give them skill books. The overlord gave Carl a look that said 2 things. First, he wanted to strangle Carl for suggesting it. Second, he had already tried it and had been not so politely told that they would not be making thousands of skill books for him. After all, they had to be handwritten by a suitably powerful user, and the number of blue clerics and inscriptionist mages was limited. Carl relented when he realized that the plan was already rejected. I joke. No, send them all to the trial at the cathedral and order them to pick mage or warrior if they are given the option. If they're compatible, the trial ground should awaken system users now. Drath sighed. We tried that too. It only worked to awaken clerics. However, it is a great advancement resource for elites who have reached commander rank. It seems that military efficiency and the system do not mingle well. However, I do think that it would be best to just go with it. Train everyone in the same combat techniques so that they can fight together as needed, and then let the units work it out at their end with the ranged and close combat attackers. From a practical standpoint, it doesn't matter if that enemy at 100 meters died to a magic missile, an enchanted arrow or a battle cannon on a mobile artillery piece. Drath chuckled, looking younger than he had when he arrived. That was my suggestion as well, but the president and the other generals voted it down as too chaotic. That's why I have been looking for a better proposal. Count yourself lucky that you didn't get roped into a political position. It's a giant pain in the ass, and when you actually use the power you are given, you end up stepping on well-connected toes, and making your next effort harder than it has to be. Carl tried not to laugh. Most of the problem was that the politicians were still a generation or 3 behind. Tactics had been evolving rapidly over the last decade with the introduction of the elites, but most of the senior politicians and military officers had been serving for 30 or 40 years already. The archbishop was over 100 years old, the president was nearing 70, and most of his senior advisors were close to 60. You're thinking that we're all fossils and behind the times, aren't you? The general asked, with his eyes flashing bronze as his draconic instincts sensed a challenge. For a dragon, you're quite young. But for humans, most of the others in charge are ancient. As I understand it, a bronze dragon is too attached to the letter of the law to bend the rules yourself, and that's why you're looking for a solid reason to adjust the regulations, right? Carl replied. Precisely. And technically elites are outside my purview, as they are no part of the church armies. But we need the firepower, and we have a procedural handbook to follow. I did consider just eating them all so they stopped saying no to all the good ideas, but there are laws against that. If you taught them all offensive adaptation, they could likely bond with bloodbath spiders. Ray suggested. An army of giant spiders and Carl clones would be funny. Well, once we have these ones trained, you will have enough data to prove one way or the other whether entire units of system users within the army is a viable tactic. It might take an amendment or two so that they're actually soldiers and not just attached to army units, but it should be easy enough to get a regulations addendum passed if we get a huge influx of new system users. Drath's eyes shone with amusement as Carl finished his sentence. You know, if it wouldn't collapse society, we could just have everyone we meet put on a system-linked item until they're all depleted or everyone has tried. It would be the greatest challenge that a bronze dragon could ever face. His tone was a bit manic as he envisioned the challenges of maintaining law and order in an entire nation full of workers who had suddenly gained a system class. You couldn't be an elite if everyone were one, or even if the majority of people were. He would never willingly allow the collapse of society to actually happen, it was completely contrary to his nature. But like a kid dreaming of becoming a superhero, Carl was beginning to understand that bronze dragons fantasized of bringing order to chaos and implementing rules and regulations to keep everything orderly. Then the dragon sighed. I think it is time for you to use that potion you mentioned. Try to advance your students to the awakened rank today, even if just the 5 with classes that aren't beast-linked. You need to make your method stand out as superior to any other if things are going to change. Giving that level of resources to every student in the next intake will be a massive cost. Unless senior elites empty their stockpiles to provide all the resources, it might not even be possible. But even then, the cost will exceed the entire year's revenue. Convincing everyone that it is worth it will take results so far beyond anything that we've seen so far that the senior staff will believe that it would cost us more not to. Yes, potion time. I've had them ready all day long. These will be great. Trust me, I can make humans into proper elites. Remy cheered. All right. They're on lunch, and we've been feeding them commander rank meat to overload them with energy for the afternoon training already. That's a worthwhile attempt, by the way. The progression just from sufficient nutrition has the clerics in a frenzy. Drath chuckled. If we had that many edible commander rank and higher monsters, I would consider it. Edible monsters are rare in the spawns, and it's not like we're farming them at that sort of power level. Remy used Blizzard to make snow so that she could turn the potions into smoothies. Nobody said no to berry-flavored smoothies. While Remy was confident, Thor had been listening to the parts of the conversations which related to ruining someone's potential with too much of a good thing. He trusted his little sister, but she got too enthusiastic about her projects, and she didn't study humans much. There was a risk that like the first day's royal rank soup, this was going to overwhelm them, but because this was a potion forcing them to gain power, it might cause permanent damage. Just wait, you will soon see that I know what I'm doing. It's even in the book as a safe advancement formula for baby elites. Carl examined the potions that she had made, and while they did have some commander rank ingredients, they were in minimal doses, and heavily watered down. The potions could be considered awakened rank, at least after they were mixed with the ice to make a smoothie, so they should be safe enough. Potion of advancement, was what the system called them all, though Carl knew they had been tailored to each individual student. Fortunately for everyone, Remy had labeled all of the potions before she mixed them into smoothies, so there was no confusion as they began to pass them out to the students. Much to the dismay of the rest of the trainees, and the suspicion of the recipients. They hadn't forgotten what the cleansing drinks had done to their insides. What is with this unfair training bias? We get extra work on our combat skills and mental fortitude, and they get smoothies. One of the rangers complained. Carl shrugged. If it helps, I gave the Saros and the more cats a special treat. They all looked to where one of the cats was happily nibbling at a bowl of commander rank meat, and the beast covered it protectively. That does not make it better at all. Pat, the ranger bonded with the cat in question, remarked. Carl could have sworn that the cat laughed at him as it resumed eating. The humans had gotten a pretty decent lunch, specifically chosen by the clerics with the help of the apartment kitchen to include some higher-rank ingredients to spike their energy in what Lotus assured them was a safe way. But the cat got an entire bowl full of the good stuff. No filler, no nonsense. Just meat. Remy did have mercy on the rangers, and Nikki the tiger monk, and she passed them out similar smoothies as well. But that was part of the plan to distract the other 5 from their suspicions about being suddenly given treats. They had already gotten a fancy lunch, and now a fruity drink that wasn't served with the meal. That was suspicious. But when everyone had one, it was less likely to be some sort of nefarious plot. Or so they assumed until the potions started to take effect. The system is showing me something weird. Appeared in Carl's vision, thoroughly confusing him until he realized that there was a name tag before the words, indicating that it was sent by Sybil. How had she done that? Carl searched for the option, then focused on the words and realized there was a function button beside them with no label that he had simply hidden as useless. What do you see, Sybil? He asked out loud. The rogue's eyes lit up in excitement. Someone had seen her message. She had tried to use the mind talk thing that Carl and Lady Ray used to make their plans, and it worked. Well, mostly. It was supposed to go to Ray, but Carl got it instead. It says warning, experience increase effects have a cumulative detriment modifier. Chance of success more than 98%. Chance of failure less than 1%. Chance of critical failure 1%. Modifier 0%. Carl read that twice, then nodded at her. Go ahead, that's as safe as it gets. Carl informed her, but Sybil was already finished the smoothie, not connecting the message with the beverage until it was too late. Slowly, her power began to grow, the same as Carl's had when he used growth resources at the academy. Her power was steadily increasing in quality, and Carl was nearly certain that she would make it to awakened rank with just the one boost. Power juice. The Sero hatchlings began to cheer once they realized what was going on. Why doesn't it work for our pack? Is it just for the other pack? The Sero began to wonder. We didn't give it to everyone, just in case it didn't work right. Instead, you got the good feed and your partners got juice. Thor explained through the Sero mind link. That made sense to them. You had to share when there were only so many good things. The big Sero always gave the good treats to the littlest ones, just like Carl had done for his pack's hatchlings. Aaron and Jamie advanced to awaken at the same time, with Joan and Owen only a few seconds behind them. Now it says modifier minus 20%, Sybil updated them. That was a dangerous category. The first one was basically guaranteed, but if there was a cumulative detriment to using that sort of resource, even a few of them would nearly guarantee a negative outcome. Or it might have something to do with the strength of the concoction. Overlord Drath might know. Commandant, I don't suppose that you have one of those potions that they give to the bottlenecked elites, do you? I would like to inspect it with a skill that I have. I suspect that I might be able to deconstruct it into a more effective form. Carl asked. The Overlord potion? No, I don't carry that with me, but I can have some sent here if you need to study it. That potion of yours is brilliant. All 5 of them reached awakened rank in a single shot with no visible side effects. He gushed. Oh, there is a side effect, just not visible. Every time a system user takes one of those types of potions, there is a cumulative chance of critical failure. The overlord winced. He knew exactly what that entailed. Some who took the potion to break the bottleneck between commander and royal simply died, while others had their powers crippled. It was a low chance, but only a few had ever actually become an overlord directly, and most of the successful attempts ended up barely bumped over the bottleneck into royal rank, with little to no growth ability left. Now that they knew more about the system, and with Karl's input, it could be presumed that was the result of a failure or critical failure of the potion effects. That would also explain why some in the lower ranks who tried to push too fast ended up crippled from overuse of resources. They had pushed their luck too far without ever knowing the odds. The bronze dragon took out a magical communication token and sent a message. Someone will bring you a copy of the potion soon. If you can even tell us a few things about changes that will increase the odds, it would be an enormous benefit to the nation. He explained quietly. I will let you know what I can find out. With the ability to identify the odds, my alchemist can at least experiment on the potion until there is an improvement. Karl agreed. Then we can feed it to a new commander and see if they explode. Remy agreed. Your sisters are corrupting you. Thor lamented. Become powerful. Remy amended with an apologetic look at her big brother. The Overlord potion, as Commandant Drath had called it, was hand-delivered by a royal rank bishop of the church, along with 20 elite church guard and a pair of inquisitors. First General, I have brought the potion as you requested. Who might the blessed one be? The bishop asked. Overlord Drath looked a little sheepish and rubbed the back of his neck. Bishop, my apologies, but there has been a misunderstanding. You see, Monarch Karl wanted a sample to study. His team managed to come up with a potion that immediately advanced these 5 cadets to awakened rank only 2 days after they gained their system. However, we learned a troubling fact during the process, and I believe his skill can shed some light on why the Overlord potion malfunctions. All of the cadets and acolytes stopped what they were doing when they heard that. They didn't know what sort of super powerful potion warranted this sort of escort, but it had to be something incredible. May I touch the potion, Bishop? It is necessary for the skill to function. Karl asked. He would only see the odds once he had it in his hands and at least considered using it. The bishop passed Karl the potion, and the guards moved to surround him, protecting the potion, as they were facing away from him. As Karl focused with identify on the potion, a few things became clear. First, this was a much better thing than he had expected. Second, altering the ingredients probably wouldn't help much. Overlord potion. Grade, totem. Immediately upgrades the power level of the imbiber by a set range of levels. Maximum rank of Overlord may be achieved. Warning, experience increase effects have a cumulative detriment modifier. Chance of success 0.3%. Chance of partial success 10%. Chance of failure 2%. Chance of critical failure 87.7%. Modifier 0%. Success grants 3 ranks of advancement. Partial success grants 1 rank of advancement. Failure causes 1 random permanent debuff. Critical failure will result in death with no resurrection possible. Warning, full success not possible, maximum rank of user exceeded. Now Karl understood why the potion had to be taken by a commander. Nobody else could get the full use of the effect, as it was either 1 or 3 ranks of advancement. But those odds were dismal. Surely, there wasn't a 90% chance of death for the regular users, or they wouldn't have started using it on commanders at all. So, Karl inspected the potion more closely, trying to find the default values. Overlord potion. Grade, totem. Immediately upgrades the power level of the imbiber to a set range. Maximum rank of Overlord may be achieved. Chance of success 4%. Chance of partial success 40%. Chance of failure 54%. Chance of critical failure 2%. Success grants 3 ranks of advancement. Partial success grants 1 rank of advancement. Failure causes 1 random permanent debuff. Critical failure will result in death with no resurrection possible. That made more sense. The people using it were already at the limits of their potential, so they would have a heavy modifier, but if the chance of actually dying from it was only 2%, and failure was a permanent debuff, many would be willing to risk it when they didn't know their personal odds. The bishop cleared his throat. What do you see with your system skill, Monarch? The system calls it an overlord potion, with a 4% chance to take a commander to overlord, or a 40% chance to take one to royal rank. However, other resources you've used in the past will modify that. For me, it is impossible, as I'm already a monarch, and the potion doesn't grant a linear amount of power, but a set effect instead. However, you could theoretically use it on elites below commander rank to grant them the same 4% chance of gaining 3 ranks. About half would end up with a 1 rank advancement, and half would take permanent injury, according to the potion's description. The wince that the bishop made when Karl mentioned giving it to people below the commander rank said that this was not a cheap or easy potion to make. But that should be expected from a totem rank potion of any sort. Is that all you can learn about it with your skill? Not that I'm complaining, knowing the odds and exact effect is incredibly valuable. The bishop asked. Give me a while and I might be able to discover how to tweak it for more success, but I wasn't expecting it to be totem ranked. 1 rank over myself isn't too difficult, but 2 is pushing my luck. Karl explained. That made sense to the bishop. Many had tried in the past to improve the formula, and just as many had failed. Karl tried to look deeper into the potion's construction when a notification caught his attention. Skill Master 4 activation, identification, has improved by 1 tier. Skill, analysis, gained. That was the first time that the Skill Master ability had advanced one of his own skills by a tier, and Karl was startled that it was a utility skill and not one of the ones that he used constantly. Perhaps he simply wasn't pushing hard enough to force the evolution of the others. Or he might just need inspiration to cause them to evolve. With analysis, both Karl and Remy could tell much more about the potion. First, the primary ingredient was totem rank holy power, in liquid form. So, these potions were personally made by the Archbishop, or another nation's strongest cleric. There was a list of plant names there as well, none of which Karl had ever heard of. Then he noticed something floating in the potion that he hadn't seen before. It was glowing, and Karl couldn't seem to figure out what it was. The system wasn't being any help at first, but after a few seconds, Karl realized that it was a rune. There were solidified magic runes in the potion. Runecrafting compound sigil recorded, power surge. Remy's excitement filled Karl's mind, but it was Ray's mental laughter that caught his attention. That one really will make them explode. The spider cheered. She was right. The rune was nothing but a pure power transfer, as much as the user wished to imbue into it, but without form unless it was combined with others into a proper sigil or phrase. If Karl used it alone on anyone but the overlord, it would just drain every bit of his energy and overload the target. That much raw mana would literally make them explode. Fortunately, with runecrafting, Karl should be able to combine that compound rune into a sentence to empower a runic inscription that would otherwise have little to no effect. In a way, it was a new word. A more precise way of describing what he wanted to happen when writing with runes. It would take work, but he had been planning to practice his runecrafting anyhow. But the fact that there was no other sigil with power surge in the potion was a clue on its own. The flow of power was uncontrolled, which was what was likely damaging the users. If he modified that, it could improve the success of the potion. How mad would you be if I modified this potion? Karl asked the bishop. It takes the archbishop 60 hours to make one. He replied simply. Well, that changed the risk to reward calculation. Karl stared at the potion for a little longer. He was going to modify it. He could apologize to the archbishop later if it didn't work. Or maybe run away with Lord Nacht. Whichever seemed safer at the time. Fortunately, the runes were simple for what he wanted to do. So, he moved the potion to Remy's space and carefully portioned a little bit into another beaker. 1/3 of maximum power flow for 3 times the duration was one complex compound rune that attached smoothly to the power surge rune. Karl took that as a sign that he had done something right, and carefully modified all the runes in the smaller vial. As the last one was completed, Karl got a notification. Vial of Overlord Potion Part 1 of 3. Interesting. So, he made 2 more, and watched as he got the notification 2 more times. Then, he carefully mixed them into one larger potion bottle, though still half the size of the original. Runic Overlord Potion. Chance of success 4% plus 5%. Chance of partial success 40% plus 5%. Chance of failure 54% minus 10%. Chance of critical failure 2%. Warning, runic potions are incompatible with some species. Karl considered that for a moment. It didn't say what species, so this might either be flat out better, or totally useless to the GDN if it didn't work on humans. He opened his eyes and realized that everyone around him was sitting and eating dinner as the sun went down. How long was I out of it? I lost track of time. He asked. About 6 hours. Tessa guessed, and Overlord Drath nodded in agreement. Well, at least I have something to show for it. Here, the modified potion. It should have a 5% better chance of both 1 and 3 rank increases, with 10% less failure chance as a result. However, the system says that some species can't use it, and I have no idea what ones. Karl informed the bishop. Before he could move, the potion vanished from his hand, and Lord Nacht was beside him, staring at the bottle. Oh, this is good. We should test it. The ancient black dragon announced. The bishop who had brought the original potion looked like he was going to argue for a moment, then thought better of the notion. Fighting with a totem-ranked dragon wouldn't end well for anyone. Oh. Do you have a baby dragon in mind? Karl asked. Why in the 7 hells would I give this to a dragon? Nacht asked. He had a point. Dragons didn't need it, and they weren't worried about growth rate. A portal formed near Nacht's left hand, and he pulled an old woman in black robes through by the neck. One clawed hand tilted the woman's head back, and the dragon poured the potion down her throat. Slowly at first, then with increasing flow, power began to gather in the area. The disturbance had caught the attention of every powerful elite in the city, and Karl could sense people running their way, as well as a half-dozen portals opening nearby. This had better work, now that they had so many onlookers. Karl spun the Ring of the Beast Lord on his finger. It increased his luck stat, and that had to help somehow. Avoiding embarrassment was a form of luck, right? The black-robed cleric gasped and collapsed to her knees, surrounded by a mist of dark power that had every bit of Ray's attention. But the process wasn't over, more power was still flowing into her body as her magic reacted wildly, restrained by Lord Nacht so that it didn't kill all of the lower-ranked elites in the area. It appears that you did it right. She's not dead. Nacht noted, sounding dismayed. The cleric rolled over on her back, twitching in pain as the power flowed into her. She managed a single second worth of glare at the dragon before she was racked with pain again, and the power gathered by the process began to merge with her body. Your god has an odd way of showing their favor. Karl noted as the woman's power grew. Divine favor. I was betting on the 2% chance it would kill her outright, and I wouldn't have to listen to her whine again. The black dragon replied. Ray giggled quietly, while everyone else in the area looked horrified. He had picked her because he didn't mind if she died. That was unexpected. As the effect faded, the cleric passed out. It didn't matter to the onlookers, or to Lord Nacht. They could all sense the overlord-ranked aura coming from her. 9% chance of success, her luck is pretty good. Karl noted. The ancient dragon nodded. Yes, it was thoroughly satisfying. Now I have a new bishop for the black dragon. Who is going to hold a grudge? Karl added. Irrelevant. She's from here in the city, and I will be headed home once my business is done. The Archbishop came over with a smile. Is it true? The potion's effectiveness could be increased. Carl nodded. Not the effectiveness, exactly. But the chance of success increased by 5% for both stages of success. Now the base success rate is over 50% before modifiers and luck. A week well spent, then. Come with me, we need to discuss this in private. Carl didn't even have time to react before Nacht was shoving him through a portal, followed by the 2 totem rank leaders, and the unconscious bishop. Start from the beginning. What did you do to my potion? At your rank, you shouldn't have even been able to mix in a single ingredient without it fading. The Archbishop began. I actually didn't add ingredients or remake the potion itself. There are magical runes in the potion, but they were incomplete. No, that's not the right word. They were unregulated. I added a runic phrase to slow the effect. That way, the users were less likely to explode, as my friend Remy so eloquently put it. Carl explained, then drew the rune in the air with his finger. The Archbishop took him to a large oak desk and sat him in the plush leather chair in front of golden writing tools and a stack of paper. He had pens, pencils with various cores, paintbrushes and various paints and inks to choose from. But he wasn't making a skill book, it was just a rune, so he chose a small paintbrush and plain black ink, which the Archbishop appeared to have ground from an ink stone and not purchased as a liquid. This is the part 1 added, and this is the compound rune that I formed. He explained a few seconds later. Nacht leaned over the desk. Oh, I see. And you said that this additional part was already in the potion? Both Carl and the Archbishop nodded in unison, and the Archbishop gestured towards a wall full of runic writing. It's one of the power runes for holy items of all sorts. This potion is my own creation, but my runecrafting skills are limited. I know the language fairly well, but I don't have it as a system skill. Carl considered that, then pulled a jar of silver ink and a stack of paper over. We might be able to fix that. I have the skill, and a skill for creating skill books. Let's see how this goes. He suggested. Lord Nacht laughed, and the Archbishop sighed, then gestured at the bookcase. I already considered that. But I won't turn down a spare copy. Carl saw that there was a runecrafting book on the shelf, but it was ancient and damaged. Not an active skill book. Carl got right to work on the book, as the necessary inks were already on the table. Runecrafting was more of a dictionary than anything else, and every rune that Carl wrote slowly etched itself into his mind, an unused language that he had never paid attention to. Sure, he had the skill to use them, but it was a bit like using Ren for the first time when he was on the train. It was possible, but he had not trained any sort of mental or muscle memory for it, so it was somewhat like following a guidebook for something that you had never seen in person. Just writing out the book was giving him ideas. If he had better crafting skills, he could make weapons and add runes to them, turning mundane items into quality magical weapons. Making toys for fun and profit. Remy agreed, paying close attention to Carl's work. Can you use this skill? He asked, wondering how many of the beasts shared his more esoteric abilities. I can, but not the others. Probably because I'm the only one that reads for fun. Remy agreed. Writing out a whole dictionary of runes took time. A lot of time. But eventually Carl had a massive bound tome in front of him that put the one on the shelf to shame. It was easily 1,000 pages long, and Carl guessed that he had missed at least an entire day while he was working, even with the increased hand speed that he had to restrain just enough not to splatter the ink. There were no windows in the office, and the room was soundproofed, with no clock in sight. That made it exceptionally easy to lose track of time, and actively using a system skill seemed to keep you locked in, so you didn't notice outside stimuli as much. And here we are. One skill book of runecrafting. He announced, waking the Archbishop. The old man was napping on a divan in the corner of his office, which was well equipped with blankets, suggesting that this was a regular occurrence. The archbishop slowly got to his feet and came over to the desk, where he ran a reverent finger over the tome. It's beautiful. If I had to guess, I would say that it is an epic grade skill, just going by the cover. But I suspect that it's actually something much more difficult to obtain than that. The old man rambled. More uncommon than an epic skill. Reverently, the archbishop opened the cover of the tome. And nothing happened. At least, until Lord Nacht burst into laughter. Oh, that is grand. The greatest rune master on the continent can't use the runecrafting skill book. Do you perhaps already have a basic version of the skill? The black dragon taunted his counterpart. The archbishop shook his head. I don't have a skill for it. I know most of the language, though. It would seem that I still have much to learn, with the size of this tome, but I am considered fluent in runic. The dragon inspected the tome, and then a slow smile spread across his face. Why don't we call the librarian? I bet that the head of the blue dragon clerics would love the opportunity to learn the most complete form of the runic language. It only took a few seconds for the librarian to enter after the archbishop called for her. She came through a side door, and Carl realized that their offices were attached. That was incredibly convenient when there were questions. Or when Lord Nacht was visiting and wanted to troll someone. Librarian, we have a rare skill book for you to try. None of us can use it, and we have some hope that you can learn its secrets, then make a duplicate. The archbishop requested. The blue dragon carefully put on a pair of white cotton gloves as she approached, and delicately inspected the entire tome, making mental notes before doing anything else. Beautiful. It will be a shame to remove such a beautiful book from circulation, but once I have learned it, I will immediately endeavor to make another. The librarian announced, then carefully opened the cover. Her eyes widened as the book vanished and a flood of information entered her brain, filling in all the details of the rune crafter's trade. This is wonderful. There is so much to know, so many things that were lost to time. I can fix the wards on the bookshelves, and rebuild the automatic staircase. Oh, I do need to get another copy made as soon as possible. The juniors can do all of that while I study the rest of the knowledge hidden in here. She was clearly rambling now, but the dragon was happy, even if her subordinates were about to become very unhappy. The librarian ran out of the room without even acknowledging that the archbishop was waiting to ask her questions. Lord Nacht patted him on the shoulder. Well, you win some and you lose some. She will answer all your questions eventually. It's good that she was the one that it worked for because all the teachers in the cathedral are blue dragon clerics, and your weaponsmith students are sure to want access to that knowledge as soon as possible. The archbishop nodded. Not just the students. Everyone is going to want to learn a bit more about magical runes. Carl thought about that and shook his head in dismay. There are runes and then there is runecrafting. Anyone can write the runes if they've seen them before, but making a magical item that can properly harness them is an entirely different matter. The archbishop didn't quite understand, but Carl had an easy way to explain. He picked up the paintbrush and some plain ink, then wrote the rune for shock. It was easier to recreate skills that you already understood, and he knew lightning pretty well. If you would kindly activate that rune, I can demonstrate. Carl informed the aging cleric. The archbishop just looked confused, but Lord Nacht tapped the paper and infused it with a bit of mana that made electricity crackle over the page like a stun gun. The paper was destroyed by the electricity, so Carl wrote another with the same ink, then activated it to create a shock effect on the black dragon. After all, the archbishop was old and somewhat frail. A small amount of electricity crackled over the dragon's barrier, and the archbishop nodded in understanding. I see now. It's the difference between the rune doing what it says, and the rune doing what you will it to. There is so much more that I could do if I had that skill. But, alas, I will have to leave it to the blue clerics and their students. Perhaps the skill will soon spread through the alchemists and the smiths, bringing us back to the glory days of item creation. The old man was completely on a tangent now, and the black dragon was trying hard not to laugh at him. I should probably tell you now. Runecrafting won't work for anyone under royal rank, and only 1 in 100 at best will be able to learn the trade skill. Don't get too lost in big dreams just yet, old friend. The dragon warned him quietly. And you had to ruin it. Fine, I'm going back to sleep. See the monarch out, would you? Carl followed Lord Nacht out of the office, and did his best not to laugh at the expression on the dragon's face. You know something that I don't about the skill book, don't you? Carl asked quietly as they walked through the silent halls of the cathedral at night. Nacht smirked at him. At my age, I know more about nearly everything. But what you mean is that I know that the old man already has alchemy as a trade skill, and the system won't let you take another. So, I'm a runecrafter by trade? I wasn't expecting that. Carl replied. It seems so. I would assume that it was a quest reward of some sort, but runecrafting is a particularly fine lost art. Which discipline have you chosen? Discipline? Nacht shrugged. Gnomish engineers, dwarven runemasters, onmyoji demon slayers, ward crafters, rune mages and a few others I have long since forgotten all rely on the runecrafter trade skill for their art. Normally, you would choose one of the disciplines, but it appears that you simply got the rune library without having to make a choice. So, eventually, you will have to choose a specialty if you're going to truly master the craft. No matter how many runes you know, only tireless practice will make you an actual master at using them. I was thinking of using them to make useful charms, but not as a trade, just as a parlor trick to make life easier. But I've been to an ancient dwarven city near the frost giant border, as well as that trial that we both entered. They had runes on every wall, and when they were active, they could do so much. Remy, my Naga partner, recorded the runes in the forges. Carl began. Nacht nodded in agreement. That is part of the runecrafter's art. You could rebuild that sort of magical forge, and even the weapons that they turned out from it. The Cyclops forge masters used a variation of the same art. They're much more like the dwarves in their crafting skills than either species would be willing to admit. They both have their own style, but they both craft rare items with incredible powers and beautiful details. Carl sighed. Why does it feel like all the progress we made with technology is quickly becoming irrelevant? The ancient dragon laughed. Not all of it. Many things in life are easier with technology, but it will never compete with magic for raw power and versatility. It's not impossible to mix the two, there are some nations who raise technomages. But the interaction is limited. They have the most wonderful magical guns. And it only took them a century to recover all the ones that were stolen from them during the Civil War. Now they self-destruct if anyone other than the intended user tries to activate them. That made sense. It was the same thing with any powerful magical artifact. A magical bow that could do massive damage from a long distance was a prime target for theft. Especially if the user could be discreetly killed. I take it that they don't bond? Carl asked. They're incompatible with the system. I've seen the ancient records, and there were technomage armies then. But they were seen as being at a disadvantage because they could be disarmed by theft or magic and couldn't call the weapons back to themselves. Disarming them to capture the soldiers became the standard method of dealing with the tactic. Well, that or casting a spell to amplify fire magic and making all their guns misfire. Carl nodded in understanding. The hill giants plug artillery barrels with earth magic if they get close enough. Nacht smiled. The giants surrounding your nation make life much easier than you know. They're a nuisance, but if the old man had to fight off a dozen nations of humans and the hundreds of sub-factions, the church would have never managed to unify the nation. You come from the mines, don't you? You've got the look. That whole southern region between the capital and the Beastkin nation used to be part of the wilds, a no-man's land that competed with monsters for survival. Without strong magic or the blessings of the world dragon, the whole of the Golden Dragon nation would have been the same way if the giants didn't keep competition out. Carl frowned. It's strange to hear it that way. Is that perhaps the perspective of your god? Nacht shrugged. The god of death doesn't care about species all that much. But black dragon clerics are sensitive to the balance of life and death in the same way that the nature clerics are, only we focus more on the higher beings than the plant life. I think that learning to make something of your runecrafting could be exceedingly valuable, not only to you but to your partners. Take your friend Remy as an example. As a shaman, she would benefit greatly from runic jewelry. It would improve her elemental magic, you could boost her mana regeneration and casting speed as well. Or make armor for the Sero, perhaps a muzzle for the Void Badger. Carl laughed. I don't think that she would go for that one. There are still too many species to taste test. Nacht laughed. Of all the species that you could have picked, why that one? Where did you even find one? It's not like there are a lot of them. I had a quest to find what the system called the perfect companion. I was headed across the Nia continent, towards somewhere far to the east of my location, then suddenly, that quest target disappeared, and the quest retarget Kara. The system said that she was the best companion, and bonding her completed the quest, so that is what I did. Carl explained. That makes more sense than you probably realize. The system's idea of perfect does not usually mean most powerful, fastest growing, or the current meta skill. Instead, it almost always means most a little bit of each of those, but also the most entertaining for the gods to watch. And it's hard to argue that anything but a Void Badger would be quite as entertaining at the Monarch rank. She's not quite there yet. Carl reminded him. Give her a few more days. With 3 of the 5 already advanced, plus yourself, it won't be long before the others either advance or hit a bottleneck. But a Naga Queen and a Void Badger shouldn't have any issues. Now, you should sleep, there will be blue dragons coming to see you in the morning, I can almost guarantee it. Carl returned to his apartment, and sighed as he realized Kara had already stolen the spot next to Dana, right in the middle of the bed. What is this? Are you trying to steal my Dana mage? Carl demanded with amusement as he realized that Dana was sleeping with Kara half draped across her. You are part of me, I am part of you. We are basically one person. Kara replied. Really now? Yep. So it's not your Dana, it's our Dana. There is definitely something wrong with that logic. If she's our Dana, you should be on the other side. So we can share properly. Kara considered it, then used a wing to pull Dana across the bed with her, so the mage was in the middle of the bed. Much better. Carl woke up the next morning with Kara's head on his chest and Dana against his side. The sun was already well above the horizon, and he was a bit shocked that nobody had woken them up earlier, until he heard splashing in the hot tub. If there were multiple people soaking in the morning, they must not have anything planned. Carl got out of bed and noticed that the closet door was open with a lot of new clothing in it. He was headed to pick something out when Ray's voice called out to him from the other room. Put on pool shorts and come soak with us. There are bubbles. That made Carl wonder what they were planning for the day. He couldn't see any of them willingly getting out of a bubble bath early. Carl put on a pair of shorts from the closet while Dana tried to escape Kara, who was not ready to get out of bed yet. After a few seconds, the mage had convinced the reluctant badger to go back to the bed in her own space, where she could rest comfortably, then Dana began to search the closet for a swimsuit. Shoo! Go play with your spider. I will be along in a few minutes. Dana admonished Carl as he lingered hopefully outside the closet. Spoil sport. Fine, I will see you there. All of the others, plus Ray and Sybil, were already in the hot tub, which was overflowing with bubbles. Oh, are we not training today? Carl asked as he settled in next to Ray, letting the hot water relax his muscles. Ophelia smiled. The next 2 days are off days, then it's exam week for the students. Most people take the week off, as it finishes with the divine injection ceremony. We decided that the cadets can have this last weekend, then we will train them all week before we put them on the train to the academy to join their peers on the first day. The train is an important experience for all the students, even if they awakened a few days in advance. She had a point. That was where Carl had first met Dana, where he had competed to be the first to the school to pick his dorm, where he mentally adjusted to academy life. So, they're discharging the Special Forces group for training? Carl asked. Ophelia shook her head. Not them, they will remain with the military for training. Officially, they want to keep the fact that there are so many new beast-affiliated elites quiet. But our 5 young acolytes will be departing after next week. Carl smirked and ruffled Sybil's hair. Are they going to be ready to rejoin society after only 1 more week in our tender loving care? I could likely ask the Bureau to send them back after the first few days. Sybil's look of panic made everyone laugh. Ray had been intensively training her since they first met, and the young rogue hadn't been out of the spider's sight for more than a few minutes at a time, with the exception of one night in the dorms. Ray didn't even let her go home, she kept her tied to a hammock in the spare room as part of her training. Ray smiled happily. I think she will be ready. I remember how we were when we were young. She should be at least that good by the time that I'm finished. At least she's already awakened, so she won't be too weak to train. Tessa smiled. Ray is in a good mood because she got to train with Overlord Neil again last night. The second training room is out of commission, by the way. They did some damage during their training. Ray smirked, but kept her thoughts about the training to herself. Sybil smiled as she signed and Tessa translated. Brother Hawk promised to come out for training next week to help me learn fire attacks. You need to combine a flaming sword attack for her before we go back to training. I don't want to start from the basics. Hawk added from the nest in his space. Now Carl understood how this system would work. He made the skill, then Hawk and Ray would teach her to use it properly. Did I miss anything while I was out for the day? The Archbishop asked for a runecrafting book. Carl explained. Dana sighed, then replied. More than a day, actually. I guess it's easy to lose track of time while you're working on a skill. All 5 of our students have made progress now that they're at the awakened rank. The warriors have both mastered, shred, and, guard, and Joan is coming along well in her healing training. Owen learned, barrier, and he's made great progress on his mana. But it's Sybil that's the star of our show. The little rogue blushed, then squeaked as Ray pulled her into a surprise hug from behind. Sybil has backstab, shadow step, silent movement, lacerate and poison blade in her repertoire now. Ray informed them. That's quite the list. How did you manage to teach all those? Carl asked. She got some skill points when she advanced, and she picked poison blade as her first chosen skill. She's waiting to get a few more to get the second stage of it instead of getting the other introductory skills. Ray explained. As long as it doesn't interfere with her versatility. Mages can have a specialty spell, but rogues need to be good in every situation. Carl reminded her, though the warning was also for Sybil. With time off, Carl decided that it was likely best to just focus on personal improvement. He still had Remy and Kara at royal rank, and while the spaces were pushing them upwards, they hadn't managed to break through yet. It would only take a little longer to force them to advance, and if he could do it during the days off, they could have a party. Party? Kara asked. Yeah, a little celebration for you reaching a new rank. Since we have a day off, we could do something fun, possibly order a cake. Carl suggested. Kara considered it for a few seconds, then began to roll around on the bed. Maybe later. Kara must be feeling lazy today, if even the offer of a party wasn't enough to get her motivated. But Carl continued to work on the energy levels and quality in the spaces anyhow. Soon, they would all need to be at the same level, and preferably before the students went to school and the team was reassigned. Oh, you need to keep doing whatever that is. It's so good. Lotus nearly purred, pulling Carl from his meditation for a moment. Dozens of thoughts, each more lewd than the one before, were going through his mind, but when he opened his eyes, Lotus was frowning at him. No, don't stop. You were leaking power into the tub, and it makes it both warm and tingly. She explained. Sybil nodded in agreement, still trapped in Ray's arms, but not trying to get free, as she was enjoying the extra bubbly hot tub. The cleaners were likely going to hate them for this brilliant idea, but for the amount that Carl was paying for the suite, they could suffer the occasional mess. For a few hours, everyone just relaxed, enjoying their time off. Then Ray called for room service, and that was everyone's cue to get dressed for the day. Carl noticed that before she even started to stand up out of the bubbles, and without even attempting to dry off, Sybil changed into a black silk martial arts outfit that had to have been made by Ray. For one, it was bonded. Secondly, it was monarch rank silk, and Ray wouldn't let her baby rogue wear someone else's silk. It was an excellent gift, and now Sybil wouldn't have to replace her training and infiltration clothes for most of her lifetime, if ever. Most likely, it would become her most prized possession. There are towels over there. You don't need to get dressed while still wet. Carl informed her, in case the rogue had simply missed their presence. Ray giggled. Sybil is body shy. She got into the tub fully dressed as well, and only after the bubbles were in place. Sybil nodded frantically, then grabbed a towel and ran to the bathroom to dry off and cycle her outfit so that it would come back dry. Carl got out of the tub, and everyone was drying off when Sybil came back out of the bathroom, then covered her eyes, squeaked, waved her hands, then ran away. She's easily embarrassed, isn't she? Dana laughed as Ray vanished to go recover her robe. The Sybil is funny. She's ashamed to not be all muscles like the rest of you. Ray explained a few seconds later. Carl considered that. With all the walking and traveling that they had been doing, they were all pretty ripped, even with the good eating. Despite what Kara thought about his backside. Bring her back for breakfast. We're all dressed now, no visible abs to make her self-conscious. For the first time since he entered the Golden Divine Academy, Carl found himself with downtime in front of a television, and time to watch the daily morning news. Of course, it would all be only a fraction of the truth, but there might be something on that would entertain him as he worked on forcing the energy in the spaces past the point where it would force Remy and Kara to advance. Both of them might have just been slow to grow, as they were the newer arrivals, and Remy was still quite young for a Naga queen. Kara might be young for a void badger as well, but Carl couldn't actually find enough information on them to tell him if they were supposed to get larger, or how fast they grew. They weren't native to the GDN, so the data in the public records was limited. The news reports of the day were unexpectedly boring. They must be in a slow news cycle because it was all about a plumbing issue in the capital that would take all week to fix. There was no mention of war, or monster spawns, or anything else that might be threatening. So, Carl changed the channel to replays of sports highlights for background noise as he worked. Dana was doing the same thing, with her head resting on a pillow in his lap, building her mana pool. Most of the day had passed when Carl began to feel resistance. One of the two spaces was resisting his attempts to advance it, and Carl had a sneaking suspicion that he knew which one. Kara. Stop messing with the space. You can only hang out at royal rank so long. Nope, I'm not done yet. Name your price. Fine, you make good on the promise of cake, and we have a deal. Hazelnut chocolate fudge cake. With strawberries and whipped cream. Ray, could you order that? My lap is occupied. Ray laughed and went to the phone to order the cake. The kitchen wasn't completely certain that they understood what she wanted, but they assured her that they would make a suitable party cake for them, along with an assortment of other snacks to arrive with dinner. Once Kara stopped being stubborn, a sixth space started to form, and the quality of both her space and Remy's began to undergo a rapid qualitative change. As soon as the change started, Remy transformed back into her spirit snake form, using the logic that the smaller she was, the higher the density of energy she could pack into her body when she advanced. If she was a tenth the size, that should make the process 10 times easier, in the mind of Remy. Hawk woke up from his extended nap as the new space formed. Oh, are we getting ready for a new friend? Epic mission to steal a baby dragon? We could make it a black dragon to pass on Nak's legacy. He sleepily suggested. Thor chuckled at the idea. I believe his exact words were, "You cannot have a baby dragon." Now that she wasn't holding back, Kara was the first to advance of the remaining pair. Not much seemed to change at first, her body wasn't changing, just the energy. Maybe that was why she didn't have the motivation that the others did. If she had learned or instinctively known in advance that she wasn't getting a new skill, she might have lost motivation to be stronger. Then, as her space stabilized and Remy's began to surge in power, Carl got an unexpected notification. Racial skill, Chaos Void, has improved shared skill, Nullify, to Overlord rank. You have a hidden racial skill? Carl asked. I do. Oh, I do. Huh, all the Nullify. This is going to be so fun. That was going to be absolute chaos. But for the sake of their enemies, at least it wasn't Disintegrate that went to Overlord as soon as she advanced. Kara waited to come out so that she could show off with Remy once they were both done. The process had already begun, so it could be said that they advanced at the same time, but Remy's Monarch rank advancement was going to be a good one if the disruption of her space was anything to go by. All of the elements were swirling around, making a mess of everything except the safe spot on her altar where the Queen in spirit snake form was meditating. Hellstorm vortexes littered the landscape, and a flaming blizzard filled the air while a hail of stones rained down from above. The unfortunate plants of her space were not faring well, and she would lose a huge number of resources, but it appeared that she was learning a new class skill as she advanced. After a few minutes, the spell faded, and the flames vanished, leaving charred plants all over her swamp, but Remy had transformed back into a Naga with a pleased smile on her face. She was larger than before, and more similar to her warriors, with 4 muscular arms, but a more mature look than she had before. It was hard to say why it looked more mature, other than the size, and the fact that for some reason Remy's form had what appeared to be breasts over the upper arm's pectoral muscles, despite being a reptile. But she definitely looked like a young adult now in Carl's mind. Her armor spell was fancier as well, with more gold and jewels, as well as dangling bone decorations and a belt full of potions. Congratulations, ladies. Looking good. Carl congratulated them. You finally got a skill that isn't evil. Hawk agreed. Remy nodded. It's even got a great name. Apocalypse. That is an outstanding skill name. We will have to find a spot for you to show it off. Carl agreed. Both beasts came out of their spaces at the same time, appearing in the middle of the living room in front of the sofa where Carl and Dana were resting. Tada! Remy cheered in Serpent. Ooh, is that a queen, Remy? Extra strong hug arms. Lotus shouted as she vaulted over the back of the couch and into the Naga's waiting arms. Kara laughed as Lotus realized mid-flight that she had only seen one of them from her vantage point, but both had advanced. Now, she was caught in a dilemma. Remy had her in a tight hug, but there was a soft and fluffy Kara at ground level who had also just advanced. Remy knew exactly what she was thinking, and lowered her upper body, so Lotus could reach down to pet Kara. But stopped 10 centimeters short, so she couldn't quite reach. Carl, help. They have learned new torture techniques. Lotus complained. The ladies laughed as they realized the situation that Lotus was in, and how much fun the two beasts were having with it. Especially when Ray sat down on the sofa to smirk at the nature priestess and pet the badger. Did you learn new skills? Tessa asked as she settled down next to Ray. Remy nodded happily, and motioned for Carl to explain. Remy got a new skill called Apocalypse, that appears to be a fiery blizzard with hellstorm multiplying vortexes and meteors. While Kara had her Nullify skill advanced to Overlord as soon as she made Monarch. Carl informed the group. Tessa sighed and looked between the two proud beasts. I'm not sure which one of you to congratulate first. Those are both remarkable advancements. The pure destructive ability of a skill that is literally called Apocalypse, versus the usefulness of Overlord ranked Nullify. Just trying to get past Kara's defenses will be a national security threat level event. If she can mess with the overlord's most potent abilities, then it will just come down to the group's ability to deal with them. Tessa congratulated them with a smile. Remy put Lotus down, and the nature priestess ran over to hug Kara, then back to hug Remy, then back to Kara again, like a hyperactive pinball of celebration. Now that you have the whole team at Monarch, you must be able to accept a new team member, right? Dana asked, looking up from Carl's lap. Technically, yes. The space has formed for another partner, but I'm not in a hurry. It's honestly not going to be easy to find a beast that has overlord or higher rank potential, or one that I have the confidence to improve to that level. If we knew more about how to trigger evolutions for beasts, it would be so much easier. Look how far Hawk has come from the humble wind-speed Hawk to a Ghostfire Thunderbird. Or Thor becoming a divine Thunder Sparrow. There is no formula or data on that, so the only sure options would be a dragon or a phoenix, and I've been warned not to abduct the children of either on this continent. There should be stronger beasts on the other continents, though. When I was sent to the past, they warned me that there were regions with second and third advancement beasts, meaning there should be species peaking at overlord strength if I interpreted the danger level correctly. Perhaps, like Kara, I might get lucky finding new friends there again. Carl suggested. You could try for an elemental. I don't know if they count as beasts, but they certainly have a peak strength that is high enough. There are totem-rank water elementals in the ocean, and I heard a rumor that there is a totem-ranked magma elemental in one of the coastal nations. Tessa offered. Well, we can sort that out when we find the right partner. For the next week, we've got young ones to train, and we need to civilize Miss Sybil enough for her to successfully attend the academy. Sybil smiled at the mention. She was getting better with people, she was certain of it. It helped that people didn't try to bully her anymore. Once that had changed, she found it much easier to get along with people. In fact, being a deaf elite was almost like a cheat code. So few people could speak sign language that they rarely bothered her, and instead went to others to get answers, but still gave her the level of respect that awakened rank elites were seen to have earned. That was not much compared to Carl's group, but it was way higher than what she was used to. A knock at the door caught Tessa's attention, and she opened the door to let a group of clerics in. Monarch, we have an urgent issue. There has been a line breach. The first cleric in the door exclaimed, only to pause in confusion as a server with a large cake on a cart pushed past him into the room, completely ignoring his panic. Continue, sir. There has been a line breach where? I take it that you need an elite of my rank, or you wouldn't be here in such a tizzy. Tizzy, that's a fun word. I like it. Kara noted. The cleric nodded rapidly, then a black-robed figure appeared at his left. Overlord Neil. Carl greeted him. More boots were stomping down the hallway, and Dana gave Carl a "WTF is going on" sort of look. Overlords Tabitha and Ahmad both burst into the room, skidding to a stop so they didn't bowl over the slower reacting clerics. Carl cleared his throat. First off, the advancement of my beasts didn't trigger a false invasion alarm, did it? There are a total of 5 monarch-ranked beasts with me now. Ahmed's fluffy blonde cat ears perked up as he smelled cake. Is that hazelnut and chocolate with strawberries? Oh, no, it wasn't you who panicked everyone this time. The mountain giants are pushing across the border at Saudal. The mage noticed Carl's confused look and continued. That's under 100 kilometers west of here. We're hoping to stop the advance before we have to scramble the entire capital defense force. We have portals. The mage explained, holding up a parchment scroll that was most likely the portal spell in question. Carl sighed. Kara, Remy. Grab the cake. We will have to party later. Sybil, do we need to take measures, or will you behave while we're gone? Sybil gave him a thumbs up and sent a message using the system's chat function. I will go hang out with the others for the rest of the day. They were talking about wanting to learn to work as a team, and Lady Ray says to give them a chance. Carl nodded, and the rogue ducked under the table, then vanished. Tabitha, the warrior class overlord, looked startled. You taught an awakened rank rogue to shadow step already? You've only been back a few days. Ray smiled at her. Not only did I teach her, we also awakened her after activating her class. She's a good protege. The warrior gave Ray an impressed look. Which one were you? I studied the portfolio on the way over, but it didn't mention a humanoid beast. Lady Ray Bloodbath. I learned how to mimic humans when I became a queen. Tabitha nodded and gave her a wink. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Bloodbath. I look forward to seeing what a spider queen can do in combat. In his space, Thor sighed. So much for their days off. Neil made a "get on with it" gesture to Ahmad, and the mage opened the portal, floating over the floor of the apartment. If any of you have obligations, you may remain, but we always appreciate more hands. We're stretched a bit thin today. Everyone else was called out last night. Neil explained as he double-checked the fastenings on his clothing. It was the outfit Ray had made for him, so Carl knew that it wouldn't have worn or torn, so it was likely a routine to focus and prepare himself. Carl's team changed into their armor, and Kara vanished into her space with the cake. Keeping the cake fresh was priority one. They stepped through the portal, and Carl called out the bodyguards, who were still monarchs, but felt somehow stronger now that Remy had advanced. The skill was a shared one, and it must have improved in some way when the Naga Queen became a monarch. Remy came out with all three of her bodyguards, while the others came through the portal behind them. Careful. The intelligence was wrong. Neil warned, a half-second before trees came crashing down around them, and an entire platoon, or whatever the mountain giants called their military units, came into sight. 6 overlords, 10 monarchs, and 20 royal rank warriors. We should have brought more cake. Ray muttered as the last of the team came through the portal, and Ahmad closed it behind them. The leader of the mountain giant team stepped forward and began to speak in crude common. Surrender now, and we will grant you a swift death. He demanded. I don't think that is going to work for us. Tabitha laughed as she brought out a massive two-handed blade. The giant nodded. Then we will pin you to the city walls as your capital falls, so you can watch the end of your pathetic church. Carl noticed a shiny thing on the ground, and casually scooped it up into his inventory, then picked up a small stone. Hey, Tabs. What do you think the odds are that I can brain him with a rock? Carl could see the vein pulsing in her forehead at the nickname, but the mountain giant was literally spluttering in rage. Carl activated all of his buffs and coated the stone in disintegration, then nullify. His hand shot forward with the sharp crack of supersonic travel, and the stone rocketed towards its target. Unfortunately, Carl was never a professional ball player, and even with his improved physical abilities, his aim wasn't quite up to that standard. The nullify spell on the stone shattered the giant's defensive barrier, which then crashed into his helmet, sending the golden armor piece flying. Good thing we didn't bet. Carl muttered as the giant staggered. Neil snickered and winked at him before vanishing, then the fight was on. The giant surged forward as Tabitha recovered, and the Thor came out to defend the back line in Sero form. Behind Carl, Ray laughed. They are so going to kill you for that. You should slap one to death while you have the chance. We didn't get to do it last time. Did nobody ever teach you the negotiation tactics of giants, you psychopath? Tabitha muttered as she met the giant's charge. We are negotiating. I learned this tactic from the Troll Emperor himself. The situation took a drastic turn as the wind began to howl and embers of fire filled the sky. Clouds gathered, turning the noon sky dark, except where it was punctuated with lightning. Then the hellstorm vortexes formed, and a keening noise began far above them. The first meteors rocketed down through the clouds as Hawk came out to add his own hellstorm vortexes to the chaos. The ethereal blue fire was an odd counterpart to Remy's bright orange flames, and the overlord rank giants began to swear in their own language. Where is the shaman? Make him cancel that. They were insisting. Only, there was no shaman to be found. Kara had exited her space to a spot at the edge of the trees and had crept up on him, nullifying his counterspells until she could ambush him amidst the confusion. One of the giant overlords swept his blade towards the sky, dispersing a huge portion of Remy's spell, and creating a swathe of clear sky. The Naga Queen was already exhausted from the spell, and had retreated to her space to recover, but half the spell was still going, and the attack had missed Hawk, who was still actively raining fire on the battle. Neil reappeared to lodge a blade in the back of the unarmored head of the leader, then Ray vanished, only to reappear in spider form with all 8 limbs stabbed through gaps in a monarch-ranked giant's armor. Show off. Carl heard the rogue mutter as both assassins vanished again, using their skills and movement to find targets that couldn't defend against them. Dana's golems marched forward as the giants tried to reach the core formation, where Carl and Tabitha were forming the front lines with all 3 of Remy's bodyguards. Carl took out his blade in one hand, with the haint claw on the other, and prepared to delay the overlords until someone could deal with them. Ahmad was a golem mage, with 4 legionnaire-styled golems, and they were standing just behind Carl, waiting for the chance to attack around him. Ophelia had moved to the back of the group, defending against the attempts to encircle them, but Remy's initiative had effectively dealt with the majority of the royal rank targets that the Berserker would normally be responsible for. Loot! Kara cheered as she made her way through the back of the giant force. Bring some back for me. I need a nap. Remy pleaded. This new spell was great, but it was a one-and-done sort of deal. She could keep it active for a while, but there was no casting it twice. At least not at early monarch rank. Carl was fighting on the defensive, using his enhanced speed to keep a pair of overlords at bay as Ahmad and his golems slowly wore them down. Tabitha was in a similar situation, but with Neil helping her. That left Remy's bodyguards holding off one more between them. Despite the early casualties, the giants were beginning to close in on the human force, and even Hawk and Remy's bombardment wasn't enough to completely stop them. Any brilliant plans, Beastmaster? Tabitha asked as she was nearly knocked to her knees by her opponent. Give me a moment, they're running out of reinforcements. Carl called back, hoping to distract one of his targets for long enough to take advantage. Between Ray and Kara, they really were running short on reinforcements. The giants had no way to deal with an invisible bloodbath spider that was incorporeal and immune to brute strength. They had attack skills that could hurt her, but they had to find her first. Suddenly, the target to Carl's left howled in pain, then gurgled as his throat filled with blood. He downed a healing potion, then turned to attack behind him, looking for Ray. The spider had stabbed him in the throat then run away, giving Carl a chance to attack. The blade was replaced with his maul, and 5 stacks of monarch-rank disintegrate slammed into the giant's hip, where the armor was already damaged. The overlord collapsed to the ground, missing a leg, and Kara mentally whistled at his durability. Even on an overlord, she had expected half his torso to be gone after that strike, but it had only gotten enough of his hip to sever a leg. However, that made him an easy target for Overlord Ahmed's golems, and the creature was decapitated only seconds later. Then Neil was on the other, and Carl found himself free of an overlord-ranked target for the first time in the battle. He couldn't go far, this was his spot on the front line, but he could switch to his bow and fire, ghost fire, arrows into the remaining monarch-ranked giants. It was the lowest energy cost attack ability that he had, and the arrows left a ghostly string back to the haint claw, which was adding a soul leech effect to the flames. It wasn't immediately fatal, but every bit of bleeding and burning damage added up. The sound of truck horns behind them brought relief to Carl's group, marking the arrival of reinforcements. However, the truck seemed to have stopped a few kilometers away. Hawk, what are they doing? Carl asked. They can't get close. We're fighting in a circle, and the shockwaves are traveling most of a kilometer. Then there is Remy's spell, and my flames. That was right. Carl hadn't thought about the fact that they had barriers to defend against the attacks. The ground did not, nor did the truck bringing the reinforcements. Reinforcements who had no idea what spell effects would turn on them. Remy, you can take down the spell now and get some rest. There will be more fighting soon. The horns of the trucks had alerted the giants as well, and they were beginning to regroup now that the area attacks had ended. They had no intention of fighting to the end. Instead, they would rejoin the rest of their forces and push again. And, it would be harder than ever to stop them. Half of the overlords were still alive, and they were covering for the others as they backed away, forcing Carl and his team to advance to keep pressure on them. Then, as one, the giant overlords used a ground slam ability, sending a wall of stone rushing at Carl's team. The sides were separated, and by the time that the ability had been blocked and nullified, the giants were long gone, hundreds of meters away. That wasn't dampening the spirits of the overlords, though. That has to be a new record. 3 permanent overlord kills. Ahmad cheered, his ears flat against his head in contrast to his happy words. Ray transformed back to humanoid to give him a confused look. Normally, the engagement breaks off earlier than this. Neither nation can afford to lose overlords at any sort of regular rate. So, if you're losing, you take your casualties with you and retreat. Speaking of which, I don't see the bodies. Did they manage to recover them? I thought that we had them secure behind us. Ray gave him a toothy smile. That's my loot. I'm not giving up my bath water. Overlord Tabitha gave a very undignified giggle. Right, bloodbath spider. In the most literal sense. Carl took a moment to look around them, checking for bodies that needed to be looted, and any sign of additional attackers. But what shocked him was the pure devastation that had occurred during the battle. A swathe over 500 meters per side had been raised by Apocalypse. There were deep furrows in the ground from attack skills, the earth was churned as if someone had been tilling it for planting, and the entire stand of trees where the giants had been hiding no longer existed. There was an excellent reason that the army did their best to keep the fighting to the border regions, and this was part of it. Nothing survived a battle at this level, and if it happened in a resource-rich region, or over top of growing crops, it would be difficult to recover from. All this mess, and we were just getting started. If they had more than one shaman with them, they would have been able to hold out much longer, but Kara killed the dumb one as soon as the fight started. Ray noted. You might have just been getting started, but over on my end, I was doing all I could to keep them from killing the squishy people. Carl reminded her. Good thing you're not squishy. You took plenty of hits. Kara reminded him. I am going to be sore tomorrow for certain. But I suspect that we're not done fighting yet. They wouldn't have scrambled us for this when they weren't expecting us to be attacked the moment we stepped out. Carl offered. That got Kara and Ray excited. This had been a great fight, but it wasn't nearly long enough. With the area attack that Remy dropped on the giants, plus Kara busy attacking from behind, Ray only had to fight the monarchs and the overlords. But the monarchs were already taking constant damage, and the giants were ill-suited to dealing with a being as glorious as herself. In contrast, Kara would happily maul the weaker giants so she could loot their bodies. She had given away almost all the trinkets that she had collected when she went on a birthday gifting spree, and now she needed more stuff to fill her loot box. Good stuff, broken stuff, shiny stuff. There was a place and time for it all. Overlord Ahmad cleared his throat to get their attention, and smiled as Kara came over to nuzzle his hand. This one smells like cat. It's pretty good. I might have to trade sleeping spots with someone. Kara noted. I am fairly sure that he sleeps alone. Even better. The target we were intending to find is 5 kilometers west of our location, and currently engaged by another strike force. The message just came through. We have planes scouring the area for giants that might have evaded our patrols, but the strike team will need our assistance if they're going to survive without casualties. The Catman mage informed them. Ray waited patiently for them to be ready, while Kara took the chance to check the ground one last time for loot. They had grabbed many of the bodies as they ran away, but there was a chance that there would still be valuables on the ground, as the giants were not system users, so they didn't have a storage space. The clerics climbed up on Thor's back once the saddle Ray had made him was equipped, then Ray placed Dana on one golem and Ahmad on the other. That should cover everyone who didn't have supernatural strength, and they were ready to move. Is this how you usually travel? Ahmad asked, bemused by the actions of the bloodbath spider. Yeah. Mages and clerics can't run as fast as the rest of us, so we let them rest and have either Thor or the golems provide transport. That way they're fully rested when we arrive, and we don't have to slow down for them. Carl explained. The Overlord rank mage smiled and nodded in agreement, though he had spells that would let him keep up with the group, and knew that Dana did as well. Now that she was a Murim battlemage, her physical skills were rapidly increasing. The martial arts aspect of her class was strong, and she had already possessed wind-walking abilities. But riding on the golem was certainly easier. Plus, with 8 legs, the ride was very smooth, you weren't jostled around like you were on a horse, or on a sarrow, who swayed as he walked. The jogging pace of a group of high-ranked elites was fast enough that the vehicle convoy was falling further behind them on the rough terrain that used to be a main road. Someone would have to bring equipment out and grade the road back to smooth gravel, but that could take a few days, and wouldn't start until after the battles in the region had ended. Until then, the vehicles would do their best, and elites with suitable skills would level a route for their own teams. Overhead, Hawk had already spotted their targets. Turn a bit northwest. They're fighting in a valley to keep the damage contained. He instructed. Got it. How is the battle going? The humans are outnumbered 2 to 1, but there is only one overlord on our side, and 4 monarchs. That would make it a standard strike team, Carl assumed. 5 people was fairly normal for responses, and his own team was normally set up the same way. Compared to that, the team he had come with was akin to swatting flies with a hammer. As soon as we're over this ridge, we will be on them. Hawk says it's 2 standard patrols on their side, versus 1 on ours. Carl informed Overlord Tabitha, who was running beside him. Alright, I will take the left side, you take the right. We will drive forward to our team, then spread out to give them a free side to retreat to our clerics. Hawk, we're coming in. You can start clearing a path for us now. About time. These giants need to learn that fire is better than earth magic. Hawk agreed. They've been throwing stones at you again, haven't they? Constantly. Carl led the charge down the hill, hoping that the monarch ranked, eternal lightning, barrier that was over the whole group would trick the elites into thinking that it was just a large group of monarchs that were coming to the aid of the outnumbered force. Normally, the extra overlord with the fancy armor that the mountain giants were wearing, would be enough for them to still have the advantage, but with 3 new overlords on the human side, this would be a short and messy battle. Tabitha's plan was to surround the force, making them fight in both directions, and preventing them from retreating, which would prevent them from reaching a healer who could resurrect their fallen. If it worked, they would rack up 2 more confirmed overlord kills for the day, bringing them to 5. Battles between overlords rarely ended in permanent death, so it would be a huge change in the balance of power at this end of the battle. Others had told Carl in the past that the overlords were generally only there to keep the peace, but that didn't seem true of the mountain giants, who had more of them than anyone else, on an individual national basis. As they charged into battle, one of the mountain giant overlords held up a talisman made of what looked like pure diamond, then a pair of portals began to form, allowing reinforcements to arrive. Crap, they tricked us. It's an ambush. Neil noted, his voice more amused than concerned. Ray shifted back to her humanoid form without breaking stride and smiled at him. Do you want to play a game? The overlord smiled back at her and both of them vanished, while Tabitha cussed them out. We've got an entire battle ahead, and they've already run off to play. She complained. Carl focused on Ray's position, and realized she had gone through the portal, but he could feel her magic only a few kilometers away, and she was keeping a kill count as she worked. Don't worry about it too much. Those portals only go a few kilometers. They're in a mountain giant army camp causing chaos now that all the overlords are gone. Tabitha shook her head in dismay, then Hawk swept across the battlefield, throwing out monarch ranked, Hellstorm, vortexes that were rapidly spawning smaller spells through the newly arrived giants. If there is one thing that we're good at, it's area suppression. Go pick your overlord, and we will deal with the rest. There was only one with the reinforcements, making it 3-on-3, counting the overlord that was with the team they were relieving. Thor, charge into the middle with the clerics and relieve the defenders. Karl ordered. Ahmed's golems were hacking a path through to the newly arrived overlord, and Karl's team was moving to join the encircled forces, forcing a gap in the attackers, while Karl hung back and used his bow to keep the path clear. Disintegrate was incredibly effective on the arrows, and punched through armor like cloth. The golden plate was absorbing most of the energy from the spell, but the arrows were finding their marks, deep in flesh, even if they weren't carving holes in their chests. Karl smiled as he saw the giants trying to deal with Ophelia, whose fully buffed dire bear form was nearly as tall on all 4 feet as the mountain giants were on 2. They clearly were not expecting that sort of foe, and the berserker was handily herding them to where Dana and Kara were waiting for them. Remy was half-heartedly casting spells, but it was clear that she was still exhausted from trying to keep up such a large spell at full power. Ophelia slammed her front paws down, using gravity slam, to knock a row of giants over for Dana and her golems to deal with. Oh, that's it. I get it now. Thor cheered, and then a tail slam took another group of monarch-ranked giants to their knees. Isn't it kind of them to kneel in respect for the might of a Sero? Karl joked. Wait, what are you guys doing there? It sounds fun. 87, 88. Ray interjected. Whatever they had found at the camp, Ray was going on a rampage. A group of giants charged Karl, who was now isolated and standing by himself, a bit further up the hill where he had stopped when the reinforcements arrived. It was a great spot to shoot from, but nobody would be able to get to him in an emergency unless one of the beasts returned to their space. Karl charged into them as fast as he could, forgetting that his physical stats had been pushed so far beyond normal by the Packmaster class, and the Bestial Champion skill that buffed him even further when the pack was in danger. The Blade of Champions buried itself to the hilt in the chest of a monarch-ranked giant, who simply stared at Karl in shock for a few seconds, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Karl followed up using Rend, coded in Nullify, aimed at the throat of the beast on his left. Blood sprayed into the air, and something tugged at Karl's sword arm. A sharp tug pulled it free, and Karl saw a spectral image of the dying giant being forcefully ripped from its body by a string attached to the haint claw. The weapon was getting thirsty, and while the giant's body was healing as it tried to retreat, the soul siphon was stubborn. The others were shouting something in giant, but Karl couldn't make it out as he used Rend to parry the attacks coming his way. The giants in the back were horrified by the attack, so Karl decided to take advantage. Ghostfire, coated on 4 arcs of Rend, hurled from his fingertips barely grazed the giants, but it set them on fire, and established the soul damage to give the weapon a link. Oddly, that made it easier for their shaman to free the mortally wounded fighter. There must be a limit on how much soul energy the haint claw could steal, and when it was pulled from multiple targets, it was easier to deal with. A flash of his blade, and the judicious application of Nullify over Disintegrate, took the head off another giant, right before Karl was hit by the flat of a blade and sent flying. He twisted in the air to keep his eyes on the giants, and landed on his feet, sliding a few more meters before he came to a stop, unharmed. Oh, they're in trouble now. Kara laughed from the far side of the battlefield, where she was helping Thor and Tessa push the giants away from the defenders on that side, to give everyone a break. Karl braced his feet and pushed off to jump back into battle, then threw a flurry of Rend attacks ahead of him to put the defenders off balance. Another soul was grabbed by the haint claw as Karl took an arm off the giant, then followed up with a slash across the back of its legs as it turned to defend the weakened side. This time, the giant was too close to death, and the haint claw ripped its energy free of the body, causing the giant to crumple dead on the ground. Then, a roar went up through the giants as an overlord fell to the combined efforts of Ray and Neil. The giants were surging in their direction, but the feeling was different. They were not looking to overrun the humans, they wanted to recover the body and retreat. Let them have that one. It will make them go away. Carl instructed Ray. Fine. I've done pretty good today. They can have one to bring back to life. We will just kill him again later. With the death of the overlord, the giants had realized that things were not going their way, and began to retreat towards the portals. They were in for a shock when they got there, as Ray and Neil had killed anything that moved in the camp on the other side, and then had returned here to ambush an overlord together. It was good to see Ray making friends with similar interests. Carl rejoined the others as the giants ran away, but didn't let down his guard. Keep ready. They're going to find a massacre on the other side of the portals, and they might come back. He warned before Neil could. The monarch leading the other team came over to shake his hand with a smile. I've already greeted the others. I am Lady Othello, head knight of the Silver Blades. She introduced herself. Carl, the beast master. She smiled. I gathered that much from the Sero. I must say, young Thor is quite the cavalry unit. I don't think that I've ever seen a breaching charge quite so effective. Thor stomped his feet and wobbled his head in pleasure at the praise. Gravity Slam and Earthquake worked amazingly well to put the giants off balance for him to charge into the defense lines. I appreciate the rescue. Even with a paladin of my power, we were having issues. But what is that combat power you have? Not your beasts, which are an unfair advantage to start with. But your personal combat power. Lady Othello asked, an excited gleam in her eyes at the chance to gain new knowledge. I can share some of the skills and physical stats of my beasts. With 5 of them at monarch rank, I would estimate that my base physical abilities are twice what an average monarch's are. Mostly, I only use a few of the most efficient attack skills, though there are more. Like Soul Chain? The overlord rank paladin asked. Carl shook his head. I have a weapon with soul steel and soul damage on it. That's the effect you're seeing, not one of my personal skills. She shrugged. Either way, you should have seen how terrified they were when you literally ripped the soul essence out of a monarch-ranked giant. It makes a bit of a spectacle, and I do hope that you have a plan for when they start to focus on you to eliminate the threat. Carl nodded silently, while Ray transformed back to human and rode one of her golems over to the conversation. Are we making plans to deal with the mountain giants? I vote genocide. Lady Othello looked confused at the new arrival, but Neil just laughed. Lady O, meet Queen Ray Bloodbath. One of Carl's bonded partners, and a monarch-ranked bloodbath spider. He explained with a wink toward his counterpart. Othello smiled at Ray. I saw your handiwork today, and I have no doubt that it is an actual possibility. Tabitha came over and cleared her throat. I hate to break up the happy fun time, but the giants have clearly advanced past our lines. We need to scout them out and find the advanced strike force teams that have made it past the defenders. That brought everyone back on task. Carl nodded in agreement. Right, we found the first group nearly 5 kilometers from here, closer to the capital. They were waiting next to where we entered by portal. They seemed determined that they would raise the capital with this offensive, so they won't be alone. Hawk, what do you see? Any more targets? Carl asked. Sure. Do you want weak ones, lots of weak ones, strong ones, or lots of strong ones? How many groups do you see that aren't fighting? Maybe 50. Carl cleared his throat to get everyone's attention back on him. Hawk says there are at least 50 groups of mountain giants past the defenders, and that's just the ones that aren't fighting anyone right now. Only 4 that have big ones stronger than you. 4 of them with overlords. Carl added. This portion of the border near Lake Chiptonrith marked the closest spot for the giants to cross their border and head to the GDN capital. It was a long way from any mountain giant population center, as far as anyone else knew. So, it was normally a safe route for travelers to pass through to move between the Golden Dragon Nation and Nubon. Should we split up? Lady Othello asked. The other overlords nodded, and then Tabitha sighed. I think it's for the best. I will go with your response team, and the other two will stay with the Beast Master and his team. Most of the giants should be operating with one overlord at the most, and this will give us the advantage. Carl frowned. There are a few large groups as well. Should we deal with them before we split? Othello looked at him like he was insane. You want to get into a fight where you know you're outnumbered? Carl smiled at her. More loot from the loot god. Besides, we specialize in it. Othello hummed to herself as she thought about the answer, then realized that Kara was wearing a gaudy golden chain around her neck. Wait, I don't remember that. When did the Void Badger start wearing bling? She asked. Carl inspected the chain, then laughed. Chain of Disruption grants the wearer's crowd control and interrupt type abilities a 5% greater chance of success. It looks Cyclops made, and it's Monarch rank, so my guess is she got it sometime in the last hour. It looks good on her, though. Very fashionable. Carl definitely wasn't going to mention that it looked like a cat collar made of gold. Dana reached down to pet Kara's head. It increases her chance to disrupt enemy attacks. You know, the fact that the giant's equipment doesn't bond or vanish with the dead makes them a pretty good target for upgrades. My own gear could use a bit of a refresher, but nothing that they wear is suitable for a battlemage who needs mobility. Othello shrugged. Most of the Cyclops-made gear does bond to the user. However, bonded gear that is in use remains on the body when you die. It can be claimed by anyone after you're gone. It's just the items that are put away that remain locked away. Tabitha sighed as the group got sidetracked. So, what first? The big group, or hunt another overlord? We have 3 permanent kills today, and if we had claimed the body, it would have been 4. Neil shrugged. It was better to encourage them to leave than to make them fight for the body. Besides, we can get another when we hit a group with only one overlord. Overlord Ahmad nodded in agreement. We should hit the largest groups in the area first, so they don't reach the city, then go hunting overlords. For on one, they won't even be able to run away. Who knows, maybe our young friends here will manage to get an above-rank kill at Monarch. Wouldn't that be something? The others laughed and Carl smiled at the Catman mage. Now, we just need to find a way for you to get one at Overlord and shake the world. Carl offered. The mage laughed. Now you're pushing it. Totems are just built different. Literally. Their attack power is usually only half again as much as a peak overlord, but the totem advancement does something to them, and they take a tiny fraction of damage from anyone who isn't a totem. I don't know what sort of defensive skill they all get, but even the Archbishop has it, so it's not a warrior-type ability. That's why they're so important to their nations. If you had to go 50-on-1 with overlords to take on a totem, even a healer specialist would be impossible to beat. Perhaps it should be, especially a healer would be impossible to beat. 3 kilometers north, there is a huge group passing by us soon. Not strong, mostly Dana mage level. Hawk updated. We have a target. There is a large group passing 3 kilometers from us. Nobody has intercepted them, so they'll be headed straight for the city if we don't. Carl informed them. Alright, we trust your scout. Lead the way. Hawk was suspiciously happy, like I just found water magic users to torture, happy. Normally, he was only bloodthirsty in specific situations, so Carl wasn't sure why this was different, until they topped a hill, and saw the army arrayed below them. Mountain giants, hill giants, frost giants, ogres, Eton, Cyclops and others that Carl had no name for were marching in formation towards the capital, nearly 2,000 strong. Most were not at royal rank. There were hundreds of ascended and commander rank ogres and giant subspecies at the back, working in the supply section. The number that were actually at royal rank or higher was closer to a quarter of the total. That should make the start quick and bloody. Where are the leaders? Neil muttered, not seeing the overlords that should be with them. In the scouting groups all around the army, clearing the way for their advance. Our last fight let them move past us, and now we're behind their lines. Carl quietly replied, relaying Hawk's scouting intelligence. Lady Othello turned to face them with a questioning look. What's the plan? We fight. The overlords hold back for now. You can tag team the reinforcements when they try to stop us. Put the bodies in your inventory, or call for one of my beasts to do it. They can't take them back to resurrect that way. Carl suggested. You're going to try to solo an army? Tabitha asked in disbelief. I have a team. Besides, look how happy the war god is. Tessa was literally glowing red with divine energy, and the army in the valley below them would notice it soon. I called for reinforcements. If you can hold them here for 5 minutes, we will have hundreds of elites and an entire regiment of cleric-led infantry on site. Othello informed them. Dana rolled her eyes at Carl, then sighed in resignation. Don't worry, Kara will look after you. If anything happened, it would mess up her sleeping arrangement. Carl joked. Remy woke up a little from her nap. Are we fighting again? And it's a big one. We will need your spells again. But don't go too hard, they're going to have clerics trying to counterspell them. Remy came out with her bodyguards, and Carl prepared for the charge. For the record, this is a terrible idea. Overlord Ahmad reminded them. Noted. But I'm going to do it anyhow. Remember, don't get too involved in the battle at the start, you'll need to be free to deal with the overlords when they arrive. The Catman mage smiled. Go, enjoy your personal flavor of crazy. Carl started the charge down the hill towards the back of the convoy, where the commander and low royal-ranked giants were pulling the supply carts. Every army moves on its stomach, and while they were only a few hours from the capital at a giant's marching speed, destroying their food and gear would make a siege much more difficult. Plus, there were other advantages. Hawk, Remy. Area suppression, if you would. Dozens of Hellstorm vortexes spawned in the rear of the army, demolishing wagons and tearing apart the commander-ranked giants and weaker support team members before they could even understand what was happening. The royals fared a bit better, but everyone was so distracted by the attack that they didn't even notice Carl's team until Tessa led Thor past him and into their lines with her golden spear leveled. Thor knocked an entire column to the ground with gravity slam, then trampled them as Tessa spun her spear and slit throats as they passed. The Tessa really is one of us when she gets feisty, isn't sh? Kara laughed. Normally, she was on defense with Thor, but a war cleric in combat was a fearsome sight. Especially when she had a long spear and a monarch-ranked Sero mount. Carl sent his Lamia bodyguards to the right, towards the main force with him, while Remy went left with hers to finish the back of the supply column. Carl laughed as the giants hurled stones, ice and spears at him, all of which simply bounced off his barriers, doing too little damage to get past the reduction of Void Body. Skill Master 4 activation, Skill, Rampage has improved by 1 tier. New skill, Rampage 2, gained. Rampage Tier 2, every time any enemy is damaged by the Packmaster or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Packmaster and all bonded beasts for 1 minute. It was a one-word change from the original version, but a critical change. Every bit of damage they did would increase everyone's damage, not just their own. The damage caused by the Hellstorm vortexes wasn't only increasing the damage done by Remy and Hawk anymore, but the entire team. Carl returned fire, using disintegrate, covered, rend, attacks for area coverage. He was mildly horrified by the way that the first rows of commander and royal rank giants were simply eviscerated, split in half by the attacks as the damage continued to stack. Over and over, Carl hurled the flat arcs of power into the giants, cutting the weaker members down as if he were harvesting wheat. That was sure to get someone powerful's attention, and then he could really test the extent of the new Rampage upgrade. In his mind, Ray was laughing hysterically as her legs punched through armor like warm butter. All the blood was hers. She didn't even particularly want this flavor, and she could have it with just a casual stab. So, instead of keeping them for herself, she started hurling the bodies into the air. The severed limbs detached as they flew, causing the bodies to rain blood over the battlefield as Ray wove her webs and made the killing fields an impossible maze of sticky silk. This was the single greatest day of her life. In the distance, the overlords watched in horror as Karl's group went wild through the back ranks of the army. You know, if the reinforcements don't get here soon, he really is going to solo an army. Overlord Neil noted. He's certainly efficient at removing targets below his rank. But what is up with that spider? That is the most gruesome thing I have ever seen. Othello agreed. What you fail to realize is that she's not even serious yet. She is a night haunter, and I taught her to use vibrating blade. The rogue overlord laughed. The paladin frowned. You're saying that she could be invisible, incorporeal, and immune to physical damage, but she's just running around enjoying herself. No wonder the old generations tried to exterminate her species. Oh, you knew about them? Neil asked, surprised at her recognition. History buff, what can I say? But the first overlord-led group of giants is on the way. We should get going. Neil nodded. I will move us all with advanced shadow step. Below them, Karl had finally reached the first of the monarch-ranked giants that had come to intervene. Fully equipped with shaman barriers, they had charged through the vortexes to reach him. Karl opened his fingers and hurled disintegrate coated in nullify at them, shattering barriers and cracking armor with the first strike. The power of his improved skills was a heady thing, and combined with void body, Karl was beginning to feel like an invincible god of battle. Then the counterattack hit, and he realized that he might have overestimated his immortality. 10. Cleave. Attacks from the monarch-ranked giants hit him at once, shattering, eternal lightning, and carving deep lines in his armor, then the flesh underneath. His body began to rapidly mend itself, but the point was made. 10% of his life reduced from every attack by void body was no small amount, but all 10 of them were at the same rank as he was, and cleave was a slow-casting, high-damage skill. Karl charged into their ranks as he reactivated eternal lightning, getting too close for them all to attack at once. 3 frost giants fell in the first 10 seconds, hacked apart with ghostfire, laced attacks that targeted their weakness to heat. But the mountain giants had Cyclops-forged armor, and they were smart enough not to fall for simple tricks. Karl spun and parried for a few seconds before the bodyguards made it to him. The Lamia pair sliced into the giants with rend, allowing Karl to break free of their attacks and target one to take down. There is a cap on the stacked damage. It's not growing anymore. Hawk complained. It says 1 minute. Karl reminded him. Not the whole minute. It stopped before that. Hawk amended. So, there was some hidden soft cap to keep him from using an army of small creatures to stack millions of minuscule attacks for the skill effect. Well, now we know how strong we can be. Is it enough? Karl asked as he defended the Lamia pair, allowing them to land constant attacks. It should be. Karl threw up an earth barrier between himself and the rest of the battle, and realized the weakness in his new skill. Rampage only increased damage, not overall power. His defensive skills weren't getting any better with time, only his offensive. So, in a way, he was becoming a glass cannon. Assuming that he was fighting something of similar skill, that was. These monarch-ranked giants were good, but nowhere near his increased speed, even if they were nearly equal to him in strength. The stone barrier came down only seconds later, hacked apart by the earth magic of the hill giants, who were trying to pelt him and the Lamia with magical stones. The size that they could throw without risking hitting the giants he was in combat with was not large enough to make it past void body, so Karl wasn't too concerned. However, the constant pelting made it hard to keep his balance, so he had to split his attention to avoid the majority of them. Progress was down to a crawl for the moment, but the fight behind Karl was close to over, and then Remy and Hawk would be able to focus their attacks on the main force of the army. Behind Karl, Neil popped in and dropped 3 overlord-ranked giant bodies, then vanished again, going back to his team. Carl tossed the bodies in Ray's space, knowing that the giants would be hurting badly after that day's fighting. Overlords are here for Lotus. The cat overlord died. Thor updated him. How did that happen? Did they get there fast enough? Carl replied, trying not to get too distracted from the fight. Fast enough. He's standing again, but Lotus is tired. Tessa is tying her to my back. Well, that was a start. At least they had managed to save their fallen overlord, while collecting 3 more from the giants. By Hawk's early scouting reports, that meant there was only 1 more giant overlord nearby, so the strike team could afford a moment to rest and recover. The other weak groups are coming this way. Ray, can you warn the Tessa? On it. That was another 200 giants, by Carl's estimate of Hawk's reports. They were going to need reinforcements of their own soon because the number of Hellstorm vortexes was falling, and there were still enough giant shamans that they were only up for 5 or 10 seconds each, before being dispelled. Even, Eternal Lightning, couldn't refresh energy fast enough to keep up a full assault, and as a result, the stacked damage would soon start falling when the total fell below the cap. Carl was sent flying by a strike to his side that shattered ribs as it cut through his armor, and then the Lamia were in trouble. They were frantically parrying the giants' attacks, but they were more of a caster type than melee combatants, and they didn't have the brute strength of the Naga warriors. Carl focused on refreshing his armor spell and waited a few seconds for his regeneration to heal his ribs, then called a fresh pair of bodyguards beside him, giving up some ground, but gaining time to recover some energy. How long has it been? Carl asked, trying to time the arrival of the reinforcements. 10 minutes. Remy replied grimly. She had also been keeping time, and the reinforcements were well overdue. Or not coming at all, depending on whether any of the giants' forces had reached the capital's security zone. The giants approached carefully, waiting for Carl to make a move. They knew that they couldn't afford to be reckless against his speed, but this strange human also appeared to heal unnaturally quickly, despite being separated from his healers. Carl was using Rend with Nullify to get past the defensive abilities of the giants and force them to parry the skills, which kept them at a distance. The fight speed had slowed to a crawl, and the whole battle was falling into a lull as the human stamina ran low. Thor's efforts would have them recovered in no more than 5 minutes, but that was a long time in combat. The giants backed off a little, and a horde of ogres advanced. They were only royal rank, the leaders of their species. But fighting them would burn more energy, and the giants didn't care about expending them as cannon fodder. They had put stronger barriers over the weaker species, but when Nullify hit them, the barriers put up no real resistance. But another wave stepped over the bodies of the fallen, then another, and another. We're done at the back, you can retreat to our position, and we will prepare to attack again. Thor informed Carl, who was alone with his bodyguards, fighting the seemingly endless tide of ogres. One full force backwards leap disengaged Carl from the attackers, and showed him that the ogres were nearly depleted, and the remainder were being forced forward by the giants, as they weren't willingly fighting anymore. The move put the battle in a tense standoff, with the two sides 30 meters apart and staring at each other, waiting for some sort of trigger to continue. More groups of giants were joining the survivors, but they wouldn't make much difference in the short term. What they needed was someone who could challenge Carl one-on-one, and keep him from sweeping through their ranks. What's the news? Carl asked as he reached the others, while Tessa cast a small healing spell and a refreshing ability on him. We weren't fast enough to respond. The capital is under attack by the giants' allies. Right now, it's ogres and goblins. We've got the giant armies slowed down enough that they haven't engaged yet. But there should be more forces in the area, which may or may not have been engaged by the other strike teams and the border guard. There is nothing on the radio at all. We think that they might have a spell that is blocking the signals. Even trying to communicate between groups we can see doesn't work. Neil explained. So, we finish up here and then hunt? Or do we return to the capital to defend the city walls? Carl asked. The four overlords looked at each other. Without orders, it was their call. Ahmad looked to the sky, as if for inspiration. Well, we're all on the stronger side of overlord, so we're needed in both spots. I don't know which would be better, but now that I've recovered enough, I will mount a full assault against the remainder of the army. My skills, like yours, are not great against single targets, but highly effective against large groups, though the energy drain is incredibly high. I'm a rank over the strongest of the remaining forces, so I should be able to wipe them out if I can last long enough. We just need to keep them from running away until I finish. With your Thor here, I will recover quickly enough to be ready for the next battle, I hope. Then we can follow the scouting reports of Hawk to see if we're still needed here. Carl nodded in agreement. I will have Hawk and Remy assist you so that there are too many spells for the giant shamans to effectively dispel them all. It will save you some mana, and hopefully allow us to clear this group. Overlord Othello smirked. You know, after this, they are going to make us suffer through another of those god-awful award ceremonies. Neil winked at her. That's if they find out. We can just tell them that we were busy wiping out the overlords and the smaller patrols all day, and pretend that this force never existed. The overlords looked over at Carl's group, assuming they would want the fame and glory of such a feat after all. Even with the presence of the overlords, they were still outnumbered by more than 100 to 1. If it wasn't for the completely broken skill that Carl had, which allowed his beasts to tear through the weaker portion of the army, they would have been almost immediately overrun. The overlords were still trying to work out what sort of skill that was, but Carl wasn't saying anything. It's a good thing that we have the vortexes to start the fight. It gets the skill all stacked up before we have to actually fight. Hawk noted. How is your range? You're not going to get stones thrown at you when you try to attack, are you? Currently, Hawk was hiding among the thick clouds overhead, out of sight from the ground, even with his prodigious size. It will be fine. I know where they are relative to you, so I don't even have to come down for this one. Right, he had soul sight now, so he didn't need to rely on his impressive natural sight to find the enemy. Overlord Ahmad, whenever you are ready, my team will join you with the Hellstorm vortexes. The Catman mage took a deep breath and began to focus. Spears of lightning formed overhead, dozens of them. Then hundreds. Then thousands. The giants were charging, but Hawk and Remy had started with the vortexes, which were cloning with every strike, creating a wall of spinning fire for the giants to run through in order to reach the humans. Then the first volley of spears lashed out, taking down an entire row of giants. Then another, and another, and another. The giant army was falling in waves as the vortexes chased them across the battlefield, and spears tore through their retreating bodies. Then Hawk switched his vortexes to the far side, blocking the retreat as the last of Ahmed's spears cleared the survivors. Kara forward, loot! The badger shouted to herself, before racing off with Remy and the bodyguards to double-tap anything that might have survived and clean out the bodies. What are they doing? Tabitha asked, watching them moving silently across the battlefield. Checking the corpses. We don't want them regrouping with the others and telling anyone what happened here. Ray was making Ahmad a hammock hanging off Thor's side opposite Lotus, who was just beginning to wake up after overexerting herself with a resurrection during the battle. The mage was out cold, but with Thor's barrier over him, he was in no real danger. His energy would recover, and a bit of food when he woke up would have him right as rain. All right, what is the call? Carl asked quietly. Let your beasts finish, then we will clear this area and head back for the city. They won't have sent the majority of their troops on foot. This was probably intended to be a sneak attack, while the forces arriving by portal would have been detected. Neil instructed. Hawk, find us more targets. Let's make it a full clear. Head northeast, there is a group that will be crossing behind us on a path to intercept where this team should be. Hawk instructed, then remembered to add details. 3 teams, led by the monarchs and made up mostly of royals. Carl didn't set a fast pace, so everyone would be mostly rested when they made it to the target, but this shouldn't be a hard battle. The numbers were very close to even, and Carl's group was much stronger than their adversaries. I can take care of this with Hawk. They will never even know what happened to them. Ray suggested as Carl and the others casually jogged along. I won't stop you if you want to play. Hawk can find us another target after. Ray vanished in spider form, followed by Overlord Neil, who was more interested in what she was up to than staying with the group. Turn further east, towards the city. There is a monarch-led group that way as well, but only 5 giants. Hawk suggested, and Carl quietly altered the route. Nobody asked where the 2 assassins had gone, they just accepted that they were doing sneaky things. The Inquisitor frequently vanished to take care of some secret objective, and the other overlords were used to it. So, when Ray did the same, they just assumed that it was part of some established plan. A minute later, the group came into sight, and Carl chuckled as he realized what Hawk had done. These were all frost giants, and the water-hating bird had sent everyone else to deal with them while he played with the mountain giants. He hated water magic, but not enough to willingly expose himself to it. There weren't many things that Hawk could do now that would actually surprise the group, and sending them all to deal with the parts that he didn't like was no shock at all. What was surprising was that there was a monarch-ranked frost giant here. As Carl had been informed, the frost giants were the weakest of their kin, so there shouldn't be many monarch-ranked giants in the entire nation, and now to see one here with 5 royals was certainly a surprise. Perhaps he should talk to them for a moment first. At least long enough to satisfy his curiosity. I want to try to talk to this giant before anything else happens. Something is off if we're finding monarch-ranked frost giants coming from the west. Carl informed the group as they advanced. Monarch frost giants? I wonder which one. I might have met them before. Lady Othello suggested. That about settled it. If he didn't want to talk to them, someone would. Carl slowed as he came into sight of the giants, then raised a hand in greeting and stopped 20 meters from the group, who were all facing him with weapons drawn. Greetings, I am Carl, and this is Overlord Othello. We have a few questions and a request for you. Carl informed the leader of the group, a frost giant shaman woman wearing long white robes. The human wants parley. The giant seemed confused. Why are you invading from the west, so far from your borders, when your presence is needed at home? Carl began. The frost giant looked annoyed. The mountain giants rallied all the giants to their great benefactor. Today, we conquer the humans and claim the system for ourselves. Well, as a reason, that made sense. But Othello had a question. A great benefactor, not the mountain giant sage? She asked. Old sage is dead. Titan benefactor wants the system. We know that the humans have it in their capital. You, beast man, why do you work with the humans? The shaman demanded, gesturing to Carl. I was born here. The human nation is my home. That was a good enough reason for the giant, and she just nodded before turning back to Othello. You, I know you. You should leave this place. The great benefactor will kill all humans once he has system stuff for the giants. Othello sighed. Turn around and go back. If you continue, we have to fight. You came, you did your duty to the great benefactor and delayed us here. Now go and return home. The giants might not be very bright, but they could do enough math to know that royal versus overlord equaled dead. If there was a fight, it would be a very short one. The frost giant shaman took out a delicately carved magic stone from her pouch and opened a small portal, then led her people through. It wasn't as good as dead, but they weren't on the attack anymore. More importantly, Carl had many questions about who this benefactor was that appeared to have killed the old sage that led the mountain giants. That wasn't the mountain giant totem that Carl had met, or so he assumed. But it had to be a strong totem rank creature, perhaps even a second mythical rank creature had appeared on the continent. I think that we need to go back to the city. Right now. Othello whispered. I will call the others back. Ray can lead Neil back to us. Carl agreed. I heard the conversation. Neil knows now. We're just cleaning up our mess and we will be back. Ray agreed. That made life easier for everyone. 2 groups reduced, plus the army of reinforcements, but if there was a new force driving the mountain giants to hunt in the GDN for system relics, this war would not be ended easily. Let's go, they will catch up if we just jog. I would assume that Ahmad is the one with the portal spells, so we're not going to be getting an instant trip back until he wakes up, and that's not going to be any time soon. Carl suggested. Tabitha sighed and began to jog toward the city, leaving everyone else to catch up. Hawk, how far are we? Carl asked. About 70 kilometers. 2 hours at a jog should be enough. Maybe a bit more than that, as Thor's jog was a bit slower than others so that he didn't dislodge his passengers. But given a couple of hours, they would be back at the city walls, and they would be able to pass on a message. Wait, turn right. There are trucks stopped on the road. You can steal those. Hawk corrected. Overlord, this way. There is a convoy on the road. A convoy that was definitely not expecting to have their vehicles commandeered. Tabitha didn't even wait for them to get out, she just threw the driver into the passenger seat and turned the truck around with a shouted order for everyone else to follow her. There has been a thing. We're going back to the city. The overlords will explain once we're there. Carl offered, as the others climbed into the back of a munitions truck, and Thor transformed into his humanoid form to keep them company. Carl climbed in the passenger seat, while a very harassed-looking driver flinched at the glare Lady Othello was giving him in the mirror. I suggest that you follow them as fast as humanly possible. Plus a few, if the truck is up to it. Trust me, it's that important. Carl instructed. The ride was rough, and the engine was screaming as the cargo truck did its best to follow Tabitha down the gravel road, with the other vehicles falling further behind. Ray and Neil had found their way to the lead vehicle, only appearing among the troops sitting in the back with one perplexed cleric once they were already comfortably settled on the floor. Can you tell me what is so important that we had to turn around? We were expected to be the reinforcements for a group of overlords who were fighting a large invasion force. They're going to be pissed that we're not coming. The driver asked timidly. That was us. That fight is already over. But we learned what is happening and why. It's crucial that we get the information to the cathedral so that they can properly protect what needs to be guarded. Carl explained. The man's eyes briefly flashed pure black, and his scent changed just a little. A transformed spy, Carl was certain of it. Ray, check all the humans in your truck to see if they're actually human or something else disguised as human. I think that my driver is a spy. Carl instructed. That put all the beasts on high alert, and overhead, Hawk began to scour the auras of all the soldiers. The driver of yours and the driver of one of the other trucks don't match the rest of the soldiers. They're not the same thing. Hawk updated. That was good enough for Carl. Incoming on the left. Carl warned his driver, who turned to look out the window, right as Carl hit him in the back of the head with a disintegrate attack. The head vaporized, and Carl was about to throw him in the passenger seat when the body began to grow. So, he threw him out the passenger window. Hawk, tell me what that dead driver turns into. The body should be far enough from the road that the other drivers don't see it. Some sort of giant. 4 arms, blonde body hair. Hawk updated, then swooped down to grab the body and toss it into his space. It was a young giant, still with the perfect skin of one who hadn't seen a life of combat or exposure to the elements, but already at the commander rank. Whatever species that was, it had to be a powerful one if it could hit commander before it had even finished puberty. I killed the truck with the other suspect in it. He also turned into a giant. Ray updated. Carl wasn't sure what she meant by killed the truck, but dead was dead, and it looked like they had removed the spies from their convoy. Overlord Othello climbed out of the canvas-covered bed and into the passenger side through the window. Care to explain what that was all about? And do you even know how to drive? She asked. I can drive a mining truck, and it's kind of similar. I've never taken one above 5 kilometers an hour before, though. The overlord laughed. Change seats. I will drive, you explain why you threw a body out the window, and where the driver went. Carl gave her an overview of what he had found and suspected, then waited for her to process it. So, there were spies passing information, dressed as regular soldiers from the supply department, where they would be able to see our deployments just by what we needed for the area. Insidious. We're going to have to get the Inquisitors to do a full search of the service after this to root out all of the others. To think that there are so many spies that they sent two in the same convoy. It might have been deliberate, as they were coming to aid us, but it could well have just been coincidence. If it was just by chance, we've got a real problem. She muttered, mostly talking to herself, while Carl had Ray relay her thoughts to Neil. I'm a super-secret Inquisition spy asset. Ray giggled. Really, she was just whispering what Carl was hearing to Neil, but if it were arranged, she really would be an incredible spy. The trucks were making good time back to the city, bouncing along the gravel road, which was in surprisingly good condition, considering that the nation typically didn't improve roads that went to the borders. It would take them under an hour to get to the city limits, but well before that, they were starting to see signs of battle, and Hawk had picked out defense patrols in the distance. There are battles on the north side of the city. I think that they're trying to force the humans into the water. Hawk noted with disdain. That made a cruel sort of sense. The giants sounded like they didn't want survivors after they took the city, so they would want the residents backed into the lake, and not able to flee out the far side in trucks and buses. Most likely, they would try to surround the city, once the rest of their forces arrived. A frantic message from Sybil using the system's message function caught Carl's attention. Mr. Carl, they say that we're being activated to defend the city, and we're all in a bus, but they're talking on the radio, and nobody is signing, and there are no clerics on the bus. What direction are you headed? We're coming back from our mission with information, but we're not in the city yet. Carl replied. North. The others are talking about goblins now, but I'm not with the rest of the trainee group. They split us all up into different buses with ascended rank team leaders. Sybil explained. No clerics, and they split up a team that hadn't even made it to the academy yet, to send them out on patrol against goblins, and whatever other small monsters the ogres had managed to force to join them. What a mess. I will send people to you as soon as I can. Let me know if your bus stops, and where it is when you stop. There are so many people in the street, the bus can barely move. I will tell you when we get somewhere, or when someone starts talking where I can see them. Carl turned to Lady Othello. I just got a message that the traffic in the city is at a crawl, we won't get far with vehicles. I don't know where you need to go, but they are deploying the lower ranks to the north side to defend against a goblin and ogre attack. You sound personally invested in that. The overlord noted. In a way. My group was working on a way to rapidly boost trainees, and we had gotten a group to advance to awakened within a week of training. They haven't even started at the academy yet, and won't for another week. But they've been split up and sent to the city walls with random ascended rank team leaders. I know the policy is that awakened rank and up are ready to fight outside the training environment, but this is a bit different. Carl explained. Othello looked impressed. You managed to help them skip the entire common rank grind. That is impressive just by itself, but I can see how it would be an issue if they were at the cathedral today. Is there one in particular that you're concerned about? Carl nodded. There is a rogue with them who is deaf, and the message she sent me says that she's with a group that doesn't have a cleric, or anyone else who knows sign language. So, she can't understand any of the orders coming over the radio because nobody is speaking them out loud. A message? Lady Othello asked. Oh, right. There is a system function for that. Sybil, the baby rogue, found it. Carl sent Othello a message, startling her so much that she almost swerved off the road. Sorry, I didn't think that it would be that obtrusive. It just appears at the edge of my vision. Carl explained. I see how you sent it now. But it appeared in front of me like the system alerts inside a trial. I will have to find a way to change that. Maybe if I just focus on moving it, and perhaps making it a little transparent. Yes, that's better. Othello sent him back a brief message. I will circle to the north of the city, and enter from the north gates. That is closest to the cathedral anyhow. So, their convoy took a turn, following the edge of the city towards where it was becoming clear the battle had nearly reached the walls. They were under 5 kilometers away, and Karl could see the fight when they came over a hill. Would you be particularly mad if I jumped out and left you to deliver the message? My team would surely be a morale booster along the line, since the leaders there are mostly commanders, the same as along the frost giant border. He suggested. I don't mind. Do you need time to tell your group? Karl shook his head. No, they know already. Thor is in humanoid form, so he just told them directly. I don't know if you can hear them over the wind. Othello shook her head. No, my senses aren't as keen as yours. But I hear that you might be able to change that. There was talk of an elite passing out strange skill books, and my guess is that was you. If there is time after the battle, I will see if there is a sensory skill that you can use. I don't really have one specialized for paladins, but there might be something. Even passive night vision might be possible, if I can find a way to isolate the change to make it into a skill book. I got it as part of a package upgrade when I first got my class. Karl explained. Good enough for me. I've made it to overlord without it, after all. But every little bit counts, and not relying on present sense when fighting blind would be a huge advantage. Karl spotted familiar faces in one of the buses headed for the battle, and gestured out the window. There are 4 of the 5 trainees. The Dana says that she will go to them. Thor informed Karl, a second before Dana was flying out of the truck towards the slow-moving convoy of buses. Take everyone else and go help her, and whatever section that they're assigned to. I will go find Sybil. Karl informed the Sero. The others hopped out of the truck one after another, leaving only Ahmad in the back, still protected by eternal lightning, as he recovered. He was somewhat conscious now, and they had fed him, so he would only need a few more minutes before he was in fighting form again. I sense my baby rogue. She is about to come out of the hole in the wall. Ray announced. The gate was only 100 meters ahead, so Karl prepared to exit the vehicle. This is my stop, the last of them is just ahead. We will help organize this end of the battlefield and take over from whoever got pressed into the duty. Assuming they don't outrank me, that is. You can let the cathedral know that we're not slacking. He informed Othello. Send Ahmad up front, we will have to park the trucks here anyhow. See, Tabitha is about to pull over, and then I'm betting she's going to run into the city. She's impulsive like that. Absolutely hates when things aren't going her way. The paladin laughed. Sure enough, the truck in front of them was pulling off into the grass between the road and the wall, and the warrior-class overlord was out and running into the city, looking for whoever needed their intelligence. Good luck. We will likely see you soon. Karl joked as he got out of the truck. With a full assault from the giants incoming, it was almost certain they would see each other within the next few days, as they would be assigned to fight some of the same groups of attackers. Ray had already stolen Sybil from the bus she was in, and was standing next to the truck with her. Hey Sybil. What group were you with? I'll explain the situation, and then you can be my assistant while we start to organize the lines. Without the radios, it is chaos all along the line. But we know how to send system messages now, and we can use that to organize without the radio. Karl informed the panicked young elite. She gave him 2 thumbs up, and Karl relayed his intentions to the rest of the group, both in person, and with a system message. He included the 4 overlords in the communication, and saw Neil and Ahmad pause as the incoming message startled them. This was going to make battle planning so much easier once they had met all the section commanders. Ray picked up Sybil and ran off to join the others, while Karl headed for the bus she had been taken from. Monarch, how might we help you? The driver asked as he approached the door. I have collected awakened elite Sybil, on orders of the Inquisition. She is part of a specialty training program and should not have been separated from her team. It interferes with the training data. However, I will be leading a group to guide battle tactics for the region, so please find a replacement for her position until one can be assigned to your unit. Carl informed the driver. Yes, sir. Did you just arrive in the capital? We were informed that there were no ranking elites available for the North Side defense. Carl nodded. My team returned with intelligence from the border, and I saw the situation here. Now, I need to go. My scout is already sending data, and I need to get in contact with some of the regional leadership. Carl sprinted off to the section where Hawk had indicated that the line was being tricked out of position, looking for the commander in charge. There was a commander rank mage, most likely female, with her hood up, looking over a table full of maps. That seemed like the best choice. Commander. My scout reports that there is a group of 80, led by an ogre and a team of hobgoblins, waiting in the valley here for your troops. They're being pulled off course for an ambush. He announced, gesturing to the map, before he looked up at a familiar face. Danny Mackenzie, the golem specialist of the Mackenzie twin sisters. Oh, Danny, good to see you again. If you tell your people to pull back and hit the goblins here and here, you can fight them without reinforcements, as the stronger team will be stuck waiting for you. Hawk is overhead giving updates to everyone. Carl explained. Monarch? Carl. Danny Mackenzie stammered. It's been a minute, hasn't it? It's good to know that I wasn't totally forgotten. The other leadership team members, none of them elites, just strategists and army officers, chuckled at her baffled expression. They hadn't expected to see anyone of his rank here, but now there was not only a monarch, but a monarch with what sounded like a flying scout. We have followed the team members to their spots. We're spread out to be with all 4 zone commanders for the north now. Kara updated Carl as he was about to send more directions. Do you have a way to pass on Hawk's scouting messages? Carl asked. Ray and Thor could be human, but Carl had never seen Kara do it. Of course. I just asked the silly bird to send the others a message directly. Kara informed him smugly. Carl could feel Hawk rolling his eyes, but he didn't refute it, so he must be able to send messages. That had to freak everyone out. Carl laughed. They all think the messages are from you. This will be so much fun later. No, a disaster is what it was going to be if a mischievous void badger started sending people messages in Carl's name. Once he knew to check, Carl realized that the messages had both his name and Hawk's on them, so at least it wasn't just tagging all messages as having come from Carl directly. Hawk sent enemy positions and movements as he saw them, and the team relayed them to the commanders on the ground. Who paired up? Carl asked, as Kara had said there were only 4 zones. Tessa is with Thor. Ophelia is with Ray and her baby Rogue. I am with Dana and Lotus watching the other 4 cubs, and Remy is napping in her space. Kara explained. That worked out well. The combat power might be a bit imbalanced, with Thor and Tessa together, but they would have the strongest buffs out of anyone for the church soldiers. Carl turned left to observe the fight, and saw a towering tree in the middle of the line, which had to be a transformed lotus. He could clearly see the birds flying around in the branches, as well as the golden dust sprinkling down from the branches to the line. They held the spot along the road where the buses were unloading, which would naturally be where the injured were sent to for treatment and removal, so having a tree of life there would greatly reduce the number of casualties that had to be evacuated. Does everyone have enough red dragon clerics for their soldiers? Carl asked. There were 3 here that he could see, one of them a commander. We have a commander plus some. Kara agreed. We have the orphanage matron, plus 2 other high priestesses. Ray added. I have my Tessa plus 2 commanders. Thor cheered, and Carl sensed that the Sero was greatly enjoying the chivalrous knight act, while also working to understand the humanoid transformation spell that Ray had already mastered. He had even found time to carve a picture of a Sero on his shield. Ray did it for him. Thor can barely color inside the lines. Remy quietly joked. I'm not that bad. It's just that Sister Ray is too good. With the constant stream of updates from Hawk, Carl had resorted to using colored stones on the map to update positions and group sizes in real time. Hawk could see much further than a regular scout could, and for some reason, there were no planes flying patrols in the area. It took Carl a few seconds to realize that it was because the radios weren't working, so they couldn't report back. That left Hawk as the only aerial scout in the region, and a much more valuable asset than even Carl had expected. There are portals in these 5 spots. The ones on the east and west have giants gathering at them. Hawk updated. Carl immediately relayed that to the overlords he had been traveling with, so they could update command, and got a swift reply from Neil. You can send them directly to Tabitha, she is with the Archbishop and his assistants planning the defense. Keep her in the loop as much as you can. The rogue explained. No problem. I will send her updates every 5 minutes on the status of the battlefield if it significantly changed. What Carl didn't know was that the two were standing side by side in the room with the Archbishop, and Neil's smug look had not gone unnoticed by the warrior overlord. Overlord Tabitha didn't realize right away what it was that the rogue had done, but she was immediately certain that he was messing with her in some way. It was only when she received the next message from Carl that she realized that the scoundrel had told the Beast Master to send all updates directly to her as the liaison to the Archbishop, to keep everyone updated on the battlefield situation. Did I do something in particular to you? She asked, before relaying the message to the Archbishop and his team. Not at all. You were simply standing in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he only knows so many people who are here to pass on the status updates. Neil replied with his most sincere smile. The Archbishop and Nacht both chuckled as they realized what the Overlord had done, right before Neil excused himself from the room by simply vanishing. That didn't stop anyone's planning, as he was only there to provide intelligence confirmation anyhow, and they had already discussed the majority of what had happened while the Overlords were out with Monarch Carl's team. On the north side of the city, Carl had his hands full with the constant new arrivals. Not just of elites and soldiers to replace the ones who had been wounded in combat and brought into Lotus Radius for healing, but also the constant arrival of the Giants' allies. They were appearing from portals in the distance, in numbers that suggested they had cleared out the majority of the 3 nations. Strangely, they had not brought many higher-ranked monsters to this side, and were attempting to flood the city with weaker ones, instead of softening it first by defeating the most powerful elites. There must be more to their strategy that Carl wasn't understanding, he was certain of it. Hawk, remember how the frost giants were scouring the area in a search pattern before the first advancement trial spawned? Do you think that they could be doing the same thing here today? Something is off with their tactics, and they aren't sending their strongest, just loads of cannon fodder. They can't be expecting us to send all our strongest and tire them out before the real fight starts, there has to be a deeper motive. Carl suggested. If there is, I don't see it. They're attacking in nice ordered lines, working together, but there are only a few of the strong giants in the back guiding them. It doesn't look like some fancy search pattern. Hawk replied, uncertain whether he too was missing something about their attack. It looked perfectly normal to him, but deeper motives were the Carl's department, not his. The numbers are increasing too fast. We're going to need commander-led teams on the next bus full of reinforcements. Dana noted as her central defense point repelled another attack wave. This time it was mostly ogres, with some hobgoblins, but they were beginning to get more commander-rank beasts in the mix, and the defenders couldn't easily keep up, even with the high priestesses blessing their weapons. Overlord, please inform the Archbishop that the attackers have stepped up the assault by a rank. We are now seeing many more commanders among the assault groups. The command officers on the north side request higher rank reinforcements. Understood. We will send who we have. They are pulling elites from the border via portal, but we don't want to reduce our capability too far, in case this is a diversion for a major border assault. Overlord Tabitha replied. Carl relayed the message so that the teams fighting could have some hope. What they needed were more wide-area defenders. The blessing of the Red Dragon priestesses made a decent armor barrier over the troops, but it was a one-and-done sort of spell. They didn't have the mana to keep refreshing it as everyone took damage, they could only get it active and hope for the best. With hundreds of soldiers for every capable priestess, and 1,000 or more for every high priestess, they had to do the best that they could with what they had. Carl looked down at the map in front of him, taking stock of where all of the enemy troops were, and briefly wondered where the commanders who would normally be doing this went. Were they with the reconnaissance planes that couldn't send radio signals, or possibly stuck in town? Worse, had his attempt to rescue his trainees simply rendered them obsolete, so they went back to their offices? Monarch. We have an update for you. There are commanders on their way to the north side, but not as many as you might hope. The east and west walls are straining our higher rank capacity. Tabitha informed Carl. He could sense the grim tone behind the message, even though it appeared as text. A glance at the stones for troops that were not part of his battlefront, the ones he had simply updated from Hawk's messages and forwarded, showed Carl that things really were that bad. The Western Front had nearly 6,000 giants above commander rank facing it down, and that was taking most of the higher-ranked elites in town to deal with. Whereas on the Eastern Wall, they were besieged by an ogre army, assisted by frost giants, and that would need every commander-led ascended team that they could get. How is our artillery looking? Carl asked. There are only 40 units stationed in the city for point defense. Tabitha replied simply. We will make do with whatever you can spare. If it comes down to it, I will activate a large area spell over the north side to improve our odds. Do what you have to. If they send a challenger over to contest your actions, deal with it however you see fit. That worked well enough for Carl. Hey Remy, how large can you make a thunderstorm at ascended rank? We don't need to kill everything, we need to make them think that we have a way for lower-ranked mages to work together on one huge spell. Carl suggested. I think that I can do that pretty well. If I make it high ascended, that's under 5% power output. I can spread that out large enough to almost make it look like a natural storm. Remy agreed. Do it, but stay in your space when you do so that the enemy can't trace it back to its source. I've noticed in the past that others have a hard time finding the source of spells from the space, unless they are visibly leaving from our location.